7. When next morning the artist and the medical student went in to him, he was moving about the room with his shirt torn, biting his hands and moaning with pain. "For God's sake!" he sobbed when he saw his friends, "take me where you please, do what you can, but for God's sake, save me quickly. I shall kill myself." The artist turned pale and was helpless. The medical student, too, almost shed tears, but considering that doctors ought to be cool and composed in every emergency, said coldly, "It's a nervous breakdown. But it's nothing. Let us go at once to the doctor." "Wherever you like, only for God's sake, make haste. Don't excite yourself. You must try and control yourself." The artist and the medical student with trembling hands put Vasiliev's coat and hat on and led him out into the street. "Mikhail Sergeitch has been wanting to make your acquaintance for a long time," the medical student said on the way. "He is a very nice man and thoroughly good at his work. He took his degree in 1882, and he has an immense practice already. He treats students as though he were one himself." "Make haste, make haste," Vasiliev urged. Mikhail Sergeitch, a stout, fair-haired doctor, received the friends with politeness and frigid dignity, and smiled only on one side of his face. "Rybnikov and Mayer have spoken to me of your illness already," he said. "Very glad to be of service to you. Well, sit down, I beg." He made Vasiliev sit down in a big armchair near the table, and moved a box of cigarettes towards him. "Now then," he began, stroking his knees. "Let us get to work. How old are you?" He asked questions and the medical student answered them. He asked whether Vasiliev's father had suffered from certain special diseases, whether he drank to excess, whether he were remarkable for cruelty or any peculiarities. He made similar inquiries about his grandfather, mother, sisters, and brothers. On learning that his mother had a beautiful voice and sometimes acted on the stage, he grew more animated at once, and asked, "Excuse me, but don't you remember, perhaps, your mother had a passion for the stage?" 20 minutes passed. Vasiliev was annoyed by the way the doctor kept stroking his knees and talking of the same thing. "So far as I understand your questions, doctor," he said, "you want to know whether my illness is hereditary or not." "It is not." The doctor proceeded to ask Vasiliev whether he had had any secret vices as a boy, or had received injuries to his head, whether he had had any aberrations, any peculiarities, or exceptional propensities. Half the questions usually asked by doctors of their patients can be left unanswered without the slightest ill effect on the health, but Mikhail Sergeitch, the medical student, and the artist all looked as though if Vasiliev failed to answer one question all would be lost. As he received answers, the doctor for some reason noted them down on a slip of paper. On learning that Vasiliev had taken his degree in natural science, and was now studying law, the doctor pondered. "He wrote a first-rate piece of original work last year," said the medical student. "I beg your pardon, but don't interrupt me, you prevent me from concentrating," said the doctor, and he smiled on one side of his face. "Though, of course, that does enter into the diagnosis. Intense intellectual work, nervous exhaustion." "Yes, yes." "And do you drink vodka?" he said, addressing Vasiliev. "Very rarely." Another 20 minutes passed. The medical student began telling the doctor in a low voice his opinion as to the immediate cause of the attack, and described how the day before yesterday the artist, Vasiliev, and he had visited Est Street. The indifferent, reserved, and frigid tone in which his friends and the doctor spoke of the women and that miserable street struck Vasiliev as strange in the extreme. "Doctor, tell me one thing only," he said, controlling himself so as not to speak rudely. "Is prostitution an evil or not?" "My dear fellow, who disputes it?" said the doctor, with an expression that suggested that he had settled all such questions for himself long ago. "Who disputes it? You are a mental doctor, aren't you?" Vasiliev asked curtly. "Yes, a mental doctor." "Perhaps all of you are right," said Vasiliev, getting up and beginning to walk from one end of the room to the other. Perhaps. But it all seems marvelous to me. That I should have taken my degree in two faculties you look upon as a great achievement. Because I have written a work which in 3 years will be thrown aside and forgotten, I am praised up to the skies. But because I cannot speak of fallen women as unconcernedly as of these chairs, I am being examined by a doctor, I am called mad, I am pitied. Vasilyev for some reason felt all at once unutterably sorry for himself, and his companions, and all the people he had seen 2 days before, and for the doctor. He burst into tears and sank into a chair. His friends looked inquiringly at the doctor. The latter, with the air of completely comprehending the tears and the despair, of feeling himself a specialist in that line, went up to Vasilyev and, without a word, gave him some medicine to drink. And then, when he was calmer, undressed him and began to investigate the degree of sensibility of the skin, the reflex action of the knees, and so on. And Vasilyev felt easier. When he came out from the doctor's he was beginning to feel ashamed. The rattle of the carriages no longer irritated him, and the load at his heart grew lighter and lighter as though it were melting away. He had 2 prescriptions in his hand, one was for bromide, one was for morphia. He had taken all these remedies before. In the street he stood still and, saying goodbye to his friends, dragged himself languidly to the university. Misery. To whom shall I tell my grief? The twilight of evening. Big flakes of wet snow are whirling lazily about the street lamps, which have just been lighted, and lying in a thin soft layer on roofs, horses' backs, shoulders, caps. Iona Potapov, the sledge driver, is all white like a ghost. He sits on the box without stirring, bent as double as the living body can be bent. If a regular snowdrift fell on him it seems as though even then he would not think it necessary to shake it off. His little mare is white and motionless too. Her stillness, the angularity of her lines, and the stick-like straightness of her legs make her look like a halfpenny gingerbread horse. She is probably lost in thought. Anyone who has been torn away from the plough, from the familiar grey landscapes, and cast into this slough, full of monstrous lights, of unceasing uproar and hurrying people, is bound to think. It is a long time since Iona and his nag have budged. They came out of the yard before dinner-time and not a single fare yet. But now the shades of evening are falling on the town. The pale light of the street lamps changes to a vivid color, and the bustle of the street grows noisier. Sledge to Vyborgskaya. Iona hears. Sledge. Iona starts, and through his snow-plastered eyelashes sees an officer in a military overcoat with a hood over his head. To Vyborgskaya, repeats the officer. Are you asleep? To Vyborgskaya. In token of assent Iona gives a tug at the reins which sends cakes of snow flying from the horse's back and shoulders. The officer gets into the sledge. The sledge driver clicks to the horse, cranes his neck like a swan, rises in his seat, and more from habit than necessity brandishes his whip. The mare cranes her neck, too, crooks her stick-like legs, and hesitatingly sets of. Where are you shoving, you devil? Iona immediately hears shouts from the dark mass shifting to and fro before him. Where the devil are you going? Keep to the right. You don't know how to drive. Keep to the right, says the officer angrily. A coachman driving a carriage swears at him, a pedestrian crossing the road and brushing the horse's nose with his shoulder looks at him angrily and shakes the snow off his sleeve. Iona fidgets on the box as though he were sitting on thorns, jerks his elbows, and turns his eyes about like one possessed as though he did not know where he was or why he was there. What rascals they all are, says the officer jocosely. They are simply doing their best to run up against you or fall under the horse's feet. They must be doing it on purpose. Iona looks as his fare and moves his lips. Apparently he means to say something, but nothing comes but a sniff. What? Inquires the officer. Iona gives a wry smile, and straining his throat, brings out huskily, my son died this week, sir. What did he die of? Iona turns his whole body round to his fare, and says. Who can tell? It must have been from fever. He lay 3 days in the hospital and then he died. God's will. Turn round, you devil, comes out of the darkness. Have you gone cracked, you old dog? Look where you are going. Drive on. Drive on. Says the officer. We shan't get there till tomorrow going on like this. Hurry up. The sledge driver cranes his neck again, rises in his seat, and with heavy grace swings his whip. Several times he looks round at the officer, but the latter keeps his eyes shut and is apparently disinclined to listen. Putting his fare down at Vyborgskaya, Iona stops by a restaurant, and again sits huddled up on the box. Again the wet snow paints him and his horse white. 1 hour passes, and then another. 3 young men, 2 tall and thin, 1 short and hunchbacked, come up, railing at each other and loudly stamping on the pavement with their galoshes. Cabby, to the police bridge, the hunchback cries in a cracked voice. The 3 of US, 20 kopecks. Iona tugs at the reins and clicks to his horse. 20 kopecks is not a fair price, but he has no thoughts for that. Whether it is a ruble or whether it is 5 kopecks does not matter to him now so long as he has a fare. The 3 young men, shoving each other and using bad language, go up to the sledge, and all 3 try to sit down at once. The question remains to be settled, which are to sit down and which one is to stand. After a long altercation, ill temper, and abuse, they come to the conclusion that the hunchback must stand because he is the shortest. Well, drive on, says the hunchback in his cracked voice, settling himself and breathing down Iona's neck. Cut along. What a cap you've got, my friend. You wouldn't find a worse one in all Petersburg. Hee hee. Hee hee. Laughs Iona. It's nothing to boast of. Well, then, nothing to boast of, drive on. Are you going to drive like this all the way? Shall I give you one in the neck? My head aches, says one of the tall ones. At the Dukmasovs yesterday Vaska and I drank 4 bottles of brandy between us. I can't make out why you talk such stuff, says the other tall one angrily. You lie like a brute. Strike me dead, it's the truth. It's about as true as that a louse coughs. Hee hee, grins Iona. Merry gentlemen. Tfu. The devil take you, cries the hunchback indignantly. Will you get on, you old plague, or won't you? Is that the way to drive? Give her one with the whip. Hang it all, give it her well. Iona feels behind his back the jolting person and quivering voice of the hunchback. He hears abuse addressed to him, he sees people, and the feeling of loneliness begins little by little to be less heavy on his heart. The hunchback swears at him, till he chokes over some elaborately whimsical string of epithets and is overpowered by his cough. His tall companions begin talking of a certain Nadezhda Petrovna. Iona looks round at them. Waiting till there is a brief pause, he looks round once more and says. This week, my son died. We shall all die. Says the hunchback with a sigh, wiping his lips after coughing. Come, drive on. Drive on. My friends, I simply cannot stand crawling like this. When will he get us there? Well, you give him a little encouragement, one in the neck. Do you hear, you old plague? I'll make you smart. If one stands on ceremony with fellows like you one may as well walk. Do you hear, you old dragon? Or don't you care a hang what we say? And Iona hears rather than feels a slap on the back of his neck. Hee hee. He laughs. Merry gentlemen. God give you health. Cabman, are you married? Asks one of the tall ones. I. Hee hee. Merry gentlemen. The only wife for me now is the damp earth. Hee ho ho. The grave that is. Here my son's dead and I am alive. It's a strange thing, death has come in at the wrong door. Instead of coming for me it went for my son. And Iona turns round to tell them how his son died, but at that point the hunchback gives a faint sigh and announces that, thank God, they have arrived at last. After taking his 20 kopecks, Iona gazes for a long while after the revelers, who disappear into a dark entry. Again he is alone and again there is silence for him. The misery which has been for a brief space eased comes back again and tears his heart more cruelly than ever. With a look of anxiety and suffering, Iona's eyes stray restlessly among the crowds moving to and fro on both sides of the street. Can he not find among those thousands someone who will listen to him? But the crowds flit by heedless of him and his misery. His misery is immense, beyond all bounds. If Iona's heart were to burst and his misery to flow out, it would flood the whole world, it seems, but yet it is not seen. It has found a hiding place in such an insignificant shell that one would not have found it with a candle by daylight. Iona sees a house porter with a parcel and makes up his mind to address him. "What time will it be, friend?" he asks. "Going on for 10. Why have you stopped here?" "Drive on." Iona drives a few paces away, bends himself double, and gives himself up to his misery. He feels it is no good to appeal to people. But before 5 minutes have passed he draws himself up, shakes his head as though he feels a sharp pain, and tugs at the reins. He can bear it no longer. Back to the yard, he thinks. To the yard. And his little mare, as though she knew his thoughts, falls to trotting. An hour and a half later Iona is sitting by a big dirty stove. On the stove, on the floor, and on the benches are people snoring. The air is full of smells and stuffiness. Iona looks at the sleeping figures, scratches himself, and regrets that he has come home so early. I have not earned enough to pay for the oats, even, he thinks. That's why I am so miserable. A man who knows how to do his work, who has had enough to eat, and whose horse has had enough to eat, is always at ease. In one of the corners a young cabman gets up, clears his throat sleepily, and makes for the water bucket. "Want a drink?" Iona asks him. "Seems so. May it do you good. But my son is dead, mate. Do you hear? This week in the hospital. It's a queer business." Iona looks to see the effect produced by his words, but he sees nothing. The young man has covered his head over and is already asleep. The old man sighs and scratches himself. Just as the young man had been thirsty for water, he thirsts for speech. His son will soon have been dead a week, and he has not really talked to anybody yet. He wants to talk of it properly, with deliberation. He wants to tell how his son was taken ill, how he suffered, what he said before he died, how he died. He wants to describe the funeral, and how he went to the hospital to get his son's clothes. He still has his daughter Anisia in the country. And he wants to talk about her too. Yes, he has plenty to talk about now. His listener ought to sigh and exclaim and lament. It would be even better to talk to women. Though they are silly creatures, they blubber at the first word. Let's go out and have a look at the mare, Iona thinks. There is always time for sleep. You'll have sleep enough, no fear. He puts on his coat and goes into the stables where his mare is standing. He thinks about oats, about hay, about the weather. He cannot think about his son when he is alone. To talk about him with someone is possible, but to think of him and picture him is insufferable anguish. Are you munching? Iona asks his mare, seeing her shining eyes. There, munch away, munch away. Since we have not earned enough for oats, we will eat hay. Yes. I have grown too old to drive. My son ought to be driving, not I. He was a real cabman. He ought to have lived. Iona is silent for a while, and then he goes on. That's how it is, old girl. Kuzma Ionich is gone. He said goodbye to me. He went and died for no reason. Now, suppose you had a little colt, and you were own mother to that little colt. And all at once that same little colt went and died. You'd be sorry, wouldn't you? The little mare munches, listens, and breathes on her master's hands. Iona is carried away and tells her all about it. Champagne. A Wayfarer's Story. In the year in which my story begins, I had a job at a little station on one of our southwestern railways. Whether I had a gay or a dull life at the station you can judge from the fact that for 15 miles round there was not one human habitation, not one woman, not one decent tavern. And in those days I was young, strong, hot-headed, giddy, and foolish. The only distraction I could possibly find was in the windows of the passenger trains, and in the vile vodka which the Jews drugged with thorn apple. Sometimes there would be a glimpse of a woman's head at a carriage window, and one would stand like a statue without breathing and stare at it until the train turned into an almost invisible speck. Or one would drink all one could of the loathsome vodka till one was stupefied and did not feel the passing of the long hours and days. Upon me, a native of the north, the steppe produced the effect of a deserted Tatar cemetery. In the summer the steppe with its solemn calm, the monotonous churr of the grasshoppers, the transparent moonlight from which one could not hide, reduced me to listless melancholy. And in the winter the irreproachable whiteness of the steppe, its cold distance, long nights, and howling wolves oppressed me like a heavy nightmare. There were several people living at the station, my wife and I, a deaf and scrofulous telegraph clerk, and 3 watchmen. My assistant, a young man who was in consumption, used to go for treatment to the town, where he stayed for months at a time, leaving his duties to me together with the right of pocketing his salary. I had no children, no cake would have tempted visitors to come and see me, and I could only visit other officials on the line, and that no oftener than once a month. I remember my wife and I saw the New Year in. We sat at table, chewed lazily, and heard the deaf telegraph clerk monotonously tapping on his apparatus in the next room. I had already drunk 5 glasses of drugged vodka, and, propping my heavy head on my fist, thought of my overpowering boredom from which there was no escape, while my wife sat beside me and did not take her eyes off me. She looked at me as no one can look but a woman who has nothing in this world but a handsome husband. She loved me madly, slavishly, and not merely my good looks, or my soul, but my sins, my ill humor and boredom, and even my cruelty when, in drunken fury, not knowing how to vent my ill humor, I tormented her with reproaches. In spite of the boredom which was consuming me, we were preparing to see the new year in with exceptional festiveness, and were awaiting midnight with some impatience. The fact is, we had in reserve 2 bottles of champagne, the real thing, with the label of Veuve Clicquot. This treasure I had won the previous autumn in a bet with the station master of D, when I was drinking with him at a christening. It sometimes happens during a lesson in mathematics, when the very air is still with boredom, a butterfly flutters into the classroom. The boys toss their heads and begin watching its flight with interest, as though they saw before them not a butterfly but something new and strange, in the same way ordinary champagne, chancing to come into our dreary station, roused us. We sat in silence looking alternately at the clock and at the bottles. When the hands pointed to 5 minutes to 12 I slowly began uncorking a bottle. I don't know whether I was affected by the vodka, or whether the bottle was wet, but all I remember is that when the cork flew up to the ceiling with a bang, my bottle slipped out of my hands and fell on the floor. Not more than a glass of the wine was spilt, as I managed to catch the bottle and put my thumb over the foaming neck. "Well, may the new year bring you happiness," I said, filling 2 glasses. "Drink." My wife took her glass and fixed her frightened eyes on me. Her face was pale and wore a look of horror. "Did you drop the bottle?" she asked. "Yes." "But what of that?" "It's unlucky," she said, putting down her glass and turning paler still. "It's a bad omen. It means that some misfortune will happen to us this year." "What a silly thing you are," I sighed. "You are a clever woman, and yet you talk as much nonsense as an old nurse." "Drink." "God grant it is nonsense, but something is sure to happen. You'll see." She did not even sip her glass, she moved away and sank into thought. I uttered a few stale commonplaces about superstition, drank half a bottle, paced up and down, and then went out of the room. Outside there was the still frosty night in all its cold, inhospitable beauty. The moon and two white fluffy clouds beside it hung just over the station, motionless as though glued to the spot, and looked as though waiting for something. A faint transparent light came from them and touched the white earth softly, as though afraid of wounding her modesty, and lighted up everything, the snowdrifts, the embankment. It was still. I walked along the railway embankment. Silly woman, I thought, looking at the sky spangled with brilliant stars. Even if one admits that omens sometimes tell the truth, what evil can happen to us? The misfortunes we have endured already, and which are facing us now, are so great that it is difficult to imagine anything worse. What further harm can you do a fish which has been caught and fried and served up with sauce? A poplar covered with hoarfrost looked in the bluish darkness like a giant wrapped in a shroud. It looked at me sullenly and dejectedly, as though like me it realized its loneliness. I stood alone while looking at it. My youth is thrown away for nothing, like a useless cigarette end, I went on musing. My parents died when I was a little child. I was expelled from the high school, I was born of a noble family, but I have received neither education nor breeding, and I have no more knowledge than the humblest mechanic. I have no refuge, no relations, no friends, no work I like. I am not fitted for anything, and in the prime of my powers I am good for nothing but to be stuffed into this little station. I have known nothing but trouble and failure all my life. What can happen worse? Red lights came into sight in the distance. A train was moving towards me. The slumbering steppe listened to the sound of it. My thoughts were so bitter that it seemed to me that I was thinking aloud and that the moan of the telegraph wire and the rumble of the train were expressing my thoughts. What can happen worse? The loss of my wife? I wondered. Even that is not terrible. It's no good hiding it from my conscience, I don't love my wife. I married her when I was only a wretched boy. Now I am young and vigorous, and she has gone off and grown older and sillier, stuffed from her head to her heels with conventional ideas. What charm is there in her maudlin love, in her hollow chest, in her lustreless eyes? I put up with her, but I don't love her. What can happen? My youth is being wasted, as the saying is, for a pinch of snuff. Women flit before my eyes only in the carriage windows, like falling stars. Love I never had and have not. My manhood, my courage, my power of feeling are going to ruin. Everything is being thrown away like dirt, and all my wealth here in the steppe is not worth a farthing. The train rushed past me with a roar and indifferently cast the glow of its red lights upon me. I saw it stop by the green lights of the station, stop for a minute and rumble off again. After walking a mile and a half I went back. Melancholy thoughts haunted me still. Painful as it was to me, yet I remember I tried as it were to make my thoughts still gloomier and more melancholy. You know, people who are vain and not very clever have moments when the consciousness that they are miserable affords them positive satisfaction, and they even coquette with their misery for their own entertainment. There was a great deal of truth in what I thought, but there was also a great deal that was absurd and conceited, and there was something boyishly defiant in my question: what could happen worse? And what is there to happen? I asked myself. I think I have endured everything. I've been ill, I've lost money, I get reprimanded by my superiors every day, and I go hungry, and a mad wolf has run into the station yard. What more is there? I have been insulted, humiliated. And I have insulted others in my time. I have not been a criminal, it is true, but I don't think I am capable of crime. I am not afraid of being hauled up for it. The two little clouds had moved away from the moon and stood at a little distance, looking as though they were whispering about something which the moon must not know. A light breeze was racing across the steppe, bringing the faint rumble of the retreating train. My wife met me at the doorway. Her eyes were laughing gaily and her whole face was beaming with good humor. "There is news for you," she whispered. "Make haste, go to your room and put on your new coat, we have a visitor." "What visitor?" "Aunt Natalia Petrovna has just come by the train." "What Natalia Petrovna?" The wife of my uncle Semyon Fyodorich. You don't know her. She is a very nice, good woman. Probably I frowned, for my wife looked grave and whispered rapidly. Of course it is queer her having come, but don't be cross, Nikolai, and don't be hard on her. She is unhappy, you know. Uncle Semyon Fyodorich really is ill-natured and tyrannical, it is difficult to live with him. She says she will only stay 3 days with us, only till she gets a letter from her brother. My wife whispered a great deal more nonsense to me about her despotic uncle, about the weakness of mankind in general and of young wives in particular, about its being our duty to give shelter to all, even great sinners, and so on. Unable to make head or tail of it, I put on my new coat and went to make acquaintance with my aunt. A little woman with large black eyes was sitting at the table. My table, the grey walls, my roughly made sofa, everything to the tiniest grain of dust seemed to have grown younger and more cheerful in the presence of this new, young, beautiful, and dissolute creature, who had a most subtle perfume about her. And that our visitor was a lady of easy virtue I could see from her smile, from her scent, from the peculiar way in which she glanced and made play with her eyelashes, from the tone in which she talked with my wife, a respectable woman. There was no need to tell me she had run away from her husband, that her husband was old and despotic, that she was good-natured and lively, I took it all in at the first glance. Indeed, it is doubtful whether there is a man in all Europe who cannot spot at the first glance a woman of a certain temperament. I did not know I had such a big nephew, said my aunt, holding out her hand to me and smiling. And I did not know I had such a pretty aunt, I answered. Supper began over again. The cork flew with a bang out of the second bottle, and my aunt swallowed half a glassful at a gulp, and when my wife went out of the room for a moment my aunt did not scruple to drain a full glass. I was drunk both with the wine and with the presence of a woman. Do you remember the song? Eyes black as pitch, eyes full of passion. Eyes burning bright and beautiful. How I love you. How I fear you. I don't remember what happened next. Anyone who wants to know how love begins may read novels and long stories, I will put it shortly and in the words of the same silly song. It was an evil hour. When first I met you. Everything went head over heels to the devil. I remember a fearful, frantic whirlwind which sent me flying round like a feather. It lasted a long while, and swept from the face of the earth my wife and my aunt herself and my strength. From the little station in the steppe it has flung me, as you see, into this dark street. Now tell me what further evil can happen to me. After the theatre. Nadia Zelenin had just come back with her mamma from the theatre where she had seen a performance of Yevgeny Onegin. As soon as she reached her own room she threw off her dress, let down her hair, and in her petticoat and white dressing jacket hastily sat down to the table to write a letter like Tatyana's. I love you, she wrote, but you do not love me, do not love me. She wrote it and laughed. She was only 16 and did not yet love anyone. She knew that an officer called Gorny and a student called Gruzdov loved her, but now after the opera she wanted to be doubtful of their love. To be unloved and unhappy, how interesting that was. There is something beautiful, touching, and poetical about it when one loves and the other is indifferent. Onegin was interesting because he was not in love at all, and Tatyana was fascinating because she was so much in love. But if they had been equally in love with each other and had been happy, they would perhaps have seemed dull. Leave off declaring that you love me, Nadia went on writing, thinking of Gorny. I cannot believe it. You are very clever, cultivated, serious, you have immense talent, and perhaps a brilliant future awaits you, while I am an uninteresting girl of no importance, and you know very well that I should be only a hindrance in your life. It is true that you were attracted by me and thought you had found your ideal in me, but that was a mistake, and now you are asking yourself in despair, why did I meet that girl? And only your goodness of heart prevents you from owning it to yourself. Nadia felt sorry for herself, she began to cry, and went on. It is hard for me to leave my mother and my brother, or I should take a nun's veil and go whither chance may lead me. And you would be left free and would love another. Oh, if I were dead! She could not make out what she had written through her tears. Little rainbows were quivering on the table, on the floor, on the ceiling, as though she were looking through a prism. She could not write. She sank back in her easy chair and fell to thinking of Gorny. My God! How interesting, how fascinating men were. Nadia recalled the fine expression, ingratiating, guilty, and soft, which came into the officer's face when one argued about music with him, and the effort he made to prevent his voice from betraying his passion. In a society where cold haughtiness and indifference are regarded as signs of good breeding and gentlemanly bearing, one must conceal one's passions. And he did try to conceal them, but he did not succeed, and everyone knew very well that he had a passionate love of music. The endless discussions about music and the bold criticisms of people who knew nothing about it kept him always on the strain. He was frightened, timid, and silent. He played the piano magnificently, like a professional pianist, and if he had not been in the army he would certainly have been a famous musician. The tears on her eyes dried. Nadia remembered that Gorny had declared his love at a symphony concert, and again downstairs by the hat stand where there was a tremendous draught blowing in all directions. I am very glad that you have at last made the acquaintance of Gruzdev, our student friend, she went on writing. He is a very clever man, and you will be sure to like him. He came to see us yesterday and stayed till 2 o'clock. We were all delighted with him, and I regretted that you had not come. He said a great deal that was remarkable. Nadia laid her arms on the table and leaned her head on them, and her hair covered the letter. She recalled that the student, too, loved her, and that he had as much right to a letter from her as Gorny. Wouldn't it be better after all to write to Gruzdev? There was a stir of joy in her bosom for no reason whatever. At first the joy was small, and rolled in her bosom like an india-rubber ball, then it became more massive, bigger, and rushed like a wave. Nadia forgot Gorny and Gruzdev, her thoughts were in a tangle and her joy grew and grew. From her bosom it passed into her arms and legs, and it seemed as though a light, cool breeze were breathing on her head and ruffling her hair. Her shoulders quivered with subdued laughter, the table and the lamp chimney shook, too, and tears from her eyes splashed on the letter. She could not stop laughing, and to prove to herself that she was not laughing about nothing she made haste to think of something funny. What a funny poodle, she said, feeling as though she would choke with laughter. What a funny poodle. She thought how, after tea the evening before, Gruzdev had played with Maxim the poodle, and afterwards had told them about a very intelligent poodle who had run after a crow in the yard, and the crow had looked round at him and said, "Oh, you scamp." The poodle, not knowing he had to do with a learned crow, was fearfully confused and retreated in perplexity, then began barking. No, I had better love Gruzdev, Nadia decided, and she tore up the letter to Gorny. She fell to thinking of the student, of his love, of her love, but the thoughts in her head insisted on flowing in all directions, and she thought about everything, about her mother, about the street, about the pencil, about the piano. She thought of them joyfully, and felt that everything was good, splendid, and her joy told her that this was not all, that in a little while it would be better still. Soon it would be spring, summer, going with her mother to Gorbiki. Gorny would come for his furlough, would walk about the garden with her and make love to her. Gruzdev would come too. He would play croquet and skittles with her, and would tell her wonderful things. She had a passionate longing for the garden, the darkness, the pure sky, the stars. Again her shoulders shook with laughter, and it seemed to her that there was a scent of wormwood in the room and that a twig was tapping at the window. She went to her bed, sat down, and not knowing what to do with the immense joy which filled her with yearning, she looked at the holy image hanging at the back of her bed, and said, "Oh, Lord God! Oh, Lord God!" A Lady's Story. 9 years ago Pyotr Sergeitch, the deputy prosecutor, and I were riding towards evening in haymaking time to fetch the letters from the station. The weather was magnificent, but on our way back we heard a peal of thunder, and saw an angry black storm cloud which was coming straight towards us. The storm cloud was approaching us and we were approaching it. Against the background of it our house and church looked white and the tall poplars shone like silver. There was a scent of rain and mown hay. My companion was in high spirits. He kept laughing and talking all sorts of nonsense. He said it would be nice if we could suddenly come upon a medieval castle with turreted towers, with moss on it and owls, in which we could take shelter from the rain and in the end be killed by a thunderbolt. Then the first wave raced through the rye and a field of oats, there was a gust of wind, and the dust flew round and round in the air. Pyotr Sergeyitch laughed and spurred on his horse. "It's fine," he cried, "it's splendid." Infected by his gaiety, I too began laughing at the thought that in a minute I should be drenched to the skin and might be struck by lightning. Riding swiftly in a hurricane when one is breathless with the wind, and feels like a bird, thrills one and puts one's heart in a flutter. By the time we rode into our courtyard the wind had gone down, and big drops of rain were pattering on the grass and on the roofs. There was not a soul near the stable. Pyotr Sergeyitch himself took the bridles off, and led the horses to their stalls. I stood in the doorway waiting for him to finish, and watching the slanting streaks of rain. The sweetish, exciting scent of hay was even stronger here than in the fields, the storm clouds and the rain made it almost twilight. "What a crash!" said Pyotr Sergeyitch, coming up to me after a very loud rolling peal of thunder when it seemed as though the sky were split in two. "What do you say to that?" He stood beside me in the doorway and, still breathless from his rapid ride, looked at me. I could see that he was admiring me. "Natalia Vladimirovna," he said, "would give anything only to stay here a little longer and look at you. You are lovely today." His eyes looked at me with delight and supplication, his face was pale. On his beard and mustache were glittering raindrops, and they, too, seemed to be looking at me with love. "I love you," he said. "I love you, and I am happy at seeing you. I know you cannot be my wife, but I want nothing, I ask nothing, only know that I love you. Be silent, do not answer me, take no notice of it, but only know that you are dear to me and let me look at you." His rapture affected me too. I looked at his enthusiastic face, listened to his voice which mingled with the patter of the rain, and stood as though spellbound, unable to stir. I longed to go on endlessly looking at his shining eyes and listening. "You say nothing, and that is splendid," said Pyotr Sergeyitch. "Go on being silent." I felt happy. I laughed with delight and ran through the drenching rain to the house. He laughed too, and, leaping as he went, ran after me. Both drenched, panting, noisily clattering up the stairs like children, we dashed into the room. My father and brother, who were not used to seeing me laughing and light-hearted, looked at me in surprise and began laughing too. The storm clouds had passed over and the thunder had ceased, but the raindrops still glittered on Pyotr Sergeyitch's beard. The whole evening till supper time he was singing, whistling, playing noisily with the dog and racing about the room after it, so that he nearly upset the servant with the samovar. And at supper he ate a great deal, talked nonsense, and maintained that when one eats fresh cucumbers in winter there is the fragrance of spring in one's mouth. When I went to bed I lighted a candle and threw my window wide open, and an undefined feeling took possession of my soul. I remembered that I was free and healthy, that I had rank and wealth, that I was beloved. Above all, that I had rank and wealth, my God! How nice that was! Then, huddling up in bed at a touch of cold which reached me from the garden with the dew, I tried to discover whether I loved Pyotr Sergeyitch or not. And fell asleep unable to reach any conclusion. And when in the morning I saw quivering patches of sunlight and the shadows of the lime trees on my bed, what had happened yesterday rose vividly in my memory. Life seemed to me rich, varied, full of charm. Humming, I dressed quickly and went out into the garden. And what happened afterwards? Why, nothing. In the winter when we lived in town Pyotr Sergeyitch came to see us from time to time. Country acquaintances are charming only in the country and in summer, in the town and in winter they lose their charm. When you pour out tea for them in the town it seems as though they are wearing other people's coats, and as though they stirred their tea too long. In the town, too, Pyotr Sergeyitch spoke sometimes of love, but the effect was not at all the same as in the country. In the town we were more vividly conscious of the wall that stood between us. I had rank and wealth, while he was poor, and he was not even a nobleman, but only the son of a deacon and a deputy public prosecutor. We both of us, I through my youth and he for some unknown reason, thought of that wall as very high and thick, and when he was with us in the town he would criticize aristocratic society with a forced smile, and maintain a sullen silence when there was anyone else in the drawing-room. There is no wall that cannot be broken through, but the heroes of the modern romance, so far as I know them, are too timid, spiritless, lazy, and oversensitive, and are too ready to resign themselves to the thought that they are doomed to failure. That personal life has disappointed them. Instead of struggling they merely criticize, calling the world vulgar and forgetting that their criticism passes little by little into vulgarity. I was loved, happiness was not far away, and seemed to be almost touching me. I went on living in careless ease without trying to understand myself, not knowing what I expected or what I wanted from life, and time went on and on. People passed by me with their love, bright days and warm nights flashed by, the nightingales sang, the hay smelt fragrant, and all this, sweet and overwhelming in remembrance, passed with me as with everyone rapidly, leaving no trace. Was not prized, and vanished like mist. Where is it all? My father is dead, I have grown older. Everything that delighted me, caressed me, gave me hope, the patter of the rain, the rolling of the thunder, thoughts of happiness, talk of love, all that has become nothing but a memory, and I see before me a flat desert distance. On the plain not one living soul, and out there on the horizon it is dark and terrible. A ring at the bell. It is Pyotr Sergeitch. When in the winter I see the trees and remember how green they were for me in the summer I whisper, "Oh, my darlings." And when I see people with whom I spent my springtime, I feel sorrowful and warm and whisper the same thing. He has long ago by my father's good offices been transferred to town. He looks a little older, a little fallen away. He has long given up declaring his love, has left off talking nonsense, dislikes his official work, is ill in some way and disillusioned, he has given up trying to get anything out of life, and takes no interest in living. Now he has sat down by the hearth and looks in silence at the fire. Not knowing what to say I ask him, "Well, what have you to tell me?" "Nothing," he answers. And silence again. The red glow of the fire plays about his melancholy face. I thought of the past, and all at once my shoulders began quivering, my head dropped, and I began weeping bitterly. I felt unbearably sorry for myself and for this man, and passionately longed for what had passed away and what life refused us now. And now I did not think about rank and wealth. I broke into loud sobs, pressing my temples, and muttered, "My God! My God! My life is wasted." And he sat and was silent, and did not say to me, "Don't weep." He understood that I must weep, and that the time for this had come. I saw from his eyes that he was sorry for me, and I was sorry for him, too, and vexed with this timid, unsuccessful man who could not make a life for me, nor for himself. When I saw him to the door, he was, I fancied, purposely along while putting on his coat. Twice he kissed my hand without a word, and looked a long while into my tear-stained face. I believe at that moment he recalled the storm, the streaks of rain, our laughter, my face that day. He longed to say something to me, and he would have been glad to say it, but he said nothing, he merely shook his head and pressed my hand. God help him. After seeing him out, I went back to my study and again sat on the carpet before the fireplace. The red embers were covered with ash and began to grow dim. The frost tapped still more angrily at the windows, and the wind droned in the chimney. The maid came in and, thinking I was asleep, called my name. In exile. Old Semyon, nicknamed Canny, and a young Tatar, whom no one knew by name, were sitting on the river bank by the campfire. The other 3 ferrymen were in the hut. Semyon, an old man of 60, lean and toothless, but broad-shouldered and still healthy-looking, was drunk. He would have gone into sleep long before, but he had a bottle in his pocket and he was afraid that the fellows in the hut would ask him for vodka. The Tatar was ill and weary, and wrapping himself up in his rags was describing how nice it was in the Simbirsk province, and what a beautiful and clever wife he had left behind at home. He was not more than 25, and now, by the light of the campfire, with his pale and sick, mournful face, he looked like a boy. "To be sure, it is not paradise here," said Canny. "You can see for yourself, the water, the bare banks, clay, and nothing else. Easter has long passed and yet there is ice on the river, and this morning there was snow. It's bad. It's bad," said the Tatar, and looked round him in terror. The dark, cold river was flowing 10 paces away. It grumbled, lapped against the hollow clay banks and raced on swiftly towards the faraway sea. Close to the bank there was the dark blur of a big barge, which the ferrymen called a carbose. Far away on the further bank, lights, dying down and flickering up again, zigzagged like little snakes. They were burning last year's grass. And beyond the little snakes there was darkness again. Their little icicles could be heard knocking against the barge. It was damp and cold. The Tatar glanced at the sky. There were as many stars as at home, and the same blackness all round, but something was lacking. At home in the Simbirsk province the stars were quite different, and so was the sky. "It's bad. It's bad," he repeated. "You will get used to it," said Semyon, and he laughed. "Now you are young and foolish, the milk is hardly dry on your lips, and it seems to you in your foolishness that you are more wretched than anyone, but the time will come when you will say to yourself, 'I wish no one a better life than mine.' You look at me. Within a week the floods will be over and we shall set up the ferry. You will all go wandering off about Siberia while I shall stay and shall begin going from bank to bank. I've been going like that for 22 years, day and night. The pike and the salmon are under the water while I am on the water. And thank God for it, I want nothing, God give everyone such a life." The Tatar threw some dry twigs on the campfire, lay down closer to the blaze, and said, "My father is a sick man. When he dies my mother and wife will come here. They have promised." "And what do you want your wife and mother for?" asked Canny. "That's mere foolishness, my lad. It's the devil confounding you, damn his soul. Don't you listen to him, the cursed one. Don't let him have his way. He is at you about the women, but you spite him, say, 'I don't want them.' He is on at you about freedom, but you stand up to him and say, 'I don't want it. I want nothing, neither father nor mother, nor wife, nor freedom, nor post, nor paddock, I want nothing, damn their souls.'" Semyon took a pull at the bottle and went on. "I am not a simple peasant, not of the working class, but the son of a deacon, and when I was free I lived at Kursk. I used to wear a frock coat, and now I have brought myself to such a pass that I can sleep naked on the ground and eat grass. And I wish no one a better life. I want nothing and I am afraid of nobody, and the way I look at it is that there is nobody richer and freer than I am. When they sent me here from Russia from the first day I stuck it out, I want nothing. The devil was at me about my wife and about my home and about freedom, but I told him, I want nothing. I stuck to it, and here you see I live well, and I don't complain, and if anyone gives way to the devil and listens to him, if but once, he is lost. There is no salvation for him, he is sunk in the bog to the crown of his head and will never get out. It is not only a foolish peasant like you, but even gentlemen, well-educated people, are lost. 15 years ago they sent a gentleman here from Russia. He hadn't shared something with his brothers and had forged something in a will. They did say he was a prince or a baron, but maybe he was simply an official, who knows. Well, the gentleman arrived here, and first thing he bought himself a house and land in Mihortinsko. I want to live by my own work, says he, in the sweat of my brow, for I am not a gentleman now, says he, but a settler. Well, says I, God help you, that's the right thing. He was a young man then, busy and careful. He used to mow himself and catch fish and ride 60 miles on horseback. Only this is what happened, from the very first year he took to riding to Jirino for the post. He used to stand on my ferry and sigh, Semyon, how long it is since they sent me any money from home. You don't want money, Vasily Sergeitch, says I, what use is it to you? You cast away the past, and forget it as though it had never been at all, as though it had been a dream, and begin to live anew. Don't listen to the devil, says I, he will bring you to no good, he'll draw you into a snare. Now you want money, says I, but in a very little while you'll be wanting something else, and then more and more. If you want to be happy, says I, the chief thing is not to want anything. Yes. If, says I, if fate has wronged you and me cruelly, it's no good asking for her favor and bowing down to her, but you despise her and laugh at her, or else she will laugh at you. That's what I said to him. 2 years later I ferried him across to this side, and he was rubbing his hands and laughing. I am going to Gerino to meet my wife, says he. She was sorry for me, says he, she has come. She is good and kind. And he was breathless with joy. So a day later he came with his wife. A beautiful young lady in a hat, in her arms was a baby girl. And lots of luggage of all sorts. And my Vasily Sergeitch was fussing round her. He couldn't take his eyes off her and couldn't say enough in praise of her. Yes, brother Semyon, even in Siberia people can live. Oh, all right, thinks I, it will be a different tale presently. And from that time forward he went almost every week to inquire whether money had not come from Russia. He wanted a lot of money. She is losing her youth and beauty here in Siberia for my sake, says he, and sharing my bitter lot with me, and so I ought, says he, to provide her with every comfort. To make it livelier for the lady he made acquaintance with the officials and all sorts of riffraff. And of course he had to give food and drink to all that crew, and there had to be a piano and a shaggy lapdog on the sofa, plague take it. Luxury, in fact, self-indulgence. The lady did not stay with him long. How could she? The clay, the water, the cold, no vegetables for you, no fruit. All around you ignorant and drunken people and no sort of manners, and she was a spoilt lady from Petersburg or Moscow. To be sure she moped. Besides, her husband, say what you like, was not a gentleman now, but a settler, not the same rank. 3 years later, I remember, on the eve of the Assumption, there was shouting from the further bank. I went over with the ferry, and what do I see but the lady, all wrapped up, and with her a young gentleman, an official. A sledge with 3 horses. I ferried them across here, they got in and away like the wind. They were soon lost to sight. And towards morning Vasily Sergeitch galloped down to the ferry. Didn't my wife come this way with a gentleman in spectacles, Semyon? She did, said I, you may look for the wind in the fields. He galloped in pursuit of them. For 5 days and nights he was riding after them. When I ferried him over to the other side afterwards, he flung himself on the ferry and beat his head on the boards of the ferry and howled. So that's how it is, says I. I laughed, and reminded him people can live even in Siberia. And he beat his head harder than ever. Then he began longing for freedom. His wife had slipped off to Russia, and of course he was drawn there to see her and to get her away from her lover. And he took, my lad, to galloping almost every day, either to the post or the town to see the commanding officer. He kept sending in petitions for them to have mercy on him and let him go back home. And he used to say that he had spent some 200 rubles on telegrams alone. He sold his land and mortgaged his house to the Jews. He grew grey and bent, and yellow in the face, as though he was in consumption. If he talked to you he would go, key, 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 and there were tears in his eyes. He kept rushing about like this with petitions for 8 years, but now he has grown brighter and more cheerful again, he has found another whim to give way to. You see, his daughter has grown up. He looks at her, and she is the apple of his eye. And to tell the truth she is all right, good-looking, with black eyebrows and a lively disposition. Every Sunday he used to ride with her to church in Gerino. They used to stand on the ferry, side by side, she would laugh and he could not take his eyes off her. Yes, Semyon, says he, people can live even in Siberia. Even in Siberia there is happiness. Look, says he, what a daughter I have got. I warrant you wouldn't find another like her for 1,000 versts round. Your daughter is all right, says I, that's true, certainly. But to myself I thought, wait a bit, the wench is young, her blood is dancing, she wants to live, and there is no life here. And she did begin to pine, my lad. She faded, and now she can hardly crawl about. Consumption. So you see what Siberian happiness is, damn its soul. You see how people can live in Siberia. He has taken to going from one doctor to another and taking them home with him. As soon as he hears that 200 or 300 miles away there is a doctor or a sorcerer, he will drive to fetch him. A terrible lot of money he spent on doctors, and to my thinking he had better have spent the money on drink. She'll die just the same. She is certain to die, and then it will be all over with him. He'll hang himself from grief or run away to Russia, that's a sure thing. He'll run away and they'll catch him, then he will be tried, sent to prison, he will have a taste of the lash. Good. Good, said the Tatar, shivering with cold. What is good? Asked Canny. His wife, his daughter. What of prison and what of sorrow? Anyway, he did see his wife and his daughter. You say, want nothing. But nothing is bad. His wife lived with him 3 years, that was a gift from God. Nothing is bad, but 3 years is good. How not understand? Shivering and hesitating, with effort picking out the Russian words of which he knew but few, the Tatar said that God forbid one should fall sick and die in a strange land, and be buried in the cold and dark earth. That if his wife came to him for 1 day, even for 1 hour, that for such happiness he would be ready to bear any suffering and to thank God. Better 1 day of happiness than nothing. Then he described again what a beautiful and clever wife he had left at home. Then, clutching his head in both hands, he began crying and assuring Semyon that he was not guilty, and was suffering for nothing. His 2 brothers and an uncle had carried off a peasant's horses, and had beaten the old man till he was half dead, and the commune had not judged fairly, but had contrived a sentence by which all the 3 brothers were sent to Siberia. While the uncle, a rich man, was left at home. You will get used to it, said Semyon. The Tatar was silent, and stared with tear-stained eyes at the fire. His face expressed bewilderment and fear, as though he still did not understand why he was here in the darkness and the wet, beside strangers, and not in the Simbirsk province. Canny lay near the fire, chuckled at something, and began humming a song in an undertone. What joy has she with her father, he said a little later. He loves her and he rejoices in her, that's true. But, mate, you must mind your PS and QS with him, he is a strict old man, a harsh old man. And young wenches don't want strictness. They want petting and ha-ha-ha. And ho-ho-ho. And scent and pomade. Yes. Ek. Life, sighed Semyon, and he got up heavily. The vodka is all gone, so it is time to sleep. I am going, my lad. Left alone, the Tatar put on more twigs, lay down and stared at the fire. He began thinking of his own village and of his wife. If his wife could only come for a month, for a day, and then if she liked she might go back again. Better a month or even a day than nothing. But if his wife kept her promise and came, what would he have to feed her on? Where could she live here? If there were not something to eat, how could she live? The Tatar asked aloud. He was paid only 10 kopecks for working all day and all night at the oar. It is true that travelers gave him tips for tea and for vodkas, but the men shared all they received among themselves, and gave nothing to the Tatar, but only laughed at him. And from poverty he was hungry, cold, and frightened. Now, when his whole body was aching and shivering, he ought to go into the hut and lie down to sleep, but he had nothing to cover him there, and it was colder than on the river bank. Here he had nothing to cover him either, but at least he could make up the fire. In another week, when the floods were quite over and they set the ferry going, none of the ferrymen but Semyon would be wanted, and the Tatar would begin going from village to village begging for alms and for work. His wife was only 17. She was beautiful, spoilt, and shy. Could she possibly go from village to village begging alms with her face unveiled? No, it was terrible even to think of that. It was already getting light. The barge, the bushes of willow on the water, and the waves could be clearly discerned, and if one looked round there was the steep clay slope. At the bottom of it the hut thatched with dingy brown straw, and the huts of the village lay clustered higher up. The cocks were already crowing in the village. The rusty red clay slope, the barge, the river, the strange, unkind people, hunger, cold, illness, perhaps all that was not real. Most likely it was all a dream, thought the Tatar. He felt that he was asleep and heard his own snoring. Of course he was at home in the Simbursk province, and he had only to call his wife by name for her to answer, and in the next room was his mother. What terrible dreams there are, though. What are they for? The Tatar smiled and opened his eyes. What river was this? The Volga. Snow was falling. Boat, was shouted on the further side. Boat. The Tatar woke up, and went to wake his mates and row over to the other side. The ferrymen came on to the river bank, putting on their torn sheepskins as they walked, swearing with voices husky from sleepiness and shivering from the cold. On waking from their sleep, the river, from which came a breath of piercing cold, seemed to strike them as revolting and horrible. They jumped into the barge without hurrying themselves. The Tatar and the 3 ferrymen took the long, broad-bladed oars, which in the darkness looked like the claws of crabs. Semyon leaned his stomach against the tiller. The shout on the other side still continued, and 2 shots were fired from a revolver, probably with the idea that the ferrymen were asleep or had gone to the pothouse in the village. "All right, you have plenty of time," said Semyon in the tone of a man convinced that there was no necessity in this world to hurry, that it would lead to nothing, anyway. The heavy, clumsy barge moved away from the bank and floated between the willow bushes, and only the willows slowly moving back showed that the barge was not standing still but moving. The ferrymen swung the oars evenly in time. Semyon lay with his stomach on the tiller and, describing a semicircle in the air, flew from one side to the other. In the darkness it looked as though the men were sitting on some antediluvian animal with long paws, and were moving on it through a cold, desolate land, the land of which one sometimes dreams in nightmares. They passed beyond the willows and floated out into the open. The creak and regular splash of the oars was heard on the further shore, and a shout came, "Make haste! Make haste!" Another 10 minutes passed, and the barge banged heavily against the landing stage. "And it keeps sprinkling and sprinkling," muttered Semyon, wiping the snow from his face, "and where it all comes from God only knows." On the bank stood a thin man of medium height in a jacket lined with fox fur and in a white lambskin cap. He was standing at a little distance from his horses and not moving. He had a gloomy, concentrated expression, as though he were trying to remember something and angry with his untrustworthy memory. When Semyon went up to him and took off his cap, smiling, he said, "I am hastening to Anastasyevka. My daughter's worse again, and they say that there is a new doctor at Anastasyevka." They dragged the carriage onto the barge and floated back. The man whom Semyon addressed as Vasily Sergeitch stood all the time motionless, tightly compressing his thick lips and staring off into space. When his coachman asked permission to smoke in his presence he made no answer, as though he had not heard. Semyon, lying with his stomach on the tiller, looked mockingly at him and said, "Even in Siberia people can live, can live." There was a triumphant expression on Kanny's face, as though he had proved something and was delighted that things had happened as he had foretold. The unhappy helplessness of the man in the fox-skin coat evidently afforded him great pleasure. "It's muddy driving now, Vasily Sergeitch," he said when the horses were harnessed again on the bank. "You should have put off going for another fortnight, when it will be drier. Or else not have gone at all. If any good would come of your going, but as you know yourself, people have been driving about for years and years, day and night, and it's always been no use. That's the truth. Vasily Sergeitch tipped him without a word, got into his carriage and drove off. There, he has galloped off for a doctor, said Semyon, shrinking from the cold. But looking for a good doctor is like chasing the wind in the fields or catching the devil by the tail, plague take your soul. What a queer chap, Lord forgive me a sinner. The Tatar went up to Kani, and, looking at him with hatred and repulsion, shivering, and mixing Tatar words with his broken Russian, said, "He is good, good, but you are bad. You are bad. The gentleman is a good soul, excellent, and you are a beast, bad. The gentleman is alive, but you are a dead carcass. God created man to be alive, and to have joy and grief and sorrow. But you want nothing, so you are not alive, you are stone, clay. A stone wants nothing and you want nothing. You are a stone, and God does not love you, but he loves the gentleman." Everyone laughed. The Tatar frowned contemptuously, and with a wave of his hand wrapped himself in his rags and went to the campfire. The ferryman and Semyon sauntered to the hut. "It's cold," said one ferryman huskily as he stretched himself on the straw with which the damp clay floor was covered. "Yes, it's not warm," another assented. "It's a dog's life." They all lay down. The door was thrown open by the wind and the snow drifted into the hut. Nobody felt inclined to get up and shut the door, they were cold, and it was too much trouble. "I am all right," said Semyon as he began to doze. "I wouldn't wish anyone a better life. You are a tough one, we all know. Even the devils won't take you." Sounds like a dog's howling came from outside. "What's that? Who's there?" "It's the Tatar crying. I say. He's a queer one. He'll get you used to it," said Semyon, and at once fell asleep. The others were soon asleep too. The door remained unclosed. The cattle dealers. The long goods train has been standing for hours in the little station. The engine is as silent as though its fire had gone out, there is not a soul near the train or in the station yard. A pale streak of light comes from one of the vans and glides over the rails of a siding. In that van two men are sitting on an outspread cape, one is an old man with a big grey beard, wearing a sheepskin coat and a high lambskin hat, somewhat like a busby. The other a beardless youth in a threadbare cloth reefer jacket and muddy high boots. They are the owners of the goods. The old man sits, his legs stretched out before him, musing in silence. The young man half reclines and softly strums on a cheap accordion. A lantern with a tallow candle in it is hanging on the wall near them. The van is quite full. If one glances in through the dim light of the lantern, for the first moment the eyes receive an impression of something shapeless, monstrous, and unmistakably alive, something very much like gigantic crabs which move their claws and feelers. Crowd together, and noiselessly climb up the walls to the ceiling. But if one looks more closely, horns and their shadows, long lean backs, dirty hides, tails, eyes begin to stand out in the dusk. They are cattle and their shadows. There are 8 of them in the van. Some turn round and stare at the men and swing their tails. Others try to stand or lie down more comfortably. They are crowded. If one lies down the others must stand and huddle closer. No manger, no halter, no litter, not a wisp of hay. At last the old man pulls out of his pocket a silver watch and looks at the time, 2:15. "We have been here nearly 2 hours, he says, yawning. "Better go and stir them up, or we may be here till morning. They have gone to sleep, or goodness knows what they are up to." The old man gets up and, followed by his long shadow, cautiously gets down from the van into the darkness. He makes his way along beside the train to the engine, and after passing some 24 vans sees a red open furnace. A human figure sits motionless facing it. Its peaked cap, nose, and knees are lighted up by the crimson glow, all the rest is black and can scarcely be distinguished in the darkness. "Are we going to stay here much longer?" asks the old man. No answer. The motionless figure is evidently asleep. The old man clears his throat impatiently and, shrinking from the penetrating damp, walks round the engine, and as he does so the brilliant light of the two engine lamps dazzles his eyes for an instant and makes the night even blacker to him. He goes to the station. The platform and steps of the station are wet. Here and there are white patches of freshly fallen melting snow. In the station itself it is light and as hot as a steam bath. There is a smell of paraffin. Except for the weighing machine and a yellow seat on which a man wearing a guard's uniform is asleep, there is no furniture in the place at all. On the left are two wide open doors. Through one of them the telegraphic apparatus and a lamp with a green shade on it can be seen, through the other, a small room, half of it taken up by a dark cupboard. In this room the head guard and the engine driver are sitting on the windowsill. They are both feeling a cap with their fingers and disputing. "That's not real beaver, it's imitation," says the engine driver. "Real beaver is not like that. 5 rubles would be a high price for the whole cap, if you care to know. You know a great deal about it." The head guard says, offended. 5 rubles, indeed. Here, we will ask the merchant. "Mr. Malahin," he says, addressing the old man, "what do you say, is this imitation beaver or real?" Old Malahin takes the cap into his hand, and with the air of a connoisseur pinches the fur, blows on it, sniffs at it, and a contemptuous smile lights up his angry face. "It must be imitation," he says gleefully. Imitation it is. A dispute follows. The guard maintains that the cap is real beaver, and the engine driver and Malahin try to persuade him that it is not. In the middle of the argument the old man suddenly remembers the object of his coming. "Beaver and cap is all very well, but the train's standing still, gentlemen," he says. "Who is it we are waiting for? Let us start." "Let us," the guard agrees. "We will smoke another cigarette and go on. But there is no need to be in a hurry. We shall be delayed at the next station anyway." "Why should we?" "Oh, well. We are too much behind time. If you are late at one station you can't help being delayed at the other stations to let the trains going the opposite way pass. Whether we set off now or in the morning we shan't be number 14. We shall have to be number 23. And how do you make that out?" "Well, there it is." Malahin looks at the guard, reflects, and mutters mechanically as though to himself. "God be my judge, I have reckoned it and even jotted it down in a notebook, we have wasted 34 hours standing still on the journey. If you go on like this, either the cattle will die, or they won't pay me 2 rubles for the meat when I do get there. It's not traveling, but ruination." The guard raises his eyebrows and sighs with an air that seems to say, "All that is unhappily true." The engine driver sits silent, dreamily looking at the cap. From their faces one can see that they have a secret thought in common, which they do not utter, not because they want to conceal it, but because such thoughts are much better expressed by signs than by words. And the old man understands. He feels in his pocket, takes out a 10-ruble note, and without preliminary words, without any change in the tone of his voice or the expression of his face, but with the confidence and directness with which probably only Russians give and take bribes, he gives the guard the note. The latter takes it, folds it in 4, and without undue haste puts it in his pocket. After that all 3 go out of the room, and waking the sleeping guard on the way, go on to the platform. "What weather!" grumbles the head guard, shrugging his shoulders. "You can't see your hand before your face." "Yes, it's vile weather." From the window they can see the flaxen head of the telegraph clerk appear beside the green lamp and the telegraphic apparatus. Soon after another head, bearded and wearing a red cap, appears beside it, no doubt that of the station master. The station master bends down to the table, reads something on a blue form, rapidly passing his cigarette along the lines. Malahin goes to his van. The young man, his companion, is still half reclining and hardly audibly strumming on the accordion. He is little more than a boy, with no trace of a mustache. His full white face with its broad cheekbones is childishly dreamy, his eyes have a melancholy and tranquil look unlike that of a grown-up person, but he is broad, strong, heavy and rough like the old man. He does not stir nor shift his position, as though he is not equal to moving his big body. It seems as though any movement he made would tear his clothes and be so noisy as to frighten both him and the cattle. From under his big fat fingers that clumsily pick out the stops and keys of the accordion comes a steady flow of thin, tinkling sounds which blend into a simple, monotonous little tune. He listens to it, and is evidently much pleased with his performance. A bell rings, but with such a muffled note that it seems to come from far away. A hurried second bell soon follows, then a third and the guards whistle. A minute passes in profound silence, the van does not move, it stands still, but vague sounds begin to come from beneath it, like the crunch of snow under sledge runners. The van begins to shake and the sounds cease. Silence reigns again. But now comes the clank of buffers, the violent shock makes the van start and, as it were, give a lurch forward, and all the cattle fall against one another. May you be served the same in the world to come, grumbles the old man, setting straight his cap, which had slipped on the back of his head from the jolt. He'll maim all my cattle like this. Yasha gets up without a word and, taking one of the fallen beasts by the horns, helps it to get on to its legs. The jolt is followed by a stillness again. The sounds of crunching snow come from under the van again, and it seems as though the train had moved back a little. There will be another jolt in a minute, says the old man. And the convulsive quiver does, in fact, run along the train. There is a crashing sound and the bullocks fall on one another again. It's a job, says Yasha, listening. The train must be heavy. It seems it won't move. It was not heavy before, but now it has suddenly got heavy. No, my lad, the guard has not gone shares with him, I expect. Go and take him something, or he will be jolting us till morning. Yasha takes a 3-ruble note from the old man and jumps out of the van. The dull thud of his heavy footsteps resounds outside the van and gradually dies away. Stillness. In the next van a bullock utters a prolonged subdued moo, as though it were singing. Yasha comes back. A cold damp wind darts into the van. Shut the door, Yasha, and we will go to bed, says the old man. Why burn a candle for nothing? Yasha moves the heavy door, there is a sound of a whistle, the engine and the train set off. It's cold, mutters the old man, stretching himself on the cape and laying his head on a bundle. It is very different at home. It's warm and clean and soft, and there is room to say your prayers, but here we are worse off than any pigs. It's 4 days and nights since I have taken off my boots. Yasha, staggering from the jolting of the train, opens the lantern and snuffs out the wick with his wet fingers. The light flares up, hisses like a frying pan and goes out. Yes, my lad, Malahin goes on, as he feels Yasha lie down beside him and the young man's huge back huddle against his own. It's cold. There is a draught from every crack. If your mother or your sister were to sleep here for one night they would be dead by morning. There it is, my lad, you wouldn't study and go to the high school like your brothers, so you must take the cattle with your father. It's your own fault, you have only yourself to blame. Your brothers are asleep in their beds now, they are snug under the bedclothes, but you, the careless and lazy one, are in the same box as the cattle. Yes. The old man's words are inaudible in the noise of the train, but for a long time he goes on muttering, sighing and clearing his throat. The cold air in the railway van grows thicker and more stifling. The pungent odor of fresh dung and smoldering candle makes it so repulsive and acrid that it irritates Yasha's throat and chest as he falls asleep. He coughs and sneezes, while the old man, being accustomed to it, breathes with his whole chest as though nothing were amiss, and merely clears his throat. To judge from the swaying of the van and the rattle of the wheels, the train is moving rapidly and unevenly. The engine breathes heavily, snorting out of time with the pulsation of the train, and altogether there is a medley of sounds. The bullocks huddle together uneasily and knock their horns against the walls. When the old man wakes up, the deep blue sky of early morning is peeping in at the cracks and at the little uncovered window. He feels unbearably cold, especially in the back and the feet. The train is standing still. Yasha, sleepy and morose, is busy with the cattle. The old man wakes up out of humor. Frowning and gloomy, he clears his throat angrily and looks from under his brows at Yasha who, supporting a bullock with his powerful shoulder and slightly lifting it, is trying to disentangle its leg. "I told you last night that the cords were too long," mutters the old man, "but no, it's not too long, Daddy. There's no making you do anything, you will have everything your own way. Blockhead." He angrily moves the door open and the light rushes into the van. A passenger train is standing exactly opposite the door, and behind it a red building with a roofed-in platform, a big station with a refreshment bar. The roofs and bridges of the trains, the earth, the sleepers, all are covered with a thin coating of fluffy, freshly fallen snow. In the spaces between the carriages of the passenger train the passengers can be seen moving to and fro, and a red-haired, red-faced gendarme walking up and down. A waiter in a frock coat and a snow-white shirt front, looking cold and sleepy, and probably very much dissatisfied with his fate, is running along the platform carrying a glass of tea and 2 rusks on a tray. The old man gets up and begins saying his prayers towards the east. Yasha, having finished with the bullock and put down the spade in the corner, stands beside him and says his prayers also. He merely moves his lips and crosses himself. The father prays in a loud whisper and pronounces the end of each prayer aloud and distinctly. "And the life of the world to come. Amen," the old man says aloud, draws in a breath, and at once whispers another prayer, rapping out clearly and firmly at the end, "And lay calves upon thy altar." After saying his prayers, Yasha hurriedly crosses himself and says, "5 kopecks, please." And on being given the 5-kopeck piece, he takes a red copper teapot and runs to the station for boiling water. Taking long jumps over the rails and sleepers, leaving huge tracks in the feathery snow, and pouring away yesterday's tea out of the teapot he runs to the refreshment room and jingles his 5-kopeck piece against his teapot. From the van the barkeeper can be seen pushing away the big teapot and refusing to give half of his samovar for 5 kopecks, but Yasha turns the tap himself and, spreading wide his elbows so as not to be interfered with, fills his teapot with boiling water. "Damned blackguard," the barkeeper shouts after him as he runs back to the railway van. The scowling face of Malahin grows a little brighter over the tea. "We know how to eat and drink, but we don't remember our work. Yesterday we could do nothing all day but eat and drink, and I'll be bound we forgot to put down what we spent. What a memory! Lord have mercy on us." The old man recalls aloud the expenditure of the day before, and writes down in a tattered notebook where and how much he had given to guards, engine drivers, oilers. Meanwhile the passenger train has long ago gone off, and an engine runs backwards and forwards on the empty line, apparently without any definite object, but simply enjoying its freedom. The sun has risen and is playing on the snow. Bright drops are falling from the station roof and the tops of the vans. Having finished his tea, the old man lazily saunters from the van to the station. Here in the middle of the first-class waiting room he sees the familiar figure of the guard standing beside the station master, a young man with a handsome beard and in a magnificent rough woolen overcoat. The young man, probably new to his position, stands in the same place, gracefully shifting from one foot to the other like a good racehorse, looks from side to side, salutes everyone that passes by, smiles and screws up his eyes. He is red-cheeked, sturdy, and good-humored, his face is full of eagerness, and is as fresh as though he had just fallen from the sky with the feathery snow. Seeing Malahin, the guard sighs guiltily and throws up his hands. "We can't go number 14, he says. "We are very much behind time. Another train has gone with that number." The station master rapidly looks through some forms, then turns his beaming blue eyes upon Malahin, and, his face radiant with smiles and freshness, showers questions on him. "You are Mr. Malahin? You have the cattle? 8 van loads? What is to be done now? You are late and I let number 14 go in the night. What are we to do now?" The young man discreetly takes hold of the fur of Malahin's coat with 2 pink fingers and, shifting from one foot to the other, explains affably and convincingly that such and such numbers have gone already, and that such and such are going. And that he is ready to do for Malahin everything in his power. And from his face it is evident that he is ready to do anything to please not only Malahin, but the whole world. He is so happy, so pleased, and so delighted. The old man listens, and though he can make absolutely nothing of the intricate system of numbering the trains, he nods his head approvingly, and he, too, puts 2 fingers on the soft wool of the rough coat. He enjoys seeing and hearing the polite and genial young man. To show goodwill on his side also, he takes out a 10-ruble note and, after a moment's thought, adds a couple of ruble notes to it, and gives them to the station master. The latter takes them, puts his finger to his cap, and gracefully thrusts them into his pocket. "Well, gentlemen, can't we arrange it like this?" he says, kindled by a new idea that has flashed on him. "The troop train is late. As you see, it is not here. So why shouldn't you go as the troop train? And I will let the troop train go as 28. If you like," agrees the guard. "Excellent," the station master says, delighted. "In that case there is no need for you to wait here, you can set off at once. I'll dispatch you immediately." "Excellent." He salutes Malahin and runs off to his room, reading forms as he goes. The old man is very much pleased by the conversation that has just taken place. He smiles and looks about the room as though looking for something else agreeable. "We'll have a drink, though," he says, taking the guard's arm. "It seems a little early for drinking." "No, you must let me treat you to a glass in a friendly way." They both go to the refreshment bar. After having a drink the guard spends a long time selecting something to eat. He is a very stout, elderly man, with a puffy and discolored face. His fatness is unpleasant, flabby-looking, and he is sallow as people are who drink too much and sleep irregularly. "And now we might have a second glass," says Malahin. "It's cold now, it's no sin to drink. Please take some. So I can rely upon you, Mr. Guard, that there will be no hindrance or unpleasantness for the rest of the journey. For you know in moving cattle every hour is precious. Today meat is 1 price. And tomorrow, look you, it will be another. If you are a day or 2 late and don't get your price, instead of a profit you get home, excuse my saying it, without your breeches. Pray take a little. I rely on you, and as for standing you something or what you like, I shall be pleased to show you my respect at any time." After having fed the guard, Malahin goes back to the van. "I have just got hold of the troop train," he says to his son. "We shall go quickly. The guard says if we go all the way with that number we shall arrive at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. If one does not bestir oneself, my boy, one gets nothing." "That's so. So you watch and learn." After the first bell a man with a face black with soot, in a blouse and filthy frayed trousers hanging very slack, comes to the door of the van. This is the oiler, who had been creeping under the carriages and tapping the wheels with a hammer. "Are these your vans of cattle?" he asks. "Yes." "Why?" "Why, because 2 of the vans are not safe. They can't go on, they must stay here to be repaired." "Oh, come, tell us another. You simply want a drink, to get something out of me. You should have said so." "As you please, only it is my duty to report it at once." Without indignation or protest, simply, almost mechanically, the old man takes 2 20-kopeck pieces out of his pocket and gives them to the oiler. He takes them very calmly, too, and looking good-naturedly at the old man enters into conversation. "You are going to sell your cattle, I suppose. It's good business." Malahin sighs and, looking calmly at the oiler's black face, tells him that trading in cattle used certainly to be profitable, but now it has become a risky and losing business. "I have a mate here," the oiler interrupts him. "You merchant gentlemen might make him a little present." Malahin gives something to the mate too. The troop train goes quickly and the waits at the stations are comparatively short. The old man is pleased. The pleasant impression made by the young man in the rough overcoat has gone deep, the vodka he has drunk slightly clouds his brain, the weather is magnificent, and everything seems to be going well. He talks without ceasing, and at every stopping place runs to the refreshment bar. Feeling the need of a listener, he takes with him first the guard, and then the engine driver, and does not simply drink, but makes a long business of it, with suitable remarks and clinking of glasses. "You have your job and we have ours," he says with an affable smile. "May God prosper us and you, and not our will but His be done." The vodka gradually excites him and he is worked up to a great pitch of energy. He wants to bestir himself, to fuss about, to make inquiries, to talk incessantly. At 1 minute he fumbles in his pockets and bundles and looks for some form. Then he thinks of something and cannot remember it. Then takes out his pocketbook, and with no sort of object counts over his money. He bustles about, sighs and groans, clasps his hands. Laying out before him the letters and telegrams from the meat salesman in the city, bills, post office and telegraphic receipt forms, and his notebook, he reflects aloud and insists on Yasha's listening. And when he is tired of reading over forms and talking about prices, he gets out at the stopping places, runs to the vans where his cattle are, does nothing, but simply clasps his hands and exclaims in horror. "Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" he says in a complaining voice. "Holy martyr Vlasy! Though they are bullocks, though they are beasts, yet they want to eat and drink as men do. It's 4 days and nights since they have drunk or eaten. Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" Yasha follows him and does what he is told like an obedient son. He does not like the old man's frequent visits to the refreshment bar. Though he is afraid of his father, he cannot refrain from remarking on it. "So you have begun already," he says, looking sternly at the old man. "What are you rejoicing at? Is it your name day or what? Don't you dare teach your father. Fine goings on." When he has not to follow his father along the other vans, Yasha sits on the cape and strums on the accordion. Occasionally he gets out and walks lazily beside the train. He stands by the engine and turns a prolonged, unmoving stare on the wheels or on the workmen tossing blocks of wood into the tender. The hot engine wheezes, the falling blocks come down with the mellow, hearty thud of fresh wood. The engine driver and his assistant, very phlegmatic and imperturbable persons, perform incomprehensible movements and don't hurry themselves. After standing for a while by the engine, Yasha saunters lazily to the station. Here he looks at the eatables in the refreshment bar, reads aloud some quite uninteresting notice, and goes back slowly to the cattle van. His face expresses neither boredom nor desire. Apparently he does not care where he is, at home, in the van, or by the engine. Towards evening the train stops near a big station. The lamps have only just been lighted along the line. Against the blue background in the fresh limpid air the lights are bright and pale like stars, they are only red and glowing under the station roof, where it is already dark. All the lines are loaded up with carriages, and it seems that if another train came in there would be no place for it. Yasha runs to the station for boiling water to make the evening tea. Well-dressed ladies and high school boys are walking on the platform. If one looks into the distance from the platform there are faraway lights twinkling in the evening dusk on both sides of the station, that is the town. What town? Yasha does not care to know. He sees only the dim lights and wretched buildings beyond the station, hears the cabmen shouting, feels a sharp, cold wind on his face, and imagines that the town is probably disagreeable, uncomfortable, and dull. While they are having tea, when it is quite dark and a lantern is hanging on the wall again as on the previous evening, the train quivers from a slight shock and begins moving backwards. After going a little way it stops. They hear indistinct shouts, someone sets the chains clanking near the buffers and shouts, "Ready." The train moves and goes forward. 10 minutes later it is dragged back again. Getting out of the van, Malahin does not recognize his train. His 8 vans of bullocks are standing in the same row with some trolleys which were not a part of the train before. 2 or 3 of these are loaded with rubble and the others are empty. The guards running to and fro on the platform are strangers. They give unwilling and indistinct answers to his questions. They have no thoughts to spare for Malahin. They are in a hurry to get the train together so as to finish as soon as possible and be back in the warmth. "What number is this?" asks Malahin. "Number 18. "And where is the troop train? Why have you taken me off the troop train?" Getting no answer, the old man goes to the station. He looks first for the familiar figure of the head guard and, not finding him, goes to the station master. The station master is sitting at a table in his own room, turning over a bundle of forms. He is busy, and affects not to see the newcomer. His appearance is impressive, a cropped black head, prominent ears, a long hooked nose, a swarthy face. He has a forbidding and, as it were, offended expression. Malahin begins making his complaint at great length. "What?" queries the station master. "How is this?" He leans against the back of his chair and goes on, growing indignant. "What is it? And why shouldn't you go by number 18? Speak more clearly, I don't understand. How is it? Do you want me to be everywhere at once?" He showers questions on him, and for no apparent reason grows sterner and sterner. Malahin is already feeling in his pocket for his pocketbook, but in the end the station master, aggrieved and indignant, for some unknown reason jumps up from his seat and runs out of the room. Malahin shrugs his shoulders, and goes out to look for someone else to speak to. From boredom or from a desire to put the finishing stroke to a busy day, or simply that a window with the inscription, "Telegraph," on it catches his eye, he goes to the window and expresses a desire to send off a telegram. Taking up a pen, he thinks for a moment, and writes on a blue form, "Urgent. Traffic manager. 8 vans of live stock. Delayed at every station. Kindly send an express number. Reply paid." Malahin. Having sent off the telegram, he goes back to the station master's room. There he finds, sitting on a sofa covered with grey cloth, a benevolent-looking gentleman in spectacles and a cap of raccoon fur. He is wearing a peculiar overcoat very much like a lady's, edged with fur, with frogs and slashed sleeves. Another gentleman, dried up and sinewy, wearing the uniform of a railway inspector, stands facing him. "Just think of it," says the inspector, addressing the gentleman in the queer overcoat. "I'll tell you an incident that really is A1. The Z railway line in the coolest possible way stole 300 trucks from the N line. It's a fact, sir. I swear it. They carried them off, repainted them, put their letters on them, and that's all about it. The N line sends its agents everywhere, they hunt and hunt. And then, can you imagine it, the company happened to come upon a broken-down carriage of the Z line. They repair it at their depot, and all at once, bless my soul. See their own mark on the wheels. What do you say to that? If I did it they would send me to Siberia, but the railway companies simply snap their fingers at it." It is pleasant to Malahin to talk to educated, cultured people. He strokes his beard and joins in the conversation with dignity. "Take this case, gentlemen, for instance," he says. "I am transporting cattle to X 8 van loads. Very good. Now let us say they charge me for each van load as a weight of 10 tons, 8 bullocks don't weigh 10 tons, but much less, yet they don't take any notice of that." At that instant Yasha walks into the room looking for his father. He listens and is about to sit down on a chair, but probably thinking of his weight goes and sits on the windowsill. "They don't take any notice of that," Malahin goes on, "and charge me and my son the third-class fare, 42 rubles, for going in the van with the bullocks. This is my son Yakov. I have 2 more at home, but they have gone in for study. Well, and apart from that, it is my opinion that the railways have ruined the cattle trade. In old days when they drove them in herds it was better." The old man's talk is lengthy and drawn out. After every sentence he looks at Yasha as though he would say, "See how I am talking to clever people." Upon my word, the inspector interrupts him. No one is indignant, no one criticizes. And why? It is very simple. An abomination strikes the eye and arouses indignation only when it is exceptional, when the established order is broken by it. Here, where, saving your presence, it constitutes the long-established program and forms and enters into the basis of the order itself, where every sleeper on the line bears the trace of it and stinks of it, one too easily grows accustomed to it. Yes, sir. The second bell rings, the gentleman in the queer overcoat gets up. The inspector takes him by the arm and, still talking with heat, goes off with him to the platform. After the third bell the station master runs into his room, and sits down at his table. "Listen, with what number am I to go?" asks Malahin. The station master looks at a form and says indignantly. "Are you Malahin, 8 van loads? You must pay a ruble a van and 6 rubles and 20 kopecks for stamps. You have no stamps. Total, 14 rubles, 20 kopecks." Receiving the money, he writes something down, dries it with sand, and, hurriedly snatching up a bundle of forms, goes quickly out of the room. At 10 o'clock in the evening Malahin gets an answer from the traffic manager, "Give precedence." Reading the telegram through, the old man winks significantly and, very well pleased with himself, puts it in his pocket. "Here," he says to Yasha, "look and learn." At midnight his train goes on. The night is dark and cold like the previous one. The waits at the stations are long. Yasha sits on the cape and imperturbably strums on the accordion, while the old man is still more eager to exert himself. At one of the stations he is overtaken by a desire to lodge a complaint. At his request a gendarme sits down and writes. November 10, 188-. Non-commissioned officer of the Z section of VIII. Police Department of Railways, Ilya Cheered, in accordance with Article 2 of the Statute of May 19, 1871, have drawn up this protocol at the station of X, as herewith follows. "What am I to write next?" asks the gendarme. Malahin lays out before him forms, postal and telegraph receipts, accounts. He does not know himself definitely what he wants of the gendarme. He wants to describe in the protocol not any separate episode but his whole journey, with all his losses and conversations with station masters, to describe it lengthily and vindicatively. At the station of Z. He says, "Write that the station master unlinked my vans from the troop train because he did not like my countenance." And he wants the gendarme to be sure to mention his countenance. The latter listens wearily, and goes on writing without hearing him to the end. He ends his protocol thus. The above deposition I, non-commissioned officer Cheered, have written down in this protocol with a view to present it to the head of the Z section, and have handed a copy thereof to Gavril Malahin. The old man takes the copy, adds it to the papers with which his side pocket is stuffed, and, much pleased, goes back to his van. In the morning Malahin wakes up again in a bad humor, but his wrath vents itself not on Yasha but the cattle. "The cattle are done for," he grumbles. "They are done for. They are at the last gasp. God be my judge. They will all die. Tfu." The bullocks, who have had nothing to drink for many days, tortured by thirst, are licking the hoarfrost on the walls, and when Malakin goes up to them they begin licking his cold fur jacket. From their clear, tearful eyes it can be seen that they are exhausted by thirst and the jolting of the train, that they are hungry and miserable. "It's a nice job taking you by rail, you wretched brutes," mutters Malahin. "I could wish you were dead to get it over. It makes me sick to look at you." At midday the train stops at a big station where, according to the regulations, there was drinking water provided for cattle. Water is given to the cattle, but the bullocks will not drink it, the water is too cold. 2 more days and nights pass, and at last in the distance in the murky fog the city comes into sight. The journey is over. The train comes to a standstill before reaching the town, near a good station. The bullocks, released from the van, stagger and stumble as though they were walking on slippery ice. Having got through the unloading and veterinary inspection, Malahin and Yasha take up their quarters in a dirty, cheap hotel in the outskirts of the town, in the square in which the cattle market is held. Their lodgings are filthy and their food is disgusting, unlike what they ever have at home. They sleep to the harsh strains of a wretched steam hurdy-gurdy which plays day and night in the restaurant under their lodging. The old man spends his time from morning till night going about looking for purchasers, and Yasha sits for days in the hotel room, or goes out into the street to look at the town. He sees the filthy square heaped up with dung, the signboards of restaurants, the turreted walls of a monastery in the fog. Sometimes he runs across the street and looks into the grocer's shop, admires the jars of cakes of different colors, yawns, and lazily saunters back to his room. The city does not interest him. At last the bullocks are sold to a dealer. Malahin hires drovers. The cattle are divided into herds, 10 in each, and driven to the other end of the town. The bullocks, exhausted, go with drooping heads through the noisy streets, and look indifferently at what they see for the first and last time in their lives. The tattered drovers walk after them, their heads drooping too. They are bored. Now and then some drover starts out of his brooding, remembers that there are cattle in front of him entrusted to his charge, and to show that he is doing his duty brings a stick down full swing on a bullock's back. The bullock staggers with the pain, runs forward a dozen paces, and looks about him as though he were ashamed at being beaten before people. After selling the bullocks and buying for his family presents such as they could perfectly well have bought at home, Malahin and Yasha get ready for their journey back. 3 hours before the train goes the old man, who has already had a drop too much with the purchaser and so is fussy, goes down with Yasha to the restaurant and sits down to drink tea. Like all provincials, he cannot eat and drink alone, he must have company as fussy and as fond of sedate conversation as himself. "Call the host," he says to the waiter, "tell him I should like to entertain him." The hotel keeper, a well-fed man, absolutely indifferent to his lodgers, comes and sits down to the table. "Well, we have sold our stock," Malahin says, laughing. "I have swapped my goat for a hawk. Why, when we set off the price of meat was 3 rubles 90 kopecks, but when we arrived it had dropped to 3 rubles 25. They tell us we are too late, we should have been here 3 days earlier, for now there is not the same demand for meat, St. Philip's fast has come. It's a nice how do you do." It meant a loss of 14 rubles on each bullock. Yes. But only think what it costs to bring the stock. 15 rubles carriage, and you must put down 6 rubles for each bullock, tips, bribes, drinks, and one thing and another. The hotel keeper listens out of politeness and reluctantly drinks tea. Malahin sighs and groans, gesticulates, jests about his ill luck, but everything shows that the loss he has sustained does not trouble him much. He doesn't mind whether he has lost or gained as long as he has listeners, has something to make a fuss about, and is not late for his train. An hour later Malahin and Yasha, laden with bags and boxes, go downstairs from the hotel room to the front door to get into a sledge and drive to the station. They are seen off by the hotel keeper, the waiter, and various women. The old man is touched. He thrusts 10 kopeck pieces in all directions, and says in a sing-song voice, "Goodbye, good health to you. God grant that all may be well with you. Please God if we are alive and well we shall come again in Lent. Goodbye. Thank you. God bless you." Getting into the sledge, the old man spends a long time crossing himself in the direction in which the monastery walls make a patch of darkness in the fog. Yasha sits beside him on the very edge of the seat with his legs hanging over the side. His face as before shows no sign of emotion and expresses neither boredom nor desire. He is not glad that he is going home, nor sorry that he has not had time to see the sights of the city. "Drive on." The cabman whips up the horse and, turning round, begins swearing at the heavy and cumbersome luggage. On many railway lines, in order to avoid accidents, it is against the regulations to carry hay on the trains, and so livestock are without fodder on the journey. Author's note. The train destined especially for the transport of troops is called the troop train, when there are no troops it takes goods, and goes more rapidly than ordinary goods train. Author's note. Sorrow. The turner, Grigory Petrov, who had been known for years past as a splendid craftsman, and at the same time as the most senseless peasant in the Galchinskoye district, was taking his old woman to the hospital. He had to drive over 20 miles, and it was an awful road. A government post driver could hardly have coped with it, much less an incompetent sluggard like Grigory. A cutting cold wind was blowing straight in his face. Clouds of snowflakes were whirling round and round in all directions, so that one could not tell whether the snow was falling from the sky or rising from the earth. The fields, the telegraph posts, and the forest could not be seen for the fog of snow. And when a particularly violent gust of wind swooped down on Grigory, even the yoke above the horse's head could not be seen. The wretched, feeble little nag crawled slowly along. It took all its strength to drag its legs out of the snow and to tug with its head. The turner was in a hurry. He kept restlessly hopping up and down on the front seat and lashing the horse's back. "Don't cry, Matryona," he muttered. "Have a little patience. Please God we shall reach the hospital, and in a trice it will be the right thing for you. Pavel Ivanitch will give you some little drops or tell them to bleed you, or maybe his honor will be pleased to rub you with some sort of spirit, it'll draw it out of your side. Pavel Ivanitch will do his best. He will shout and stamp about, but he will do his best. He is a nice gentleman, affable, God give him health. As soon as we get there he will dart out of his room and will begin calling me names. How? Why so, he will cry. Why did you not come at the right time? I am not a dog to be hanging about waiting on you devils all day. Why did you not come in the morning? Go away. Get out of my sight. Come again tomorrow. And I shall say, Mr. Doctor. Pavel Ivanitch. Your honor. Get on, do. Plague take you, you devil. Get on. The turner lashed his nag, and without looking at the old woman went on muttering to himself. Your honor. It's true as before God. Here's the cross for you, I set off almost before it was light. How could I be here in time if the Lord, the Mother of God, is wroth, and has sent such a snowstorm? Kindly look for yourself. Even a first-rate horse could not do it, while mine, you can see for yourself, is not a horse but a disgrace. And Pavel Ivanitch will frown and shout, we know you. You always find some excuse. Especially you, Grishka, I know you of old. I'll be bound you have stopped at half a dozen taverns. And I shall say, your honor. Am I a criminal or a heathen? My old woman is giving up her soul to God, she is dying, and am I going to run from tavern to tavern? What an idea, upon my word. Plague take them, the taverns. Then Pavel Ivanitch will order you to be taken into the hospital, and I shall fall at his feet. Pavel Ivanitch. Your honor, we thank you most humbly. Forgive us fools and anathemas, don't be hard on us peasants. We deserve a good kicking, while you graciously put yourself out and mess your feet in the snow. And Pavel Ivanitch will give me a look as though he would like to hit me, and will say, you'd much better not be swilling vodka, you fool, but taking pity on your old woman instead of falling at my feet. You want a thrashing. You are right there, a thrashing, Pavel Ivanitch, strike me God. But how can we help bowing down at your feet if you are our benefactor, and a real father to us? Your honor. I give you my word, here as before God. You may spit in my face if I deceive you, as soon as my Matryona, this same here, is well again and restored to her natural condition, I'll make anything for your honor that you would like to order. A cigarette case, if you like, of the best birchwood, balls for croquet, skittles of the most foreign pattern I can turn. I will make anything for you. I won't take a farthing from you. In Moscow they would charge you 4 rubles for such a cigarette case, but I won't take a farthing. The doctor will laugh and say, "Oh, all right, all right. I see. But it's a pity you are a drunkard. I know how to manage the gentry, old girl. There isn't a gentleman I couldn't talk to. Only God grant we don't get off the road. Oh, how it is blowing. One's eyes are full of snow." And the turner went on muttering endlessly. He prattled on mechanically to get a little relief from his depressing feelings. He had plenty of words on his tongue, but the thoughts and questions in his brain were even more numerous. Sorrow had come upon the turner unawares, unlooked for, and unexpected, and now he could not get over it, could not recover himself. He had lived hitherto in unruffled calm, as though in drunken half-consciousness, knowing neither grief nor joy, and now he was suddenly aware of a dreadful pain in his heart. The careless idler and drunkard found himself quite suddenly in the position of a busy man, weighed down by anxieties and haste, and even struggling with nature. The turner remembered that his trouble had begun the evening before. When he had come home yesterday evening, a little drunk as usual, and from long-established habit had begun swearing and shaking his fists, his old woman had looked at her rowdy spouse as she had never looked at him before. Usually, the expression in her aged eyes was that of a martyr, meek like that of a dog frequently beaten and badly fed. This time she had looked at him sternly and immovably, as saints in the holy pictures or dying people look. From that strange, evil look in her eyes the trouble had begun. The turner, stupefied with amazement, borrowed a horse from a neighbor, and now was taking his old woman to the hospital in the hope that, by means of powders and ointments, Pavel Ivanitch would bring back his old woman's habitual expression. "I say, Matryona," the turner muttered, "if Pavel Ivanitch asks you whether I beat you, say, never, and I never will beat you again. I swear it. And did I ever beat you out of spite? I just beat you without thinking. I am sorry for you. Some men wouldn't trouble, but here I am taking you. I am doing my best. And the way it snows, the way it snows. Thy will be done, O Lord. God grant we don't get off the road. Does your side ache, Matryona, that you don't speak? I ask you, does your side ache?" It struck him as strange that the snow on his old woman's face was not melting. It was queer that the face itself looked somehow drawn, and had turned a pale grey, dingy waxen hue and had grown grave and solemn. "You are a fool," muttered the turner. "I tell you on my conscience, before God, and you go and... Well, you are a fool. I have a good mind not to take you to Pavel Ivanitch." The turner let the reins go and began thinking. He could not bring himself to look round at his old woman. He was frightened. He was afraid, too, of asking her a question and not getting an answer. At last, to make an end of uncertainty, without looking round he felt his old woman's cold hand. The lifted hand fell like a log. "She is dead, then. What a business!" And the turner cried. He was not so much sorry as annoyed. He thought how quickly everything passes in this world. His trouble had hardly begun when the final catastrophe had happened. He had not had time to live with his old woman, to show her he was sorry for her before she died. He had lived with her for 40 years, but those 40 years had passed by as it were in a fog. What with drunkenness, quarreling, and poverty, there had been no feeling of life. And, as though to spite him, his old woman died at the very time when he felt he was sorry for her, that he could not live without her, and that he had behaved dreadfully badly to her. Why, she used to go the round of the village, he remembered. I sent her out myself to beg for bread. What a business! She ought to have lived another 10 years, the silly thing. As it is I'll be bound she thinks I really was that sort of man. Holy Mother! But where the devil am I driving? There's no need for a doctor now, but a burial. Turn back. Grigory turned back and lashed the horse with all his might. The road grew worse and worse every hour. Now he could not see the yoke at all. Now and then the sledge ran into a young fir tree, a dark object scratched the turner's hands and flashed before his eyes, and the field of vision was white and whirling again. To live over again, thought the turner. He remembered that 40 years ago Matryona had been young, handsome, merry, that she had come of a well-to-do family. They had married her to him because they had been attracted by his handicraft. All the essentials for a happy life had been there, but the trouble was that, just as he had got drunk after the wedding and lay sprawling on the stove, so he had gone on without waking up till now. His wedding he remembered, but of what happened after the wedding, for the life of him he could remember nothing, except perhaps that he had drunk, lain on the stove, and quarreled. 40 years had been wasted like that. The white clouds of snow were beginning little by little to turn grey. It was getting dusk. Where am I going? The turner suddenly bethought him with a start. I ought to be thinking of the burial, and I am on the way to the hospital. It as though I had gone crazy. Grigory turned round again, and again lashed his horse. The little nag strained its utmost and, with a snort, fell into a little trot. The turner lashed it on the back time after time. A knocking was audible behind him, and though he did not look round, he knew it was the dead woman's head knocking against the sledge. And the snow kept turning darker and darker, the wind grew colder and more cutting. To live over again, thought the turner. I should get a new lathe, take orders, give the money to my old woman. And then he dropped the reins. He looked for them, tried to pick them up, but could not, his hands would not work. It does not matter, he thought, the horse will go of itself, it knows the way. I might have a little sleep now. Before the funeral or the requiem it would be as well to get a little rest. The turner closed his eyes and dozed. A little later he heard the horse stop, he opened his eyes and saw before him something dark like a hut or a haystack. He would have got out of the sledge and found out what it was, but he felt overcome by such inertia that it seemed better to freeze than move, and he sank into a peaceful sleep. He woke up in a big room with painted walls. Bright sunlight was streaming in at the windows. The turner saw people facing him, and his first feeling was a desire to show himself a respectable man who knew how things should be done. A requiem, brothers, for my old woman, he said. The priest should be told. Oh, all right, lie down, a voice cut him short. Pavel Ivanitch, the turner cried in surprise, seeing the doctor before him. Your honor, benefactor. He wanted to leap up and fall on his knees before the doctor, but felt that his arms and legs would not obey him. Your honor, where are my legs, where are my arms? Say goodbye to your arms and legs. They've been frozen off. Come. What are you crying for? You've lived your life, and thank God for it. I suppose you have had 60 years of it, that's enough for you. I am grieving. Graciously forgive me. If I could have another 5 or 6 years. What for? The horse isn't mine, I must give it back. I must bury my old woman. How quickly it is all ended in this world. Your honor, Pavel Ivanitch. A cigarette case of birchwood of the best. I'll turn you croquet balls. The doctor went out of the ward with a wave of his hand. It was all over with the turner. On official duty. The deputy examining magistrate and the district doctor were going to an inquest in the village of Cernya. On the road they were overtaken by a snowstorm. They spent a long time going round and round, and arrived, not at midday, as they had intended, but in the evening when it was dark. They put up for the night at the Zemstvo hut. It so happened that it was in this hut that the dead body was lying, the corpse of the Zemstvo insurance agent, Lesnitsky, who had arrived in Cernya 3 days before and, ordering the samovar in the hut, had shot himself. To the great surprise of everyone. And the fact that he had ended his life so strangely, after unpacking his eatables and laying them out on the table, and with the samovar before him, led many people to suspect that it was a case of murder. An inquest was necessary. In the outer room the doctor and the examining magistrate shook the snow off themselves and knocked it off their boots. And meanwhile the old village constable, Ilya Lashadin, stood by, holding a little tin lamp. There was a strong smell of paraffin. Who are you? Asked the doctor. Constable. answered the constable. He used to spell it, constable, when he signed the receipts at the post office. And where are the witnesses? They must have gone to tea, your honor. On the right was the parlor, the travelers' or gentry's room, on the left the kitchen, with a big stove and sleeping shelves under the rafters. The doctor and the examining magistrate, followed by the constable, holding the lamp high above his head, went into the parlor. Here a still, long body covered with white linen was lying on the floor close to the table legs. In the dim light of the lamp they could clearly see, besides the white covering, new rubber galoshes, and everything about it was uncanny and sinister, the dark walls, and the silence, and the galoshes, and the stillness of the dead body. On the table stood a samovar, cold long ago, and round it parcels, probably the eatables. To shoot oneself in the Zemstvo hut, how tactless, said the doctor. If one does want to put a bullet through one's brains, one ought to do it at home in some outhouse. He sank onto a bench, just as he was, in his cap, his fur coat, and his felt-over boots. His fellow traveler, the examining magistrate, sat down opposite. These hysterical, neurasthenic people are great egoists, the doctor went on hotly. If a neurasthenic sleeps in the same room with you, he rustles his newspaper. When he dines with you, he gets up a scene with his wife without troubling about your presence, and when he feels inclined to shoot himself, he shoots himself in a village in a Zemstvo hut, so as to give the maximum of trouble to everybody. These gentlemen in every circumstance of life think of no one but themselves. That's why the elderly so dislike our nervous age. The elderly dislike so many things, said the examining magistrate, yawning. You should point out to the elder generation what the difference is between the suicides of the past and the suicides of today. In the old days the so-called gentleman shot himself because he had made away with government money, but nowadays it is because he is sick of life, depressed. Which is better? Sick of life, depressed. But you must admit that he might have shot himself somewhere else. Such trouble, said the constable, such trouble. It's a real affliction. The people are very much upset, your honor, they haven't slept these 3 nights. The children are crying. The cows ought to be milked, but the women won't go to the stall, they are afraid, for fear the gentleman should appear to them in the darkness. Of course they are silly women, but some of the men are frightened too. As soon as it is dark they won't go by the hut one by one, but only in a flock together. And the witnesses too. Dar. Starchenko, a middle-aged man in spectacles with a dark beard, and the examining magistrate Lizin, a fair man, still young, who had only taken his degree 2 years before and looked more like a student than an official, sat in silence, musing. They were vexed that they were late. Now they had to wait till morning, and to stay here for the night, though it was not yet 6 o'clock. And they had before them a long evening, a dark night, boredom, uncomfortable beds, beetles, and cold in the morning. And listening to the blizzard that howled in the chimney and in the loft, they both thought how unlike all this was the life which they would have chosen for themselves and of which they had once dreamed. And how far away they both were from their contemporaries, who were at that moment walking about the lighted streets in town without noticing the weather, or were getting ready for the theater, or sitting in their studies over a book. Oh, how much they would have given now only to stroll along the Nevsky Prospect, or along Petrovka in Moscow, to listen to decent singing, to sit for an hour or so in a restaurant. Ooh oh 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 oh. Sang the storm in the loft, and something outside slammed viciously, probably the signboard on the hut. Ooh oh 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 oh. You can do as you please, but I have no desire to stay here, said Starchenko, getting up. It's not 6 yet, it's too early to go to bed, I am off. Von Tonitz lives not far from here, only a couple of miles from Cernya. I shall go to see him and spend the evening there. Constable, run and tell my coachman not to take the horses out. And what are you going to do? He asked Lizin. I don't know, I expect I shall go to sleep. The doctor wrapped himself in his fur coat and went out. Lizin could hear him talking to the coachman and the bells beginning to quiver on the frozen horses. He drove off. It is not nice for you, sir, to spend the night in here," said the constable. "Come into the other room. It's dirty, but for one night it won't matter. I'll get a samovar from a peasant and heat it directly. I'll heap up some hay for you, and then you go to sleep, and God bless you, your honor." A little later the examining magistrate was sitting in the kitchen drinking tea, while Lashadin, the constable, was standing at the door talking. He was an old man about 60, short and very thin, bent and white, with a naive smile on his face and watery eyes, and he kept smacking with his lips as though he were sucking a sweetmeat. He was wearing a short sheepskin coat and high felt boots, and held his stick in his hands all the time. The youth of the examining magistrate aroused his compassion, and that was probably why he addressed him familiarly. The elder gave orders that he was to be informed when the police superintendent or the examining magistrate came, he said, "so I suppose I must go now. It's nearly 3 miles to the Volist, and the storm, the snowdrifts, are something terrible. Maybe one won't get there before midnight. Oof! How the wind roars." "I don't need the elder," said Lizin. "There is nothing for him to do here." He looked at the old man with curiosity, and asked, "Tell me, grandfather, how many years have you been constable?" "How many?" "Why, 30 years. 5 years after the freedom I began going as constable, that's how I reckon it. And from that time I have been going every day since. Other people have holidays, but I am always going. When it's Easter and the church bells are ringing and Christ has risen, I still go about with my bag, to the treasury, to the post, to the police superintendent's lodgings, to the rural captain, to the tax inspector, to the municipal office. To the gentry, to the peasants, to all Orthodox Christians. I carry parcels, notices, tax papers, letters, forms of different sorts, circulars, and to be sure, kind gentlemen, there are all sorts of forms nowadays, so as to note down the numbers, yellow, white, and red, and every gentleman or priest or well-to-do peasant must write down a dozen times in the year how much he has sown and harvested, how many quarters or poods he has of rye, how many of oats, how many of hay, and what the weather's like. You know, and insects, too, of all sorts. To be sure you can write what you like, it's only a regulation, but one must go and give out the notices and then go again and collect them. Here, for instance, there's no need to cut open the gentleman. You know yourself it's a silly thing, it's only dirtying your hands, and here you have been put to trouble, your honor, you have come because it's the regulation, you can't help it. For 30 years I have been going round according to regulation. In the summer it is all right, it is warm and dry, but in winter and autumn it's uncomfortable. At times I have been almost drowned and almost frozen, all sorts of things have happened, wicked people set on me in the forest and took away my bag. I have been beaten, and I have been before a court of law. What were you accused of? Of fraud. How do you mean? Why, you see, Chrysanth Grigoriev, the clerk, sold the contractor some boards belonging to someone else, cheated him, in fact. I was mixed up in it. They sent me to the tavern for vodka. Well, the clerk did not share with me, did not even offer me a glass. But as through my poverty I was, in appearance, I mean, not a man to be relied upon, not a man of any worth, we were both brought to trial, he was sent to prison, but, praise God, I was acquitted on all points. They read a notice, you know, in the court. And they were all in uniforms, in the court, I mean. I can tell you, your honor, my duties for anyone not used to them are terrible, absolutely killing, but to me it is nothing. In fact, my feet ache when I am not walking. And at home it is worse for me. At home one has to heat the stove for the clerk in the Volist office, to fetch water for him, to clean his boots. And what wages do you get? Lizin asked. 84 rubles a year. I'll bet you get other little sums coming in. You do, don't you? Other little sums? No, indeed. Gentlemen nowadays don't often give tips. Gentlemen nowadays are strict, they take offense at anything. If you bring them a notice they are offended, if you take off your cap before them they are offended. You have come to the wrong entrance, they say. You are a drunkard, they say. You smell of onion, you are a blockhead. You are the son of a bitch. There are kind-hearted ones, of course, but what does one get from them? They only laugh and call one all sorts of names. Mr. Altahin, for instance, he is a good-natured gentleman. And if you look at him he seems sober and in his right mind, but so soon as he sees me he shouts and does not know what he means himself. He gave me such a name, you, said he. The constable uttered some word, but in such a low voice that it was impossible to make out what he said. What? Lizin asked. Say it again. Administration, the constable repeated aloud. He has been calling me that for a long while, for the last 6 years. Hello, administration. But I don't mind, let him, God bless him. Sometimes a lady will send one a glass of vodka and a bit of pie and one drinks to her health. But peasants give more, peasants are more kind-hearted, they have the fear of God in their hearts, one will give a bit of bread, another a drop of cabbage soup, another will stand one a glass. The village elders treat one to tea in the tavern. Here the witnesses have gone to their tea. Lashadin, they said, you stay here and keep watch for us, and they gave me a kopeck each. You see, they are frightened, not being used to it, and yesterday they gave me 15 kopecks and offered me a glass. And you, aren't you frightened? I am, sir, but of course it is my duty, there is no getting away from it. In the summer I was taking a convict to the town, and he set upon me and gave me such a drubbing. And all around were fields, forest, how could I get away from him? It's just the same here. I remember the gentleman, Mr. Lesnitsky, when he was so high, and I knew his father and mother. I am from the village of Nedishchotova, and they, the Lesnitsky family, were not more than 3/4 of a mile from us and less than that, their ground next to ours, and Mr. Lesnitsky had a sister, a God-fearing and tender-hearted lady. Lord keep the soul of thy servant Yulia, eternal memory to her. She was never married, and when she was dying she divided all her property. She left 300 acres to the monastery, and 600 to the commune of peasants of Nedishchotova to commemorate her soul, but her brother hid the will, they do say burnt it in the stove, and took all this land for himself. He thought, to be sure, it was for his benefit, but, nay, wait a bit, you won't get on in the world through injustice, brother. The gentleman did not go to confession for 20 years after. He kept away from the church, to be sure, and died impenitent. He burst. He was a very fat man, so he burst lengthways. Then everything was taken from the young master, from Serioza, to pay the debts, everything there was. Well, he had not gone very far in his studies, he couldn't do anything, and the president of the rural board, his uncle, I'll take him, Serioza, I mean, thinks he, for an agent. Let him collect the insurance, that's not a difficult job, and the gentleman was young and proud, he wanted to be living on a bigger scale and in better style and with more freedom. To be sure it was a come down for him to be jolting about the district in a wretched cart and talking to the peasants, he would walk and keep looking on the ground and saying nothing. If you called his name right in his ear, Sergei Sergeyich, he would look round like this, and look down on the ground again, and now you see he has laid hands on himself. There's no sense in it, your honor, it's not right, and there's no making out what's the meaning of it, merciful Lord. Say your father was rich and you are poor. It is mortifying, there's no doubt about it, but there, you must make up your mind to it. I used to live in good style, too, I had 2 horses, your honor, 3 cows, I used to keep 20 head of sheep. But the time has come, and I am left with nothing but a wretched bag, and even that is not mine but government property. And now in our Nedishchotova, if the truth is to be told, my house is the worst of the lot. Makey had 4 footmen, and now Makey is a footman himself. Petrick had 4 laborers, and now Petrick is a laborer himself. How was it you became poor? Asked the examining magistrate. My sons drink terribly. I could not tell you how they drink, you wouldn't believe it. Listened and thought how he, Listen, would go back sooner or later to Moscow, while this old man would stay here forever, and would always be walking and walking. And how many times in his life he would come across such battered, unkempt old men, not men of any worth, in whose souls 15 kopecks, glasses of vodka, and a profound belief that you can't get on in this life by dishonesty, were equally firmly rooted. Then he grew tired of listening, and told the old man to bring him some hay for his bed. There was an iron bedstead with a pillow and a quilt in the traveller's room, and it could be fetched in. But the dead man had been lying by it for nearly 3 days, and perhaps sitting on it just before his death, and it would be disagreeable to sleep upon it now. It's only 7:30, thought Listen, glancing at his watch. How awful it is. He was not sleepy, but having nothing to do to pass away the time, he lay down and covered himself with a rug. Loshiden went in and out several times, clearing away the tea things. Smacking his lips and sighing, he kept tramping round the table. At last he took his little lamp and went out, and, looking at his long, grey-headed, bent figure from behind, Listen thought. Just like a magician in an opera. It was dark. The moon must have been behind the clouds, as the windows and the snow on the window frames could be seen distinctly. "Ooh oh 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 oh," sang the storm, "ooh oh 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 oh." "Ho ho lys ain't," wailed a woman in the loft, or it sounded like it. "Ho ho lys ain't." "Bee-boo," something outside banged against the wall. "Tra." The examining magistrate listened. There was no woman up there, it was the wind howling. It was rather cold, and he put his fur coat over his rug. As he got warm he thought how remote all this, the storm, and the hut, and the old man, and the dead body lying in the next room, how remote it all was from the life he desired for himself, and how alien it all was to him, how petty. How uninteresting. If this man had killed himself in Moscow or somewhere in the neighborhood, and he had had to hold an inquest on him there, it would have been interesting, important, and perhaps he might even have been afraid to sleep in the next room to the corpse. Here, nearly 1,000 miles from Moscow, all this was seen somehow in a different light. It was not life, they were not human beings, but something only existing, according to the regulation, as Loshiden said. It would leave not the faintest trace in the memory, and would be forgotten as soon as he, Listen, drove away from Cernya. The fatherland, the real Russia, was Moscow, Petersburg, but here he was in the provinces, the colonies. When one dreamed of playing a leading part, of becoming a popular figure, of being, for instance, examining magistrate in particularly important cases or prosecutor in a circuit court, of being a society lion, one always thought of Moscow. To live, one must be in Moscow. Here one cared for nothing, one grew easily resigned to one's insignificant position, and only expected one thing of life, to get away quickly. And Listen mentally moved about the Moscow streets, went into the familiar houses, met his kindred, his comrades, and there was a sweet pang at his heart at the thought that he was only 26. And that if in 5 or 10 years he could break away from here and get to Moscow, even then it would not be too late and he would still have a whole life before him. And as he sank into unconsciousness, as his thoughts began to be confused, he imagined the long corridor of the court at Moscow, himself delivering a speech, his sisters, the orchestra which for some reason kept droning, "Ooh oh 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 oh. Ooh oh oh oh. Boo. Tra," sounded again. Boo. And he suddenly recalled how one day, when he was talking to the bookkeeper in the little office of the rural board, a thin, pale gentleman with black hair and dark eyes walked in. He had a disagreeable look in his eyes such as one sees in people who have slept too long after dinner, and it spoilt his delicate, intelligent profile, and the high boots he was wearing did not suit him, but looked clumsy. The bookkeeper had introduced him, "This is our insurance agent." So that was Lesnitsky, this same man, Listen reflected now. He recalled Lesnitsky's soft voice, imagined his gait, and it seemed to him that someone was walking beside him now with a step like Lesnitsky's. All at once he felt frightened, his head turned cold. "Who's there?" he asked in alarm. "The constable." "What do you want here?" "I have come to ask, Your Honor," you said this evening that you did not want the elder, but I am afraid he may be angry. He told me to go to him. Shouldn't I go? That's enough, you bother me, said Lizin with vexation, and he covered himself up again. He may be angry. I'll go, Your Honor. I hope you will be comfortable, and Lashitin went out. In the passage there was coughing and subdued voices. The witnesses must have returned. We'll let those poor beggars get away early tomorrow, thought the examining magistrate. We'll begin the inquest as soon as it is daylight. He began sinking into forgetfulness when suddenly there were steps again, not timid this time but rapid and noisy. There was the slam of a door, voices, the scratching of a match. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Dar. Starchenko was asking him hurriedly and angrily as he struck one match after another. He was covered with snow, and brought a chill air in with him. Are you asleep? Get up. Let us go to von Tonitz. He has sent his own horses for you. Come along. There, at any rate, you will have supper, and sleep like a human being. You see I have come for you myself. The horses are splendid, we shall get there in 20 minutes. And what time is it now? 10:15. Lizin, sleepy and discontented, put on his felt overboots, his fur-lined coat, his cap and hood, and went out with the doctor. There was not a very sharp frost, but a violent and piercing wind was blowing and driving along the street the clouds of snow which seemed to be racing away in terror. High drifts were heaped up already under the fences and at the doorways. The doctor and the examining magistrate got into the sledge, and the white coachman bent over them to button up the cover. They were both hot. Ready. They drove through the village. Cutting a feathery furrow, thought the examining magistrate, listlessly watching the action of the trace horse's legs. There were lights in all the huts, as though it were the eve of a great holiday. The peasants had not gone to bed because they were afraid of the dead body. The coachman preserved a sullen silence, probably he had felt dreary while he was waiting by the Zemstvo hut, and now he, too, was thinking of the dead man. At the von Tonitz, said Starchenko, they all set upon me when they heard that you were left to spend the night in the hut, and asked me why I did not bring you with me. As they drove out of the village, at the turning the coachman suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, out of the way. They caught a glimpse of a man. He was standing up to his knees in the snow, moving off the road and staring at the horses. The examining magistrate saw a stick with a crook, and a beard and a bag, and he fancied that it was Lashitin, and even fancied that he was smiling. He flashed by and disappeared. The road ran at first along the edge of the forest, then along a broad forest clearing. They caught glimpses of old pines and a young birch copse, and tall, gnarled young oak trees standing singly in the clearings where the wood had lately been cut. But soon it was all merged in the clouds of snow. The coachman said he could see the forest, the examining magistrate could see nothing but the trace horse. The wind blew on their backs. All at once the horses stopped. Well, what is it now? Asked Starchenko crossly. The coachman got down from the box without a word and began running round the sledge, treading on his heels. He made larger and larger circles, getting further and further away from the sledge, and it looked as though he were dancing. At last he came back and began to turn off to the right. You've got off the road, eh? Asked Starchenko. It's all right. Then there was a little village and not a single light in it. Again the forest and the fields. Again they lost the road, and again the coachman got down from the box and danced round the sledge. The sledge flew along a dark avenue, flew swiftly on. And the heated trace horses' hoofs knocked against the sledge. Here there was a fearful roaring sound from the trees, and nothing could be seen, as though they were flying on into space. And all at once the glaring light at the entrance and the windows flashed upon their eyes, and they heard the good-natured, drawn-out barking of dogs. They had arrived. While they were taking off their fur coats and their felt boots below, Un Petit Verre de Cliquot was being played upon the piano overhead, and they could hear the children beating time with their feet. Immediately on going in they were aware of the snug warmth and special smell of the old apartments of a mansion where, whatever the weather outside, life is so warm and clean and comfortable. "That's capital," said Von Tonitz, a fat man with an incredibly thick neck and with whiskers, as he shook the examining magistrate's hand. "That's capital. You are very welcome, delighted to make your acquaintance. We are colleagues to some extent, you know. At one time I was deputy prosecutor, but not for long, only 2 years. I came here to look after the estate, and here I have grown old, an old fogey, in fact. You are very welcome," he went on, evidently restraining his voice so as not to speak too loud. He was going upstairs with his guests. "I have no wife, she's dead. But here, I will introduce my daughters," and turning round, he shouted down the stairs in a voice of thunder, "Tell Ignat to have the sledge ready at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." His 4 daughters, young and pretty girls, all wearing grey dresses and with their hair done up in the same style, and their cousin, also young and attractive, with her children, were in the drawing-room. Starchenko, who knew them already, began at once begging them to sing something, and 2 of the young ladies spent a long time declaring they could not sing and that they had no music. Then the cousin sat down to the piano, and with trembling voices, they sang a duet from "The Queen of Spades." Again, Un Petit Verre de Cliquot was played, and the children skipped about, beating time with their feet. And Starchenko pranced about too. Everybody laughed. Then the children said good night and went off to bed. The examining magistrate laughed, danced a quadrille, flirted, and kept wondering whether it was not all a dream. The kitchen of the Zemstvo hut, the heap of hay in the corner, the rustle of the beetles, the revolting poverty-stricken surroundings, the voices of the witnesses, the wind, the snow-storm, the danger of being lost. And then all at once this splendid, brightly lighted room, the sounds of the piano, the lovely girls, the curly-headed children, the gay, happy laughter, such a transformation seemed to him like a fairy tale. And it seemed incredible that such transitions were possible at the distance of some 2 miles in the course of 1 hour. And dreary thoughts prevented him from enjoying himself, and he kept thinking this was not life here, but bits of life fragments, that everything here was accidental, that one could draw no conclusions from it. And he even felt sorry for these girls, who were living and would end their lives in the wilds, in a province far away from the center of culture, where nothing is accidental, but everything is in accordance with reason and law, and where, for instance, every suicide is intelligible, so that one can explain why it has happened and what is its significance in the general scheme of things. He imagined that if the life surrounding him here in the wilds were not intelligible to him, and if he did not see it, it meant that it did not exist at all. At supper the conversation turned on Lesnitsky. "He left a wife and child," said Starchenko. "I would forbid neurasthenics and all people whose nervous system is out of order to marry. I would deprive them of the right and possibility of multiplying their kind. To bring into the world nervous, invalid children is a crime." "He was an unfortunate young man," said Von Tonitz, sighing gently and shaking his head. "What a lot one must suffer and think about before one brings oneself to take one's own life. A young life. Such a misfortune may happen in any family, and that is awful. It is hard to bear such a thing, insufferable." And all the girls listened in silence with grave faces, looking at their father. Lizin felt that he, too, must say something, but he couldn't think of anything, and merely said, "Yes, suicide is an undesirable phenomenon." He slept in a warm room, in a soft bed covered with a quilt under which there were fine clean sheets, but for some reason did not feel comfortable, perhaps because the doctor and Von Tonitz were, for a long time, talking in the adjoining room. And overhead he heard, through the ceiling and in the stove, the wind roaring just as in the Zemstvo hut, and as plaintively howling, "Hoo-oh-oh-oh-oh." Von Tonitz's wife had died 2 years before, and he was still unable to resign himself to his loss and, whatever he was talking about, always mentioned his wife, and there was no trace of a prosecutor left about him now. "Is it possible that I may some day come to such a condition?" thought Lizin, as he fell asleep, still hearing through the wall his host's subdued, as it were bereaved, voice. The examining magistrate did not sleep soundly. He felt hot and uncomfortable, and it seemed to him in his sleep that he was not at Von Tonnet's, and not in a soft clean bed, but still in the hay at the Zemstvo hut, hearing the subdued voices of the witnesses. He fancied that Lesnitsky was close by, not 15 paces away. In his dreams he remembered how the insurance agent, black-haired and pale, wearing dusty high boots, had come into the bookkeeper's office. "This is our insurance agent." Then he dreamed that Lesnitsky and Loshodin the constable were walking through the open country in the snow, side by side, supporting each other. The snow was whirling about their heads, the wind was blowing on their backs, but they walked on, singing, "We go on, and on, and on." The old man was like a magician in an opera, and both of them were singing as though they were on the stage. "We go on, and on, and on. You are in the warmth, in the light and snugness, but we are walking in the frost and the storm, through the deep snow. We know nothing of ease, we know nothing of joy. We bear all the burden of this life, yours and ours. Ooh oh 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 oh. We go on, and on, and on." Lizin woke and sat up in bed. What a confused, bad dream. And why did he dream of the constable and the agent together? What nonsense! And now while Lizin's heart was throbbing violently and he was sitting on his bed, holding his head in his hands, it seemed to him that there really was something in common between the lives of the insurance agent and the constable. Don't they really go side by side holding each other up? Some tie unseen, but significant and essential, existed between them, and even between them and Von Tonnetz and between all men, all men. In this life, even in the remotest desert, nothing is accidental, everything is full of one common idea, everything has one soul, one aim, and to understand it it is not enough to think, it is not enough to reason, one must have also, it seems, the gift of insight into life, a gift which is evidently not bestowed on all. And the unhappy man who had broken down, who had killed himself, the neurasthenic, as the doctor called him, and the old peasant who spent every day of his life going from one man to another, were only accidental. Were only fragments of life for one who thought of his own life as accidental, but were parts of one organism, marvelous and rational, for one who thought of his own life as part of that universal whole and understood it. So thought Lizin, and it was a thought that had long lain hidden in his soul, and only now it was unfolded broadly and clearly to his consciousness. He lay down and began to drop asleep. And again they were going along together, singing, "We go on, and on, and on. We take from life what is hardest and bitterest in it, and we leave you what is easy and joyful. And sitting at supper, you can coldly and sensibly discuss why we suffer and perish, and why we are not as sound and as satisfied as you." What they were singing had occurred to his mind before, but the thought was somewhere in the background behind his other thoughts, and flickered timidly like a faraway light in foggy weather. And he felt that this suicide and the peasant's sufferings lay upon his conscience, too, to resign himself to the fact that these people, submissive to their fate, should take up the burden of what was hardest and gloomiest in life. How awful it was! To accept this, and to desire for himself a life full of light and movement among happy and contented people, and to be continually dreaming of such, means dreaming of fresh suicides of men crushed by toil and anxiety. Or of men weak and outcast whom people only talk of sometimes at supper with annoyance or mockery, without going to their help. And again, "We go on, and on, and on." As though someone were beating with a hammer on his temples. He woke early in the morning with a headache, roused by a noise. In the next room Von Tonnetz was saying loudly to the doctor, "It's impossible for you to go now. Look what's going on outside. Don't argue, you had better ask the coachman, he won't take you in such weather for $1,000,000. "But it's only 2 miles, said the doctor in an imploring voice. "Well, if it were only half a mile. If you can't, then you can't. Directly you drive out of the gates it is perfect hell, you would be off the road in a minute. Nothing will induce me to let you go, you can say what you like." "It's bound to be quieter towards evening," said the peasant who was heating the stove. And in the next room the doctor began talking of the rigorous climate and its influence on the character of the Russian, of the long winters which, by preventing movement from place to place, hinder the intellectual development of the people. And Lizin listened with vexation to these observations and looked out of window at the snow drifts which were piled on the fence. He gazed at the white dust which covered the whole visible expanse, at the trees which bowed their heads despairingly to right and then to left, listened to the howling and the banging, and thought gloomily. Well, what moral can be drawn from it? It's a blizzard and that is all about it. At midday they had lunch, then wandered aimlessly about the house. They went to the windows. And Lesnitsky is lying there, thought Lizin, watching the whirling snow, which raced furiously round and round upon the drifts. Lesnitsky is lying there, the witnesses are waiting. They talked of the weather, saying that the snowstorm usually lasted 2 days and nights, rarely longer. At 6 o'clock they had dinner, then they played cards, sang, danced, at last they had supper. The day was over, they went to bed. In the night, towards morning, it all subsided. When they got up and looked out of window, the bare willows with their weakly drooping branches were standing perfectly motionless. It was dull and still, as though nature now were ashamed of its orgy, of its mad nights, and the license it had given to its passions. The horses, harnessed tandem, had been waiting at the front door since 5 o'clock in the morning. When it was fully daylight the doctor and the examining magistrate put on their fur coats and felt boots, and, saying good-bye to their host, went out. At the steps beside the coachman stood the familiar figure of the constable, Ilya Lashadin, with an old leather bag across his shoulder and no cap on his head, covered with snow all over, and his face was red and wet with perspiration. The footman who had come out to help the gentlemen and cover their legs looked at him sternly and said, "What are you standing here for, you old devil? Get away." "Your honor, the people are anxious," said Lashadin, smiling naively all over his face, and evidently pleased at seeing at last the people he had waited for so long. "The people are very uneasy, the children are crying. They thought, your honor, that you had gone back to the town again. Show us the heavenly mercy, our benefactors." The doctor and the examining magistrate said nothing, got into the sledge, and drove to Cernya. The first-class passenger. A first-class passenger who had just dined at the station and drunk a little too much lay down on the velvet-covered seat, stretched himself out luxuriously, and sank into a doze. After a nap of no more than 5 minutes, he looked with oily eyes at his vis-a-vis, gave a smirk, and said, "My father of blessed memory used to like to have his heels tickled by peasant women after dinner. I am just like him, with this difference, that after dinner I always like my tongue and my brains gently stimulated. Sinful man as I am, I like empty talk on a full stomach. Will you allow me to have a chat with you?" "I shall be delighted," answered the vis-a-vis. "After a good dinner the most trifling subject is sufficient to arouse devilishly great thoughts in my brain. For instance, we saw just now near the refreshment bar 2 young men, and you heard one congratulate the other on being celebrated. 'I congratulate you,' he said, 'you are already a celebrity and are beginning to win fame.' Evidently actors or journalists of microscopic dimensions. But they are not the point. The question that is occupying my mind at the moment, sir, is exactly what is to be understood by the word fame or charity. What do you think? Pushkin called fame a bright patch on a ragged garment. We all understand it as Pushkin does, that is, more or less subjectively, but no one has yet given a clear, logical definition of the word. I would give a good deal for such a definition. Why do you feel such a need for it? You see, if we knew what fame is, the means of attaining it might also perhaps be known to us, said the first-class passenger, after a moment's thought. I must tell you, sir, that when I was younger I strove after celebrity with every fiber of my being. To be popular was my craze, so to speak. For the sake of it I studied, worked, sat up at night, neglected my meals. And I fancy, as far as I can judge without partiality, I had all the natural gifts for attaining it. To begin with, I am an engineer by profession. In the course of my life I have built in Russia some 24 magnificent bridges, I have laid aqueducts for 3 towns, I have worked in Russia, in England, in Belgium. Secondly, I am the author of several special treatises in my own line. And thirdly, my dear sir, I have from a boy had a weakness for chemistry. Studying that science in my leisure hours, I discovered methods of obtaining certain organic acids, so that you will find my name in all the foreign manuals of chemistry. I have always been in the service, I have risen to the grade of actual civil counselor, and I have an unblemished record. I will not fatigue your attention by enumerating my works and my merits, I will only say that I have done far more than some celebrities. And yet here I am in my old age, I am getting ready for my coffin, so to say, and I am as celebrated as that black dog yonder running on the embankment. How can you tell? Perhaps you are celebrated. Well, we will test it at once. Tell me, have you ever heard the name Krikanov? The vis-a-vis raised his eyes to the ceiling, thought a minute, and laughed. No, I haven't heard it. He said. That is my surname. You, a man of education, getting on in years, have never heard of me, a convincing proof. It is evident that in my efforts to gain fame I have not done the right thing at all, I did not know the right way to set to work, and, trying to catch fame by the tail, got on the wrong side of her. What is the right way to set to work? Well, the devil only knows. Talent, you say? Genius? Originality? Not a bit of it, sir. People have lived and made a career side by side with me who were worthless, trivial, and even contemptible compared with me. They did not do 1/10 of the work I did not put themselves out, were not distinguished for their talents, and did not make an effort to be celebrated, but just look at them. Their names are continually in the newspapers and on men's lips. If you are not tired of listening I will illustrate it by an example. Some years ago I built a bridge in the town of K. I must tell you that the dullness of that scurvy little town was terrible. If it had not been for women and cards I believe I should have gone out of my mind. Well, it's an old story, I was so bored that I got into an affair with a singer. Everyone was enthusiastic about her, the devil only knows why. To my thinking she was, what shall I say, an ordinary, commonplace creature, like lots of others. The hussy was empty-headed, ill-tempered, greedy, and what's more, she was a fool. She ate and drank a vast amount, slept till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I fancy did nothing else. She was looked upon as a cocotte, and that was indeed her profession. But when people wanted to refer to her in a literary fashion, they called her an actress and a singer. I used to be devoted to the theatre, and therefore this fraudulent pretense of being an actress made me furiously indignant. My young lady had not the slightest right to call herself an actress or a singer. She was a creature entirely devoid of talent, devoid of feeling, a pitiful creature one may say. As far as I can judge she sang disgustingly. The whole charm of her art lay in her kicking up her legs on every suitable occasion, and not being embarrassed when people walked into her dressing room. She usually selected translated vaudevilles, with singing in them, and opportunities for disporting herself in male attire, in tights. In fact it was, oof. Well, I ask your attention. As I remember now, a public ceremony took place to celebrate the opening of the newly constructed bridge. There was a religious service, there were speeches, telegrams, and so on. I hung about my cherished creation, you know, all the while afraid that my heart would burst with the excitement of an author. It's an old story and there's no need for false modesty, and so I will tell you that my bridge was a magnificent work. It was not a bridge but a picture, a perfect delight. And who would not have been excited when the whole town came to the opening? Oh, I thought, now the eyes of all the public will be on me. Where shall I hide myself? Well, I need not have worried myself, sir, alas. Except the official personages, no one took the slightest notice of me. They stood in a crowd on the river bank, gazed like sheep at the bridge, and did not concern themselves to know who had built it. And it was from that time, by the way, that I began to hate our estimable public, damnation take them. Well, to continue. All at once the public became agitated, a whisper ran through the crowd. A smile came on their faces, their shoulders began to move. They must have seen me, I thought. A likely idea. I looked, and my singer, with a train of young scamps, was making her way through the crowd. The eyes of the crowd were hurriedly following this procession. A whisper began in 1,000 voices, "That's so-and-so. Charming. Bewitching." Then it was they noticed me. A couple of young milksops, local amateurs of the scenic art, I presume, looked at me, exchanged glances, and whispered, "That's her lover. How do you like that?" And an unprepossessing individual in a top hat, with a chin that badly needed shaving, hung round me, shifting from one foot to the other, then turned to me with the words, "Do you know who that lady is, walking on the other bank? That's so-and-so. Her voice is beneath all criticism, but she has a most perfect mastery of it. Can you tell me," I asked the unprepossessing individual, "who built this bridge?" "I really don't know," answered the individual. "Some engineer, I expect." "And who built the cathedral in your town?" I asked again. "I really can't tell you." Then I asked him who was considered the best teacher in K. Who the best architect, and to all my questions the unprepossessing individual answered that he did not know. "And tell me, please," I asked in conclusion, "with whom is that singer living?" "With some engineer called Krikhinov." "Well, how do you like that, sir? But to proceed. There are no Minzingers or bards nowadays, and celebrity is created almost exclusively by the newspapers. The day after the dedication of the bridge, I greedily snatched up the local messenger, and looked for myself in it. I spent a long time running my eyes over all the 4 pages, and at last there it was, hurrah! I began reading, "Yesterday in beautiful weather, before a vast concourse of people, in the presence of His Excellency the Governor of the province, so-and-so, and other dignitaries. The ceremony of the dedication of the newly constructed bridge took place," and so on. Towards the end, our talented actress so-and-so, the favorite of the K. public, was present at the dedication looking very beautiful. I need not say that her arrival created a sensation. The star was wearing. And so on. They might have given me 1 word. Half a word. Petty as it seems, I actually cried with vexation. I consoled myself with the reflection that the provinces are stupid, and one could expect nothing of them, and for celebrity one must go to the intellectual centers, to Petersburg and to Moscow. And as it happened, at that very time there was a work of mine in Petersburg which I had sent in for a competition. The date on which the result was to be declared was at hand. I took leave of K. and went to Petersburg. It is a long journey from K. to Petersburg, and that I might not be bored on the journey I took a reserved compartment and, well, of course, I took my singer. We set off, and all the way we were eating, drinking champagne, and, tra-la-la. But behold, at last we reached the intellectual center. I arrived on the very day the result was declared, and had the satisfaction, my dear sir, of celebrating my own success. My work received the first prize. Hurrah! Next day I went out along the Nevsky and spent 70 kopecks on various newspapers. I hastened to my hotel room, lay down on the sofa, and, controlling a quiver of excitement, made haste to read. I ran through 1 newspaper, nothing. I ran through a second, nothing either, my God. At last, in the 4th, I lighted upon the following paragraph: "Yesterday the well-known provincial actress so-and-so arrived by express in Petersburg. We note with pleasure that the climate of the South has had a beneficial effect on our fair friend, her charming stage appearance." And I don't remember the rest. Much lower down than that paragraph I found, printed in the smallest type, "First prize in the competition was adjudged to an engineer called so-and-so." That was all. And to make things better, they even misspelt my name. Instead of Krikhinov it was Kirkitlov. So much for your intellectual center. But that was not all. By the time I left Petersburg, a month later, all the newspapers were vying with one another in discussing our incomparable, divine, highly talented actress, and my mistress was referred to, not by her surname, but by her Christian name and her father's. Some years later I was in Moscow. I was summoned there by a letter, in the mayor's own handwriting, to undertake a work for which Moscow, in its newspapers, had been clamoring for over 100 years. In the intervals of my work I delivered 5 public lectures, with a philanthropic object, in one of the museums there. One would have thought that was enough to make one known to the whole town for 3 days at least, wouldn't one? But, alas! Not a single Moscow gazette said a word about me. There was something about houses on fire, about an operetta, sleeping town councillors, drunken shopkeepers, about everything, but about my work, my plans, my lectures, Mum. And a nice set they are in Moscow. I got into a tram. It was packed full, there were ladies and military men and students of both sexes, creatures of all sorts in couples. I am told the town council has sent for an engineer to plan such and such a work. I said to my neighbor, so loudly that all the tram could hear. Do you know the name of the engineer? My neighbor shook his head. The rest of the public took a cursory glance at me, and in all their eyes I read, I don't know. I am told that there is someone giving lectures in such and such a museum. I persisted, trying to get up a conversation. I hear it is interesting. No one even nodded. Evidently they had not all of them heard of the lectures, and the ladies were not even aware of the existence of the museum. All that would not have mattered, but imagine, my dear sir, the people suddenly leaped to their feet and struggled to the windows. What was it? What was the matter? Look, look, my neighbor nudged me. Do you see that dark man getting into that cab? That's the famous runner, King. And the whole tram began talking breathlessly of the runner who was then absorbing the brains of Moscow. I could give you ever so many other examples, but I think that is enough. Now let us assume that I am mistaken about myself, that I am a wretchedly boastful and incompetent person. But apart from myself I might point to many of my contemporaries, men remarkable for their talent and industry, who have nevertheless died unrecognized. Are Russian navigators, chemists, physicists, mechanicians, and agriculturists popular with the public? Do our cultivated masses know anything of Russian artists, sculptors, and literary men? Some old literary hack, hard-working and talented, will wear away the doorstep of the publishers' offices for 33 years, cover reams of paper, be had up for libel 20 times, and yet not step beyond his ant-heap. Can you mention to me a single representative of our literature who would have become celebrated if the rumor had not been spread over the earth that he had been killed in a duel, gone out of his mind, been sent into exile, or had cheated at cards? The first-class passenger was so excited that he dropped his cigar out of his mouth and got up. Yes, he went on fiercely, and side by side with these people I can quote you hundreds of all sorts of singers, acrobats, buffoons, whose names are known to every baby. Yes. The door creaked, there was a draft, and an individual of forbidding aspect, wearing an Inverness coat, a top hat, and blue spectacles, walked into the carriage. The individual looked round at the seats, frowned, and went on further. Do you know who that is? There came a timid whisper from the furthest corner of the compartment. That is N.N., the famous Tula card sharper who was had up in connection with the Y. Bank affair. There you are, laughed the first-class passenger. He knows a Tula card sharper, but ask him whether he knows Semiratsky, Tchaikovsky, or Solovyov the philosopher, he'll shake his head. It's swinish. 3 minutes passed in silence. Allow me in my turn to ask you a question, said the vis-a-vis timidly, clearing his throat. Do you know the name of Pushkov? Pushkov? Pushkov. No, I don't know it. That is my name, said the vis-a-vis, overcome with embarrassment. Then you don't know it? And yet I have been a professor at one of the Russian universities for 35 years, a member of the Academy of Sciences, have published more than one work. The first-class passenger and the vis-a-vis looked at each other and burst out laughing. A tragic actor. It was the benefit night of Fanaginov, the tragic actor. They were acting Prince Serebryany. The tragedian himself was playing Vyazemsky, Lomonodov, the stage manager, was playing Morozov, Madame Biabatov, Elena. The performance was a grand success. The tragedian accomplished wonders indeed. When he was carrying off Elena, he held her in one hand above his head as he dashed across the stage. He shouted, hissed, banged with his feet, tore his coat across his chest. When he refused to fight Morozov, he trembled all over as nobody ever trembles in reality, and gasped loudly. The theater shook with applause. There were endless calls. Fanaginov was presented with a silver cigarette case and a bouquet tied with long ribbons. The ladies waved their handkerchiefs and urged their men to applaud, many shed tears. But the one who was the most enthusiastic and most excited was Masha, daughter of Sidoretsky the police captain. She was sitting in the first row of the stalls beside her papa. She was ecstatic and could not take her eyes off the stage even between the acts. Her delicate little hands and feet were quivering, her eyes were full of tears, her cheeks turned paler and paler. And no wonder, she was at the theater for the first time in her life. How well they act! How splendidly, she said to her papa the police captain, every time the curtain fell. How good Fanaginov is! And if her papa had been capable of reading faces he would have read on his daughter's pale little countenance a rapture that was almost anguish. She was overcome by the acting, by the play, by the surroundings. When the regimental band began playing between the acts, she closed her eyes, exhausted. "Papa," she said to the police captain during the last interval, "go behind the scenes and ask them all to dinner tomorrow." The police captain went behind the scenes, praised them for all their fine acting, and complimented Madame Biabatov. "Your lovely face demands a canvas, and I only wish I could wield the brush." And with a scrape, he thereupon invited the company to dinner. "All except the fair sex," he whispered. "I don't want the actresses, for I have a daughter." Next day the actors dined at the police captain's. Only 3 turned up, the manager Lomonodov, the tragedian Fanaginov, and the comic man Vodolazov. The others sent excuses. The dinner was a dull affair. Lomonodov kept telling the police captain how much he respected him, and how highly he thought of all persons in authority. Vodolazov mimicked drunken merchants and Armenians. And Fanaginov, on his passport his name was Knish, a tall, stout little Russian with black eyes and frowning brow, declaimed, "At the portals of the great," and "To be or not to be." Lomonodov, with tears in his eyes, described his interview with the former governor, General Kaniuchin. The police captain listened, was bored, and smiled affably. He was well satisfied, although Lomonodov smelt strongly of burnt feathers, and Fanaginov was wearing a hired dress coat and boots trodden down at heel. They pleased his daughter and made her lively, and that was enough for him. And Masha never took her eyes off the actors. She had never before seen such clever, exceptional people. In the evening the police captain and Masha were at the theater again. A week later the actors dined at the police captain's again, and after that came almost every day either to dinner or supper. Masha became more and more devoted to the theater, and went there every evening. She fell in love with the tragedian. One fine morning, when the police captain had gone to meet the bishop, Masha ran away with Lomonodov's company and married her hero on the way. After celebrating the wedding, the actors composed a long and touching letter and sent it to the police captain. It was the work of their combined efforts. "Bring out the motive, the motive," Lomonodov kept saying as he dictated to the comic man. "Lay on the respect. These official chaps like it. Add something of a sort, to draw a tear." The answer to this letter was most discomforting. The police captain disowned his daughter for marrying, as he said, a stupid, idle little Russian with no fixed home or occupation. And the day after this answer was received Masha was writing to her father. "Papa, he beats me. Forgive us. He had beaten her behind the scenes, in the presence of Lamonadov, the washerwoman, and 2 lighting men. He remembered how, for days before the wedding, he was sitting in the London tavern with the whole company, and all were talking about Masha. The company were advising him to chance it, and Lamonadov, with tears in his eyes urged, it would be stupid and irrational to let slip such an opportunity. Why, for a sum like that one would go to Siberia, let alone getting married. When you marry and have a theatre of your own, take me into your company. I shan't be master then, you'll be master. Fanajanov remembered it, and muttered with clenched fists. If he doesn't send money, I'll smash her. I won't let myself be made a fool of, damn my soul. At one provincial town the company tried to give Masha the slip, but Masha found out, ran to the station, and got there when the second bell had rung and the actors had all taken their seats. I've been shamefully treated by your father, said the tragedian, all is over between us. And though the carriage was full of people, she went down on her knees and held out her hands, imploring him. I love you. Don't drive me away, Kondraty Ivanovitch, she besought him. I can't live without you. They listened to her entreaties, and after consulting together, took her into the company as a countess, the name they used for the minor actresses who usually came on to the stage in crowds or in dumb parts. To begin with, Masha used to play maidservants and pages, but when Madame Biabatov, the flower of Lamonadov's company, eloped, they made her ingenue. She acted badly, lisped, and was nervous. She soon grew used to it, however, and began to be liked by the audience. Fanajanov was much displeased. To call her an actress, he used to say. She has no figure, no deportment, nothing whatever but silliness. In one provincial town the company acted Schiller's Robbers. Fanajanov played Franz, Masha, Amelie. The tragedian shouted and quivered. Masha repeated her part like a well-learnt lesson, and the play would have gone off as they generally did had it not been for a trifling mishap. Everything went well up to the point where Franz declares his love for Amelie and she seizes his sword. The tragedian shouted, hissed, quivered, and squeezed Masha in his iron embrace. And Masha, instead of repulsing him and crying, hence, trembled in his arms like a bird and did not move. She seemed petrified. Have pity on me. She whispered in his ear. Oh, have pity on me. I am so miserable. You don't know your part. Listen to the prompter, hissed the tragedian, and he thrust his sword into her hand. After the performance, Lamonadov and Fanajanov were sitting in the ticket box office engaged in conversation. Your wife does not learn her part, you are right there, the manager was saying. She doesn't know her line. Every man has his own line, but she doesn't know hers. Fanajanov listened, sighed, and scowled and scowled. Next morning, Masha was sitting in a little general shop writing. Papa, he beats me. Forgive us. Send us some money. A transgression. A collegiate assessor called Megev stopped at a telegraph post in the course of his evening walk and heaved a deep sigh. A week before, as he was returning home from his evening walk, he had been overtaken at that very spot by his former housemaid, Agnia, who said to him viciously. Wait a bit. I'll cook you such a crab that'll teach you to ruin innocent girls. I'll leave the baby at your door, and I'll have the law of you, and I'll tell your wife, too. And she demanded that he should put 5,000 rubles into the bank in her name. Megev remembered it, heaved a sigh, and once more reproached himself with heartfelt repentance for the momentary infatuation which had caused him so much worry and misery. When he reached his bungalow, he sat down to rest on the doorstep. It was just 10 o'clock, and a bit of the moon peeped out from behind the clouds. There was not a soul in the street nor near the bungalows. Elderly summer visitors were already going to bed, while young ones were walking in the wood. Feeling in both his pockets for a match to light his cigarette, Megev brought his elbow into contact with something soft. He looked idly at his right elbow, and his face was instantly contorted by a look of as much horror as though he had seen a snake beside him. On the step at the very door lay a bundle. Something oblong in shape was wrapped up in something, judging by the feel of it, a wadded quilt. One end of the bundle was a little open, and the collegiate assessor, putting in his hand, felt something damp and warm. He leaped on to his feet in horror, and looked about him like a criminal trying to escape from his warders. "She has left it," he muttered wrathfully through his teeth, clenching his fists. "Here it lies. Here lies my transgression. O Lord!" He was numb with terror, anger, and shame. What was he to do now? What would his wife say if she found out? What would his colleagues at the office say? His Excellency would be sure to dig him in the ribs, guffaw, and say, "I congratulate you. He. Though your beard is grey, your heart is gay. You are a rogue, Semyon Erastovich." The whole colony of summer visitors would know his secret now, and probably the respectable mothers of families would shut their doors to him. Such incidents always get into the papers, and the humble name of Megev would be published all over Russia. The middle window of the bungalow was open and he could distinctly hear his wife, Anna Filipovna, laying the table for supper. In the yard close to the gate Yermolay, the porter, was plaintively strumming on the balalaika. The baby had only to wake up and begin to cry, and the secret would be discovered. Megev was conscious of an overwhelming desire to make haste. "Haste, haste," he muttered, "this minute, before anyone sees. I'll carry it away and lay it on somebody's doorstep." Megev took the bundle in one hand and quietly, with a deliberate step to avoid awakening suspicion, went down the street. A wonderfully nasty position, he reflected, trying to assume an air of unconcern. A collegiate assessor walking down the street with a baby. Good heavens! If anyone sees me and understands the position, I am done for. I'd better put it on this doorstep. No, stay, the windows are open and perhaps someone is looking. Where shall I put it? I know. I'll take it to the merchant Myelkins. Merchants are rich people and tender-hearted. Very likely they will say thank you and adopt it. And Megev made up his mind to take the baby to Myelkins, although the merchant's villa was in the furthest street, close to the river. If only it does not begin screaming or wriggle out of the bundle, thought the collegiate assessor. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Here I am carrying a human being under my arm as though it were a portfolio. A human being, alive, with soul, with feelings like anyone else. If by good luck the Myelkins adopt him, he may turn out somebody. Maybe he will become a professor, a great general, an author. Anything may happen. Now I am carrying him under my arm like a bundle of rubbish, and perhaps in 30 or 40 years I may not dare to sit down in his presence. As Megev was walking along a narrow, deserted alley, beside a long row of fences, in the thick black shade of the lime trees, it suddenly struck him that he was doing something very cruel and criminal. How mean it is really, he thought. So mean that one can't imagine anything meaner. Why are we shifting this poor baby from door to door? It's not its fault that it's been born. It's done us no harm. We are scoundrels. We take our pleasure, and the innocent babies have to pay the penalty. Only to think of all this wretched business. I've done wrong and the child has a cruel fate before it. If I lay it at the Myelkins' door, they'll send it to the foundling hospital, and there it will grow up among strangers, in mechanical routine, no love, no petting, no spoiling. And then he'll be apprenticed to a shoemaker. He'll take to drink, will learn to use filthy language, will go hungry. A shoemaker. And he the son of a collegiate assessor, of good family. He is my flesh and blood. Megev came out of the shade of the lime trees into the bright moonlight of the open road, and opening the bundle, he looked at the baby. Asleep, he murmured. You little rascal. Why, you've an aquiline nose like your father's. He sleeps and doesn't feel that it's his own father looking at him. It's a drama, my boy. Well, you must forgive me. Forgive me, old boy. It seems it's your fate. The collegiate assessor blinked and felt a spasm running down his cheeks. He wrapped up the baby, put him under his arm, and strode on. All the way to the Myelkins' villa social questions were swarming in his brain and conscience was gnawing in his bosom. If I were a decent, honest man, he thought, I should damn everything, go with this baby to Anna Filipovna, fall on my knees before her, and say, forgive me. I have sinned. Torture me, but we won't ruin an innocent child. We have no children. Let us adopt him. She's a good sort, she'd consent. And then my child would be with me. Eck. He reached the Myelkins' villa and stood still hesitating. He imagined himself in the parlor at home, sitting reading the paper while a little boy with an aquiline nose played with the tassels of his dressing gown. At the same time visions forced themselves on his brain of his winking colleagues, and of His Excellency digging him in the ribs and guffawing. Besides the pricking of his conscience, there was something warm, sad, and tender in his heart. Cautiously the collegiate assessor laid the baby on the veranda step and waved his hand. Again he felt a spasm run over his face. Forgive me, old fellow. I am a scoundrel, he muttered. Don't remember evil against me. He stepped back, but immediately cleared his throat resolutely and said. Oh, come what will. Damn it all. I'll take him, and let people say what they like. Migev took the baby and strode rapidly back. Let them say what they like, he thought. I'll go at once, fall on my knees, and say, Anna Filipovna. Anna is a good sort, she'll understand. And we'll bring him up. If it's a boy we'll call him Vladimir, and if it's a girl we'll call her Anna. Anyway, it will be a comfort in our old age. And he did as he determined. Weeping and almost faint with shame and terror, full of hope and vague rapture, he went into his bungalow, went up to his wife, and fell on his knees before her. Anna Filipovna, he said with a sob, and he laid the baby on the floor. Hear me before you punish. I have sinned. This is my child. You remember Agnia? Well, it was the devil drove me to it. And, almost unconscious with shame and terror, he jumped up without waiting for an answer, and ran out into the open air as though he had received a thrashing. I'll stay here outside till she calls me, he thought. I'll give her time to recover, and to think it over. The porter Yermolay passed him with his balalaika, glanced at him and shrugged his shoulders. A minute later he passed him again, and again he shrugged his shoulders. Here's a go. Did you ever, he muttered grinning. Aksinya, the washerwoman, was here just now, Semyon Erastovich. The silly woman put her baby down on the steps here, and while she was indoors with me, someone took and carried off the baby. Who'd have thought it? What? What are you saying? Shouted Migev at the top of his voice. Yermolay, interpreting his master's wrath in his own fashion, scratched his head and heaved a sigh. I am sorry, Semyon Erastovich, he said, but it's the summer holidays, one can't get on without a woman, I mean. And glancing at his master's eyes glaring at him with anger and astonishment, he cleared his throat guiltily and went on. It's a sin, of course, but there, what is one to do? You've forbidden us to have strangers in the house, I know, but we've none of our own now. When Agnia was here I had no women to see me, for I had one at home, but now, you can see for yourself, sir, one can't help having strangers. In Agnia's time, of course, there was nothing irregular, because... Be off, you scoundrel! Migev shouted at him, stamping, and he went back into the room. Anna Filipovna, amazed and wrathful, was sitting as before, her tear-stained eyes fixed on the baby. There. There. Migev muttered with a pale face, twisting his lips into a smile. It was a joke. It's not my baby. It's the washerwoman's. I was joking. Take it to the porter. Small fry. Honored sir, father and benefactor, a petty clerk called Neverazimov was writing a rough copy of an Easter congratulatory letter. I trust that you may spend this holy day even as many more to come, in good health and prosperity. And to your family also I. The lamp, in which the kerosene was getting low, was smoking and smelling. A stray cockroach was running about the table in alarm near Neverasimov's writing hand. 2 rooms away from the office Paramon the porter was for the 3rd time cleaning his best boots, and with such energy that the sound of the blacking brush and of his expectorations was audible in all the rooms. What else can I write to him, the rascal? Neverasimov wondered, raising his eyes to the smutty ceiling. On the ceiling he saw a dark circle, the shadow of the lampshade. Below it was the dusty cornice, and lower still the wall, which had once been painted a bluish muddy color. And the office seemed to him such a place of desolation that he felt sorry, not only for himself, but even for the cockroach. When I am off duty I shall go away, but he'll be on duty here all his cockroach life, he thought, stretching. I am bored. Shall I clean my boots? And stretching once more, Neverasimov slouched lazily to the porter's room. Paramon had finished cleaning his boots. Crossing himself with one hand and holding the brush in the other, he was standing at the open window pane, listening. They're ringing, he whispered to Neverasimov, looking at him with eyes intent and wide open. Already. Neverasimov put his ear to the open pane and listened. The Easter chimes floated into the room with a whiff of fresh spring air. The booming of the bells mingled with the rumble of carriages, and above the chaos of sounds rose the brisk tenor tones of the nearest church and a loud shrill laugh. What a lot of people! Sighed Neverasimov, looking down into the street, where shadows of men flitted one after another by the illumination lamps. They're all hurrying to the midnight service. Our fellows have had a drink by now, you may be sure, and are strolling about the town. What a lot of laughter, what a lot of talk. I'm the only unlucky one, to have to sit here on such a day, and I have to do it every year. Well, nobody forces you to take the job. It's not your turn to be on duty today, but Zastupov hired you to take his place. When other folks are enjoying themselves you hire yourself out. It's greediness. Devil a bit of it. Not much to be greedy over, 2 rubles is all he gives me, a necktie as an extra. It's poverty, not greediness. And it would be jolly, now, you know, to be going with a party to the service, and then to break the fast. To drink and to have a bit of supper and tumble off to sleep. One sits down to the table, there's an Easter cake and the samovar hissing, and some charming little thing beside you. You drink a glass and chuck her under the chin, and it's first rate. You feel you're somebody. Ekh. I've made a mess of things. Look at that hussy driving by in her carriage, while I have to sit here and brood. We each have our lot in life, Ivan Danilich. Please God, you'll be promoted and drive about in your carriage one day. No, brother, not likely. I shan't get beyond the titular, not if I try till I burst. I'm not an educated man. Our general has no education either, but the general stole 100,000 before he got his position. And he's got very different manners and deportment from me, brother. With my manners and deportment one can't get far. And such a scoundrelly surname, Neverasimov. It's a hopeless position, in fact. One may go on as one is, or one may hang oneself. He moved away from the window and walked wearily about the rooms. The din of the bells grew louder and louder. There was no need to stand by the window to hear it. And the better he could hear the bells and the louder the roar of the carriages, the darker seemed the muddy walls and the smutty cornice and the more the lamp smoked. Shall I hook it and leave the office, thought Neverasimov. But such a flight promised nothing worth having. After coming out of the office and wandering about the town, Neverasimov would have gone home to his lodging, and in his lodging it was even grayer and more depressing than in the office. Even supposing he were to spend that day pleasantly and with comfort, what had he beyond? Nothing but the same grey walls, the same stop-gap duty and complimentary letters. Neverasimov stood still in the middle of the office and sank into thought. The yearning for a new, better life gnawed at his heart with an intolerable ache. He had a passionate longing to find himself suddenly in the street, to mingle with the living crowd, to take part in the solemn festivity for the sake of which all those bells were clashing and those carriages were rumbling. He longed for what he had known in childhood, the family circle, the festive faces of his own people, the white cloth, light, warmth. He thought of the carriage in which the lady had just driven by, the overcoat in which the head clerk was so smart, the gold chain that adorned the secretary's chest. He thought of a warm bed, of the Stanislav order, of new boots, of a uniform without holes in the elbows. He thought of all those things because he had none of them. Shall I steal? He thought. Even if stealing is an easy matter, hiding is what's difficult. Men run away to America, they say, with what they've stolen, but the devil knows where that blessed America is. One must have education even to steal, it seems. The bells died down. He heard only a distant noise of carriages and Paramon's cough, while his depression and anger grew more and more intense and unbearable. The clock in the office struck 12:30. Shall I write a secret report? Proshkin did, and he rose rapidly. Neverasimov sat down at his table and pondered. The lamp in which the kerosene had quite run dry was smoking violently and threatening to go out. The stray cockroach was still running about the table and had found no resting place. One can always send in a secret report, but how is one to make it up? I should want to make all sorts of innuendos and insinuations, like Proshkin, and I can't do it. If I made up anything I should be the first to get into trouble for it. I'm an ass, damn my soul. And Neverasimov, racking his brain for a means of escape from his hopeless position, stared at the rough copy he had written. The letter was written to a man whom he feared and hated with his whole soul, and from whom he had for the last 10 years been trying to wring a post worth 18 rubles a month, instead of the one he had at 16 rubles. Ah, I'll teach you to run here, you devil. He viciously slapped the palm of his hand on the cockroach, who had the misfortune to catch his eye. Nasty thing. The cockroach fell on its back and wriggled its legs in despair. Neverasimov took it by one leg and threw it into the lamp. The lamp flared up and spluttered. And Neverasimov felt better. The Requiem. In the village church of Verny Zaprudy Mass was just over. The people had begun moving and were trooping out of church. The only one who did not move was Andrei Andreitch, a shopkeeper, an old inhabitant of Verny Zaprudy. He stood waiting, with his elbows on the railing of the right choir. His fat and shaven face, covered with indentations left by pimples, expressed on this occasion two contradictory feelings: resignation in the face of inevitable destiny, and stupid, unbounded disdain for the smocks and striped kerchiefs passing by him. As it was Sunday, he was dressed like a dandy. He wore a long cloth overcoat with yellow bone buttons, blue trousers not thrust into his boots, and sturdy galoshes, the huge clumsy galoshes only seen on the feet of practical and prudent persons of firm religious convictions. His torpid eyes, sunk in fat, were fixed upon the icon stand. He saw the long familiar figures of the saints, the verger Matvey puffing out his cheeks and blowing out the candles, the darkened candle stands, the threadbare carpet. The sacristan Lopukov running impulsively from the altar and carrying the holy bread to the churchwarden. All these things he had seen for years, and seen over and over again like the 5 fingers of his hand. There was only one thing, however, that was somewhat strange and unusual. Father Grigory, still in his vestments, was standing at the north door, twitching his thick eyebrows angrily. Who is it he is winking at? God bless him, thought the shopkeeper. And he is beckoning with his finger. And he stamped his foot. What next? What's the matter, Holy Queen and Mother? Whom does he mean it for? Andrei Andreitch looked round and saw the church completely deserted. There were some 10 people standing at the door, but they had their backs to the altar. Do come when you are called. Why do you stand like a graven image? He heard Father Grigory's angry voice. I am calling you. The shopkeeper looked at Father Grigory's red and wrathful face, and only then realized that the twitching eyebrows and beckoning finger might refer to him. He started, left the railing, and hesitatingly walked towards the altar, tramping with his heavy galoshes. "Andrei Andreich, was it you asked for prayers for the rest of Maria's soul?" asked the priest, his eyes angrily transfixing the shopkeeper's fat, perspiring face. "Yes, Father." "Then it was you wrote this?" "You." And Father Grigory angrily thrust before his eyes the little note. And on this little note, handed in by Andrei Andreich before Mass, was written in big, as it were staggering, letters. "For the rest of the soul of the servant of God, the harlot Maria." "Yes, certainly I wrote it," answered the shopkeeper. "How dared you write it?" whispered the priest, and in his husky whisper there was a note of wrath and alarm. The shopkeeper looked at him in blank amazement. He was perplexed, and he, too, was alarmed. Father Grigory had never in his life spoken in such a tone to a leading resident of Verny Zaprudy. Both were silent for a minute, staring into each other's face. The shopkeeper's amazement was so great that his fat face spread in all directions like spilt dough. "How dared you?" repeated the priest. What?" asked Andrei Andreich in bewilderment. "You don't understand," whispered Father Grigory, stepping back in astonishment and clasping his hands. "What have you got on your shoulders, a head or some other object? You send a note up to the altar, and write a word in it which it would be unseemly even to utter in the street. Why are you rolling your eyes? Surely you know the meaning of the word. Are you referring to the word harlot?" muttered the shopkeeper, flushing crimson and blinking. "But you know, the Lord in his mercy, forgave this very thing, forgave a harlot. He has prepared a place for her, and indeed from the life of the holy saint, Maria of Egypt, one may see in what sense the word is used, excuse me." The shopkeeper wanted to bring forward some other argument in his justification, but took fright and wiped his lips with his sleeve. "So that's what you make of it," cried Father Grigory, clasping his hands. "But you see God has forgiven her, do you understand? He has forgiven, but you judge her, you slander her, call her by an unseemly name, and whom? Your own deceased daughter. Not only in Holy Scripture, but even in worldly literature you won't read of such a sin. I tell you again, Andrei, you mustn't be over-subtle. No, you mustn't be over-subtle, brother. If God has given you an inquiring mind, and if you cannot direct it, better not go into things. Don't go into things, and hold your peace. But you know, she, excuse my mentioning it, was an actress," articulated Andrei Andreich, overwhelmed. "An actress. But whatever she was, you ought to forget it all now she is dead, instead of writing it on the note." "Just so." The shopkeeper assented. "You ought to do penance," boomed the deacon from the depths of the altar, looking contemptuously at Andrei Andreich's embarrassed face, "that would teach you to leave off being so clever. Your daughter was a well-known actress. There were even notices of her death in the newspapers." "Philosopher." "To be sure, certainly," muttered the shopkeeper, "the word is not a seemly one, but I did not say it to judge her, Father Grigory, I only meant to speak spiritually. That it might be clearer to you for whom you were praying. They write in the memorial notes the various callings, such as the infant John, the drowned woman Pelagia, the warrior Jaeger, the murdered Pavel, and so on. I meant to do the same. It was foolish, Andrei. God will forgive you, but beware another time. Above all, don't be subtle, but think like other people. Make 10 bows and go your way." "I obey," said the shopkeeper, relieved that the lecture was over, and allowing his face to resume its expression of importance and dignity. 10 bows. Very good, I understand. But now, Father, allow me to ask you a favor. Seeing that I am, anyway, her father, you know yourself, whatever she was still my daughter, so I was, excuse me, meaning to ask you to sing the requiem today. And allow me to ask you, Father Deacon." "Well, that's good," said Father Grigory, taking off his vestments. "That I commend. I can approve of that. Well, go your way. We will come out immediately." Andrei Andreitch walked with dignity from the altar, and with a solemn, requiem-like expression on his red face took his stand in the middle of the church. The verger Matvey set before him a little table with the memorial food upon it, and a little later the requiem service began. There was perfect stillness in the church. Nothing could be heard but the metallic click of the censer and slow singing. Near Andrei Andreitch stood the verger Matvey, the midwife Makarevna, and her one-armed son Mitka. There was no one else. The sacristan sang badly in an unpleasant, hollow bass, but the tune and the words were so mournful that the shopkeeper little by little lost the expression of dignity and was plunged in sadness. He thought of his Mashutka. He remembered she had been born when he was still a lackey in the service of the owner of VIII Zapruti. In his busy life as a lackey he had not noticed how his girl had grown up. That long period during which she was being shaped into a graceful creature, with a little flaxen head and dreamy eyes as big as kopeck pieces passed unnoticed by him. She had been brought up like all the children of favorite lackeys, in ease and comfort in the company of the young ladies. The gentry, to fill up their idle time, had taught her to read, to write, to dance. He had had no hand in her bringing up. Only from time to time casually meeting her at the gate or on the landing of the stairs, he would remember that she was his daughter, and would, so far as he had leisure for it, begin teaching her the prayers and the scripture. Oh, even then he had the reputation of an authority on the church rules and the holy scriptures. Forbidding and stolid as her father's face was, yet the girl listened readily. She repeated the prayers after him yawning, but on the other hand, when he, hesitating and trying to express himself elaborately, began telling her stories, she was all attention. Esau's pottage, the punishment of Sodom, and the troubles of the boy Joseph made her turn pale and open her blue eyes wide. Afterwards when he gave up being a lackey, and with the money he had saved opened a shop in the village, Mashutka had gone away to Moscow with his master's family. 3 years before her death she had come to see her father. He had scarcely recognized her. She was a graceful young woman with the manners of a young lady, and dressed like one. She talked cleverly, as though from a book, smoked, and slept till midday. When Andrei Andreitch asked her what she was doing, she had announced, looking him boldly straight in the face, "I am an actress." Such frankness struck the former flunky as the acme of cynicism. Mashutka had begun boasting of her successes and her stage life, but seeing that her father only turned crimson and threw up his hands, she ceased. And they spent a fortnight together without speaking or looking at one another till the day she went away. Before she went away she asked her father to come for a walk on the bank of the river. Painful as it was for him to walk in the light of day, in the sight of all honest people, with a daughter who was an actress, he yielded to her request. "What a lovely place you live in," she said enthusiastically. "What ravines and marshes! Good heavens, how lovely my native place is!" And she had burst into tears. "The place is simply taking up room." Andrei Andreevich had thought, looking blankly at the ravines, not understanding his daughter's enthusiasm. There is no more profit from them than milk from a billy goat. And she had cried and cried, drawing her breath greedily with her whole chest, as though she felt she had not a long time left to breathe. Andrei Andreitch shook his head like a horse that has been bitten, and to stifle painful memories began rapidly crossing himself. "Be mindful, O Lord," he muttered, "of thy departed servant, the harlot Maria, and forgive her sins, voluntary or involuntary." The unseemly word dropped from his lips again, but he did not notice it. What is firmly embedded in the consciousness cannot be driven out by Father Grigory's exhortations or even knocked out by a nail. Makarevna sighed and whispered something, drawing in a deep breath, while one-armed Mitka was brooding over something. "Where there is no sickness, nor grief, nor sighing," droned the sacristan, covering his right cheek with his hand. Bluish smoke coiled up from the censer and bathed in the broad, slanting patch of sunshine which cut across the gloomy, lifeless emptiness of the church. And it seemed as though the soul of the dead woman were soaring into the sunlight together with the smoke. The coils of smoke like a child's curls eddied round and round, floating upwards to the window and, as it were, holding aloof from the woes and tribulations of which that poor soul was full. In the coach house. It was between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening. Stepan the coachman, Mihailo the house porter, Alyosha the coachman's grandson, who had come up from the village to stay with his grandfather, and Nikinder, an old man of 70, who used to come into the yard every evening to sell salt herrings, were sitting round a lantern in the big coach house, playing kings. Through the wide open door could be seen the whole yard, the big house, where the master's family lived, the gates, the cellars, and the porter's lodge. It was all shrouded in the darkness of night, and only the 4 windows of one of the lodges which was let were brightly lit up. The shadows of the coaches and sledges with their shafts tipped upward stretched from the walls to the doors, quivering and cutting across the shadows cast by the lantern and the players. On the other side of the thin partition that divided the coach house from the stable were the horses. There was a scent of hay, and a disagreeable smell of salt herrings coming from old Nikinder. The porter won and was king. He assumed an attitude such as was in his opinion befitting a king, and blew his nose loudly on a red-checked handkerchief. "Now if I like I can chop off anybody's head," he said. Alyosha, a boy of 8 with a head of flaxen hair, left long uncut, who had only missed being king by 2 tricks, looked angrily and with envy at the porter. He pouted and frowned. "I shall give you the trick, grandfather," he said, pondering over his cards. "I know you have got the Queen of Diamonds." "Well, well, little silly, you have thought enough." Alyosha timidly played the knave of diamonds. At that moment a ring was heard from the yard. "Oh, hang you," muttered the porter, getting up. "Go and open the gate, O king." When he came back a little later, Alyosha was already a prince, the fish-hawker a soldier, and the coachman a peasant. "It's a nasty business," said the porter, sitting down to the cards again. "I have just let the doctors out. They have not extracted it." "How could they?" "Just think, they would have to pick open the brains. If there is a bullet in the head, of what use are doctors?" "He is lying unconscious," the porter went on. "He is bound to die. Alyosha, don't look at the cards, you little puppy, or I will pull your ears." "Yes, I let the doctors out, and the father and mother in. They have only just arrived. Such crying and wailing, Lord preserve us. They say he is the only son. It's a grief." All except Alyosha, who was absorbed in the game, looked round at the brightly lighted windows of the lodge. "I have orders to go to the police station tomorrow," said the porter. "There will be an inquiry. But what do I know about it? I saw nothing of it. He called me this morning, gave me a letter, and said, 'Put it in the letterbox for me.' And his eyes were red with crying. His wife and children were not at home. They had gone out for a walk. So when I had gone with the letter, he put a bullet into his forehead from a revolver. When I came back his cook was wailing for the whole yard to hear." "It's a great sin," said the fish-hawker in a husky voice, and he shook his head, "a great sin." "From too much learning," said the porter, taking a trick, his wits outstripped his wisdom. Sometimes he would sit writing papers all night. Play, peasant. But he was a nice gentleman. And so white-skinned, black-haired and tall. He was a good lodger. "It seems the fair sex is at the bottom of it," said the coachman, slapping the 9 of trumps on the King of Diamonds. "It seems he was fond of another man's wife and disliked his own. It does happen." "The king rebels," said the porter. At that moment there was again a ring from the yard. The rebellious king spat with vexation and went out. Shadows like dancing couples flitted across the windows of the lodge. There was the sound of voices and hurried footsteps in the yard. "I suppose the doctors have come again," said the coachman. "Our Mihailo is run off his legs." A strange wailing voice rang out for a moment in the air. Alyosha looked in alarm at his grandfather, the coachman, then at the windows, and said, "He stroked me on the head at the gate yesterday, and said, 'What district do you come from, boy?'" "Grandfather, who was that howled just now?" His grandfather trimmed the light in the lantern and made no answer. "The man is lost," he said a little later, with a yawn. "He is lost, and his children are ruined, too. It's a disgrace for his children for the rest of their lives now." The porter came back and sat down by the lantern. "He is dead," he said. "They have sent to the almshouse for the old women to lay him out." "The kingdom of heaven and eternal peace to him," whispered the coachman, and he crossed himself. Looking at him, Alyosha crossed himself too. "You can't pray for such as him," said the fish-hawker. "Why not?" "It's a sin." "That's true," the porter assented. "Now his soul has gone straight to hell, to the devil." "It's a sin," repeated the fish-hawker, "such as he have no funeral, no requiem, but are buried like carrion with no respect." The old man put on his cap and got up. "It was the same thing at Our Lady's," he said, pulling his cap on further. "We were serfs in those days. The younger son of our mistress, the general's lady, shot himself through the mouth with a pistol, from too much learning, too. It seems that by law such have to be buried outside the cemetery, without priests, without a requiem service. But to save disgrace Our Lady, you know, bribed the police and the doctors, and they gave her a paper to say her son had done it when delirious, not knowing what he was doing. You can do anything with money. So he had a funeral with priests in every honor, the music played, and he was buried in the church, for the deceased general had built that church with his own money, and all his family were buried there. Only this is what happened, friends. 1 month passed, and then another, and it was all right. In the 3rd month they informed the general's lady that the watchman had come from that same church. What did they want? They were brought to her, they fell at her feet. "We can't go on serving, Your Excellency," they said. "Look out for other watchmen and graciously dismiss us." "What for?" "No," they said, "we can't possibly, your son howls under the church all night." Alyosha shuddered, and pressed his face to the coachman's back so as not to see the windows. "At first the general's lady would not listen," continued the old man. "All this is your fancy, you simple folk have such notions," she said. "A dead man cannot howl." Some time afterwards the watchman came to her again, and with them the sacristan. So the sacristan, too, had heard him howling. The general's lady saw that it was a bad job. She locked herself in her bedroom with the watchman. "Here, my friends, here are 25 rubles for you, and for that go by night in secret, so that no one should hear or see you, dig up my unhappy son, and bury him," she said, "outside the cemetery." And I suppose she stood them a glass. And the watchman did so. The stone with the inscription on it is there to this day, but he himself, the general's son, is outside the cemetery. "O Lord, forgive us our transgressions," sighed the fish-hawker. "There is only one day in the year when one may pray for such people, the Saturday before Trinity. You mustn't give alms to beggars for their sake, it is a sin, but you may feed the birds for the rest of their souls." The general's lady used to go out to the crossroads every 3 days to feed the birds. Once at the crossroads a black dog suddenly appeared, it ran up to the bread, and was such a, we all know what that dog was. The general's lady was like a half-crazy creature for 5 days afterwards, she neither ate nor drank. All at once she fell on her knees in the garden, and prayed and prayed. "Well, goodbye, friends, the blessing of God and the Heavenly Mother be with you. Let us go, Mihailo, you'll open the gate for me." The fish-hawker and the porter went out. The coachman and Alyosha went out too, so as not to be left in the coach-house. "The man was living and is dead," said the coachman, looking towards the windows where shadows were still flitting to and fro. "Only this morning he was walking about the yard, and now he is lying dead. The time will come and we shall die too," said the porter, walking away with the fish-hawker, and at once they both vanished from sight in the darkness. The coachman, and Alyosha after him, somewhat timidly went up to the lighted windows. A very pale lady with large tear-stained eyes, and a fine-looking grey-headed man were moving 2 card tables into the middle of the room, probably with the intention of laying the dead man upon them. And on the green cloth of the table numbers could still be seen written in chalk. The cook who had run about the yard wailing in the morning was now standing on a chair, stretching up to try and cover the looking-glass with a towel. "Grandfather, what are they doing?" asked Alyosha in a whisper. "They are just going to lay him on the tables," answered his grandfather. "Let us go, child, it is bedtime." The coachman and Alyosha went back to the coach-house. They said their prayers, and took off their boots. Stepan lay down in a corner on the floor, Alyosha in a sledge. The doors of the coach-house were shut, there was a horrible stench from the extinguished lantern. A little later Alyosha sat up and looked about him. Through the crack of the door he could still see a light from those lighted windows. "Grandfather, I am frightened," he said. "Come, go to sleep, go to sleep. I tell you I am frightened." "What are you frightened of?" "What a baby." They were silent. Alyosha suddenly jumped out of the sledge and, loudly weeping, ran to his grandfather. "What is it?" "What's the matter?" cried the coachman in a fright, getting up also. "He's howling." "Who is howling?" "I am frightened, grandfather, do you hear?" The coachman listened. "It's their crying," he said. "Come. There, little silly. They are sad, so they are crying. I want to go home." His grandson went on sobbing and trembling all over. "Grandfather, let us go back to the village, to Mammy. Come, grandfather dear, God will give you the heavenly kingdom for it." "What a silly, ah! Come, be quiet, be quiet. Be quiet, I will light the lantern, silly." The coachman fumbled for the matches and lighted the lantern. But the light did not comfort Alyosha. "Grandfather Stepan, let's go to the village," he besought him, weeping. "I am frightened here, oh, how frightened I am." "And why did you bring me from the village, accursed man?" "Who's an accursed man?" "You mustn't use such disrespectable words to your lawful grandfather." "I shall whip you." "Do whip me, grandfather, do. Beat me like Sitter's goat, but only take me to Mammy, for God's mercy." "Come, grandson, come," the coachman said kindly. "It's all right, don't be frightened, I am frightened myself. Say your prayers." The door creaked and the porter's head appeared. "Aren't you asleep, Stepan?" he asked. "I shan't get any sleep all night," he said, coming in. "I shall be opening and shutting the gates all night." "What are you crying for, Alyosha?" "He is frightened," the coachman answered for his grandson. Again there was the sound of a wailing voice in the air. The porter said, "They are crying. The mother can't believe her eyes. It's dreadful how upset she is." "And is the father there?" "Yes. The father is all right. He sits in the corner and says nothing. They have taken the children to relations." "Well, Stepan, shall we have a game of trumps?" "Yes," the coachman agreed, scratching himself, "and you, Alyosha, go to sleep. Almost big enough to be married, and blubbering, you rascal. Come, go along, grandson, go along." The presence of the porter reassured Alyosha. He went, not very resolutely, towards the sledge and lay down. And while he was falling asleep he heard a half-whisper. "I beat and cover," said his grandfather. "I beat and cover," repeated the porter. The bell rang in the yard, the door creaked and seemed also saying, "I beat and cover." When Alyosha dreamed of the gentleman and, frightened by his eyes, jumped up and burst out crying, it was morning, his grandfather was snoring, and the coach-house no longer seemed terrible. Panic fears. During all the years I have been living in this world I have only 3 times been terrified. The first real terror, which made my hair stand on end and made shivers run all over me, was caused by a trivial but strange phenomenon. It happened that, having nothing to do one July evening, I drove to the station for the newspapers. It was a still, warm, almost sultry evening, like all those monotonous evenings in July which, when once they have set in, go on for a week, a fortnight, or sometimes longer, in regular unbroken succession, and are suddenly cut short by a violent thunderstorm and a lavish downpour of rain that refreshes everything for a long time. The sun had set some time before, and an unbroken grey dusk lay all over the land. The mawkishly sweet scents of the grass and flowers were heavy in the motionless, stagnant air. I was driving in a rough trolley. Behind my back the gardener's son Pashka, a boy of 8 years old, whom I had taken with me to look after the horse in case of necessity, was gently snoring, with his head on a sack of oats. Our way lay along a narrow by-road, straight as a ruler, which lay hid like a great snake in the tall thick rye. There was a pale light from the afterglow of sunset. A streak of light cut its way through a narrow, uncouth-looking cloud, which seemed sometimes like a boat and sometimes like a man wrapped in a quilt. I had driven 1.5 miles, or 2 miles, when against the pale background of the evening glow there came into sight one after another some graceful tall poplars. A river glimmered beyond them, and a gorgeous picture suddenly, as though by magic, lay stretched before me. I had to stop the horse, for our straight road broke off abruptly and ran down a steep incline overgrown with bushes. We were standing on the hillside and beneath us at the bottom lay a huge hole full of twilight, of fantastic shapes, and of space. At the bottom of this hole, in a wide plain guarded by the poplars and caressed by the gleaming river, nestled a village. It was now sleeping. Its huts, its church with the belfry, its trees, stood out against the grey twilight and were reflected darkly in the smooth surface of the river. I waked Pashka for fear he should fall out and began cautiously going down. "Have we got to Lukovo?" asked Pashka, lifting his head lazily. "Yes." "Hold the reins." I led the horse down the hill and looked at the village. At the first glance one strange circumstance caught my attention. At the very top of the belfry, in the tiny window between the cupola and the bells, a light was twinkling. This light was like that of a smouldering lamp, at one moment dying down, at another flickering up. What could it come from? Its source was beyond my comprehension. It could not be burning at the window, for there were neither icons nor lamps in the top turret of the belfry. There was nothing there, as I knew, but beams, dust, and spiders' webs. It was hard to climb up into that turret, for the passage to it from the belfry was closely blocked up. It was more likely than anything else to be the reflection of some outside light, but though I strained my eyes to the utmost, I could not see one other speck of light in the vast expanse that lay before me. There was no moon. The pale and, by now, quite dim streak of the afterglow could not have been reflected, for the window looked not to the west, but to the east. These and other similar considerations were straying through my mind all the while that I was going down the slope with the horse. At the bottom I sat down by the roadside and looked again at the light. As before it was glimmering and flaring up. Strange, I thought, lost in conjecture. Very strange. And little by little I was overcome by an unpleasant feeling. At first I thought that this was vexation at not being able to explain a simple phenomenon. But afterwards, when I suddenly turned away from the light in horror and caught hold of Pashka with one hand, it became clear that I was overcome with terror. I was seized with a feeling of loneliness, misery, and horror, as though I had been flung down against my will into this great hole full of shadows, where I was standing all alone with the belfry looking at me with its red eye. "Pashka!" I cried, closing my eyes in horror. "Well? Pashka, what's that gleaming on the belfry?" Pashka looked over my shoulder at the belfry and gave a yawn. Who can tell? This brief conversation with the boy reassured me for a little, but not for long. Pashka, seeing my uneasiness, fastened his big eyes upon the light, looked at me again, then again at the light. "I am frightened," he whispered. At this point, beside myself with terror, I clutched the boy with one hand, huddled up to him, and gave the horse a violent lash. "It's stupid," I said to myself. "That phenomenon is only terrible because I don't understand it. Everything we don't understand is mysterious. I tried to persuade myself, but at the same time I did not leave off lashing the horse. When we reached the posting station I purposely stayed for a full hour chatting with the overseer, and read through 2 or 3 newspapers, but the feeling of uneasiness did not leave me. On the way back the light was not to be seen, but on the other hand the silhouettes of the huts, of the poplars, and of the hill up which I had to drive, seemed to me as though animated. And why the light was there I don't know to this day. The second terror I experienced was excited by a circumstance no less trivial. I was returning from a romantic interview. It was 1 o'clock at night, the time when nature is buried in the soundest, sweetest sleep before the dawn. That time nature was not sleeping, and one could not call the night a still one. Corncrakes, quails, nightingales, and woodcocks were calling, crickets and grasshoppers were chirping. There was a light mist over the grass, and clouds were scurrying straight ahead across the sky near the moon. Nature was awake, as though afraid of missing the best moments of her life. I walked along a narrow path at the very edge of a railway embankment. The moonlight glided over the lines which were already covered with dew. Great shadows from the clouds kept flitting over the embankment. Far ahead, a dim green light was glimmering peacefully. So everything is well, I thought, looking at them. I had a quiet, peaceful, comfortable feeling in my heart. I was returning from a tryst, I had no need to hurry. I was not sleepy, and I was conscious of youth and health in every sigh, every step I took, rousing a dull echo in the monotonous hum of the night. I don't know what I was feeling then, but I remember I was happy, very happy. I had gone not more than 3/4 of a mile when I suddenly heard behind me a monotonous sound, a rumbling, rather like the roar of a great stream. It grew louder and louder every second, and sounded nearer and nearer. I looked round. 100 paces from me was the dark copse from which I had only just come, there the embankment turned to the right in a graceful curve and vanished among the trees. I stood still in perplexity and waited. A huge black body appeared at once at the turn, noisily darted towards me, and with the swiftness of a bird flew past me along the rails. Less than half a minute passed and the blur had vanished, the rumble melted away into the noise of the night. It was an ordinary goods truck. There was nothing peculiar about it in itself, but its appearance without an engine and in the night puzzled me. Where could it have come from and what force sent it flying so rapidly along the rails? Where did it come from and where was it flying to? If I had been superstitious I should have made up my mind it was a party of demons and witches journeying to a devil's Sabbath, and should have gone on my way. But as it was, the phenomenon was absolutely inexplicable to me. I did not believe my eyes, and was entangled in conjectures like a fly in a spider's web. I suddenly realized that I was utterly alone on the whole vast plain. That the night, which by now seemed inhospitable, was peeping into my face and dogging my footsteps, all the sounds, the cries of the birds, the whisperings of the trees, seemed sinister, and existing simply to alarm my imagination. I dashed on like a madman, and without realizing what I was doing I ran, trying to run faster and faster. And at once I heard something to which I had paid no attention before, that is, the plaintive whining of the telegraph wires. "This is beyond everything," I said, trying to shame myself. "It's cowardice. It's silly." But cowardice was stronger than common sense. I only slackened my pace when I reached the green light, where I saw a dark signal box, and near it on the embankment the figure of a man, probably the signalman. "Did you see it?" I asked breathlessly. "See whom?" "What?" "Why, a truck ran by." "I saw it," the peasant said reluctantly. "It broke away from the goods train. There is an incline at the 90th mile, the train is dragged uphill. The coupling on the last truck gave way, so it broke off and ran back. There is no catching it now." The strange phenomenon was explained and its fantastic character vanished. My panic was over and I was able to go on my way. My third fright came upon me as I was going home from stand shooting in early spring. It was in the dusk of evening. The forest road was covered with pools from a recent shower of rain, and the earth squelched under one's feet. The crimson glow of sunset flooded the whole forest, coloring the white stems of the birches and the young leaves. I was exhausted and could hardly move. 4 or 5 miles from home, walking along the forest road, I suddenly met a big black dog of the water spaniel breed. As he ran by, the dog looked intently at me, straight in my face, and ran on. A nice dog, I thought. Whose is it? I looked round. The dog was standing 10 paces off with his eyes fixed on me. For a minute we scanned each other in silence, then the dog, probably flattered by my attention, came slowly up to me and wagged his tail. I walked on, the dog following me. Whose dog can it be? I kept asking myself. Where does he come from? I knew all the country gentry for 20 or 30 miles round, and knew all their dogs. Not one of them had a spaniel like that. How did he come to be in the depths of the forest, on a track used for nothing but carting timber? He could hardly have dropped behind someone passing through, for there was nowhere for the gentry to drive to along that road. I sat down on a stump to rest, and began scrutinizing my companion. He, too, sat down, raised his head, and fastened upon me an intent stare. He gazed at me without blinking. I don't know whether it was the influence of the stillness, the shadows and sounds of the forest, or perhaps a result of exhaustion, but I suddenly felt uneasy under the steady gaze of his ordinary doggy eyes. I thought of Faust and his bulldog, and of the fact that nervous people sometimes when exhausted have hallucinations. That was enough to make me get up hurriedly and hurriedly walk on. The dog followed me. Go away, I shouted. The dog probably liked my voice, for he gave a gleeful jump and ran about in front of me. Go away, I shouted again. The dog looked round, stared at me intently, and wagged his tail good-humoredly. Evidently my threatening tone amused him. I ought to have patted him, but I could not get Faust's dog out of my head, and the feeling of panic grew more and more acute. Darkness was coming on, which completed my confusion, and every time the dog ran up to me and hit me with his tail, like a coward I shut my eyes. The same thing happened as with the light in the belfry and the truck on the railway. I could not stand it and rushed away. At home I found a visitor, an old friend, who, after greeting me, began to complain that as he was driving to me he had lost his way in the forest, and a splendid valuable dog of his had dropped behind. The bet. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was walking up and down his study and remembering how, 15 years before, he had given a party one autumn evening. There had been many clever men there, and there had been interesting conversations. Among other things they had talked of capital punishment. The majority of the guests, among whom were many journalists and intellectual men, disapproved of the death penalty. They considered that form of punishment out of date, immoral, and unsuitable for Christian states. In the opinion of some of them the death penalty ought to be replaced everywhere by imprisonment for life. I don't agree with you, said their host the banker. I have not tried either the death penalty or imprisonment for life, but if one may judge a priori, the death penalty is more moral and more humane than imprisonment for life. Capital punishment kills a man at once, but lifelong imprisonment kills him slowly. Which executioner is the more humane, he who kills you in a few minutes or he who drags the life out of you in the course of many years? Both are equally immoral, observed one of the guests, for they both have the same object, to take away life. The state is not God. It has not the right to take away what it cannot restore when it wants to. Among the guests was a young lawyer, a young man of 25. When he was asked his opinion, he said, "The death sentence and the life sentence are equally immoral, but if I had to choose between the death penalty and imprisonment for life, I would certainly choose the second. To live anyhow is better than not at all." A lively discussion arose. The banker, who was younger and more nervous in those days, was suddenly carried away by excitement. He struck the table with his fist and shouted at the young man. "It's not true. I'll bet you 2 millions you wouldn't stay in solitary confinement for 5 years. If you mean that in earnest, said the young man, I'll take the bet, but I would stay not 5 but 15 years. 15. Done, cried the banker. Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions. Agreed. You stake your millions and I stake my freedom, said the young man. And this wild, senseless bet was carried out. The banker, spoilt and frivolous, with millions beyond his reckoning, was delighted at the bet. At supper he made fun of the young man, and said, Think better of it, young man, while there is still time. To me 2 millions are a trifle, but you are losing 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4, because you won't stay longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary confinement is a great deal harder to bear than compulsory. The thought that you have the right to step out in liberty at any moment will poison your whole existence in prison. I am sorry for you. And now the banker, walking to and fro, remembered all this, and asked himself, what was the object of that bet? What is the good of that man's losing 15 years of his life and my throwing away 2 millions? Can it prove that the death penalty is better or worse than imprisonment for life? No, no. It was all nonsensical and meaningless. On my part it was the caprice of a pampered man, and on his part simple greed for money. Then he remembered what followed that evening. It was decided that the young man should spend the years of his captivity under the strictest supervision in one of the lodges in the banker's garden. It was agreed that for 15 years he should not be free to cross the threshold of the lodge, to see human beings, to hear the human voice, or to receive letters and newspapers. He was allowed to have a musical instrument and books, and was allowed to write letters, to drink wine, and to smoke. By the terms of the agreement, the only relations he could have with the outer world were by a little window made purposely for that object. He might have anything he wanted, books, music, wine, and so on, in any quantity he desired by writing an order, but could only receive them through the window. The agreement provided for every detail and every trifle that would make his imprisonment strictly solitary, and bound the young man to stay there exactly 15 years, beginning from 12 o'clock of November 14, 1870. And ending at 12 o'clock of November 14, 1885. The slightest attempt on his part to break the conditions, if only 2 minutes before the end, released the banker from the obligation to pay him 2 millions. For the first year of his confinement, as far as one could judge from his brief notes, the prisoner suffered severely from loneliness and depression. The sounds of the piano could be heard continually day and night from his lodge. He refused wine and tobacco. Wine, he wrote, excites the desires, and desires are the worst foes of the prisoner, and besides, nothing could be more dreary than drinking good wine and seeing no one. And tobacco spoilt the air of his room. In the first year the books he sent for were principally of a light character, novels with a complicated love plot, sensational and fantastic stories, and so on. In the second year the piano was silent in the lodge, and the prisoner asked only for the classics. In the 5th year music was audible again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him through the window said that all that year he spent doing nothing but eating and drinking and lying on his bed, frequently yawning and angrily talking to himself. He did not read books. Sometimes at night he would sit down to write, he would spend hours writing, and in the morning tear up all that he had written. More than once he could be heard crying. In the second half of the 6th year the prisoner began zealously studying languages, philosophy, and history. He threw himself eagerly into these studies, so much so that the banker had enough to do to get him the books he ordered. In the course of 4 years some 600 volumes were procured at his request. It was during this period that the banker received the following letter from his prisoner. My dear jailer, I write you these lines in 6 languages. Show them to people who know the languages. Let them read them. If they find not one mistake I implore you to fire a shot in the garden. That shot will show me that my efforts have not been thrown away. The geniuses of all ages and of all lands speak different languages, but the same flame burns in them all. Oh, if you only knew what unearthly happiness my soul feels now from being able to understand them. The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. The banker ordered 2 shots to be fired in the garden. Then after the 10th year, the prisoner sat immovably at the table and read nothing but the gospel. It seemed strange to the banker that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 learned volumes should waste nearly a year over one thin book easy of comprehension. Theology and histories of religion followed the Gospels. In the last 2 years of his confinement the prisoner read an immense quantity of books quite indiscriminately. At one time he was busy with the natural sciences, then he would ask for Byron or Shakespeare. There were notes in which he demanded at the same time books on chemistry, and a manual of medicine, and a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. His reading suggested a man swimming in the sea among the wreckage of his ship, and trying to save his life by greedily clutching first at one spar and then at another. 2. The old banker remembered all this, and thought. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock he will regain his freedom. By our agreement I ought to pay him 2 millions. If I do pay him, it is all over with me, I shall be utterly ruined. 15 years before, his millions had been beyond his reckoning, now he was afraid to ask himself which were greater, his debts or his assets. Desperate gambling on the stock exchange, wild speculation and the excitability which he could not get over even in advancing years, had by degrees led to the decline of his fortune, and the proud, fearless, self-confident millionaire had become a banker of middling rank, trembling at every rise and fall in his investments. Cursed bet, muttered the old man, clutching his head in despair. Why didn't the man die? He is only 40 now. He will take my last penny from me, he will marry, will enjoy life, will gamble on the exchange. While I shall look at him with envy like a beggar, and hear from him every day the same sentence, I am indebted to you for the happiness of my life, let me help you. No, it is too much. The one means of being saved from bankruptcy and disgrace is the death of that man. It struck 3 o'clock, the banker listened, everyone was asleep in the house and nothing could be heard outside but the rustling of the chilled trees. Trying to make no noise, he took from a fireproof safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. It was dark and cold in the garden. Rain was falling. A damp cutting wind was racing about the garden, howling and giving the trees no rest. The banker strained his eyes, but could see neither the earth nor the white statues, nor the lodge, nor the trees. Going to the spot where the lodge stood, he twice called the watchman. No answer followed. Evidently the watchman had sought shelter from the weather, and was now asleep somewhere either in the kitchen or in the greenhouse. If I had the pluck to carry out my intention, thought the old man, suspicion would fall first upon the watchman. He felt in the darkness for the steps and the door, and went into the entry of the lodge. Then he groped his way into a little passage and lighted a match. There was not a soul there. There was a bedstead with no bedding on it, and in the corner there was a dark cast-iron stove. The seals on the door leading to the prisoner's rooms were intact. When the match went out the old man, trembling with emotion, peeped through the little window. A candle was burning dimly in the prisoner's room. He was sitting at the table. Nothing could be seen but his back, the hair on his head, and his hands. Open books were lying on the table, on the 2 easy chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed and the prisoner did not once stir. 15 years' imprisonment had taught him to sit still. The banker tapped at the window with his finger, and the prisoner made no movement whatever in response. Then the banker cautiously broke the seals off the door and put the key in the keyhole. The rusty lock gave a grating sound and the door creaked. The banker expected to hear at once footsteps and a cry of astonishment, but 3 minutes passed and it was as quiet as ever in the room. He made up his mind to go in. At the table a man unlike ordinary people was sitting motionless. He was a skeleton with the skin drawn tight over his bones, with long curls like a woman's and a shaggy beard. His face was yellow with an earthy tint in it, his cheeks were hollow, his back long and narrow, and the hand on which his shaggy head was propped was so thin and delicate that it was dreadful to look at it. His hair was already streaked with silver, and seeing his emaciated, aged-looking face, no one would have believed that he was only 40. He was asleep. In front of his bowed head there lay on the table a sheet of paper on which there was something written in fine handwriting. "Poor creature," thought the banker, "he is asleep and most likely dreaming of the millions. And I have only to take this half-dead man, throw him on the bed, stifle him a little with the pillow, and the most conscientious expert would find no sign of a violent death. But let us first read what he has written here." The banker took the page from the table and read as follows. "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock I regain my freedom and the right to associate with other men, but before I leave this room and see the sunshine, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. With a clear conscience I tell you, as before God, who beholds me, that I despise freedom and life and health, and all that in your books is called the good things of the world. For 15 years I have been intently studying earthly life. It is true I have not seen the earth nor men, but in your books I have drunk fragrant wine, I have sung songs, I have hunted stags and wild boars in the forests, have loved women. Beauties as ethereal as clouds, created by the magic of your poets and geniuses, have visited me at night, and have whispered in my ears wonderful tales that have set my brain in a whirl. In your books I have climbed to the peaks of Elburz and Mont Blanc, and from there I have seen the sun rise and have watched it at evening flood the sky, the ocean, and the mountain tops with gold and crimson. I have watched from there the lightning flashing over my head and cleaving the storm clouds. I have seen green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, towns. I have heard the singing of the sirens, and the strains of the shepherds' pipes. I have touched the wings of comely devils who flew down to converse with me of God. In your books I have flung myself into the bottomless pit, performed miracles, slain, burned towns, preached new religions, conquered whole kingdoms. Your books have given me wisdom. All that the unresting thought of man has created in the ages is compressed into a small compass in my brain. I know that I am wiser than all of you. And I despise your books, I despise wisdom and the blessings of this world. It is all worthless, fleeting, illusory, and deceptive, like a mirage. You may be proud, wise, and fine, but death will wipe you off the face of the earth as though you were no more than mice burrowing under the floor, and your posterity, your history, your immortal geniuses will burn or freeze together with the earthly globe. You have lost your reason and taken the wrong path. You have taken lies for truth, and hideousness for beauty. You would marvel if, owing to strange events of some sorts, frogs and lizards suddenly grew on apple and orange trees instead of fruit, or if roses began to smell like a sweating horse, so I marvel at you who exchange heaven for earth. I don't want to understand you. To prove to you in action how I despise all that you live by, I renounce the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise and which now I despise. To deprive myself of the right to the money I shall go out from here 5 hours before the time fixed, and so break the compact." When the banker had read this he laid the page on the table, kissed the strange man on the head, and went out of the lodge, weeping. At no other time, even when he had lost heavily on the stock exchange, had he felt so great a contempt for himself. When he got home he lay on his bed, but his tears and emotion kept him for hours from sleeping. Next morning the watchmen ran in with pale faces, and told him they had seen the man who lived in the lodge climb out of the window into the garden, go to the gate, and disappear. The banker went at once with the servants to the lodge and made sure of the flight of his prisoner. To avoid arousing unnecessary talk, he took from the table the writing in which the millions were renounced, and when he got home locked it up in the fireproof safe. The head gardener's story. A sale of flowers was taking place in Count N.'s greenhouses. The purchasers were few in number, a landowner who was a neighbor of mine, a young timber merchant, and myself. While the workmen were carrying out our magnificent purchases and packing them into the carts, we sat at the entry of the greenhouse and chatted about one thing and another. It is extremely pleasant to sit in a garden on a still April morning, listening to the birds, and watching the flowers brought out into the open air and basking in the sunshine. The head gardener, Mikhail Karlovich, a venerable old man with a full shaven face, wearing a fur waistcoat and no coat, superintended the packing of the plants himself. But at the same time he listened to our conversation in the hope of hearing something new. He was an intelligent, very good-hearted man, respected by everyone. He was for some reason looked upon by everyone as a German, though he was in reality on his father's side Swedish, on his mother's side Russian, and attended the Orthodox Church. He knew Russian, Swedish, and German. He had read a good deal in those languages, and nothing one could do gave him greater pleasure than lending him some new book or talking to him, for instance, about Ibsen. He had his weaknesses, but they were innocent ones. He called himself the head gardener, though there were no under-gardeners. The expression of his face was unusually dignified and haughty. He could not endure to be contradicted, and liked to be listened to with respect and attention. "That young fellow there I can recommend to you as an awful rascal," said my neighbor, pointing to a laborer with a swarthy, gypsy face, who drove by with the water barrel. "Last week he was tried in the town for burglary and was acquitted. They pronounced him mentally deranged, and yet look at him, he is the picture of health. Scoundrels are very often acquitted nowadays in Russia on grounds of abnormality and aberration, yet these acquittals, these unmistakable proofs of an indulgent attitude to crime, lead to no good. They demoralize the masses, the sense of justice is blunted in all as they become accustomed to seeing vice unpunished. And you know in our age one may boldly say in the words of Shakespeare that in our evil and corrupt age virtue must ask forgiveness of vice." "That's very true," the merchant assented. "Owing to these frequent acquittals, murder and arson have become much more common. Ask the peasants." Mikhail Karlovich turned towards us and said, "As far as I am concerned, gentlemen, I am always delighted to meet with these verdicts of not guilty. I am not afraid for morality and justice when they say not guilty, but on the contrary I feel pleased. Even when my conscience tells me the jury have made a mistake in acquitting the criminal, even then I am triumphant. Judge for yourselves, gentlemen, if the judges and the jury have more faith in man than in evidence, material proofs, and speeches for the prosecution, is not that faith in man in itself higher than any ordinary considerations? Such faith is only attainable by those few who understand and feel Christ." "A fine thought," I said. "But it's not a new one. I remember a very long time ago I heard a legend on that subject." "A very charming legend," said the gardener, and he smiled. "I was told it by my grandmother, my father's mother, an excellent old lady. She told me it in Swedish, and it does not sound so fine, so classical, in Russian. But we begged him to tell it and not to be put off by the coarseness of the Russian language. Much gratified, he deliberately lighted his pipe, looked angrily at the laborers, and began. There settled in a certain little town a solitary, plain, elderly gentleman called Thompson or Wilson, but that does not matter. The surname is not the point. He followed an honorable profession, he was a doctor. He was always morose and unsociable, and only spoke when required by his profession. He never visited anyone, never extended his acquaintance beyond a silent bow, and lived as humbly as a hermit. The fact was, he was a learned man, and in those days learned men were not like other people. They spent their days and nights in contemplation, in reading and in healing disease, looked upon everything else as trivial, and had no time to waste a word. The inhabitants of the town understood this, and tried not to worry him with their visits and empty chatter. They were very glad that God had sent them at last a man who could heal diseases, and were proud that such a remarkable man was living in their town. He knows everything, they said about him. But that was not enough. They ought to have also said, he loves everyone. In the breast of that learned man there beat a wonderful angelic heart. Though the people of that town were strangers and not his own people, yet he loved them like children, and did not spare himself for them. He was himself ill with consumption, he had a cough, but when he was summoned to the sick he forgot his own illness, he did not spare himself and, gasping for breath, climbed up the hills however high they might be. He disregarded the sultry heat and the cold, despised thirst and hunger. He would accept no money, and strange to say, when one of his patients died, he would follow the coffin with the relations, weeping. And soon he became so necessary to the town that the inhabitants wondered how they could have got on before without the man. Their gratitude knew no bounds. Grown-up people and children, good and bad alike, honest men and cheats, all in fact, respected him and knew his value. In the little town and all the surrounding neighborhood there was no man who would allow himself to do anything disagreeable to him, indeed, they would never have dreamed of it. When he came out of his lodging, he never fastened the doors or windows, in complete confidence that there was no thief who could bring himself to do him wrong. He often had in the course of his medical duties to walk along the highroads, through the forests and mountains haunted by numbers of hungry vagrants, but he felt that he was in perfect security. One night he was returning from a patient when robbers fell upon him in the forest, but when they recognized him, they took off their hats respectfully and offered him something to eat. When he answered that he was not hungry, they gave him a warm wrap and accompanied him as far as the town, happy that fate had given them the chance in some small way to show their gratitude to the benevolent man. Well, to be sure, my grandmother told me that even the horses and the cows and the dogs knew him and expressed their joy when they met him. And this man who seemed by his sanctity to have guarded himself from every evil, to whom even brigands and frenzied men wished nothing but good, was one fine morning found murdered. Covered with blood, with his skull broken, he was lying in a ravine, and his pale face wore an expression of amazement. Yes, not horror but amazement was the emotion that had been fixed upon his face when he saw the murderer before him. You can imagine the grief that overwhelmed the inhabitants of the town and the surrounding districts. All were in despair, unable to believe their eyes, wondering who could have killed the man. The judges who conducted the inquiry and examined the doctor's body said, "Here we have all the signs of a murder, but as there is not a man in the world capable of murdering our doctor, obviously it was not a case of murder. And the combination of evidence is due to simple chance. We must suppose that in the darkness he fell into the ravine of himself and was mortally injured." The whole town agreed with this opinion. The doctor was buried, and nothing more was said about a violent death. The existence of a man who could have the baseness and wickedness to kill the doctor seemed incredible. There is a limit even to wickedness, isn't there? All at once, would you believe it, chance led them to discovering the murderer. A vagrant who had been many times convicted, notorious for his vicious life, was seen selling for drink a snuff-box and watch that had belonged to the doctor. When he was questioned he was confused, and answered with an obvious lie. A search was made, and in his bed was found a shirt with stains of blood on the sleeves, and a doctor's lancet set in gold. What more evidence was wanted? They put the criminal in prison. The inhabitants were indignant, and at the same time said, "It's incredible. It can't be so. Take care that a mistake is not made, it does happen, you know, that evidence tells a false tale." At his trial the murderer obstinately denied his guilt. Everything was against him, and to be convinced of his guilt was as easy as to believe that this earth is black. But the judges seemed to have gone mad. They weighed every proof 10 times, looked distrustfully at the witnesses, flushed crimson and sipped water. The trial began early in the morning and was only finished in the evening. Accused. The chief judge said, addressing the murderer, "The court has found you guilty of murdering Dr. So-and-so, and has sentenced you to." The chief judge meant to say, to the death penalty, but he dropped from his hands the paper on which the sentence was written, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and cried out, "No. May God punish me if I judge wrongly, but I swear he is not guilty. I cannot admit the thought that there exists a man who would dare to murder our friend the doctor. A man could not sink so low. There cannot be such a man." The other judges assented. "No," the crowd cried. "Let him go." The murderer was set free to go where he chose, and not one soul blamed the court for an unjust verdict. And my grandmother used to say that for such faith in humanity God forgave the sins of all the inhabitants of that town. He rejoices when people believe that man is his image and semblance, and grieves if, forgetful of human dignity, they judge worse of men than of dogs. The sentence of acquittal may bring harm to the inhabitants of the town, but on the other hand, think of the beneficial influence upon them of that faith in man, a faith which does not remain dead, you know. It raises up generous feelings in us, and always impels us to love and respect every man. Every man. And that is important. Mikhail Karlovich had finished. My neighbor would have urged some objection, but the head gardener made a gesture that signified that he did not like objections. Then he walked away to the carts, and, with an expression of dignity, went on looking after the packing. The beauties. I remember, when I was a high school boy in the 5th or 6th class, I was driving with my grandfather from the village of Bolshu Kryepko in the Don region to Rostov-on-the-Don. It was a sultry, languidly dreary day of August. Our eyes were glued together, and our mouths were parched from the heat and the dry burning wind which drove clouds of dust to meet us. One did not want to look or speak or think, and when our drowsy driver, a little Russian called Karpo, swung his whip at the horses and lashed me on my cap, I did not protest or utter a sound, but only, rousing myself from half-slumber, gazed mildly and dejectedly into the distance to see whether there was a village visible through the dust. We stopped to feed the horses in a big Armenian village at a rich Armenian's whom my grandfather knew. Never in my life have I seen a greater caricature than that Armenian. Imagine a little shaven head with thick overhanging eyebrows, a beak of a nose, long grey mustaches, and a wide mouth with a long cherry-wood chibuk sticking out of it. This little head was clumsily attached to a lean hunchback carcass attired in a fantastic garb, a short red jacket, and full bright blue trousers. This figure walked straddling its legs and shuffling with its slippers, spoke without taking the chibuk out of its mouth, and behaved with truly Armenian dignity, not smiling, but staring with wide-open eyes and trying to take as little notice as possible of its guests. There was neither wind nor dust in the Armenians' rooms, but it was just as unpleasant, stifling, and dreary as in the steppe and on the road. I remember, dusty and exhausted by the heat, I sat in the corner on a green box. The unpainted wooden walls, the furniture, and the floors colored with yellow ochre smelt of dry wood baked by the sun. Wherever I looked there were flies and flies and flies. Grandfather and the Armenian were talking about grazing, about manure, and about oats. I knew that they would be a good hour getting the samovar. That grandfather would be not less than an hour drinking his tea, and then would lie down to sleep for 2 or 3 hours, that I should waste a quarter of the day waiting, after which there would be again the heat, the dust, the jolting cart. I heard the muttering of the two voices, and it began to seem to me that I had been seeing the Armenian, the cupboard with the crockery, the flies, the windows with the burning sun beating on them, for ages and ages. And should only cease to see them in the far-off future, and I was seized with hatred for the steppe, the sun, the flies. A little Russian peasant woman in a kerchief brought in a tray of tea things, then the samovar. The Armenian went slowly out into the passage and shouted, "Masha, come and pour out tea." "Where are you, Masha?" Hurried footsteps were heard, and there came into the room a girl of 16 in a simple cotton dress and a white kerchief. As she washed the crockery and poured out the tea, she was standing with her back to me, and all I could see was that she was of a slender figure, barefooted, and that her little bare heels were covered by long trousers. The Armenian invited me to have tea. Sitting down to the table, I glanced at the girl, who was handing me a glass of tea, and felt all at once as though a wind were blowing over my soul and blowing away all the impressions of the day with their dust and dreariness. I saw the bewitching features of the most beautiful face I have ever met in real life or in my dreams. Before me stood a beauty, and I recognized that at the first glance as I should have recognized lightning. I am ready to swear that Masha, or, as her father called her, Mashia, was a real beauty, but I don't know how to prove it. It sometimes happens that clouds are huddled together in disorder on the horizon, and the sun hiding behind them colors them and the sky with tints of every possible shade, crimson, orange, gold, lilac, muddy pink. One cloud is like a monk, another like a fish, a third like a Turk in a turban. The glow of sunset enveloping a third of the sky gleams on the cross on the church, flashes on the windows of the manor house, is reflected in the river and the puddles, quivers on the trees. Far, far away against the background of the sunset, a flock of wild ducks is flying homewards. And the boy herding the cows, and the surveyor driving in his chaise over the dam, and the gentleman out for a walk, all gaze at the sunset, and every one of them thinks it terribly beautiful, but no one knows or can say in what its beauty lies. I was not the only one to think the Armenian girl beautiful. My grandfather, an old man of 70, gruff and indifferent to women and the beauties of nature, looked caressingly at Masha for a full minute and asked, "Is that your daughter, Avert Nazarich?" "Yes, she is my daughter," answered the Armenian. "A fine young lady," said my grandfather approvingly. An artist would have called the Armenian girl's beauty classical and severe. It was just that beauty, the contemplation of which, God knows why, inspires in one the conviction that one is seeing correct features. That hair, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, bosom, and every movement of the young body all go together in one complete harmonious accord in which nature has not blundered over the smallest line. You fancy for some reason that the ideally beautiful woman must have such a nose as Masha's, straight and slightly aquiline, just such great dark eyes, such long lashes, such a languid glance. You fancy that her black curly hair and eyebrows go with the soft white tint of her brow and cheeks as the green reeds go with the quiet stream. Masha's white neck and her youthful bosom were not fully developed, but you fancy the sculptor would need a great creative genius to mold them. You gaze, and little by little the desire comes over you to say to Masha something extraordinarily pleasant, sincere, beautiful as she herself was. At first I felt hurt and abashed that Masha took no notice of me, but was all the time looking down. It seemed to me as though a peculiar atmosphere, proud and happy, separated her from me and jealously screened her from my eyes. That's because I am covered with dust, I thought, am sunburnt, and am still a boy. But little by little I forgot myself, and gave myself up entirely to the consciousness of beauty. I thought no more now of the dreary steppe, of the dust, no longer heard the buzzing of the flies, no longer tasted the tea, and felt nothing except that a beautiful girl was standing only the other side of the table. I felt this beauty rather strangely. It was not desire, nor ecstasy, nor enjoyment that Masha excited in me, but a painful though pleasant sadness. It was a sadness vague and undefined as a dream. For some reason I felt sorry for myself, for my grandfather and for the Armenian, even for the girl herself, and I had a feeling as though we all four had lost something important and essential to life which we should never find again. My grandfather, too, grew melancholy. He talked no more about manure or about oats, but sat silent, looking pensively at Masha. After tea my grandfather lay down for a nap while I went out of the house into the porch. The house, like all the houses in the Armenian village, stood in the full sun. There was not a tree, not an awning, no shade. The Armenians' great courtyard, overgrown with goosefoot and wild mallows, was lively and full of gaiety in spite of the great heat. Threshing was going on behind one of the low hurdles which intersected the big yard here and there. Round a post stuck into the middle of the threshing floor ran a dozen horses harnessed side by side, so that they formed one long radius. A little Russian in a long waistcoat and full trousers was walking beside them, cracking a whip and shouting in a tone that sounded as though he were jeering at the horses and showing off his power over them. You damned brutes! Plague take you! Are you frightened?" The horses, sorrel, white and piebald, not understanding why they were made to run round in one place and to crush the wheat straw, ran unwillingly as though with effort, swinging their tails with an offended air. The wind raised up perfect clouds of golden chaff from under their hoofs and carried it away far beyond the hurdle. Near the tall fresh stacks peasant women were swarming with rakes, and carts were moving, and beyond the stacks in another yard another dozen similar horses were running round a post. And a similar little Russian was cracking his whip and jeering at the horses. The steps on which I was sitting were hot. On the thin rails and here and there on the window frame sap was oozing out of the wood from the heat. Red ladybirds were huddling together in the streaks of shadow under the steps and under the shutters. The sun was baking me on my head, on my chest, and on my back, but I did not notice it, and was conscious only of the thud of bare feet on the uneven floor in the passage and in the rooms behind me. After clearing away the tea things, Masha ran down the steps, fluttering the air as she passed. And like a bird flew into a little grimy outhouse, I suppose the kitchen, from which came the smell of roast mutton and the sound of angry talk in Armenian. She vanished into the dark doorway, and in her place there appeared on the threshold an old bent, red-faced Armenian woman wearing green trousers. The old woman was angry and was scolding someone. Soon afterwards Masha appeared in the doorway, flushed with the heat of the kitchen and carrying a big black loaf on her shoulder. Swaying gracefully under the weight of the bread, she ran across the yard to the threshing floor, darted over the hurdle, and, wrapped in a cloud of golden chaff, vanished behind the carts. The little Russian who was driving the horses lowered his whip, sank into silence, and gazed for a minute in the direction of the carts. Then when the Armenian girl darted again by the horses and leaped over the hurdle, he followed her with his eyes, and shouted to the horses in a tone as though he were greatly disappointed. "Plague take you, unclean devils!" And all the while I was unceasingly hearing her bare feet, and seeing how she walked across the yard with a grave, preoccupied face. She ran now down the steps, swishing the air about me, now into the kitchen, now to the threshing floor, now through the gate, and I could hardly turn my head quickly enough to watch her. And the oftener she fluttered by me with her beauty, the more acute became my sadness. I felt sorry both for her and for myself and for the little Russian, who mournfully watched her every time she ran through the cloud of chaff to the carts. Whether it was envy of her beauty, or that I was regretting that the girl was not mine, and never would be, or that I was a stranger to her. Or whether I vaguely felt that her rare beauty was accidental, unnecessary, and, like everything on earth, of short duration. Or whether, perhaps, my sadness was that peculiar feeling which is excited in man by the contemplation of real beauty, God only knows. The 3 hours of waiting passed unnoticed. It seemed to me that I had not had time to look properly at Masha when Karpo drove up to the river, bathed the horse, and began to put it in the shafts. The wet horse snorted with pleasure and kicked his hoofs against the shafts. Karpo shouted to it, "Ba, ak." My grandfather woke up. Masha opened the creaking gates for us, we got into the chaise and drove out of the yard. We drove in silence as though we were angry with one another. When, 2 or 3 hours later, Rostov and Nehichevin appeared in the distance, Karpo, who had been silent the whole time, looked round quickly, and said, "A fine wench, that at the Armenians." And he lashed his horses. 2. Another time, after I had become a student, I was traveling by rail to the south. It was May. At one of the stations, I believe it was between Byelgorod and Kharkov, I got out of the tram to walk about the platform. The shades of evening were already lying on the station garden, on the platform, and on the fields. The station screened off the sunset, but on the topmost clouds of smoke from the engine, which were tinged with rosy light, one could see the sun had not yet quite vanished. As I walked up and down the platform I noticed that the greater number of the passengers were standing or walking near a second-class compartment, and that they looked as though some celebrated person were in that compartment. Among the curious whom I met near this compartment I saw, however, an artillery officer who had been my fellow traveler, an intelligent, cordial, and sympathetic fellow, as people mostly are whom we meet on our travels by chance and with whom we are not long acquainted. "What are you looking at there?" I asked. He made no answer, but only indicated with his eyes a feminine figure. It was a young girl of 17 or 18, wearing a Russian dress, with her head bare and a little shawl flung carelessly on one shoulder, not a passenger, but I suppose a sister or daughter of the station master. She was standing near the carriage window, talking to an elderly woman who was in the train. Before I had time to realize what I was seeing, I was suddenly overwhelmed by the feeling I had once experienced in the Armenian village. The girl was remarkably beautiful, and that was unmistakable to me and to those who were looking at her as I was. If one is to describe her appearance feature by feature, as the practice is, the only really lovely thing was her thick wavy fair hair, which hung loose with a black ribbon tied round her head. All the other features were either irregular or very ordinary. Either from a peculiar form of coquettishness, or from short-sightedness, her eyes were screwed up, her nose had an undecided tilt, her mouth was small, her profile was feebly and insipidly drawn. Her shoulders were narrow and undeveloped for her age, and yet the girl made the impression of being really beautiful, and looking at her, I was able to feel convinced that the Russian face does not need strict regularity in order to be lovely. What is more, that if instead of her turn-up nose the girl had been given a different one, correct and plastically irreproachable like the Armenian girls, I fancy her face would have lost all its charm from the change. Standing at the window talking, the girl, shrugging at the evening damp, continually looking round at us, at one moment put her arms akimbo, at the next raised her hands to her head to straighten her hair, talked, laughed. While her face at one moment wore an expression of wonder, the next of horror, and I don't remember a moment when her face and body were at rest. The whole secret and magic of her beauty lay just in these tiny, infinitely elegant movements, in her smile, in the play of her face, in her rapid glances at us, in the combination of the subtle grace of her movements with her youth, her freshness. The purity of her soul that sounded in her laugh and voice, and with the weakness we love so much in children, in birds, in fawns, and in young trees. It was that butterfly's beauty so in keeping with waltzing, darting about the garden, laughter and gaiety, and incongruous with serious thought, grief, and repose. And it seemed as though a gust of wind blowing over the platform, or a fall of rain, would be enough to wither the fragile body and scatter the capricious beauty like the pollen of a flower. So, oh! The officer muttered with a sigh when, after the second bell, we went back to our compartment. And what that, so, oh, meant I will not undertake to decide. Perhaps he was sad, and did not want to go away from the beauty and the spring evening into the stuffy train. Or perhaps he, like me, was unaccountably sorry for the beauty, for himself, and for me, and for all the passengers, who were listlessly and reluctantly sauntering back to their compartments. As we passed the station window, at which a pale, red-haired telegraphist with upstanding curls and a faded, broad-cheeked face was sitting beside his apparatus, the officer heaved a sigh and said, "I bet that telegraphist is in love with that pretty girl. To live out in the wilds under one roof with that ethereal creature and not fall in love is beyond the power of man. And what a calamity, my friend! What an ironical fate, to be stooping, unkempt, grey, a decent fellow and not a fool, and to be in love with that pretty, stupid little girl who would never take a scrap of notice of you. Or worse still, imagine that telegraphist is in love, and at the same time married, and that his wife is as stooping, as unkempt, and as decent a person as himself." On the platform between our carriage and the next the guard was standing with his elbows on the railing, looking in the direction of the beautiful girl, and his battered, wrinkled, unpleasantly beefy face, exhausted by sleepless nights and the jolting of the train, wore a look of tenderness and of the deepest sadness, as though in that girl he saw happiness, his own youth, soberness, purity, wife, children. As though he were repenting and feeling in his whole being that that girl was not his, and that for him, with his premature old age, his uncouthness, and his beefy face, the ordinary happiness of a man and a passenger was as far away as heaven. The third bell rang, the whistles sounded, and the train slowly moved off. First the guard, the station master, then the garden, the beautiful girl with her exquisitely sly smile, passed before our windows. Putting my head out and looking back, I saw how, looking after the train, she walked along the platform by the window where the telegraph clerk was sitting, smoothed her hair, and ran into the garden. The station no longer screened off the sunset, the plain lay open before us, but the sun had already set and the smoke lay in black clouds over the green, velvety young corn. It was melancholy in the spring air, and in the darkening sky, and in the railway carriage. The familiar figure of the guard came into the carriage, and he began lighting the candles. The shoemaker and the devil. It was Christmas Eve. Maria had long been snoring on the stove, all the paraffin in the little lamp had burnt out, but Fyodor Nilov still sat at work. He would long ago have flung aside his work and gone out into the street, but a customer from Kolokolny Lane, who had a fortnight before ordered some boots, had been in the previous day, had abused him roundly, and had ordered him to finish the boots at once before the morning service. "It's a convict's life," Fyodor grumbled as he worked. "Some people have been asleep long ago, others are enjoying themselves, while you sit here like some Cain and sew for the devil knows whom." To save himself from accidentally falling asleep, he kept taking a bottle from under the table and drinking out of it, and after every pull at it he twisted his head and said aloud, "What is the reason, kindly tell me? That customers enjoy themselves while I am forced to sit and work for them? Because they have money and I am a beggar?" He hated all his customers, especially the one who lived in Kolokolny Lane. He was a gentleman of gloomy appearance, with long hair, a yellow face, blue spectacles, and a husky voice. He had a German name which one could not pronounce. It was impossible to tell what was his calling and what he did. When, a fortnight before, Fyodor had gone to take his measure, he, the customer, was sitting on the floor pounding something in a mortar. Before Fyodor had time to say good morning, the contents of the mortar suddenly flared up and burned with a bright red flame. There was a stink of sulfur and burnt feathers, and the room was filled with a thick pink smoke, so that Fyodor sneezed 5 times. And as he returned home afterwards, he thought, anyone who feared God would not have anything to do with things like that. When there was nothing left in the bottle, Fyodor put the boots on the table and sank into thought. He leaned his heavy head on his fist and began thinking of his poverty, of his hard life with no glimmer of light in it. Then he thought of the rich, of their big houses and their carriages, of their 100-ruble notes. How nice it would be if the houses of these rich men, the devil flay them, were smashed, if their horses died, if their fur coats and sable caps got shabby. How splendid it would be if the rich, little by little, changed into beggars having nothing, and he, a poor shoemaker, were to become rich, and were to lord it over some other poor shoemaker on Christmas Eve. Dreaming like this, Fyodor suddenly thought of his work, and opened his eyes. "Here's a go," he thought, looking at the boots. "The job has been finished ever so long ago, and I go on sitting here. I must take the boots to the gentleman." He wrapped up the work in a red handkerchief, put on his things, and went out into the street. A fine hard snow was falling, pricking the face as though with needles. It was cold, slippery, dark, the gas lamps burned dimly, and for some reason there was a smell of paraffin in the street, so that Fyodor coughed and cleared his throat. Rich men were driving to and fro on the road, and every rich man had a ham and a bottle of vodka in his hands. Rich young ladies peeped at Fyodor out of the carriages and sledges, put out their tongues and shouted, laughing, "Beggar! Beggar!" Students, officers, and merchants walked behind Fyodor, jeering at him and crying, "Drunkard! Drunkard! Infidel cobbler! Soul of a bootleg! Beggar!" All this was insulting, but Fyodor held his tongue and only spat in disgust. But when Kuzma Lebyadkin from Warsaw, a master bootmaker, met him and said, "I've married a rich woman and I have men working under me, while you are a beggar and have nothing to eat," Fyodor could not refrain from running after him. He pursued him till he found himself in Kolokolny Lane. His customer lived in the 4th house from the corner on the very top floor. To reach him one had to go through a long, dark courtyard, and then to climb up a very high slippery staircase which tottered under one's feet. When Fyodor went in to him he was sitting on the floor pounding something in a mortar, just as he had been the fortnight before. "Your Honor, I have brought your boots," said Fyodor sullenly. The customer got up and began trying on the boots in silence. Desiring to help him, Fyodor went down on one knee and pulled off his old boot, but at once jumped up and staggered towards the door in horror. The customer had not a foot, but a hoof like a horse's. "Aha," thought Fyodor, "here's a go." The first thing should have been to cross himself, then to leave everything and run downstairs. But he immediately reflected that he was meeting a devil for the first and probably the last time, and not to take advantage of his services would be foolish. He controlled himself and determined to try his luck. Clasping his hands behind him to avoid making the sign of the cross, he coughed respectfully and began. They say that there is nothing on earth more evil and impure than the devil, but I am of the opinion, your honor, that the devil is highly educated. He has, excuse my saying it, hoofs and a tail behind, but he has more brains than many a student. I like you for what you say, said the devil, flattered. Thank you, shoemaker. What do you want? And without loss of time the shoemaker began complaining of his lot. He began by saying that from his childhood up he had envied the rich. He had always resented it that all people did not live alike in big houses and drive with good horses. Why, he asked, was he poor? How was he worse than Kuzma Lebyadkin from Warsaw, who had his own house, and whose wife wore a hat? He had the same sort of nose, the same hands, feet, head, and back, as the rich, and so why was he forced to work when others were enjoying themselves? Why was he married to Maria and not to a lady smelling of scent? He had often seen beautiful young ladies in the houses of rich customers, but they either took no notice of him whatever, or else sometimes laughed and whispered to each other, "What a red nose that shoemaker has." It was true that Maria was a good, kind, hard-working woman, but she was not educated. Her hand was heavy and hit hard, and if one had occasion to speak of politics or anything intellectual before her, she would put her spoke in and talk the most awful nonsense. "What do you want, then?" his customer interrupted him. "I beg you, your honor Satan Ivanitch, to be graciously pleased to make me a rich man." "Certainly. Only for that you must give me up your soul. Before the cocks crow, go and sign on this paper here that you give me up your soul." "Your honor," said Fyodor politely, "when you ordered a pair of boots from me I did not ask for the money in advance. One has first to carry out the order and then ask for payment." "Oh, very well," the customer assented. A bright flame suddenly flared up in the mortar, a pink thick smoke came puffing out, and there was a smell of burnt feathers and sulfur. When the smoke had subsided, Fyodor rubbed his eyes and saw that he was no longer Fyodor, no longer a shoemaker, but quite a different man, wearing a waistcoat and a watch chain, in a new pair of trousers. And that he was sitting in an armchair at a big table. 2 footmen were handing him dishes, bowing low and saying, "Kindly eat, your honor, and may it do you good." "What wealth!" The footmen handed him a big piece of roast mutton and a dish of cucumbers, and then brought in a frying pan a roast goose, and a little afterwards boiled pork with horseradish cream. And how dignified, how genteel it all was. Fyodor ate, and before each dish drank a big glass of excellent vodka, like some general or some count. After the pork he was handed some boiled grain moistened with goose fat, then an omelette with bacon fat, then fried liver, and he went on eating and was delighted. What more? They served, too, a pie with onion and steamed turnip with kvass. How is it the gentry don't burst with such meals, he thought. In conclusion they handed him a big pot of honey. After dinner the devil appeared in blue spectacles and asked with a low bow, "Are you satisfied with your dinner, Fyodor Pantelyich?" But Fyodor could not answer one word, he was so stuffed after his dinner. The feeling of repletion was unpleasant, oppressive, and to distract his thoughts he looked at the boot on his left foot. "For a boot like that I used not to take less than 7.5 rubles. "What shoemaker made it?" he asked. "Kuzma Lebyadkin," answered the footman. "Send for him, the fool." Kuzma Lebyadkin from Warsaw soon made his appearance. He stopped in a respectful attitude at the door and asked, "What are your orders, your honor?" "Hold your tongue," cried Fyodor, and stamped his foot. "Don't dare to argue, remember your place as a cobbler. Blockhead. You don't know how to make boots. I'll beat your ugly phiz to a jelly. Why have you come?" "For money." "What money?" "Be off. Come on Saturday. Boy, give him a cuff." But he at once recalled what a life the customers used to lead him, too, and he felt heavy at heart, and to distract his attention he took a fat pocketbook out of his pocket and began counting his money. There was a great deal of money, but Fyodor wanted more still. The devil in the blue spectacles brought him another notebook fatter still, but he wanted even more, and the more he counted it, the more discontented he became. In the evening the evil one brought him a full-bosomed lady in a red dress, and said that this was his new wife. He spent the whole evening kissing her and eating gingerbreads, and at night he went to bed on a soft, downy feather bed, turned from side to side, and could not go to sleep. He felt uncanny. "We have a great deal of money," he said to his wife. "We must look out or thieves will be breaking in. You had better go and look with a candle." He did not sleep all night, and kept getting up to see if his box was all right. In the morning he had to go to church to matins. In church the same honor is done to rich and poor alike. When Fyodor was poor he used to pray in church like this: "God, forgive me, a sinner." He said the same thing now though he had become rich. What difference was there? And after death Fyodor rich would not be buried in gold, not in diamonds, but in the same black earth as the poorest beggar. Fyodor would burn in the same fire as cobblers. Fyodor resented all this, and, too, he felt weighed down all over by his dinner, and instead of prayer he had all sorts of thoughts in his head about his box of money, about thieves, about his bartered, ruined soul. He came out of church in a bad temper. To drive away his unpleasant thoughts as he had often done before, he struck up a song at the top of his voice. But as soon as he began a policeman ran up and said, with his fingers to the peak of his cap, "Your Honor, gentlefolk must not sing in the street. You are not a shoemaker." Fyodor leaned his back against a fence and fell to thinking, what could he do to amuse himself? "Your Honor," a porter shouted to him, "don't lean against the fence, you will spoil your fur coat." Fyodor went into a shop and bought himself the very best concertina, then went out into the street playing it. Everybody pointed at him and laughed. And a gentleman, too, the cabmen jeered at him, like some cobbler. "Is it the proper thing for gentlefolk to be disorderly in the street?" a policeman said to him. "You had better go into a tavern." "Your Honor, give us a trifle, for Christ's sake," the beggars wailed, surrounding Fyodor on all sides. In earlier days when he was a shoemaker the beggars took no notice of him, now they wouldn't let him pass. And at home his new wife, the lady, was waiting for him, dressed in a green blouse and a red skirt. He meant to be attentive to her, and had just lifted his arm to give her a good clout on the back, but she said angrily, "Peasant! Ignorant lout! You don't know how to behave with ladies. If you love me you will kiss my hand. I don't allow you to beat me." This is a blasted existence, thought Fyodor. People do lead a life. You mustn't sing, you mustn't play the concertina, you mustn't have a lark with a lady. Pfoo! He had no sooner sat down to tea with the lady when the evil spirit in the blue spectacles appeared and said, "Come, Fyodor Pantelyich, I have performed my part of the bargain. Now sign your paper and come along with me." And he dragged Fyodor to hell, straight to the furnace, and devils flew up from all directions and shouted, "Fool! Blockhead! Ass!" There was a fearful smell of paraffin in hell, enough to suffocate one. And suddenly it all vanished. Fyodor opened his eyes and saw his table, the boots, and the tin lamp. The lampglass was black, and from the faint light on the wick came clouds of stinking smoke as from a chimney. Near the table stood the customer in the blue spectacles, shouting angrily, "Fool! Blockhead! Ass! I'll give you a lesson, you scoundrel! You took the order a fortnight ago and the boots aren't ready yet. Do you suppose I want to come traipsing round here half a dozen times a day for my boots? You wretch! You brute!" Fyodor shook his head and set to work on the boots. The customer went on swearing and threatening him for a long time. At last when he subsided, Fyodor asked sullenly, "And what is your occupation, sir?" "I make Bengal lights and fireworks. I am a pyrotechnician." They began ringing for matins. Fyodor gave the customer the boots, took the money for them, and went to church. Carriages and sledges with bearskin rugs were dashing to and fro in the street. Merchants, ladies, officers were walking along the pavement together with the humbler folk. But Fyodor did not envy them nor repine at his lot. It seemed to him now that rich and poor were equally badly off. Some were able to drive in a carriage, and others to sing songs at the top of their voice and to play the concertina, but one and the same thing, the same grave, was awaiting all alike. And there was nothing in life for which one would give the devil even a tiny scrap of one's soul. The wife and other stories. The wife. I received the following letter. Dear Sir, Pavel Andrich. Not far from you, that is to say, in the village of Pestrovo, very distressing incidents are taking place, concerning which I feel it my duty to write to you. All the peasants of that village sold their cottages and all their belongings, and set off for the province of Tomsk, but did not succeed in getting there, and have come back. Here, of course, they have nothing now. Everything belongs to other people. They have settled 3 or 4 families in a hut, so that there are no less than 15 persons of both sexes in each hut, not counting the young children. And the long and the short of it is, there is nothing to eat. There is famine and there is a terrible pestilence of hunger, or spotted, typhus, literally every one is stricken. The doctor's assistant says one goes into a cottage and what does one see? Every one is sick, every one delirious, some laughing, others frantic, the huts are filthy. There is no one to fetch them water, no one to give them a drink, and nothing to eat but frozen potatoes. What can Sobol, our Zemstvo doctor, and his lady assistant do when more than medicine the peasants need bread which they have not? The district Zemstvo refuses to assist them, on the ground that their names have been taken off the register of this district, and that they are now reckoned as inhabitants of Tomsk, and, besides, the Zemstvo has no money. Laying these facts before you, and knowing your humanity, I beg you not to refuse immediate help. Your well-wisher. Obviously the letter was written by the doctor with the animal name or his lady assistant. Zemstvo doctors and their assistants go on for years growing more and more convinced every day that they can do nothing, and yet continue to receive their salaries from people who are living upon frozen potatoes. And consider they have a right to judge whether I am humane or not. Sobol in Russian means Sable Martin. Translator's note. Worried by the anonymous letter and by the fact that peasants came every morning to the servants' kitchen and went down on their knees there, and that 20 sacks of rye had been stolen at night out of the barn. The wall having first been broken in, and by the general depression which was fostered by conversations, newspapers, and horrible weather, worried by all this, I worked listlessly and ineffectively. I was writing a history of railways. I had to read a great number of Russian and foreign books, pamphlets, and articles in the magazines, to make calculations, to refer to logarithms, to think and to write. Then again to read, calculate, and think. But as soon as I took up a book or began to think, my thoughts were in a muddle, my eyes began blinking, I would get up from the table with a sigh and begin walking about the big rooms of my deserted country house. When I was tired of walking about I would stand still at my study window, and, looking across the wide courtyard, over the pond and the bare young birch trees and the great fields covered with recently fallen, thawing snow, I saw on a low hill on the horizon a group of mud-colored huts from which a black muddy road ran down in an irregular streak through the white field. That was Pestrovo, concerning which my anonymous correspondent had written to me. If it had not been for the crows who, foreseeing rain or snowy weather, floated cawing over the pond and the fields, and the tapping in the carpenter's shed, this bit of the world about which such a fuss was being made would have seemed like the Dead Sea. It was all so still, motionless, lifeless, and dreary. My uneasiness hindered me from working and concentrating myself. I did not know what it was, and chose to believe it was disappointment. I had actually given up my post in the Department of Ways and Communications, and had come here into the country expressly to live in peace and to devote myself to writing on social questions. It had long been my cherished dream. And now I had to say goodbye both to peace and to literature, to give up everything and think only of the peasants. And that was inevitable, because I was convinced that there was absolutely nobody in the district except me to help the starving. The people surrounding me were uneducated, unintellectual, callous, for the most part dishonest, or if they were honest, they were unreasonable and unpractical, like my wife, for instance. It was impossible to rely on such people, it was impossible to leave the peasants to their fate, so that the only thing left to do was to submit to necessity and see to setting the peasants to rights myself. I began by making up my mind to give 5,000 rubles to the assistance of the starving peasants. And that did not decrease, but only aggravated my uneasiness. As I stood by the window or walked about the rooms, I was tormented by the question which had not occurred to me before, how this money was to be spent. To have bread bought and to go from hut to hut distributing it was more than one man could do. To say nothing of the risk that in your haste you might give twice as much to one who was well fed or to one who was making money out of his fellows as to the hungry. I had no faith in the local officials. All these district captains and tax inspectors were young men, and I distrusted them as I do all young people of today, who are materialistic and without ideals. The district zemstvo, the peasant courts, and all the local institutions, inspired in me not the slightest desire to appeal to them for assistance. I knew that all these institutions who were busily engaged in picking out plums from the zemstvo and the government pie had their mouths always wide open for a bite at any other pie that might turn up. The idea occurred to me to invite the neighboring landowners and suggest to them to organize in my house something like a committee or a center to which all subscriptions could be forwarded, and from which assistance and instructions could be distributed throughout the district. Such an organization, which would render possible frequent consultations and free control on a big scale, would completely meet my views. But I imagined the lunches, the dinners, the suppers, and the noise, the waste of time, the verbosity and the bad taste which that mixed provincial company would inevitably bring into my house, and I made haste to reject my idea. As for the members of my own household, the last thing I could look for was help or support from them. Of my father's household, of the household of my childhood, once a big and noisy family, no one remained but the governess Mademoiselle Marie, or, as she was now called, Maria Gerasimovna, an absolutely insignificant person. She was a precise little old lady of 70, who wore a light grey dress and a cap with white ribbons, and looked like a china doll. She always sat in the drawing-room reading. Whenever I passed by her, she would say, knowing the reason for my brooding, "What can you expect, Pasha? I told you how it would be before. You can judge from our servants." My wife, Natalia Gavrilovna, lived on the lower story, all the rooms of which she occupied. She slept, had her meals, and received her visitors downstairs in her own rooms, and took not the slightest interest in how I dined, or slept, or whom I saw. Our relations with one another were simple and not strained, but cold, empty, and dreary as relations are between people who have been so long estranged, that even living under the same roof gives no semblance of nearness. There was no trace now of the passionate and tormenting love, at one time sweet, at another bitter as wormwood, which I had once felt for Natalia Gavrilovna. There was nothing left, either, of the outbursts of the past, the loud altercations, upbraidings, complaints, and gusts of hatred which had usually ended in my wife's going abroad or to her own people, and in my sending money in small but frequent installments that I might sting her pride oftener. My proud and sensitive wife and her family live at my expense, and much as she would have liked to do so, my wife could not refuse my money, that afforded me satisfaction and was one comfort in my sorrow. Now when we chanced to meet in the corridor downstairs or in the yard, I bowed, she smiled graciously. We spoke of the weather, said that it seemed time to put in the double windows, and that someone with bells on their harness had driven over the dam. And at such times I read in her face, "I am faithful to you and am not disgracing your good name which you think so much about. You are sensible and do not worry me, we are quits." I assured myself that my love had died long ago, that I was too much absorbed in my work to think seriously of my relations with my wife. But, alas! That was only what I imagined. When my wife talked aloud downstairs I listened intently to her voice, though I could not distinguish one word. When she played the piano downstairs I stood up and listened. When her carriage or her saddle horse was brought to the door, I went to the window and waited to see her out of the house, then I watched her get into her carriage or mount her horse and ride out of the yard. I felt that there was something wrong with me, and was afraid the expression of my eyes or my face might betray me. I looked after my wife and then watched for her to come back that I might see again from the window her face, her shoulders, her fur coat, her hat. I felt dreary, sad, infinitely regretful, and felt inclined in her absence to walk through her rooms, and longed that the problem that my wife and I had not been able to solve because our characters were incompatible should solve itself in the natural way as soon as possible, that is, that this beautiful woman of 27 might make haste and grow old, and that my head might be grey and bald. One day at lunch my bailiff informed me that the Pestrovo peasants had begun to pull the thatch off the roofs to feed their cattle. Marya Gerasimovna looked at me in alarm and perplexity. "What can I do?" I said to her. "One cannot fight single-handed, and I have never experienced such loneliness as I do now. I would give a great deal to find one man in the whole province on whom I could rely." "Invite Ivan Ivanitch," said Marya Gerasimovna. "To be sure." I thought, delighted. That is an idea. "C'est raison," I hummed, going to my study to write to Ivan Ivanitch. "C'est raison, c'est raison." 2. Of all the mass of acquaintances who, in this house 25 to 35 years ago, had eaten, drunk, masqueraded, fallen in love, married, bored us with accounts of their splendid packs of hounds and horses, the only one still living was Ivan Ivanitch Bragin. At one time he had been very active, talkative, noisy, and given to falling in love, and had been famous for his extreme views and for the peculiar charm of his face, which fascinated men as well as women. Now he was an old man, had grown corpulent, and was living out his days with neither views nor charm. He came the day after getting my letter, in the evening just as the samovar was brought into the dining room and little Marya Gerasimovna had begun slicing the lemon. "I am very glad to see you, my dear fellow," I said gaily, meeting him. "Why, you are stouter than ever." "It isn't getting stout, it's swelling," he answered. "The bees must have stung me." With the familiarity of a man laughing at his own fatness, he put his arms round my waist and laid on my breast his big soft head, with the hair combed down on the forehead like a little Russian's, and went off into a thin, aged laugh. "And you go on getting younger," he said through his laugh. "I wonder what dye you use for your hair and beard, you might let me have some of it." Sniffing and gasping, he embraced me and kissed me on the cheek. "You might give me some of it," he repeated. "Why, you are not 40, are you?" "Alas, I am 46. I said, laughing. Ivan Ivanitch smelt of tallow candles and cooking, and that suited him. His big, puffy, slow-moving body was swathed in a long frock coat like a coachman's full coat, with a high waist, and with hooks and eyes instead of buttons, and it would have been strange if he had smelt of eau de cologne, for instance. In his long, unshaven, bluish double chin, which looked like a thistle, his goggle eyes, his shortness of breath, and in the whole of his clumsy, slovenly figure, in his voice, his laugh, and his words, it was difficult to recognize the graceful, interesting talker who used in old days to make the husbands of the district jealous on account of their wives. "I am in great need of your assistance, my friend," I said, when we were sitting in the dining room, drinking tea. "I want to organize relief for the starving peasants, and I don't know how to set about it. So perhaps you will be so kind as to advise me." "Yes, yes, yes," said Ivan Ivanitch, sighing. To be sure, to be sure, to be sure. I would not have worried you, my dear fellow, but really there is no one here but you I can appeal to. You know what people are like about here." To be sure, to be sure, to be sure. Yes. I thought that as we were going to have a serious, business consultation in which anyone might take part, regardless of their position or personal relations, why should I not invite Natalia Gavrilovna? "Tres facient collegium," I said gaily. What if we were to ask Natalia Gavrilovna? What do you think? Fenya, I said, turning to the maid, ask Natalia Gavrilovna to come upstairs to us, if possible at once. Tell her it's a very important matter. A little later Natalia Gavrilovna came in. I got up to meet her and said, "Excuse us for troubling you, Natalie. We are discussing a very important matter, and we had the happy thought that we might take advantage of your good advice, which you will not refuse to give us. Please sit down." Ivan Ivanitch kissed her hand while she kissed his forehead. Then, when we all sat down to the table, he, looking at her tearfully and blissfully, craned forward to her and kissed her hand again. She was dressed in black, her hair was carefully arranged, and she smelt of fresh scent. She had evidently dressed to go out or was expecting somebody. Coming into the dining room, she held out her hand to me with simple friendliness, and smiled to me as graciously as she did to Ivan Ivanitch. That pleased me. But as she talked she moved her fingers, often and abruptly leaned back in her chair and talked rapidly, and this jerkiness in her words and movements irritated me and reminded me of her native town, Odessa, where the society, men and women alike, had wearied me by its bad taste. "I want to do something for the famine-stricken peasants," I began, and after a brief pause I went on, "Money, of course, is a great thing, but to confine oneself to subscribing money, and with that to be satisfied, would be evading the worst of the trouble. Help must take the form of money, but the most important thing is a proper and sound organization. Let us think it over, my friends, and do something." Natalia Gavrilovna looked at me inquiringly and shrugged her shoulders as though to say, "What do I know about it?" Yes, famine," muttered Ivan Ivanitch. "Certainly, yes. It's a serious position," I said, "and assistance is needed as soon as possible. I imagine the first point among the principles which we must work out ought to be promptitude. We must act on the military principles of judgment, promptitude, and energy." "Yes, promptitude," repeated Ivan Ivanitch in a drowsy and listless voice, as though he were dropping asleep. "Only one can't do anything. The crops have failed, and so what's the use of all your judgment and energy? It's the elements. You can't go against God and fate." "Yes, but that's what man has a head for, to contend against the elements." "Yes. That's so, to be sure. Yes." Ivan Ivanitch sneezed into his handkerchief, brightened up, and as though he had just woken up, looked round at my wife and me. "My crops have failed, too." He laughed a thin little laugh and gave a sly wink as though this were really funny. "No money, no corn, and a yard full of laborers like Count Sheremetyev's. I want to kick them out, but I haven't the heart to." Natalia Gavrilovna laughed, and began questioning him about his private affairs. Her presence gave me a pleasure such as I had not felt for a long time, and I was afraid to look at her for fear my eyes would betray my secret feeling. Our relations were such that that feeling might seem surprising and ridiculous. She laughed and talked with Ivan Ivanitch without being in the least disturbed that she was in my room and that I was not laughing. "And so, my friends, what are we to do?" I asked after waiting for a pause. "I suppose before we do anything else we had better immediately open a subscription list. We will write to our friends in the capitals and in Odessa, Natalie, and ask them to subscribe. When we have got together a little sum we will begin buying corn and fodder for the cattle. And you, Ivan Ivanitch, will you be so kind as to undertake distributing the relief? Entirely relying on your characteristic tact and efficiency, we will only venture to express a desire that before you give any relief you make acquaintance with the details of the case on the spot, and also, which is very important, you should be careful that corn should be distributed only to those who are in genuine need, and not to the drunken, the idle, or the dishonest." Yes, muttered Ivan Ivanitch. To be sure. Well, one won't get much done with that slobbering wreck," I thought, and I felt irritated. "I am sick of these famine-stricken peasants, bother them. It's nothing but grievances with them." Ivan Ivanitch went on, sucking the rind of the lemon. "The hungry have a grievance against those who have enough, and those who have enough have a grievance against the hungry. Yes. Hunger stupefies and maddens a man and makes him savage. Hunger is not a potato. When a man is starving he uses bad language, and steals, and may do worse. One must realize that. Ivan Ivanitch choked over his tea, coughed, and shook all over with a squeaky, smothered laughter. There was a battle at Poltava, he brought out, gesticulating with both hands in protest against the laughter and coughing which prevented him from speaking. There was a battle at Poltava. When 3 years after the emancipation we had famine in 2 districts here, Fyodor Fyodoritch came and invited me to go to him. Come along, he persisted, and nothing else would satisfy him. Very well, let us go, I said. And, so we set off. It was in the evening, there was snow falling. Towards night we were getting near his place, and suddenly from the wood came bang, and another time bang. Oh, damn it all. I jumped out of the sledge, and I saw in the darkness a man running up to me, knee-deep in the snow. I put my arm round his shoulder, like this, and knocked the gun out of his hand. Then another one turned up. I fetched him a knock on the back of his head so that he grunted and flopped with his nose in the snow. I was a sturdy chap then, my fist was heavy, I disposed of 2 of them, and when I turned round Fyodor was sitting astride of a third. We did not let our 3 fine fellows go, we tied their hands behind their backs so that they might not do us or themselves any harm, and took the fools into the kitchen. We were angry with them and at the same time ashamed to look at them. They were peasants we knew, and were good fellows, we were sorry for them. They were quite stupid with terror. One was crying and begging our pardon, the second looked like a wild beast and kept swearing, the third knelt down and began to pray. I said to Fedya, don't bear them a grudge, let them go, the rascals. He fed them, gave them a bushel of flour each, and let them go, get along with you, he said. So that's what he did. The kingdom of heaven be his and everlasting peace. He understood and did not bear them a grudge, but there were some who did, and how many people they ruined. Yes. Why, over the affair at the Klotchkov's tavern 11 men were sent to the disciplinary battalion. Yes. And now, look, it's the same thing. Anasian, the investigating magistrate, stayed the night with me last Thursday, and he told me about some landowner. Yes. They took the wall of his barn to pieces at night and carried off 20 sacks of rye. When the gentleman heard that such a crime had been committed, he sent a telegram to the governor and another to the police captain, another to the investigating magistrate. Of course, every one is afraid of a man who is fond of litigation. The authorities were in a flutter and there was a general hubbub. 2 villages were searched. Excuse me, Ivan Ivanitch, I said. 20 sacks of rye were stolen from me, and it was I who telegraphed to the governor. I telegraphed to Petersburg, too. But it was by no means out of love for litigation, as you are pleased to express it, and not because I bore them a grudge. I look at every subject from the point of view of principle. From the point of view of the law, theft is the same whether a man is hungry or not. Yes, yes. Muttered Ivan Ivanitch in confusion. Of course. To be sure, yes. Natalia Gavrilovna blushed. There are people. She said and stopped. She made an effort to seem indifferent, but she could not keep it up, and looked into my eyes with the hatred that I know so well. There are people, she said, for whom famine and human suffering exist simply that they may vent their hateful and despicable temperaments upon them. I was confused and shrugged my shoulders. I meant to say generally, she went on, that there are people who are quite indifferent and completely devoid of all feeling of sympathy, yet who do not pass human suffering by. But insist on meddling for fear people should be able to do without them. Nothing is sacred for their vanity. There are people, I said softly, who have an angelic character, but who express their glorious ideas in such a form that it is difficult to distinguish the angel from an Odessa market woman. I must confess it was not happily expressed. My wife looked at me as though it cost her a great effort to hold her tongue. Her sudden outburst, and then her inappropriate eloquence on the subject of my desire to help the famine-stricken peasants, were, to say the least, out of place. When I had invited her to come upstairs I had expected quite a different attitude to me and my intentions. I cannot say definitely what I had expected, but I had been agreeably agitated by the expectation. Now I saw that to go on speaking about the famine would be difficult and perhaps stupid. Yes. Ivan Ivanitch muttered inappropriately. Burov, the merchant, must have 400,000 at least. I said to him, hand over 1,000 or 2,000 to the famine. You can't take it with you when you die, anyway. He was offended. But we all have to die, you know. Death is not a potato. A silence followed again. So there's nothing left for me but to reconcile myself to loneliness, I sighed. One cannot fight single-handed. Well, I will try single-handed. Let us hope that my campaign against the famine will be more successful than my campaign against indifference. I am expected downstairs, said Natalia Gavrilovna. She got up from the table and turned to Ivan Ivanitch. So you will look in upon me downstairs for a minute? I won't say goodbye to you. And she went away. Ivan Ivanitch was now drinking his 7th glass of tea, choking, smacking his lips, and sucking sometimes his mustache, sometimes the lemon. He was muttering something drowsily and listlessly, and I did not listen but waited for him to go. At last, with an expression that suggested that he had only come to me to take a cup of tea, he got up and began to take leave. As I saw him out I said, "And so you have given me no advice?" I am a feeble, stupid old man," he answered. "What use would my advice be? You shouldn't worry yourself." "I really don't know why you worry yourself." "Don't disturb yourself, my dear fellow." "Upon my word, there's no need," he whispered genuinely and affectionately, soothing me as though I were a child. "Upon my word, there's no need." "No need?" "Why, the peasants are pulling the thatch off their huts, and they say there is typhus somewhere already." "Well, what of it? If there are good crops next year, they'll thatch them again, and if we die of typhus others will live after us. Anyway, we have to die, if not now, later. Don't worry yourself, my dear." "I can't help worrying myself," I said irritably. We were standing in the dimly lighted vestibule. Ivan Ivanitch suddenly took me by the elbow, and, preparing to say something evidently very important, looked at me in silence for a couple of minutes. "Pavel Andreitch," he said softly, and suddenly in his puffy, set face and dark eyes there was a gleam of the expression for which he had once been famous and which was truly charming. "Pavel Andreitch, I speak to you as a friend, try to be different. One is ill at ease with you, my dear fellow, one really is." He looked intently into my face, the charming expression faded away, his eyes grew dim again, and he sniffed and muttered feebly. "Yes, yes. Excuse an old man. It's all nonsense. Yes." As he slowly descended the staircase, spreading out his hands to balance himself and showing me his huge, bulky back and red neck, he gave me the unpleasant impression of a sort of crab. "You ought to go away, Your Excellency," he muttered. "To Petersburg or abroad. Why should you live here and waste your golden days? You are young, wealthy, and healthy." "Yes. Ah, if I were younger I would whisk away like a hare, and snap my fingers at everything." 3. My wife's outburst reminded me of our married life together. In old days after every such outburst we felt irresistibly drawn to each other, we would meet and let off all the dynamite that had accumulated in our souls. And now after Ivan Ivanitch had gone away I had a strong impulse to go to my wife. I wanted to go downstairs and tell her that her behavior at tea had been an insult to me, that she was cruel, petty, and that her plebeian mind had never risen to a comprehension of what I was saying and of what I was doing. I walked about the rooms a long time thinking of what I would say to her and trying to guess what she would say to me. That evening, after Ivan Ivanitch went away, I felt in a peculiarly irritating form the uneasiness which had worried me of late. I could not sit down or sit still, but kept walking about in the rooms that were lighted up and keeping near to the one in which Marya Gerasimovna was sitting. I had a feeling very much like that which I had on the North Sea during a storm when every one thought that our ship, which had no freight nor ballast, would overturn. And that evening I understood that my uneasiness was not disappointment, as I had supposed, but a different feeling, though what exactly I could not say, and that irritated me more than ever. I will go to her, I decided. I can think of a pretext. I shall say that I want to see Ivan Ivanitch, that will be all. I went downstairs and walked without haste over the carpeted floor through the vestibule and the hall. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting on the sofa in the drawing-room. He was drinking tea again and muttering something. My wife was standing opposite to him and holding on to the back of a chair. There was a gentle, sweet, and docile expression on her face, such as one sees on the faces of people listening to crazy saints or holy men when a peculiar hidden significance is imagined in their vague words and mutterings. There was something morbid, something of a nun's exaltation, in my wife's expression and attitude. And her low-pitched, half-dark rooms with their old-fashioned furniture, with her birds asleep in their cages, and with a smell of geranium, reminded me of the rooms of some abbess or pious old lady. I went into the drawing-room. My wife showed neither surprise nor confusion, and looked at me calmly and serenely, as though she had known I should come. "I beg your pardon," I said softly. "I am so glad you have not gone yet, Ivan Ivanitch. I forgot to ask you, do you know the Christian name of the president of our zemstvo?" "Andrei Stanislavich." "Yes." "Merci," I said, took out my notebook, and wrote it down. There followed a silence during which my wife and Ivan Ivanitch were probably waiting for me to go. My wife did not believe that I wanted to know the president's name, I saw that from her eyes. "Well, I must be going, my beauty," muttered Ivan Ivanitch, after I had walked once or twice across the drawing-room and sat down by the fireplace. "No," said Natalia Gavrilovna quickly, touching his hand. "Stay another quarter of an hour. Please do." Evidently she did not wish to be left alone with me without a witness. "Oh, well, I'll wait a quarter of an hour, too," I thought. "Why, it's snowing," I said, getting up and looking out of window. "A good fall of snow." "Ivan Ivanitch," I went on walking about the room, "I do regret not being a sportsman. I can imagine what a pleasure it must be coursing hares or hunting wolves in snow like this." My wife, standing still, watched my movements, looking out of the corner of her eyes without turning her head. She looked as though she thought I had a sharp knife or a revolver in my pocket. "Ivan Ivanitch, do take me out hunting some day," I went on softly. "I shall be very, very grateful to you." At that moment a visitor came into the room. He was a tall, thick-set gentleman whom I did not know, with a bald head, a big fair beard, and little eyes. From his baggy, crumpled clothes and his manners I took him to be a parish clerk or a teacher, but my wife introduced him to me as Dr. Sobel. "Very, very glad to make your acquaintance," said the doctor in a loud tenor voice, shaking hands with me warmly, with a naive smile. "Very glad." He sat down at the table, took a glass of tea, and said in a loud voice, "Do you happen to have a drop of rum or brandy? Have pity on me, Alya, and look in the cupboard, I am frozen," he said, addressing the maid. I sat down by the fire again, looked on, listened, and from time to time put in a word in the general conversation. My wife smiled graciously to the visitors and kept a sharp lookout on me, as though I were a wild beast. She was oppressed by my presence, and this aroused in me jealousy, annoyance, and an obstinate desire to wound her. "Wife, these snug rooms, the place by the fire," I thought, "are mine, have been mine for years, but some crazy Ivan Ivanitch or Sobel has for some reason more right to them than I. Now I see my wife, not out of window, but close at hand, in ordinary home surroundings that I feel the want of now I am growing older, and, in spite of her hatred for me, I miss her as years ago in my childhood I used to miss my mother and my nurse. And I feel that now, on the verge of old age, my love for her is purer and loftier than it was in the past, and that is why I want to go up to her, to stamp hard on her toe with my heel, to hurt her and smile as I do it. Monsieur Martin, I said, addressing the doctor, how many hospitals have we in the district? Sobel, my wife corrected. 2, answered Sobel. And how many deaths are there every year in each hospital? Pavel Andreitch, I want to speak to you, said my wife. She apologized to the visitors and went to the next room. I got up and followed her. You will go upstairs to your own rooms this minute, she said. You are ill-bred, I said to her. You will go upstairs to your own rooms this very minute, she repeated sharply, and she looked into my face with hatred. She was standing so near that if I had stooped a little my beard would have touched her face. What is the matter? I asked. What harm have I done all at once? Her chin quivered, she hastily wiped her eyes, and, with a cursory glance at the looking-glass, whispered. The old story is beginning all over again. Of course you won't go away. Well, do as you like. I'll go away myself, and you stay. We returned to the drawing-room, she with a resolute face, while I shrugged my shoulders and tried to smile. There were some more visitors, an elderly lady and a young man in spectacles. Without greeting the new arrivals or taking leave of the others, I went off to my own rooms. After what had happened at tea and then again downstairs, it became clear to me that our family happiness, which we had begun to forget about in the course of the last 2 years, was through some absurd and trivial reason beginning all over again. And that neither I nor my wife could now stop ourselves. And that next day or the day after, the outburst of hatred would, as I knew by experience of past years, be followed by something revolting which would upset the whole order of our lives. So it seems that during these 2 years we have grown no wiser, colder, or calmer, I thought as I began walking about the rooms. So there will again be tears, outcries, curses, packing up, going abroad, then the continual sickly fear that she will disgrace me with some coxcomb out there, Italian or Russian, refusing a passport, letters, utter loneliness, missing her. And in 5 years old age, grey hairs. I walked about, imagining what was really impossible, her, grown handsomer, stouter, embracing a man I did not know. By now convinced that that would certainly happen, why, I asked myself, why, in one of our long past quarrels, had not I given her a divorce, or why had she not at that time left me altogether? I should not have had this yearning for her now, this hatred, this anxiety, and I should have lived out my life quietly, working and not worrying about anything. A carriage with 2 lamps drove into the yard, then a big sledge with 3 horses. My wife was evidently having a party. Till midnight everything was quiet downstairs and I heard nothing, but at midnight there was a sound of moving chairs and a clatter of crockery. So there was supper. Then the chairs moved again, and through the floor I heard a noise, they seemed to be shouting hurrah. Marya Gerasimovna was already asleep and I was quite alone in the whole upper story. The portraits of my forefathers, cruel, insignificant people, looked at me from the walls of the drawing-room, and the reflection of my lamp in the window winked unpleasantly. And with a feeling of jealousy and envy for what was going on downstairs, I listened and thought, I am master here, if I like, I can in a moment turn out all that fine crew. But I knew that all that was nonsense, that I could not turn out any one, and the word master had no meaning. One may think oneself master, married, rich, a kammerjunker, as much as one likes, and at the same time not know what it means. After supper some one downstairs began singing in a tenor voice. Why, nothing special has happened, I tried to persuade myself. Why am I so upset? I won't go downstairs tomorrow, that's all, and that will be the end of our quarrel. At 1:15 I went to bed. Have the visitors downstairs gone? I asked Alexei as he was undressing me. Yes, sir, they've gone. And why were they shouting hurrah? Alexei Dmitrich Mahanov subscribed for the famine fund 1,000 bushels of flour and 1,000 rubles. And the old lady, I don't know her name, promised to set up a soup kitchen on her estate to feed 150 people. Thank God. Natalia Gavrilovna has been pleased to arrange that all the gentry should assemble every Friday. To assemble here, downstairs? Yes, sir. Before supper they read a list. Since August up to today Natalia Gavrilovna has collected 8,000 rubles, besides corn. Thank God. What I think is that if our mistress does take trouble for the salvation of her soul, she will soon collect a lot. There are plenty of rich people here. Dismissing Alexei, I put out the light and drew the bedclothes over my head. After all, why am I so troubled? I thought. What force draws me to the starving peasants like a butterfly to a flame? I don't know them, I don't understand them, I have never seen them and I don't like them. Why this uneasiness? I suddenly crossed myself under the quilt. But what a woman she is! I said to myself, thinking of my wife. There's a regular committee held in the house without my knowing. Why this secrecy? Why this conspiracy? What have I done to them? Ivan Ivanitch is right, I must go away. Next morning I woke up firmly resolved to go away. The events of the previous day, the conversation at tea, my wife, Sobel, the supper, my apprehensions, worried me, and I felt glad to think of getting away from the surroundings which reminded me of all that. While I was drinking my coffee the bailiff gave me a long report on various matters. The most agreeable item he saved for the last. The thieves who stole our rye have been found, he announced with a smile. The magistrate arrested 3 peasants at Pestrovo yesterday. Go away. I shouted at him, and apropos of nothing, I picked up the cake basket and flung it on the floor. 4. After lunch I rubbed my hands, and thought I must go to my wife and tell her that I was going away. Why? Who cared? Nobody cares, I answered. But why shouldn't I tell her, especially as it would give her nothing but pleasure? Besides, to go away after our yesterday's quarrel without saying a word would not be quite tactful, she might think that I was frightened of her, and perhaps the thought that she has driven me out of my house may weigh upon her. It would be just as well, too, to tell her that I subscribed 5,000, and to give her some advice about the organization, and to warn her that her inexperience in such a complicated and responsible matter might lead to most lamentable results. In short, I wanted to see my wife, and while I thought of various pretexts for going to her, I had a firm conviction in my heart that I should do so. It was still light when I went into her, and the lamps had not yet been lighted. She was sitting in her study, which led from the drawing-room to her bedroom, and, bending low over the table, was writing something quickly. Seeing me, she started, got up from the table, and remained standing in an attitude such as to screen her papers from me. I beg your pardon, I have only come for a minute, I said, and, I don't know why, I was overcome with embarrassment. I have learnt by chance that you are organizing relief for the famine, Natalie. Yes, I am. But that's my business, she answered. Yes, it is your business, I said softly. I am glad of it, for it just fits in with my intentions. I beg your permission to take part in it. Forgive me, I cannot let you do it, she said in response, and looked away. Why not, Natalie? I said quietly. Why not? I, too, am well fed and I, too, want to help the hungry. I don't know what it has to do with you, she said with a contemptuous smile, shrugging her shoulders. Nobody asks you. Nobody asks you, either, and yet you have got up a regular committee in my house, I said. I am asked, but you can have my word for it no one will ever ask you. Go and help where you are not known. For God's sake, don't talk to me in that tone. I tried to be mild, and besought myself most earnestly not to lose my temper. For the first few minutes I felt glad to be with my wife. I felt an atmosphere of youth, of home, of feminine softness, of the most refined elegance, exactly what was lacking on my floor and in my life altogether. My wife was wearing a pink flannel dressing gown, it made her look much younger, and gave a softness to her rapid and sometimes abrupt movements. Her beautiful dark hair, the mere sight of which at one time stirred me to passion, had from sitting so long with her head bent come loose from the comb and was untidy, but, to my eyes, that only made it look more rich and luxuriant. All this, though is banal to the point of vulgarity. Before me stood an ordinary woman, perhaps neither beautiful nor elegant, but this was my wife with whom I had once lived, and with whom I should have been living to this day if it had not been for her unfortunate character. She was the one human being on the terrestrial globe whom I loved. At this moment, just before going away, when I knew that I should no longer see her even through the window, she seemed to me fascinating even as she was, cold and forbidding, answering me with a proud and contemptuous mockery. I was proud of her, and confessed to myself that to go away from her was terrible and impossible. "Pavel Andreyitch," she said after a brief silence, "for 2 years we have not interfered with each other but have lived quietly. Why do you suddenly feel it necessary to go back to the past? Yesterday you came to insult and humiliate me," she went on, raising her voice, and her face flushed and her eyes flamed with hatred, "but restrain yourself. Do not do it, Pavel Andreyitch. Tomorrow I will send in a petition and they will give me a passport, and I will go away, I will go. I will go. I'll go into a convent, into a widow's home, into an almshouse. Into a lunatic asylum." I cried, not able to restrain myself. "Well, even into a lunatic asylum. That would be better, she cried, with flashing eyes. "When I was in Pestrovo today I envied the sick and starving peasant women because they are not living with a man like you. They are free and honest, while, thanks to you, I am a parasite, I am perishing in idleness, I eat your bread, I spend your money, and I repay you with my liberty and a fidelity which is of no use to any one. Because you won't give me a passport, I must respect your good name, though it doesn't exist." I had to keep silent. Clenching my teeth, I walked quickly into the drawing room, but turned back at once and said, "I beg you earnestly that there should be no more assemblies, plots, and meetings of conspirators in my house. I only admit to my house those with whom I am acquainted, and let all your crew find another place to do it if they want to take up philanthropy. I can't allow people at midnight in my house to be shouting hurrah at successfully exploiting an hysterical woman like you." My wife, pale and wringing her hands, took a rapid stride across the room, uttering a prolonged moan as though she had toothache. With a wave of my hand, I went into the drawing room. I was choking with rage, and at the same time I was trembling with terror that I might not restrain myself, and that I might say or do something which I might regret all my life. And I clenched my hands tight, hoping to hold myself in. After drinking some water and recovering my calm a little, I went back to my wife. She was standing in the same attitude as before, as though barring my approach to the table with the papers. Tears were slowly trickling down her pale, cold face. I paused then and said to her bitterly but without anger, "How you misunderstand me! How unjust you are to me! I swear upon my honor I came to you with the best of motives, with nothing but the desire to do good. Pavel Andreyitch," she said, clasping her hands on her bosom, and her face took on the agonized, imploring expression with which frightened, weeping children beg not to be punished, "I know perfectly well that you will refuse me, but still I beg you. Force yourself to do one kind action in your life. I entreat you, go away from here. That's the only thing you can do for the starving peasants. Go away, and I will forgive you everything, everything. There is no need for you to insult me, Natalie," I sighed, feeling a sudden rush of humility. "I had already made up my mind to go away, but I won't go until I have done something for the peasants. It's my duty. ACH. She said softly with an impatient frown. "You can make an excellent bridge or railway, but you can do nothing for the starving peasants. Do understand?" "Indeed. Yesterday you reproached me with indifference and with being devoid of the feeling of compassion. How well you know me." I laughed. "You believe in God, well, God is my witness that I am worried day and night. I see that you are worried, but the famine and compassion have nothing to do with it. You are worried because the starving peasants can get on without you, and because the zemstvo, and in fact everyone who is helping them, does not need your guidance. I was silent, trying to suppress my irritation. Then I said, I came to speak to you on business. Sit down. Please sit down. She did not sit down. I beg you to sit down, I repeated, and I motioned her to a chair. She sat down. I sat down, too, thought a little, and said, I beg you to consider earnestly what I am saying. Listen. Moved by love for your fellow creatures, you have undertaken the organization of famine relief. I have nothing against that, of course. I am completely in sympathy with you, and am prepared to cooperate with you in every way, whatever our relations may be. But, with all my respect for your mind and your heart. And your heart, I repeated, I cannot allow such a difficult, complex, and responsible matter as the organization of relief to be left in your hands entirely. You are a woman, you are inexperienced, you know nothing of life, you are too confiding and expansive. You have surrounded yourself with assistants whom you know nothing about. I am not exaggerating if I say that under these conditions your work will inevitably lead to two deplorable consequences. To begin with, our district will be left unrelieved. And, secondly, you will have to pay for your mistakes and those of your assistants, not only with your purse, but with your reputation. The money deficit and other losses I could, no doubt, make good, but who could restore you your good name? When through lack of proper supervision and oversight there is a rumor that you, and consequently I, have made 200,000 over the famine fund, will your assistants come to your aid? She said nothing. Not from vanity, as you say, I went on, but simply that the starving peasants may not be left unrelieved and your reputation may not be injured, I feel it my moral duty to take part in your work. Speak more briefly, said my wife. You will be so kind, I went on, as to show me what has been subscribed so far and what you have spent. Then inform me daily of every fresh subscription in money or kind, and of every fresh outlay. You will also give me, Natalie, the list of your helpers. Perhaps they are quite decent people, I don't doubt it, but, still, it is absolutely necessary to make inquiries. She was silent. I got up, and walked up and down the room. Let us set to work, then, I said, and I sat down to her table. Are you in earnest? She asked, looking at me in alarm and bewilderment. Natalie, do be reasonable. I said appealingly, seeing from her face that she meant to protest. I beg you, trust my experience and my sense of honor. I don't understand what you want. Show me how much you have collected and how much you have spent. I have no secrets. Anyone may see. Look. On the table lay 5 or 6 school exercise books, several sheets of notepaper covered with writing, a map of the district, and a number of pieces of paper of different sizes. It was getting dusk. I lighted a candle. Excuse me, I don't see anything yet, I said, turning over the leaves of the exercise books. Where is the account of the receipt of money subscriptions? That can be seen from the subscription lists. Yes, but you must have an account, I said, smiling at her naivete. Where are the letters accompanying the subscriptions in money or in kind? Pardon, a little practical advice, Natalie, it's absolutely necessary to keep those letters. You ought to number each letter and make a special note of it in a special record. You ought to do the same with your own letters. But I will do all that myself. Do so, do so. She said. I was very much pleased with myself. Attracted by this living interesting work, by the little table, the naive exercise books and the charm of doing this work in my wife's society, I was afraid that my wife would suddenly hinder me and upset everything by some sudden whim. And so I was in haste and made an effort to attach no consequence to the fact that her lips were quivering, and that she was looking about her with a helpless and frightened air like a wild creature in a trap. I tell you what, Natalie, I said without looking at her, let me take all these papers and exercise books upstairs to my study. There I will look through them and tell you what I think about it tomorrow. Have you any more papers? I asked, arranging the exercise books and sheets of papers in piles. Take them all, said my wife, helping me to arrange them, and big tears ran down her cheeks. Take it all. That's all that was left me in life. Take the last. ACH. Natalie. I sighed reproachfully. She opened the drawer in the table and began flinging the papers out of it on the table at random, poking me in the chest with her elbow and brushing my face with her hair. As she did so, copper coins kept dropping upon my knees and on the floor. Take everything, she said in a husky voice. When she had thrown out the papers she walked away from me, and putting both hands to her head, she flung herself on the couch. I picked up the money, put it back in the drawer, and locked it up that the servants might not be led into dishonesty. Then I gathered up all the papers and went off with them. As I passed my wife I stopped and, looking at her back and shaking shoulders, I said, "What a baby you are, Natalie." Fie. Listen, Natalie, when you realize how serious and responsible a business it is you will be the first to thank me. I assure you you will. In my own room I set to work without haste. The exercise books were not bound, the pages were not numbered. The entries were put in all sorts of handwritings, evidently anyone who liked had a hand in managing the books. In the record of the subscriptions in kind there was no note of their money value. But, excuse me, I thought, the rye which is now worth 1 ruble 15 kopecks may be worth 2 rubles 15 kopecks in 2 months' time. Was that the way to do things? Then, given to A.M. Sobel 32 rubles. When was it given? For what purpose was it given? Where was the receipt? There was nothing to show, and no making anything of it. In case of legal proceedings, these papers would only obscure the case. How naive she is. I thought with surprise. What a child. I felt both vexed and amused. My wife had already collected 8,000. With my 5 it would be 13,000. For a start that was very good. The business which had so worried and interested me was at last in my hands. I was doing what the others would not and could not do. I was doing my duty, organizing the relief fund in a practical and businesslike way. Everything seemed to be going in accordance with my desires and intentions, but why did my feeling of uneasiness persist? I spent 4 hours over my wife's papers, making out their meaning and correcting her mistakes, but instead of feeling soothed, I felt as though someone were standing behind me and rubbing my back with a rough hand. What was it I wanted? The organization of the relief fund had come into trustworthy hands, the hungry would be fed, what more was wanted? The 4 hours of this light work for some reason exhausted me, so that I could not sit bending over the table nor write. From below I heard from time to time a smothered moan, it was my wife sobbing. Alexei, invariably meek, sleepy, and sanctimonious, kept coming up to the table to see to the candles, and looked at me somewhat strangely. Yes, I must go away, I decided at last, feeling utterly exhausted. As far as possible from these agreeable impressions. I will set off tomorrow. I gathered together the papers and exercise books, and went down to my wife. As, feeling quite worn out and shattered, I held the papers and the exercise books to my breast with both hands, and passing through my bedroom saw my trunks, the sound of weeping reached me through the floor. Are you a kammerjunker? A voice whispered in my ear. That's a very pleasant thing. But yet you are a reptile. It's all nonsense, I muttered as I went downstairs. Nonsense. And it's nonsense, too, that I am actuated by vanity or a love of display. What rubbish! Am I going to get a decoration for working for the peasants or be made the director of a department? Nonsense. And who is there to show off to here in the country? I was tired, frightfully tired, and something kept whispering in my ear, very pleasant. But, still, you are a reptile. For some reason I remembered a line out of an old poem I knew as a child, how pleasant it is to be good. My wife was lying on the couch in the same attitude, on her face and with her hands clutching her head. She was crying. A maid was standing beside her with a perplexed and frightened face. I sent the maid away, laid the papers on the table, thought a moment and said, "Here are all your papers, Natalie. It's all in order, it's all capital, and I am very much pleased. I am going away tomorrow." She went on crying. I went into the drawing room and sat there in the dark. My wife's sobs, her sighs, accused me of something, and to justify myself I remembered the whole of our quarrel, starting from my unhappy idea of inviting my wife to our consultation and ending with the exercise books and these tears. It was an ordinary attack of our conjugal hatred, senseless and unseemly, such as had been frequent during our married life, but what had the starving peasants to do with it? How could it have happened that they had become a bone of contention between us? It was just as though pursuing one another we had accidentally run up to the altar and had carried on a quarrel there. "Natalie," I said softly from the drawing room, "hush, hush." To cut short her weeping and make an end of this agonizing state of affairs, I ought to have gone up to my wife and comforted her, caressed her, or apologized. But how could I do it so that she would believe me? How could I persuade the wild duck, living in captivity and hating me, that it was dear to me, and that I felt for its sufferings? I had never known my wife, so I had never known how to talk to her or what to talk about. Her appearance I knew very well and appreciated it as it deserved, but her spiritual, moral world, her mind, her outlook on life, her frequent changes of mood, her eyes full of hatred, her disdain. The scope and variety of her reading which sometimes struck me, or, for instance, the nun-like expression I had seen on her face the day before, all that was unknown and incomprehensible to me. When in my collisions with her I tried to define what sort of a person she was, my psychology went no farther than deciding that she was giddy, impractical, ill-tempered, guided by feminine logic, and it seemed to me that that was quite sufficient. But now that she was crying I had a passionate desire to know more. The weeping ceased. I went up to my wife. She sat up on the couch, and, with her head propped in both hands, looked fixedly and dreamily at the fire. "I am going away tomorrow morning," I said. She said nothing. I walked across the room, sighed, and said, "Natalie, when you begged me to go away, you said, 'I will forgive you everything, everything.' So you think I have wronged you? I beg you calmly and in brief terms to formulate the wrong I've done you. I am worn out. Afterwards, some time," said my wife. "How am I to blame?" I went on. "What have I done? Tell me, you are young and beautiful, you want to live, and I am nearly twice your age and hated by you, but is that my fault? I didn't marry you by force. But if you want to live in freedom, go, I'll give you your liberty. You can go and love whom you please. I will give you a divorce." "That's not what I want," she said. "You know I used to love you and always thought of myself as older than you. That's all nonsense. You are not to blame for being older or for my being younger, or that I might be able to love someone else if I were free, but because you are a difficult person, an egoist, and hate everyone." "Perhaps so. I don't know," I said. "Please go away. You want to go on at me till the morning, but I warn you I am quite worn out and cannot answer you. You promised me to go to town. I am very grateful, I ask nothing more. My wife wanted me to go away, but it was not easy for me to do that. I was dispirited and I dreaded the big, cheerless, chill rooms that I was so weary of. Sometimes when I had an ache or a pain as a child, I used to huddle up to my mother or my nurse, and when I hid my face in the warm folds of their dress, it seemed to me as though I were hiding from the pain. And in the same way it seemed to me now that I could only hide from my uneasiness in this little room beside my wife. I sat down and screened away the light from my eyes with my hand. There was a stillness. "How are you to blame?" my wife said after a long silence, looking at me with red eyes that gleamed with tears. "You are very well educated and very well bred, very honest, just, and high-principled, but in you the effect of all that is that wherever you go you bring suffocation, oppression, something insulting and humiliating to the utmost degree. You have a straightforward way of looking at things, and so you hate the whole world. You hate those who have faith, because faith is an expression of ignorance and lack of culture, and at the same time you hate those who have no faith for having no faith and no ideals. You hate old people for being conservative and behind the times, and young people for free thinking. The interests of the peasantry and of Russia are dear to you, and so you hate the peasants because you suspect every one of them of being a thief and a robber. You hate every one. You are just, and always take your stand on your legal rights, and so you are always at law with the peasants and your neighbors. You have had 20 bushels of rye stolen, and your love of order has made you complain of the peasants to the governor and all the local authorities, and to send a complaint of the local authorities to Petersburg. Legal justice, said my wife, and she laughed. On the ground of your legal rights and in the interests of morality, you refuse to give me a passport. Law and morality is such that a self-respecting healthy young woman has to spend her life in idleness, in depression, and in continual apprehension, and to receive in return board and lodging from a man she does not love. You have a thorough knowledge of the law, you are very honest and just, you respect marriage and family life, and the effect of all that is that all your life you have not done one kind action, that everyone hates you. That you are on bad terms with every one, and the 7 years that you have been married you've only lived 7 months with your wife. You've had no wife and I've had no husband. To live with a man like you is impossible, there is no way of doing it. In the early years I was frightened with you, and now I am ashamed. That's how my best years have been wasted. When I fought with you I ruined my temper, grew shrewish, coarse, timid, mistrustful. Oh, but what's the use of talking? As though you wanted to understand. Go upstairs, and God be with you. My wife lay down on the couch and sank into thought. And how splendid, how enviable life might have been, she said softly, looking reflectively into the fire. What a life it might have been. There's no bringing it back now. Anyone who has lived in the country in winter and knows those long dreary, still evenings when even the dogs are too bored to bark and even the clocks seem weary of ticking. And anyone who on such evenings has been troubled by awakening conscience and has moved restlessly about, trying now to smother his conscience, now to interpret it, will understand the distraction and the pleasure my wife's voice gave me as it sounded in the snug little room, telling me I was a bad man. I did not understand what was wanted of me by my conscience, and my wife, translating it in her feminine way, made clear to me in the meaning of my agitation. As often before in the moments of intense uneasiness, I guessed that the whole secret lay, not in the starving peasants, but in my not being the sort of a man I ought to be. My wife got up with an effort and came up to me. Pavel Andreitch, she said, smiling mournfully, forgive me, I don't believe you, you are not going away, but I will ask you one more favor. Call this, she pointed to her papers, self-deception, feminine logic, a mistake, as you like. But do not hinder me. It's all that is left me in life. She turned away and paused. Before this I had nothing. I have wasted my youth in fighting with you. Now I have caught at this and am living, I am happy. It seems to me that I have found in this a means of justifying my existence. Natalie, you are a good woman, a woman of ideas, I said, looking at my wife enthusiastically, and everything you say and do is intelligent and fine. I walked about the room to conceal my emotion. Natalie, I went on a minute later, before I go away, I beg of you as a special favor, help me to do something for the starving peasants. What can I do? Said my wife, shrugging her shoulders. Here's the subscription list. She rummaged among the papers and found the subscription list. Subscribe some money, she said, and from her tone I could see that she did not attach great importance to her subscription list. That is the only way in which you can take part in the work. I took the list and wrote, Anonymous, 5,000. In this, Anonymous, there was something wrong, false, conceited, but I only realized that when I noticed that my wife flushed very red and hurriedly thrust the list into the heap of papers. We both felt ashamed. I felt that I must at all costs efface this clumsiness at once, or else I should feel ashamed afterwards, in the train and at Petersburg. But how efface it? What was I to say? I fully approve of what you are doing, Natalie, I said genuinely, and I wish you every success. But allow me at parting to give you one piece of advice, Natalie. Be on your guard with Sobel, and with your assistants generally, and don't trust them blindly. I don't say they are not honest, but they are not gentlefolks. They are people with no ideas, no ideals, no faith, with no aim in life, no definite principles, and the whole object of their life is comprised in the ruble. Ruble, ruble, ruble. I sighed. They are fond of getting money easily, for nothing, and in that respect the better educated they are the more they are to be dreaded. My wife went to the couch and lay down. Ideas, she brought out, listlessly and reluctantly, ideas, ideals, objects of life, principles. You always used to use those words when you wanted to insult or humiliate someone, or say something unpleasant. Yes, that's your way. If with your views and such an attitude to people you are allowed to take part in anything, you would destroy it from the first day. It's time you understand that. She sighed and paused. It's coarseness of character, Pavel Andreitch, she said. You are well bred and educated, but what a Scythian you are in reality. That's because you lead a cramped life full of hatred, see no one, and read nothing but your engineering books. And, you know, there are good people, good books. Yes, but I am exhausted and it wearies me to talk. I ought to be in bed. So I am going away, Natalie, I said. Yes, yes. Merci. I stood still for a little while, then went upstairs. An hour later, it was 1:30, I went downstairs again with a candle in my hand to speak to my wife. I didn't know what I was going to say to her, but I felt that I must say something very important and necessary. She was not in her study, the door leading to her bedroom was closed. Natalie, are you asleep? I asked softly. There was no answer. I stood near the door, sighed, and went into the drawing room. There I sat down on the sofa, put out the candle, and remained sitting in the dark till the dawn. 6. I went to the station at 10 o'clock in the morning. There was no frost, but snow was falling in big wet flakes and an unpleasant damp wind was blowing. We passed a pond and then a birch copse, and then began going uphill along the road which I could see from my window. I turned round to take a last look at my house, but I could see nothing for the snow. Soon afterwards dark huts came into sight ahead of us as in a fog. It was Pestrovo. If I ever go out of my mind, Pestrovo will be the cause of it, I thought. It persecutes me. We came out into the village street. All the roofs were intact, not one of them had been pulled to pieces, so my bailiff had told a lie. A boy was pulling along a little girl and a baby in a sledge. Another boy of 3, with his head wrapped up like a peasant woman's and with huge mufflers on his hands, was trying to catch the flying snowflakes on his tongue, and laughing. Then a wagon loaded with faggots came toward us and a peasant walking beside it, and there was no telling whether his beard was white or whether it was covered with snow. He recognized my coachman, smiled at him and said something, and mechanically took off his hat to me. The dogs ran out of the yards and looked inquisitively at my horses. Everything was quiet, ordinary, as usual. The emigrants had returned, there was no bread, in the huts some were laughing, some were delirious, but it all looked so ordinary that one could not believe it really was so. There were no distracted faces, no voices whining for help, no weeping, nor abuse, but all around was stillness, order, life, children, sledges, dogs with disheveled tails. Neither the children nor the peasant we met were troubled. Why was I so troubled? Looking at the smiling peasant, at the boy with the huge mufflers, at the huts, remembering my wife, I realized there was no calamity that could daunt this people. I felt as though there were already a breath of victory in the air. I felt proud and felt ready to cry out that I was with them too. But the horses were carrying us away from the village into the open country, the snow was whirling, the wind was howling, and I was left alone with my thoughts. Of the million people working for the peasantry, life itself had cast me out as a useless, incompetent, bad man. I was a hindrance, a part of the people's calamity. I was vanquished, cast out, and I was hurrying to the station to go away and hide myself in Petersburg in a hotel in Bolshaya Morskaya. An hour later we reached the station. The coachman and a porter with a disc on his breast carried my trunks into the ladies' room. My coachman Nicanor, wearing high felt boots and the skirt of his coat tucked up through his belt, all wet with the snow and glad I was going away, gave me a friendly smile and said, "A fortunate journey, Your Excellency. God give you luck. Every one, by the way, calls me Your Excellency, though I am only a collegiate counselor and a kammerjunker." The porter told me the train had not yet left the next station, I had to wait. I went outside, and with my head heavy from my sleepless night, and so exhausted I could hardly move my legs, I walked aimlessly towards the pump. There was not a soul anywhere near. Why am I going? I kept asking myself. What is there awaiting me there? The acquaintances from whom I have come away, loneliness, restaurant dinners, noise, the electric light, which makes my eyes ache. Where am I going, and what am I going for? What am I going for? And it seemed somehow strange to go away without speaking to my wife. I felt that I was leaving her in uncertainty. Going away, I ought to have told that she was right, that I really was a bad man. When I turned away from the pump, I saw in the doorway the station master, of whom I had twice made complaints to his superiors, turning up the collar of his coat, shrinking from the wind and the snow. He came up to me, and putting 2 fingers to the peak of his cap, told me with an expression of helpless confusion, strained respectfulness, and hatred on his face, that the train was 20 minutes late. And asked me would I not like to wait in the warm. "Thank you," I answered, "but I am probably not going. Send word to my coachman to wait, I have not made up my mind." I walked to and fro on the platform and thought, should I go away or not? When the train came in I decided not to go. At home I had to expect my wife's amazement and perhaps her mockery, the dismal upper story and my uneasiness. But, still, at my age that was easier and as it were more homelike than traveling for 2 days and nights with strangers to Petersburg, where I should be conscious every minute that my life was of no use to any one or to anything. And that it was approaching its end. No, better at home whatever awaited me there. I went out of the station. It was awkward by daylight to return home, where every one was so glad at my going. I might spend the rest of the day till evening at some neighbors, but with whom? With some of them I was on strained relations, others I did not know at all. I considered and thought of Ivan Ivanitch. "We are going to Bragino," I said to the coachman, getting into the sledge. "It's a long way," sighed Nicanor. "It will be 20 miles, or maybe 25. "Oh, please, my dear fellow," I said in a tone as though Nicanor had the right to refuse. "Please let us go." Nicanor shook his head doubtfully and said slowly that we really ought to have put in the shafts, not Circassian, but peasant or Siskin. And uncertainly, as though expecting I should change my mind, took the reins in his gloves, stood up, thought a moment, and then raised his whip. A whole series of inconsistent actions. I thought, screening my face from the snow. I must have gone out of my mind. Well, I don't care. In one place, on a very high and steep slope, Nicanor carefully held the horses into the middle of the descent, but in the middle the horses suddenly bolted and dashed downhill at a fearful rate. He raised his elbows and shouted in a wild, frantic voice such as I had never heard from him before. "Hey! Let's give the general a drive. If you come to Grief Hill by new ones, my darlings. Hey! Look out! We'll run you down." Only now, when the extraordinary pace we were going at took my breath away, I noticed that he was very drunk. He must have been drinking at the station. At the bottom of the descent there was the crash of ice. A piece of dirty frozen snow thrown up from the road hit me a painful blow in the face. The runaway horses ran up the hill as rapidly as they had downhill, and before I had time to shout to Nicanor my sledge was flying along on the level in an old pine forest. And the tall pines were stretching out their shaggy white paws to me from all directions. I have gone out of my mind, and the coachman's drunk, I thought. Good. I found Ivan Ivanitch at home. He laughed till he coughed, laid his head on my breast, and said what he always did say on meeting me. You grow younger and younger. I don't know what dye you use for your hair and your beard, you might give me some of it. I've come to return your call, Ivan Ivanitch, I said untruthfully. Don't be hard on me, I'm a townsman, conventional, I do keep count of calls. I am delighted, my dear fellow. I am an old man, I like respect. Yes. From his voice and his blissfully smiling face, I could see that he was greatly flattered by my visit. 2 peasant women helped me off with my coat in the entry, and a peasant in a red shirt hung it on a hook, and when Ivan Ivanitch and I went into his little study, 2 barefooted little girls were sitting on the floor looking at a picture book. When they saw us they jumped up and ran away, and a tall, thin old woman in spectacles came in at once, bowed gravely to me, and picking up a pillow from the sofa and a picture book from the floor, went away. From the adjoining rooms we heard incessant whispering and the patter of bare feet. I am expecting the doctor to dinner, said Ivan Ivanitch. He promised to come from the relief center. Yes. He dines with me every Wednesday, God bless him. He craned towards me and kissed me on the neck. You have come, my dear fellow, so you are not vexed, he whispered, sniffing. Don't be vexed, my dear creature. Yes. Perhaps it is annoying, but don't be cross. My only prayer to God before I die is to live in peace and harmony with all in the true way. Yes. Forgive me, Ivan Ivanitch, I will put my feet on a chair, I said, feeling that I was so exhausted I could not be myself. I sat further back on the sofa and put up my feet on an armchair. My face was burning from the snow and the wind, and I felt as though my whole body were basking in the warmth and growing weaker from it. It's very nice here, I went on, warm, soft, snug, and goosefeather pens, I laughed, looking at the writing table, sand instead of blotting paper. Yes, yes. The writing table and the mahogany cupboard here were made for my father by a self-taught cabinet maker, Glya Budiga, a serf of General Zhukov's. Yes, a great artist in his own way. Listlessly and in the tone of a man dropping asleep, he began telling me about cabinet maker Budiga. I listened. Then Ivan Ivanitch went into the next room to show me a palisander wood chest of drawers remarkable for its beauty and cheapness. He tapped the chest with his fingers, then called my attention to a stove of patterned tiles, such as one never sees now. He tapped the stove, too, with his fingers. There was an atmosphere of good-natured simplicity and well-fed abundance about the chest of drawers, the tiled stove, the low chairs, the pictures embroidered in wool and silk on canvas in solid, ugly frames. When one remembers that all those objects were standing in the same places and precisely in the same order when I was a little child, and used to come here to name-day parties with my mother. It is simply unbelievable that they could ever cease to exist. I thought what a fearful difference between Budiga and me. Budiga who made things, above all, solidly and substantially, and seeing in that his chief object, gave to length of life peculiar significance, had no thought of death, and probably hardly believed in its possibility. I, when I built my bridges of iron and stone which would last 1,000 years, could not keep from me the thought, it's not for long, it's no use. If in time Budiga's cupboard and my bridge should come under the notice of some sensible historian of art, he would say, these were 2 men remarkable in their own way. Budiga loved his fellow creatures and would not admit the thought that they might die and be annihilated, and so when he made his furniture he had the immortal man in his mind. The engineer Asserin did not love life or his fellow creatures. Even in the happy moments of creation, thoughts of death, of finiteness and dissolution, were not alien to him, and we see how insignificant and finite, how timid and poor, are these lines of his. I only heat these rooms, muttered Ivan Ivanitch, showing me his rooms. Ever since my wife died and my son was killed in the war, I have kept the best rooms shut up. Yes, see. He opened a door, and I saw a big room with 4 columns, an old piano, and a heap of peas on the floor. It smelt cold and damp. The garden seats are in the next room, muttered Ivan Ivanitch. There's no one to dance the mazurka now. I've shut them up. We heard a noise. It was Dr. Sobel arriving. While he was rubbing his cold hands and stroking his wet beard, I had time to notice in the first place that he had a very dull life, and so was pleased to see Ivan Ivanitch and me. And, secondly, that he was a naive and simple-hearted man. He looked at me as though I were very glad to see him and very much interested in him. I have not slept for 2 nights, he said, looking at me naively and stroking his beard. One night with a confinement, and the next I stayed at a peasant's with the bugs biting me all night. I am as sleepy as Satan, do you know? With an expression on his face as though it could not afford me anything but pleasure, he took me by the arm and led me to the dining room. His naive eyes, his crumpled coat, his cheap tie and the smell of iodoform made an unpleasant impression upon me. I felt as though I were in vulgar company. When we sat down to table he filled my glass with vodka, and, smiling helplessly, I drank it. He put a piece of ham on my plate and I ate it submissively. Repetitia est mater studiorum, said Sobel, hastening to drink off another wineglassful. Would you believe it, the joy of seeing good people has driven away my sleepiness? I have turned into a peasant, a savage in the wilds. I've grown coarse, but I am still an educated man, and I tell you in good earnest, it's tedious without company. They served first for a cold coarse white sucking pig with horseradish cream, then a rich and very hot cabbage soup with pork on it, with boiled buckwheat, from which rose a column of steam. The doctor went on talking, and I was soon convinced that he was a weak, unfortunate man, disorderly in external life. 3 glasses of vodka made him drunk. He grew unnaturally lively, ate a great deal, kept clearing his throat and smacking his lips, and already addressed me in Italian, Eccellenza. Looking naively at me as though he were convinced that I was very glad to see and hear him, he informed me that he had long been separated from his wife and gave her 3/4 of his salary. That she lived in the town with his children, a boy and a girl, whom he adored. That he loved another woman, a widow, well educated, with an estate in the country, but was rarely able to see her, as he was busy with his work from morning till night and had not a free moment. The whole day long, first at the hospital, then on my rounds, he told us, and I assure you, Eccellenza, I have not time to read a book, let alone going to see the woman I love. I've read nothing for 10 years. For 10 years, Eccellenza. As for the financial side of the question, ask Ivan Ivanitch. I have often no money to buy tobacco. On the other hand, you have the moral satisfaction of your work, I said. What? He asked, and he winked. No, he said, better let us drink. I listened to the doctor, and, after my invariable habit, tried to take his measure by my usual classification, materialist, idealist, filthy lucre, gregarious instincts, and so on, but no classification fitted him even approximately. And strange to say, while I simply listened and looked at him, he seemed perfectly clear to me as a person, but as soon as I began trying to classify him he became an exceptionally complex, intricate, and incomprehensible character in spite of all his candor and simplicity. Is that man, I asked myself, capable of wasting other people's money, abusing their confidence, being disposed to sponge on them? And now this question, which had once seemed to me grave and important, struck me as crude, petty, and coarse. Pie was served. Then, I remember, with long intervals between, during which we drank homemade liquors, they gave us a stew of pigeons, some dish of giblets, roast sucking pig, partridges, cauliflower, curd dumplings, curd cheese and milk, jelly. And finally pancakes and jam. At first I ate with great relish, especially the cabbage soup and the buckwheat, but afterwards I munched and swallowed mechanically, smiling helplessly and unconscious of the taste of anything. My face was burning from the hot cabbage soup and the heat of the room. Ivan Ivanitch and Sobel, too, were crimson. "To the health of your wife," said Sobel. "She likes me. Tell her her doctor sends her his respects." "She's fortunate, upon my word," sighed Ivan Ivanitch. "Though she takes no trouble, does not fuss or worry herself, she has become the most important person in the whole district. Almost the whole business is in her hands, and they all gather round her, the doctor, the district captains, and the ladies. With people of the right sort that happens of itself. Yes. The apple tree need take no thought for the apple to grow on it, it will grow of itself." "It's only people who don't care who take no thought," said I. Yes," muttered Ivan Ivanitch, not catching what I said. "That's true. One must not worry oneself." Just so, just so. Only do your duty towards God and your neighbor, and then never mind what happens." "Excellenza," said Sobel solemnly, "just look at nature about us. If you poke your nose or your ear out of your fur collar it will be frostbitten. Stay in the fields for 1 hour, you'll be buried in the snow. While the village is just the same as in the days of Rurik, the same pecheniegs and polovtsi. It's nothing but being burnt down, starving, and struggling against nature in every way." What was I saying? Yes. If one thinks about it, looks into it and analyses all this hodgepodge, if you will allow me to call it so, it's not life but more like a fire in a theater. Anyone who falls down or screams with terror, or rushes about, is the worst enemy of good order. One must stand up and look sharp, and not stir a hair. There's no time for whimpering and busying oneself with trifles. When you have to deal with elemental forces you must put out force against them, be firm and as unyielding as a stone. Isn't that right, grandfather?" He turned to Ivan Ivanitch and laughed. "I am no better than a woman myself. I am a limp rag, a flabby creature, so I hate flabbiness. I can't endure petty feelings. One mopes, another is frightened, a third will come straight in here and say, 'Fie on you. Here you've guzzled a dozen courses and you talk about the starving. That's petty and stupid. A fourth will reproach you, Excellenza, for being rich. Excuse me, Excellenza," he went on in a loud voice, laying his hand on his heart, "but you're having set our magistrate the task of hunting day and night for your thieves. Excuse me, that's also petty on your part. I am a little drunk, so that's why I say this now, but it is petty. Who's asking him to worry himself? I don't understand," I said, getting up. I suddenly felt unbearably ashamed and mortified, and I walked round the table. "Who asks him to worry himself? I didn't ask him to. Damn him. They have arrested 3 men and let them go again. They turned out not to be the right ones, and now they are looking for a fresh lot," said Sobel, laughing. "It's too bad." "I did not ask him to worry himself," said I, almost crying with excitement. "What's it all for? What's it all for?" "Well, supposing I was wrong, supposing I have done wrong, why do they try to put me more in the wrong?" Come, said Sobel, trying to soothe me. "Come. I have had a drop, that is why I said it. My tongue is my enemy. Come," he sighed, "we have eaten and drunk wine, and now for a nap." He got up from the table, kissed Ivan Ivanitch on the head, and staggering from repletion, went out of the dining room. Ivan Ivanitch and I smoked in silence. "I don't sleep after dinner, my dear," said Ivan Ivanitch, "but you have a rest in the lounge room." I agreed. In the half-dark and warmly heated room they called the lounge room, there stood against the walls long, wide sofas, solid and heavy, the work of Butiga the cabinet maker. On them lay high, soft, white beds, probably made by the old woman in spectacles. On one of them Sobel, without his coat and boots, already lay asleep with his face to the back of the sofa. Another bed was awaiting me. I took off my coat and boots, and, overcome by fatigue, by the spirit of Buttigieg which hovered over the quiet lounge room, and by the light, caressing snore of Sobel, I lay down submissively. And at once I began dreaming of my wife, of her room, of the station master with his face full of hatred, the heaps of snow, of fire in the theater. I dreamed of the peasants who had stolen 20 sacks of rye out of my barn. Anyway, it's a good thing the magistrate let them go, I said. I woke up at the sound of my own voice, looked for a moment in perplexity at Sobel's broad back, at the buckles of his waistcoat, at his thick heels, then lay down again and fell asleep. When I woke up the second time it was quite dark. Sobel was asleep. There was peace in my heart, and I longed to make haste home. I dressed and went out of the lounge room. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting in a big armchair in his study, absolutely motionless, staring at a fixed point, and it was evident that he had been in the same state of petrifaction all the while I had been asleep. "Good," I said, yawning. "I feel as though I had woken up after breaking the fast at Easter. I shall often come and see you now. Tell me, did my wife ever dine here?" "Soom Timmy, yes, sometimes," muttered Ivan Ivanitch, making an effort to stir. "She dined here last Saturday." "Yes. She likes me." After a silence I said. "Do you remember, Ivan Ivanitch, you told me I had a disagreeable character and that it was difficult to get on with me? But what am I to do to make my character different?" "I don't know, my dear boy. I'm a feeble old man, I can't advise you." "Yes. But I said that to you at the time because I am fond of you and fond of your wife, and I was fond of your father." "Yes. I shall soon die, and what need have I to conceal things from you or to tell you lies? So I tell you, I am very fond of you, but I don't respect you." "No, I don't respect you." He turned towards me and said in a breathless whisper. "It's impossible to respect you, my dear fellow. You look like a real man. You have the figure and deportment of the French President Carnot. I saw a portrait of him the other day in an illustrated paper, yes. You use lofty language, and you are clever, and you are high up in the service beyond all reach, but haven't real soul, my dear boy, there's no strength in it. A Scythian, in fact," I laughed. "But what about my wife? Tell me something about my wife, you know her better." I wanted to talk about my wife, but Sobel came in and prevented me. "I've had a sleep and a wash," he said, looking at me naively. "I'll have a cup of tea with some rum in it and go home." 7. It was by now past 7. Besides Ivan Ivanitch, women servants, the old dame in spectacles, the little girls and the peasant, all accompanied us from the hall out onto the steps, wishing us good-bye and all sorts of blessings. While near the horses in the darkness there were standing and moving about men with lanterns, telling our coachman how and which way to drive, and wishing us a lucky journey. The horses, the men, and the sledges were white. "Where do all these people come from?" I asked as my 3 horses and the doctor's 2 moved at a walking pace out of the yard. "They are all his serfs," said Sobel. "The new order has not reached him yet. Some of the old servants are living out their lives with him, and then there are orphans of all sorts who have nowhere to go. There are some, too, who insist on living there, there's no turning them out. A queer old man." Again the flying horses, the strange voice of drunken Nicanor, the wind and the persistent snow, which got into one's eyes, one's mouth, and every fold of one's fur coat. "Well, I am running a rig," I thought, while my bells chimed in with the doctor's, the wind whistled, the coachman shouted. And while this frantic uproar was going on, I recalled all the details of that strange wild day, unique in my life, and it seemed to me that I really had gone out of my mind or become a different man. It was as though the man I had been till that day were already a stranger to me. The doctor drove behind and kept talking loudly with his coachman. From time to time he overtook me, drove side by side, and always, with the same naive confidence that it was very pleasant to me, offered me a cigarette or asked for the matches. Or, overtaking me, he would lean right out of his sledge, and waving about the sleeves of his fur coat, which were at least twice as long as his arms, shout. Go it, Vaska. Beat the 1,000 rublers. Hey, my kittens. And to the accompaniment of loud, malicious laughter from Sobel and his Vaska, the doctor's kittens raced ahead. My Nicanor took it as an affront, and held in his 3 horses, but when the doctor's bells had passed out of hearing, he raised his elbows, shouted, and our horses flew like mad in pursuit. We drove into a village. There were glimpses of lights, the silhouettes of huts. Someone shouted. Ah, the devils! We seemed to have galloped a mile and a half, and still it was the village street and there seemed no end to it. When we caught up the doctor and drove more quietly, he asked for matches and said, Now try and feed that street. And, you know, there are 5 streets like that, sir. Stay, stay, he shouted. Turn in at the tavern. We must get warm and let the horses rest. They stopped at the tavern. I have more than one village like that in my district, said the doctor, opening a heavy door with a squeaky block and ushering me in front of him. If you look in broad daylight you can't see to the end of the street, and there are side streets, too, and one can do nothing but scratch one's head. It's hard to do anything. We went into the best room where there was a strong smell of tablecloths, and at our entrance a sleepy peasant in a waistcoat and a shirt worn outside his trousers jumped up from a bench. Sobel asked for some beer and I asked for tea. It's hard to do anything, said Sobel. Your wife has faith, I respect her and have the greatest reverence for her, but I have no great faith myself. As long as our relations to the people continue to have the character of ordinary philanthropy, as shown in orphan asylums and almshouses, so long we shall only be shuffling, shamming, and deceiving ourselves, and nothing more. Our relations ought to be businesslike, founded on calculation, knowledge, and justice. My Vaska has been working for me all his life, his crops have failed, he is sick and starving. If I give him 15 kopecks a day, by so doing I try to restore him to his former condition as a workman. That is, I am first and foremost looking after my own interests, and yet for some reason I call that 15 kopecks relief, charity, good works. Now let us put it like this. On the most modest computation, reckoning 7 kopecks a soul and 5 souls a family, one needs 350 rubles a day to feed 1,000 families. That sum is fixed by our practical duty to 1,000 families. Meanwhile we give not 350 a day, but only 10, and say that that is relief, charity, that makes your wife and all of us exceptionally good people and hurrah for our humaneness. That is it, my dear soul. Ah! If we would talk less of being humane and calculated more, reasoned, and took a conscientious attitude to our duties. How many such humane, sensitive people there are among us who tear about in all good faith with subscription lists, but don't pay their tailors or their cooks. There is no logic in our life, that's what it is. No logic. We were silent for a while. I was making a mental calculation and said, I will feed 1,000 families for 200 days. Come and see me tomorrow to talk it over. I was pleased that this was said quite simply, and was glad that Sobel answered me still more simply. Right. We paid for what we had and went out of the tavern. I like going on like this, said Sobel, getting into the sledge. Excellenza, oblige me with a match. I've forgotten mine in the tavern. A quarter of an hour later his horses fell behind, and the sound of his bells was lost in the roar of the snowstorm. Reaching home, I walked about my rooms, trying to think things over and to define my position clearly to myself. I had not one word, one phrase, ready for my wife. My brain was not working. But without thinking of anything, I went downstairs to my wife. She was in her room, in the same pink dressing gown, and standing in the same attitude as though screening her papers from me. On her face was an expression of perplexity and irony, and it was evident that having heard of my arrival, she had prepared herself not to cry, not to entreat me, not to defend herself, as she had done the day before, but to laugh at me. To answer me contemptuously, and to act with decision. Her face was saying, if that's how it is, goodbye. Natalie, I've not gone away, I said, but it's not deception. I have gone out of my mind, I've grown old, I'm ill, I've become a different man, think as you like. I've shaken off my old self with horror, I despise him and am ashamed of him, and the new man who has been in me since yesterday will not let me go away. Do not drive me away, Natalie. She looked intently into my face and believed me, and there was a gleam of uneasiness in her eyes. Enchanted by her presence, warmed by the warmth of her room, I muttered as in delirium, holding out my hands to her. I tell you, I have no one near to me but you. I have never for 1 minute ceased to miss you, and only obstinate vanity prevented me from owning it. The past, when we lived as husband and wife, cannot be brought back, and there's no need. But make me your servant, take all my property, and give it away to anyone you like. I am at peace, Natalie, I am content. I am at peace. My wife, looking intently and with curiosity into my face, suddenly uttered a faint cry, burst into tears, and ran into the next room. I went upstairs to my own story. An hour later I was sitting at my table, writing my History of Railways, and the starving peasants did not now hinder me from doing so. Now I feel no uneasiness. Neither the scenes of disorder which I saw when I went the round of the huts at Pestrovo with my wife and Sobel the other day, nor malignant rumors, nor the mistakes of the people around me, nor old age close upon me, nothing disturbs me. Just as the flying bullets do not hinder soldiers from talking of their own affairs, eating and cleaning their boots, so the starving peasants do not hinder me from sleeping quietly and looking after my personal affairs. In my house and far around it there is in full swing the work which Dr. Sobel calls an orgy of philanthropy. My wife often comes up to me and looks about my rooms uneasily, as though looking for what more she can give to the starving peasants to justify her existence, and I see that, thanks to her, there will soon be nothing of our property left and we shall be poor. But that does not trouble me, and I smile at her gaily. What will happen in the future I don't know. Difficult people. Yevgraf Ivanovich Shiryev, a small farmer, whose father, a parish priest, now deceased, had received a gift of 300 acres of land from Madame Kovshinikov, a general's widow, was standing in a corner before a copper washing stand, washing his hands. As usual, his face looked anxious and ill-humored, and his beard was uncombed. "What weather," he said. "It's not weather, but a curse laid upon us. It's raining again." He grumbled on, while his family sat waiting at table for him to have finished washing his hands before beginning dinner. Fedosia Semyonovna, his wife, his son Pyotr, a student, his eldest daughter Varvara, and 3 small boys, had been sitting waiting a long time. The boys, Koka, Vanka, and Aripka, grubby, snub-nosed little fellows with chubby faces and tousled hair that wanted cutting, moved their chairs impatiently, while their elders sat without stirring, and apparently did not care whether they ate their dinner or waited. As though trying their patience, Shiryev deliberately dried his hands, deliberately said his prayer, and sat down to the table without hurrying himself. Cabbage soup was served immediately. The sound of carpenters' axes, Shiryev was having a new barn built, and the laughter of Fomka, their laborer, teasing the turkey, floated in from the courtyard. Big, sparse drops of rain pattered on the window. Pyotr, a round-shouldered student in spectacles, kept exchanging glances with his mother as he ate his dinner. Several times he laid down his spoon and cleared his throat, meaning to begin to speak, but after an intent look at his father he fell to eating again. At last, when the porridge had been served, he cleared his throat resolutely and said, "I ought to go tonight by the evening train. I ought to have gone before, I have missed a fortnight as it is. The lectures begin on the 1st of September. Well, go," Shiryev assented, "why are you lingering on here? Pack up and go, and good luck to you." A minute passed in silence. "He must have money for the journey, Yevgraf Ivanovitch," the mother observed in a low voice. "Money? To be sure, you can't go without money. Take it at once, since you need it. You could have had it long ago. The student heaved a faint sigh and looked with relief at his mother. Deliberately Shiryev took a pocketbook out of his coat pocket and put on his spectacles. "How much do you want?" he asked. "The fare to Moscow is 11 rubles 42 kopecks. "Ah, money, money," sighed the father. He always sighed when he saw money, even when he was receiving it. "Here are 12 rubles for you. You will have change out of that which will be of use to you on the journey." "Thank you." After waiting a little, the student said, "I did not get lessons quite at first last year. I don't know how it will be this year, most likely it will take me a little time to find work. I ought to ask you for 15 rubles for my lodging and dinner." Shiryev thought a little and heaved a sigh. "You will have to make 10 do," he said. "Here, take it." The student thanked him. He ought to have asked him for something more, for clothes, for lecture fees, for books, but after an intent look at his father he decided not to pester him further. The mother, lacking in diplomacy and prudence, like all mothers, could not restrain herself, and said, "You ought to give him another 6 rubles, Yevgraf Ivanovitch, for a pair of boots. Why, just see, how can he go to Moscow in such wrecks? Let him take my old ones, they are still quite good. He must have trousers, anyway, he is a disgrace to look at." And immediately after that a storm signal showed itself, at the sight of which all the family trembled. Shiryev's short, fat neck turned suddenly red as a beetroot. The color mounted slowly to his ears, from his ears to his temples, and by degrees suffused his whole face. Yevgraf Ivanovitch shifted in his chair and unbuttoned his shirt collar to save himself from choking. He was evidently struggling with the feeling that was mastering him. A death-like silence followed. The children held their breath. Fedosia Semyonovna, as though she did not grasp what was happening to her husband, went on. "He is not a little boy now, you know, he is ashamed to go about without clothes." Shiryev suddenly jumped up, and with all his might flung down his fat pocketbook in the middle of the table, so that a hunk of bread flew off a plate. A revolting expression of anger, resentment, avarice, all mixed together, flamed on his face. "Take everything," he shouted in an unnatural voice, "plunder me. Take it all. Strangle me." He jumped up from the table, clutched at his head, and ran staggering about the room. "Strip me to the last thread," he shouted in a shrill voice. "Squeeze out the last drop. Rob me. Wring my neck." The student flushed and dropped his eyes. He could not go on eating. Fedosia Semyonovna, who had not after 25 years grown used to her husband's difficult character, shrank into herself and muttered something in self-defense. An expression of amazement and dull terror came into her wasted and bird-like face, which at all times looked dull and scared. The little boys and the elder daughter Varvara, a girl in her teens, with a pale ugly face, laid down their spoons and sat mute. Shiryev, growing more and more ferocious, uttering words each more terrible than the one before, dashed up to the table and began shaking the notes out of his pocketbook. "Take them," he muttered, shaking all over. "You've eaten and drunk your fill, so here's money for you too. I need nothing. Order yourself new boots and uniforms." The student turned pale and got up. "Listen, Papa," he began, gasping for breath. I beg you to end this, for—" "Hold your tongue," the father shouted at him, and so loudly that the spectacles fell off his nose. "Hold your tongue. I used to be able to put up with such scenes, but now I have got out of the way of it. Do you understand? I have got out of the way of it." "Hold your tongue," cried the father, and he stamped with his feet. "You must listen to what I say. I shall say what I like, and you hold your tongue. At your age I was earning my living, while you— Do you know what you cost me, you scoundrel? I'll turn you out. Wastrel." "Yevgraf Ivanovitch," muttered Fedosia Semyonovna, moving her fingers nervously, you know Petya. "Hold your tongue." Shiryev shouted out to her, and tears actually came into his eyes from anger. "It is you who have spoilt them, you. It's all your fault. He has no respect for us, does not say his prayers, and earns nothing. I am only one against the 10 of you. I'll turn you out of the house." The daughter Varvara gazed fixedly at her mother with her mouth open, moved her vacant-looking eyes to the window, turned pale, and, uttering a loud shriek, fell back in her chair. The father, with a curse and a wave of the hand, ran out into the yard. This was how domestic scenes usually ended at the Shiryevs'. But on this occasion, unfortunately, Pyotr the student was carried away by overmastering anger. He was just as hasty and ill-tempered as his father and his grandfather the priest, who used to beat his parishioners about the head with a stick. Pale and clenching his fists, he went up to his mother and shouted in the very highest tenor note his voice could reach. "These reproaches are loathsome. Sickening to me. I want nothing from you. Nothing. I would rather die of hunger than eat another mouthful at your expense. Take your nasty money back. Take it." The mother huddled against the wall and waved her hands, as though it were not her son, but some phantom before her. "What have I done?" she wailed. "What?" Like his father, the boy waved his hands and ran into the yard. Shiryev's house stood alone on a ravine which ran like a furrow for 4 miles along the steppe. Its sides were overgrown with oak saplings and alders, and a stream ran at the bottom. On one side the house looked towards the ravine, on the other towards the open country. There were no fences nor hurdles. Instead there were farm buildings of all sorts close to one another, shutting in a small space in front of the house which was regarded as the yard, and in which hens, ducks, and pigs ran about. Going out of the house, the student walked along the muddy road towards the open country. The air was full of a penetrating autumn dampness. The road was muddy, puddles gleamed here and there, and in the yellow fields autumn itself seemed looking out from the grass, dismal, decaying, dark. On the right-hand side of the road was a vegetable garden cleared of its crops and gloomy-looking, with here and there sunflowers standing up in it with hanging heads already black. Pyotr thought it would not be a bad thing to walk to Moscow on foot, to walk just as he was, with holes in his boots, without a cap, and without a farthing of money. When he had gone 80 miles his father, frightened and aghast, would overtake him, would begin begging him to turn back or take the money, but he would not even look at him, but would go on and on. Bare forests would be followed by desolate fields, fields by forests again, soon the earth would be white with the first snow, and the streams would be coated with ice. Somewhere near Kursk or near Serpuhovo, exhausted and dying of hunger, he would sink down and die. His corpse would be found, and there would be a paragraph in all the papers saying that a student called Shiryev had died of hunger. A white dog with a muddy tail who was wandering about the vegetable garden looking for something gazed at him and sauntered after him. He walked along the road and thought of death, of the grief of his family, of the moral sufferings of his father, and then pictured all sorts of adventures on the road, each more marvelous than the one before, picturesque places, terrible nights, chance encounters. He imagined a string of pilgrims, a hut in the forest with one little window shining in the darkness. He stands before the window, begs for a night's lodging. They let him in, and suddenly he sees that they are robbers. Or, better still, he is taken into a big manor house, where, learning who he is, they give him food and drink, play to him on the piano, listen to his complaints, and the daughter of the house, a beauty, falls in love with him. Absorbed in his bitterness and such thoughts, young Shiryev walked on and on. Far, far ahead he saw the inn, a dark patch against the grey background of cloud. Beyond the inn, on the very horizon, he could see a little hillock. This was the railway station. That hillock reminded him of the connection existing between the place where he was now standing in Moscow, where street lamps were burning and carriages were rattling in the streets, where lectures were being given. And he almost wept with depression and impatience. The solemn landscape, with its order and beauty, the death-like stillness all around, revolted him and moved him to despair and hatred. "Look out!" He heard behind him a loud voice. An old lady of his acquaintance, a landowner of the neighborhood, drove past him in a light, elegant landau. He bowed to her, and smiled all over his face. And at once he caught himself in that smile, which was so out of keeping with his gloomy mood. Where did it come from if his whole heart was full of vexation and misery? And he thought nature itself had given man this capacity for lying, that even in difficult moments of spiritual strain he might be able to hide the secrets of his nest as the fox and the wild duck do. Every family has its joys and its horrors, but however great they may be, it's hard for an outsider's eye to see them, they are a secret. The father of the old lady who had just driven by, for instance, had for some offense lain for half his lifetime under the ban of the wrath of Tsar Nicholas I. Her husband had been a gambler. Of her 4 sons, not one had turned out well. One could imagine how many terrible scenes there must have been in her life, how many tears must have been shed. And yet the old lady seemed happy and satisfied, and she had answered his smile by smiling too. The student thought of his comrades, who did not like talking about their families. He thought of his mother, who almost always lied when she had to speak of her husband and children. Pyotr walked about the roads far from home till dusk, abandoning himself to dreary thoughts. When it began to drizzle with rain he turned homewards. As he walked back he made up his mind at all costs to talk to his father, to explain to him, once and for all, that it was dreadful and oppressive to live with him. He found perfect stillness in the house. His sister Varvara was lying behind a screen with a headache, moaning faintly. His mother, with a look of amazement and guilt upon her face, was sitting beside her on a box, mending Aripka's trousers. Yevgraf Ivanovitch was pacing from one window to another, scowling at the weather. From his walk, from the way he cleared his throat, and even from the back of his head, it was evident he felt himself to blame. "I suppose you have changed your mind about going today?" he asked. The student felt sorry for him, but immediately suppressing that feeling, he said, "Listen. I must speak to you seriously, yes, seriously. I have always respected you, and have never brought myself to speak to you in such a tone, but your behavior, your last action." The father looked out of the window and did not speak. The student, as though considering his words, rubbed his forehead and went on in great excitement. "Not a dinner or tea passes without your making an uproar. Your bread sticks in our throat. Nothing is more bitter, more humiliating, than bread that sticks in one's throat. Though you are my father, no one, neither God nor nature, has given you the right to insult and humiliate us so horribly, to vent your ill humor on the weak. You have worn my mother out and made a slave of her, my sister is hopelessly crushed, while It's not your business to teach me," said his father. "Yes, it is my business. You can quarrel with me as much as you like, but leave my mother in peace." "I will not allow you to torment my mother," the student went on, with flashing eyes. "You are spoilt because no one has yet dared to oppose you. They tremble and are mute towards you, but now that is over. Coarse, ill-bred man. You are coarse, do you understand? You are coarse, ill-humored, unfeeling. And the peasants can't endure you." The student had by now lost his thread, and was not so much speaking as firing off detached words. Yevgraf Ivanovitch listened in silence, as though stunned, but suddenly his neck turned crimson, the color crept up his face, and he made a movement. "Hold your tongue," he shouted. "That's right," the son persisted, "you don't like to hear the truth. Excellent. Very good. Begin shouting. Excellent. Hold your tongue, I tell you," roared Yevgraf Ivanovitch. Fedosia Semyonovna appeared in the doorway, very pale, with an astonished face. She tried to say something, but she could not, and could only move her fingers. "It's all your fault." Shiryev shouted at her. "You have brought him up like this." "I don't want to go on living in this house," shouted the student, crying, and looking angrily at his mother. "I don't want to live with you." Varvara uttered a shriek behind the screen and broke into loud sobs. With a wave of his hand, Shiryev ran out of the house. The student went to his own room and quietly lay down. He lay till midnight without moving or opening his eyes. He felt neither anger nor shame, but a vague ache in his soul. He neither blamed his father nor pitied his mother, nor was he tormented by stings of conscience. He realized that everyone in the house was feeling the same ache, and God only knew which was most to blame, which was suffering most. At midnight he woke the laborer, and told him to have the horse ready at 5 o'clock in the morning for him to drive to the station. He undressed and got into bed, but could not get to sleep. He heard how his father, still awake, paced slowly from window to window, sighing, till early morning. No one was asleep, they spoke rarely, and only in whispers. Twice his mother came to him behind the screen. Always with the same look of vacant wonder, she slowly made the cross over him, shaking nervously. At 5 o'clock in the morning he said goodbye to them all affectionately, and even shed tears. As he passed his father's room, he glanced in at the door. Yevgraf Ivanovitch, who had not taken off his clothes or gone to bed, was standing by the window, drumming on the panes. "Goodbye, I am going," said his son. "Goodbye. The money is on the round table." His father answered, without turning round. A cold, hateful rain was falling as the laborer drove him to the station. The sunflowers were drooping their heads still lower, and the grass seemed darker than ever. The grasshopper. All Olga Ivanovna's friends and acquaintances were at her wedding. "Look at him, isn't it true that there is something in him?" she said to her friends, with a nod towards her husband, as though she wanted to explain why she was marrying a simple, very ordinary, and in no way remarkable man. Her husband, Osip Stepanich Dymov, was a doctor, and only of the rank of a titular counselor. He was on the staff of 2 hospitals, in one a ward surgeon and in the other a dissecting demonstrator. Every day from 9 to 12 he saw patients and was busy in his ward, and after 12 o'clock he went by tram to the other hospital, where he dissected. His private practice was a small one, not worth more than 500 rubles a year. That was all. What more could one say about him? Meanwhile, Olga Ivanovna and her friends and acquaintances were not quite ordinary people. Every one of them was remarkable in some way, and more or less famous. Already had made a reputation and was looked upon as a celebrity, or if not yet a celebrity, gave brilliant promise of becoming one. There was an actor from the dramatic theatre, who was a great talent of established reputation, as well as an elegant, intelligent, and modest man, and a capital elocutionist, and who taught Olga Ivanovna to recite. There was a singer from the opera, a good-natured, fat man who assured Olga Ivanovna, with a sigh, that she was ruining herself, that if she would take herself in hand and not be lazy she might make a remarkable singer. Then there were several artists, and chief among them Ryabovsky, a very handsome, fair young man of 25 who painted genre pieces, animal studies, and landscapes, was successful at exhibitions. And had sold his last picture for 500 rubles. He touched up Olga Ivanovna's sketches, and used to say she might do something. Then a violoncellist, whose instrument used to sob, and who openly declared that of all the ladies of his acquaintance the only one who could accompany him was Olga Ivanovna. Then there was a literary man, young but already well known, who had written stories, novels, and plays. Who else? Why, Vasily Vasilyich, a landowner and amateur illustrator and vignettist, with a great feeling for the old Russian style, the old ballad and epic. On paper, on china, and on smoked plates, he produced literally marvels. In the midst of this free artistic company, spoiled by fortune, though refined and modest, who recalled the existence of doctors only in times of illness, and to whom the name of Dymov sounded in no way different from Sidorov or Tarasov, in the midst of this company Dymov seemed strange, not wanted, and small, though he was tall and broad-shouldered. He looked as though he had on somebody else's coat, and his beard was like a shopman's. Though if he had been a writer or an artist, they would have said that his beard reminded them of Zola. An artist said to Olga Ivanovna that with her flaxen hair and in her wedding dress she was very much like a graceful cherry tree when it is covered all over with delicate white blossoms in spring. "Oh, let me tell you," said Olga Ivanovna, taking his arm, "how it all came to pass so suddenly. Listen, listen. I must tell you that my father was on the same staff at the hospital as Dymov. When my poor father was taken ill, Dymov watched for days and nights together at his bedside. Such self-sacrifice. Listen, Ryabovsky. You, my writer, listen, it is very interesting. Come nearer. Such self-sacrifice, such genuine sympathy. I sat up with my father, and did not sleep for nights either. And all at once, the princess had won the hero's heart, my Dymov fell head over ears in love. Really, fate is so strange at times. Well, after my father's death he came to see me sometimes, met me in the street, and one fine evening, all at once he made me an offer, like snow upon my head. I lay awake all night, crying, and fell hellishly in love myself. And here, as you see, I am his wife. There really is something strong, powerful, bear-like about him, isn't there? Now his face is turned three-quarters towards us in a bad light, but when he turns round look at his forehead. Ryabovsky, what do you say to that forehead? Dymov, we are talking about you, she called to her husband. Come here, hold out your honest hand to Ryabovsky. That's right, be friends. Dymov, with a naive and good-natured smile, held out his hand to Ryabovsky, and said. Very glad to meet you. There was a Ryabovsky in my year at the medical school. Was he a relation of yours? 2. Olga Ivanovna was 22, Dymov was 31. They got on splendidly together when they were married. Olga Ivanovna hung all her drawing-room walls with her own and other people's sketches, in frames and without frames, and near the piano and furniture arranged picturesque corners with Japanese parasols, easels, daggers, busts, photographs. And rags of many colors. In the dining room she papered the walls with peasant woodcuts, hung up bark shoes and sickles, stood in a corner a scythe and a rake, and so achieved a dining room in the Russian style. In her bedroom she draped the ceiling and the walls with dark cloths to make it like a cavern, hung a Venetian lantern over the beds, and at the door set a figure with a halberd. And every one thought that the young people had a very charming little home. When she got up at 11 o'clock every morning, Olga Ivanovna played the piano or, if it were sunny, painted something in oils. Then between 12 and 1 she drove to her dressmaker's. As Dymov and she had very little money, only just enough, she and her dressmaker were often put to clever shifts to enable her to appear constantly in new dresses and make a sensation with them. Very often out of an old dyed dress, out of bits of tulle, lace, plush, and silk, costing nothing, perfect marvels were created, something bewitching, not a dress, but a dream. From the dressmakers Olga Ivanovna usually drove to some actress of her acquaintance to hear the latest theatrical gossip, and incidentally to try and get hold of tickets for the first night of some new play or for a benefit performance. From the actresses she had to go to some artist's studio or to some exhibition or to see some celebrity, either to pay a visit or to give an invitation or simply to have a chat. And everywhere she met with a gay and friendly welcome, and was assured that she was good, that she was sweet, that she was rare. Those whom she called great and famous received her as one of themselves, as an equal, and predicted with one voice that, with her talents, her taste, and her intelligence, she would do great things if she concentrated herself. She sang, she played the piano, she painted in oils, she carved, she took part in amateur performances. And all this not just anyhow, but all with talent. Whether she made lanterns for an illumination or dressed up or tied somebody's cravat, everything she did was exceptionally graceful, artistic, and charming. But her talents showed themselves in nothing so clearly as in her faculty for quickly becoming acquainted and on intimate terms with celebrated people. No sooner did anyone become ever so little celebrated, and set people talking about him, than she made his acquaintance, got on friendly terms the same day, and invited him to her house. Every new acquaintance she made was a veritable fate for her. She adored celebrated people, was proud of them, dreamed of them every night. She craved for them, and never could satisfy her craving. The old ones departed and were forgotten, new ones came to replace them, but to these, too, she soon grew accustomed or was disappointed in them, and began eagerly seeking for fresh great men, finding them and seeking for them again. What for? Between 4 and 5 she dined at home with her husband. His simplicity, good sense, and kind-heartedness touched her and moved her up to enthusiasm. She was constantly jumping up, impulsively hugging his head and showering kisses on it. "You are a clever, generous man, Dymov," she used to say, "but you have one very serious defect. You take absolutely no interest in art. You don't believe in music or painting." "I don't understand them," he would say mildly. "I have spent all my life in working at natural science and medicine, and I have never had time to take an interest in the arts." "But, you know, that's awful, Dymov." "Why so?" "Your friends don't know anything of science or medicine, but you don't reproach them with it. Everyone has his own line. I don't understand landscapes and operas, but the way I look at it is that if one set of sensible people devote their whole lives to them, and other sensible people pay immense sums for them, they must be of use. I don't understand them, but not understanding does not imply disbelieving in them. Let me shake your honest hand." After dinner Olga Ivanovna would drive off to see her friends, then to a theater or to a concert, and she returned home after midnight. So it was every day. On Wednesdays she had at-homes. At these at-homes the hostess and her guests did not play cards and did not dance, but entertained themselves with various arts. An actor from the dramatic theater recited, a singer sang, artists sketched in the albums of which Olga Ivanovna had a great number, the violoncellist played, and the hostess herself sketched, carved, sang, and played accompaniments. In the intervals between the recitations, music, and singing, they talked and argued about literature, the theater, and painting. There were no ladies, for Olga Ivanovna considered all ladies wearisome and vulgar except actresses and her dressmaker. Not one of these entertainments passed without the hostess starting at every ring at the bell, and saying, with a triumphant expression, "It is he," meaning by he, of course, some new celebrity. Dymov was not in the drawing-room, and no one remembered his existence. But exactly at 11:30 the door leading into the dining-room opened, and Dymov would appear with his good-natured, gentle smile and say, rubbing his hands, "Come to supper, gentlemen." They all went into the dining-room, and every time found on the table exactly the same things, a dish of oysters, a piece of ham or veal, sardines, cheese, caviar, mushrooms, vodka, and 2 decanters of wine. "My dear maître d'hôtel," Olga Ivanovna would say, clasping her hands with enthusiasm, "you are simply fascinating. My friends, look at his forehead. Dymov, turn your profile. Look. He has the face of a Bengal tiger and an expression as kind and sweet as a gazelle. Ah, the darling." The visitors ate, and, looking at Dymov, thought, "He really is a nice fellow," but they soon forgot about him, and went on talking about the theater, music, and painting. The young people were happy, and their life flowed on without a hitch. The 3rd week of their honeymoon was spent, however, not quite happily, sadly, indeed. Dymov caught erysipelas in the hospital, was in bed for 6 days, and had to have his beautiful black hair cropped. Olga Ivanovna sat beside him and wept bitterly, but when he was better she put a white handkerchief on his shaven head and began to paint him as a Bedouin. And they were both in good spirits. 3 days after he had begun to go back to the hospital he had another mischance. "I have no luck, little mother," he said one day at dinner. "I had 4 dissections to do today, and I cut 2 of my fingers at one. And I did not notice it till I got home." Olga Ivanovna was alarmed. He smiled, and told her that it did not matter, and that he often cut his hands when he was dissecting. "I get absorbed, little mother, and grow careless." Olga Ivanovna dreaded symptoms of blood poisoning, and prayed about it every night, but all went well. And again life flowed on peaceful and happy, free from grief and anxiety. The present was happy, and to follow it spring was at hand, already smiling in the distance, and promising 1,000 delights. There would be no end to their happiness. In April, May, and June a summer villa a good distance out of town. Walks, sketching, fishing, nightingales, and then from July right on to autumn an artist's tour on the Volga, and in this tour Olga Ivanovna would take part as an indispensable member of the society. She had already made for her 2 traveling dresses of linen, had bought paints, brushes, canvases, and a new palette for the journey. Almost every day Ryabovsky visited her to see what progress she was making in her painting. When she showed him her painting, he used to thrust his hands deep into his pockets, compress his lips, sniff, and say, Yes. That cloud of yours is screaming, it's not in the evening light. The foreground is somehow chewed up, and there is something, not the thing. And your cottage is weighed down and whines pitifully. That corner ought to have been taken more in shadow, but on the whole it is not bad, I like it. And the more incomprehensible he talked, the more readily Olga Ivanovna understood him. 3. After dinner on the second day of Trinity week, Dymov bought some sweets and some savories and went down to the villa to see his wife. He had not seen her for a fortnight, and missed her terribly. As he sat in the train and afterwards as he looked for his villa in a big wood, he felt all the while hungry and weary, and dreamed of how he would have supper in freedom with his wife, then tumble into bed and to sleep. And he was delighted as he looked at his parcel, in which there was caviar, cheese, and white salmon. The sun was setting by the time he found his villa and recognized it. The old servant told him that her mistress was not at home, but that most likely she would soon be in. The villa, very uninviting in appearance, with low ceilings papered with writing paper and with uneven floors full of crevices, consisted only of 3 rooms. In one there was a bed, in the second there were canvases, brushes, greasy papers, and men's overcoats and hats lying about on the chairs and in the windows, while in the third Dymov found 3 unknown men. 2 were dark-haired and had beards, the other was clean-shaven and fat, apparently an actor. There was a samovar boiling on the table. "What do you want?" asked the actor in a bass voice, looking at Dymov ungraciously. "Do you want Olga Ivanovna?" "Wait a minute, she will be here directly." Dymov sat down and waited. One of the dark-haired men, looking sleepily and listlessly at him, poured himself out a glass of tea, and asked, "Perhaps you would like some tea?" Dymov was both hungry and thirsty, but he refused tea for fear of spoiling his supper. Soon he heard footsteps and a familiar laugh, a door slammed, and Olga Ivanovna ran into the room, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and carrying a box in her hand. She was followed by Ryabovsky, rosy and good-humored, carrying a big umbrella and a camp stool. "Dymov," cried Olga Ivanovna, and she flushed crimson with pleasure. "Dymov," she repeated, laying her head and both arms on his bosom. "Is that you? Why haven't you come for so long? Why? When could I, little mother? I am always busy, and whenever I am free it always happens somehow that the train does not fit. But how glad I am to see you. I have been dreaming about you the whole night, and I was afraid you must be ill. Ah! If you only knew how sweet you are. You have come in the nick of time. You will be my salvation. You are the only person who can save me. There is to be a most original wedding here tomorrow," she went on, laughing, and tying her husband's cravat. "A young telegraph clerk at the station, called Chikaldiev, is going to be married. He is a handsome young man and, well, not stupid, and there is something strong, bear-like in his face. You might paint him as a young Norman. We summer visitors take a great interest in him, and have promised to be at his wedding. He is a lonely, timid man, not well off, and of course it would be a shame not to be sympathetic to him. Fancy! The wedding will be after the service, then we shall all walk from the church to the bride's lodgings. You see the wood, the birds singing, patches of sunlight on the grass, and all of us spots of different colors against the bright green background, very original, in the style of the French Impressionists. But, Dymov, what am I to go to the church in, said Olga Ivanovna, and she looked as though she were going to cry. I have nothing here, literally nothing. No dress, no flowers, no gloves, you must save me. Since you have come, fate itself bids you save me. Take the keys, my precious, go home and get my pink dress from the wardrobe. You remember it, it hangs in front. Then, in the storeroom, on the floor, on the right side, you will see 2 cardboard boxes. When you open the top one you will see tulle, heaps of tulle and rags of all sorts, and under them flowers. Take out all the flowers carefully, try not to crush them, darling, I will choose among them later. And buy me some gloves. Very well, said Dymov, I will go tomorrow and send them to you. Tomorrow? Asked Olga Ivanovna, and she looked at him surprised. You won't have time tomorrow. The first train goes tomorrow at 9, and the wedding's at 11. No, darling, it must be today, it absolutely must be today. If you won't be able to come tomorrow, send them by a messenger. Come, you must run along. The passenger train will be in directly, don't miss it, darling. Very well. Oh, how sorry I am to let you go, said Olga Ivanovna, and tears came into her eyes. And why did I promise that telegraph clerk, like a silly? Dymov hurriedly drank a glass of tea, took a cracknel, and, smiling gently, went to the station. And the caviar, the cheese, and the white salmon were eaten by the 2 dark gentlemen and the fat actor. 4. On a still moonlight night in July Olga Ivanovna was standing on the deck of a Volga steamer and looking alternately at the water and at the picturesque banks. Beside her was standing Ryabovsky, telling her the black shadows on the water were not shadows, but a dream, that it would be sweet to sink into forgetfulness, to die. To become a memory in the sight of that enchanted water with the fantastic glimmer, in sight of the fathomless sky and the mournful, dreamy shores that told of the vanity of our life and of the existence of something higher, blessed, and eternal. The past was vulgar and uninteresting, the future was trivial, and that marvelous night, unique in a lifetime, would soon be over, would blend with eternity, then, why live? And Olga Ivanovna listened alternately to Ryabovsky's voice and the silence of the night, and thought of her being immortal and never dying. The turquoise color of the water, such as she had never seen before, the sky, the river banks, the black shadows, and the unaccountable joy that flooded her soul, all told her that she would make a great artist, and that somewhere in the distance, in the infinite space beyond the moonlight, success, glory, the love of the people, lay awaiting her. When she gazed steadily without blinking into the distance, she seemed to see crowds of people, lights, triumphant strains of music, cries of enthusiasm, she herself in a white dress, and flowers showered upon her from all sides. She thought, too, that beside her, leaning with his elbows on the rail of the steamer, there was standing a real great man, a genius, one of God's elect. All that he had created up to the present was fine, new, and extraordinary, but what he would create in time, when with maturity his rare talent reached its full development, would be astounding, immeasurably sublime. And that could be seen by his face, by his manner of expressing himself and his attitude to nature. He talked of shadows, of the tones of evening, of the moonlight, in a special way, in a language of his own, so that one could not help feeling the fascination of his power over nature. He was very handsome, original, and his life, free, independent, aloof from all common cares, was like the life of a bird. It's growing cooler, said Olga Ivanovna, and she gave a shudder. Ryabovsky wrapped her in his cloak, and said mournfully, I feel that I am in your power, I am a slave. Why are you so enchanting today? He kept staring intently at her, and his eyes were terrible. And she was afraid to look at him. I love you madly, he whispered, breathing on her cheek. Say one word to me and I will not go on living, I will give up art. He muttered in violent emotion. Love me, love. Don't talk like that, said Olga Ivanovna, covering her eyes. It's dreadful. How about Dymov? What of Dymov? Why Dymov? What have I to do with Dymov? The Volga, the moon, beauty, my love, ecstasy, and there is no such thing as Dymov. Ah! I don't know. I don't care about the past. Give me one moment, one instant. Olga Ivanovna's heart began to throb. She tried to think about her husband, but all her past, with her wedding, with Dymov, and with her at-homes, seemed to her petty, trivial, dingy, unnecessary, and far, far away. Yes, really, what of Dymov? Why Dymov? What had she to do with Dymov? Had he any existence in nature, or was he only a dream? For him, a simple and ordinary man, the happiness he has had already is enough, she thought, covering her face with her hands. Let them condemn me, let them curse me, but in spite of them all I will go to my ruin, I will go to my ruin. One must experience everything in life. My God! How terrible and how glorious! Well, well, muttered the artist, embracing her, and greedily kissing the hands with which she feebly tried to thrust him from her. You love me? Yes. Yes. Oh, what a night! Marvelous night! Yes, what a night! She whispered, looking into his eyes, which were bright with tears. Then she looked round quickly, put her arms round him, and kissed him on the lips. We are nearing Konechmo, said someone on the other side of the deck. They heard heavy footsteps. It was a waiter from the refreshment bar. Waiter, said Olga Ivanovna, laughing and crying with happiness, bring us some wine. The artist, pale with emotion, sat on the seat, looking at Olga Ivanovna with adoring, grateful eyes, then he closed his eyes, and said, smiling languidly, I am tired. And he leaned his head against the rail. On the 2nd of September the day was warm and still, but overcast. In the early morning a light mist had hung over the Volga, and after 9 o'clock it had begun to spout with rain. And there seemed no hope of the sky clearing. Over their morning tea Ryabovsky told Olga Ivanovna that painting was the most ungrateful and boring art, that he was not an artist, that none but fools thought that he had any talent, and all at once, for no rhyme or reason. He snatched up a knife and with it scraped over his very best sketch. After his tea he sat plunged in gloom at the window and gazed at the Volga. And now the Volga was dingy, all of one even color without a gleam of light, cold-looking. Everything recalled the approach of dreary, gloomy autumn. And it seemed as though nature had removed now from the Volga the sumptuous green covers from the banks, the brilliant reflections of the sunbeams, the transparent blue distance, and all its smart gala array. And had packed it away in boxes till the coming spring, and the crows were flying above the Volga and crying tauntingly, bear, bear. Ryabovsky heard their cawing, and thought he had already gone off and lost his talent, that everything in this world was relative, conditional, and stupid, and that he ought not to have taken up with this woman. In short, he was out of humor and depressed. Olga Ivanovna sat behind the screen on the bed, and, passing her fingers through her lovely flaxen hair, pictured herself first in the drawing-room, then in the bedroom, then in her husband's study. Her imagination carried her to the theater, to the dressmaker, to her distinguished friends. Were they getting something up now? Did they think of her? The season had begun by now, and it would be time to think about her, at-homes. And Dymov? Dear Dymov! With what gentleness and childlike pathos he kept begging her in his letters to make haste and come home. Every month he sent her 75 rubles, and when she wrote him that she had lent the artists 100 rubles, he sent that 100 too. What a kind, generous-hearted man! The traveling wearied Olga Ivanovna, she was bored. And she longed to get away from the peasants, from the damp smell of the river, and to cast off the feeling of physical uncleanliness of which she was conscious all the time, living in the peasants' huts and wandering from village to village. If Ryabovsky had not given his word to the artists that he would stay with them till the 20th of September, they might have gone away that very day. And how nice that would have been! My God, moaned Ryabovsky. Will the sun ever come out? I can't go on with a sunny landscape without the sun. But you have a sketch with a cloudy sky, said Olga Ivanovna, coming from behind the screen. Do you remember, in the right foreground forest trees, on the left a herd of cows and geese? You might finish it now. The artist scowled. Finish it. Can you imagine I am such a fool that I don't know what I want to do? How you have changed to me, sighed Olga Ivanovna. Well, a good thing too. Olga Ivanovna's face quivered. She moved away to the stove and began to cry. Well, that's the last straw, crying. Give over. I have 1,000 reasons for tears, but I am not crying. 1,000 reasons, cried Olga Ivanovna. The chief one is that you are weary of me. Yes. She said, and broke into sobs. If one is to tell the truth, you are ashamed of our love. You keep trying to prevent the artists from noticing it, though it is impossible to conceal it, and they have known all about it for ever so long. Olga, one thing I beg you, said the artist in an imploring voice, laying his hand on his heart, one thing, don't worry me. I want nothing else from you. But swear that you love me still. This is agony. The artist hissed through his teeth, and he jumped up. It will end by my throwing myself in the Volga or going out of my mind. Let me alone. Come, kill me, cried Olga Ivanovna. Kill me. She sobbed again, and went behind the screen. There was a swish of rain on the straw thatch of the hut. Ryabovsky clutched his head and strode up and down the hut. Then with a resolute face, as though bent on proving something to somebody, put on his cap, slung his gun over his shoulder, and went out of the hut. After he had gone, Olga Ivanovna lay a long time on the bed, crying. At first she thought it would be a good thing to poison herself, so that when Ryabovsky came back he would find her dead. Then her imagination carried her to her drawing room, to her husband's study, and she imagined herself sitting motionless beside Dymov and enjoying the physical peace and cleanliness, and in the evening sitting in the theater, listening to Mazzini. And the yearning for civilization, for the noise and bustle of the town, for celebrated people sent a pang to her heart. A peasant woman came into the hut and began in a leisurely way lighting the stove to get the dinner. There was a smell of charcoal fumes, and the air was filled with bluish smoke. The artists came in muddy high boots and with faces wet with rain, examined their sketches, and comforted themselves by saying that the Volga had its charms even in bad weather. On the wall the cheap clock went tick-tick-tick. The flies, feeling chilled, crowded round the icon in the corner, buzzing, and one could hear the cockroaches scurrying about among the thick portfolios under the seats. Ryabovsky came home as the sun was setting. He flung his cap on the table, and, without removing his muddy boots, sank pale and exhausted on the bench and closed his eyes. I am tired, he said, and twitched his eyebrows, trying to raise his eyelids. To be nice to him and to show she was not cross, Olga Ivanovna went up to him, gave him a silent kiss, and passed the comb through his fair hair. She meant to comb it for him. What's that? He said, starting as though something cold had touched him, and he opened his eyes. What is it? Please let me alone. He thrust her off, and moved away. And it seemed to her that there was a look of aversion and annoyance on his face. At that time the peasant woman cautiously carried him, in both hands, a plate of cabbage soup. And Olga Ivanovna saw how she wetted her fat fingers in it. And the dirty peasant woman, standing with her body thrust forward, and the cabbage soup which Ryabovsky began eating greedily, and the hut, and their whole way of life, which she at first had so loved for its simplicity and artistic disorder, seemed horrible to her now. She suddenly felt insulted, and said coldly, "We must part for a time, or else from boredom we shall quarrel in earnest. I am sick of this, I am going today." Going how? Astride on a broomstick. Today is Thursday, so the steamer will be here at 9:30. Yes, yes. Well, go, then. Ryabovsky said softly, wiping his mouth with a towel instead of a dinner napkin. You are dull and have nothing to do here, and one would have to be a great egoist to try and keep you. Go home, and we shall meet again after the 20th. Olga Ivanovna packed in good spirits. Her cheeks positively glowed with pleasure. Could it really be true, she asked herself, that she would soon be writing in her drawing room and sleeping in her bedroom, and dining with a cloth on the table? A weight was lifted from her heart, and she no longer felt angry with the artist. My paints and brushes I will leave with you, Ryabovsky, she said. You can bring what's left. Mind, now, don't be lazy here when I am gone, don't mope, but work. You are such a splendid fellow, Ryabovsky. At 10 o'clock Ryabovsky gave her a farewell kiss, in order, as she thought, to avoid kissing her on the steamer before the artists, and went with her to the landing stage. The steamer soon came up and carried her away. She arrived home 2.5 days later. Breathless with excitement, she went, without taking off her hat or waterproof, into the drawing room and thence into the dining room. Dymov, with his waistcoat unbuttoned and no coat, was sitting at the table sharpening a knife on a fork. Before him lay a grouse on a plate. As Olga Ivanovna went into the flat she was convinced that it was essential to hide everything from her husband, and that she would have the strength and skill to do so. But now, when she saw his broad, mild, happy smile, and shining, joyful eyes, she felt that to deceive this man was as vile, as revolting, and as impossible and out of her power as to bear false witness, to steal, or to kill. And in a flash she resolved to tell him all that had happened. Letting him kiss and embrace her, she sank down on her knees before him and hid her face. What is it, little mother? He asked tenderly. Were you homesick? She raised her face, red with shame, and gazed at him with a guilty and imploring look, but fear and shame prevented her from telling him the truth. Nothing, she said, it's just nothing. Let us sit down, he said, raising her and seating her at the table. That's right, eat the grouse. You are starving, poor darling. She eagerly breathed in the atmosphere of home and ate the grouse, while he watched her with tenderness and laughed with delight. 6. Apparently, by the middle of the winter Dymov began to suspect that he was being deceived. As though his conscience was not clear, he could not look his wife straight in the face, did not smile with delight when he met her, and to avoid being left alone with her, he often brought into dinner his colleague, Korostolev. A little close-cropped man with a wrinkled face, who kept buttoning and unbuttoning his reefer jacket with embarrassment when he talked with Olga Ivanovna, and then with his right hand nipped his left mustache. At dinner the two doctors talked about the fact that a displacement of the diaphragm was sometimes accompanied by irregularities of the heart, or that a great number of neurotic complaints were met with of late. Or that Dymov had the day before found a cancer of the lower abdomen while dissecting a corpse with the diagnosis of pernicious anemia. And it seemed as though they were talking of medicine to give Olga Ivanovna a chance of being silent, that is, of not lying. After dinner Korostolev sat down to the piano, while Dymov sighed and said to him, "Ek, brother, well. Play something melancholy." Hunching up his shoulders and stretching his fingers wide apart, Korostolev played some chords and began singing in a tenor voice, "Show me the abode where the Russian peasant would not groan," while Dymov sighed once more, propped his head on his fist, and sank into thought. Olga Ivanovna had been extremely imprudent in her conduct of late. Every morning she woke up in a very bad humor and with the thought that she no longer cared for Ryabovsky, and that, thank God, it was all over now. But as she drank her coffee she reflected that Ryabovsky had robbed her of her husband, and that now she was left with neither her husband nor Ryabovsky. Then she remembered talks she had heard among her acquaintances of a picture Ryabovsky was preparing for the exhibition, something striking, a mixture of genre and landscape, in the style of Polyanov. About which every one who had been into his studio went into raptures. And this, of course, she mused, he had created under her influence, and altogether, thanks to her influence, he had greatly changed for the better. Her influence was so beneficent and essential that if she were to leave him he might perhaps go to ruin. And she remembered, too, that the last time he had come to see her in a great coat with flecks on it and a new tie, he had asked her languidly, "Am I beautiful?" And with his elegance, his long curls, and his blue eyes, he really was very beautiful, or perhaps it only seemed so, and he had been affectionate to her. Considering and remembering many things, Olga Ivanovna dressed and in great agitation drove to Ryabovsky's studio. She found him in high spirits, and enchanted with his really magnificent picture. He was dancing about and playing the fool and answering serious questions with jokes. Olga Ivanovna was jealous of the picture and hated it, but from politeness she stood before the picture for 5 minutes in silence, and, heaving a sigh, as though before a holy shrine, said softly, "Yes. You have never painted anything like it before. Do you know, it is positively awe-inspiring." And then she began beseeching him to love her and not to cast her off, to have pity on her in her misery and her wretchedness. She shed tears, kissed his hands, insisted on his swearing that he loved her, told him that without her good influence he would go astray and be ruined. And, when she had spoilt his good humor, feeling herself humiliated, she would drive off to her dressmaker or to an actress of her acquaintance to try and get theater tickets. If she did not find him at his studio, she left a letter in which she swore that if he did not come to see her that day she would poison herself. He was scared, came to see her, and stayed to dinner. Regardless of her husband's presence, he would say rude things to her, and she would answer him in the same way. Both felt they were a burden to each other, that they were tyrants and enemies, and were wrathful, and in their wrath did not notice that their behavior was unseemly, and that even Korostolev, with his close-cropped head, saw it all. After dinner Ryabovsky made haste to say goodbye and get away. "Where are you off to?" Olga Ivanovna would ask him in the hall, looking at him with hatred. Scowling and screwing up his eyes, he mentioned some lady of their acquaintance, and it was evident that he was laughing at her jealousy and wanted to annoy her. She went to her bedroom and lay down on her bed. From jealousy, anger, a sense of humiliation and shame, she bit the pillow and began sobbing aloud. Dymov left Korostolev in the drawing-room, went into the bedroom, and with a desperate and embarrassed face said softly, "Don't cry so loud, little mother, there's no need. You must be quiet about it. You must not let people see. You know what is done, and can't be mended." Not knowing how to ease the burden of her jealousy, which actually set her temples throbbing with pain, and thinking still that things might be set right, she would wash, powder her tear-stained face, and fly off to the lady mentioned. Not finding Ryabovsky with her, she would drive off to a second, then to a third. At first she was ashamed to go about like this, but afterward she got used to it, and it would happen that in one evening she would make the round of all her female acquaintances in search of Ryabovsky, and they all understood it. One day she said to Ryabovsky of her husband, "That man crushes me with his magnanimity." This phrase pleased her so much that when she met the artists who knew of her affair with Ryabovsky she said every time of her husband, with a vigorous movement of her arm, "That man crushes me with his magnanimity." Their manner of life was the same as it had been the year before. On Wednesdays they were at home, an actor recited, the artist sketched. The violoncellist played, a singer sang, and invariably at 11:30 the door leading to the dining room opened and Dymov, smiling, said, "Come to supper, gentlemen." As before, Olga Ivanovna hunted celebrities, found them, was not satisfied, and went in pursuit of fresh ones. As before, she came back late every night, but now Dymov was not, as last year, asleep, but sitting in his study at work of some sort. He went to bed at 3 o'clock and got up at 8. One evening when she was getting ready to go to the theater and standing before the pier glass, Dymov came into her bedroom, wearing his dress coat and a white tie. He was smiling gently and looked into his wife's face joyfully, as in old days, his face was radiant. "I have just been defending my thesis," he said, sitting down and smoothing his knees. "Defending?" asked Olga Ivanovna. "Oh, oh." He laughed, and he craned his neck to see his wife's face in the mirror, for she was still standing with her back to him, doing up her hair. "Oh, oh," he repeated, do you know it's very possible they may offer me the readership in general pathology? It seems like it. It was evident from his beaming, blissful face that if Olga Ivanovna had shared with him his joy and triumph he would have forgiven her everything, both the present and the future, and would have forgotten everything. But she did not understand what was meant by a readership or by general pathology. Besides, she was afraid of being late for the theatre, and she said nothing. He sat there another 2 minutes, and with a guilty smile went away. 7. It had been a very troubled day. Dymov had a very bad headache. He had no breakfast, and did not go to the hospital, but spent the whole time lying on his sofa in the study. Olga Ivanovna went as usual at midday to see Ryabovsky, to show him her still life sketch, and to ask him why he had not been to see her the evening before. The sketch seemed to her worthless, and she had painted it only in order to have an additional reason for going to the artist. She went in to him without ringing, and as she was taking off her galoshes in the entry she heard a sound as of something running softly in the studio, with a feminine rustle of skirts. And as she hastened to peep in she caught a momentary glimpse of a bit of brown petticoat, which vanished behind a big picture draped, together with the easel, with black calico, to the floor. There could be no doubt that a woman was hiding there. How often Olga Ivanovna herself had taken refuge behind that picture. Ryabovsky, evidently much embarrassed, held out both hands to her, as though surprised at her arrival, and said with a forced smile, "Aha! Very glad to see you. Anything nice to tell me?" Olga Ivanovna's eyes filled with tears. She felt ashamed and bitter, and would not for 1,000,000 rubles have consented to speak in the presence of the outsider, the rival, the deceitful woman who was standing now behind the picture, and probably giggling malignantly. "I have brought you a sketch," she said timidly in a thin voice, and her lips quivered. "Nature mort." "Ah, ah. A sketch." The artist took the sketch in his hands, and as he examined it walked, as it were mechanically, into the other room. Olga Ivanovna followed him humbly. "Nature mort, first-rate sort," he muttered, falling into rhyme. "Court, sport, port." From the studio came the sound of hurried footsteps and the rustle of a skirt. So she had gone. Olga Ivanovna wanted to scream aloud, to hit the artist on the head with something heavy, but she could see nothing through her tears, was crushed by her shame, and felt herself, not Olga Ivanovna, not an artist, but a little insect. "I am tired," said the artist languidly, looking at the sketch and tossing his head as though struggling with drowsiness. "It's very nice, of course, but here a sketch today, a sketch last year, another sketch in a month. I wonder you are not bored with them. If I were you I should give up painting and work seriously at music or something. You're not an artist, you know, but a musician. But you can't think how tired I am. I'll tell them to bring us some tea, shall I?" He went out of the room, and Olga Ivanovna heard him give some order to his footman. To avoid farewells and explanations, and above all to avoid bursting into sobs, she ran as fast as she could, before Ryabovsky came back, to the entry, put on her galoshes, and went out into the street. Then she breathed easily, and felt she was free forever from Ryabovsky and from painting and from the burden of shame which had so crushed her in the studio. It was all over. She drove to her dressmaker's. Then to see Barney, who had only arrived the day before. From Barney to a music shop, and all the time she was thinking how she would write Ryabovsky a cold, cruel letter full of personal dignity, and how in the spring or the summer she would go with Dymov to the Crimea. Free herself finally from the past there, and begin a new life. On getting home late in the evening she sat down in the drawing-room, without taking off her things, to begin the letter. Ryabovsky had told her she was not an artist, and to pay him out she wrote to him now that he painted the same thing every year, and said exactly the same thing every day. That he was at a standstill, and that nothing more would come of him than had come already. She wanted to write, too, that he owed a great deal to her good influence, and that if he was going wrong it was only because her influence was paralyzed by various dubious persons like the one who had been hiding behind the picture that day. Little mother. Dymov called from the study, without opening the door. What is it? Don't come into me, but only come to the door, that's right. The day before yesterday I must have caught diphtheria at the hospital, and now I am ill. Make haste and send for Korostolev. Olga Ivanovna always called her husband by his surname, as she did all the men of her acquaintance. She disliked his Christian name, Osip, because it reminded her of the Osip in Gogol and the silly pun on his name. But now she cried. Osip, it cannot be. Send for him. I feel ill, Dymov said behind the door, and she could hear him go back to the sofa and lie down. Send, she heard his voice faintly. Good heavens, thought Olga Ivanovna, turning chill with horror. Why, it's dangerous. For no reason she took the candle and went into the bedroom, and there, reflecting what she must do, glanced casually at herself in the pier glass. With her pale, frightened face, in a jacket with sleeves high on the shoulders, with yellow ruches on her bosom, and with stripes running in unusual directions on her skirt, she seemed to herself horrible and disgusting. She suddenly felt poignantly sorry for Dymov, for his boundless love for her, for his young life, and even for the desolate little bed in which he had not slept for so long, and she remembered his habitual, gentle, submissive smile. She wept bitterly, and wrote an imploring letter to Korostolev. It was 2 o'clock in the night. 8. When towards 8 o'clock in the morning Olga Ivanovna, her head heavy from want of sleep and her hair unbrushed, came out of her bedroom, looking unattractive and with a guilty expression on her face, a gentleman with a black beard. Apparently the doctor, passed by her into the entry. There was a smell of drugs. Korostolev was standing near the study door, twisting his left mustache with his right hand. Excuse me, I can't let you go in, he said surlily to Olga Ivanovna, it's catching. Besides, it's no use, really. He is delirious, anyway. Has he really got diphtheria? Olga Ivanovna asked in a whisper. People who wantonly risk infection ought to be hauled up and punished for it, muttered Korostolev, not answering Olga Ivanovna's question. Do you know why he caught it? On Tuesday he was sucking up the mucus through a pipette from a boy with diphtheria. And what for? It was stupid. Just from folly. Is it dangerous, very? Asked Olga Ivanovna. Yes. They say it is the malignant form. We ought to send for Shrek really. A little red-haired man with a long nose and a Jewish accent arrived, then a tall, stooping, shaggy individual, who looked like a head deacon. Then a stout young man with a red face and spectacles. These were doctors who came to watch by turns beside their colleague. Korostolev did not go home when his turn was over, but remained and wandered about the rooms like an uneasy spirit. The maid kept getting tea for the various doctors, and was constantly running to the chemist, and there was no one to do the rooms. There was a dismal stillness in the flat. Olga Ivanovna sat in her bedroom and thought that God was punishing her for having deceived her husband. That silent, unrepining, uncomprehended creature, robbed by his mildness of all personality and will, weak from excessive kindness, had been suffering in obscurity somewhere on his sofa, and had not complained. And if he were to complain even in delirium, the doctors watching by his bedside would learn that diphtheria was not the only cause of his sufferings. They would ask Korostolev. He knew all about it, and it was not for nothing that he looked at his friend's wife with eyes that seemed to say that she was the real chief criminal and diphtheria was only her accomplice. She did not think now of the moonlight evening on the Volga, nor the words of love, nor their poetical life in the peasant's hut. She thought only that from an idle whim, from self-indulgence, she had sullied herself all over from head to foot in something filthy, sticky, which one could never wash off. Oh, how fearfully false I've been! She thought, recalling the troubled passion she had known with Ryabovsky. Curse it all! At 4 o'clock she dined with Korostolev. He did nothing but scowl and drink red wine, and did not eat a morsel. She ate nothing, either. At 1 minute she was praying inwardly and vowing to God that if Dymov recovered she would love him again and be a faithful wife to him. Then, forgetting herself for a minute, she would look at Korostelev, and think, surely it must be dull to be a humble, obscure person, not remarkable in any way, especially with such a wrinkled face and bad manners. Then it seemed to her that God would strike her dead that minute for not having once been in her husband's study, for fear of infection. And altogether she had a dull, despondent feeling and a conviction that her life was spoilt, and that there was no setting it right anyhow. After dinner darkness came on. When Olga Ivanovna went into the drawing-room Korostelev was asleep on the sofa, with a gold-embroidered silk cushion under his head. Ki pua, he snored, ki pua. And the doctors as they came to sit up and went away again did not notice this disorder. The fact that a strange man was asleep and snoring in the drawing-room, and the sketches on the walls and the exquisite decoration of the room. And the fact that the lady of the house was disheveled and untidy, all that aroused not the slightest interest now. One of the doctors chanced to laugh at something, and the laugh had a strange and timid sound that made one's heart ache. When Olga Ivanovna went into the drawing-room next time, Korostelev was not asleep, but sitting up and smoking. He has diphtheria of the nasal cavity, he said in a low voice, and the heart is not working properly now. Things are in a bad way, really. But you will send for Shrek, said Olga Ivanovna. He has been already. It was he noticed that the diphtheria had passed into the nose. What's the use of Shrek? Shrek's no use at all, really. He is Shrek, I am Korostelev, and nothing more. The time dragged on fearfully slowly. Olga Ivanovna lay down in her clothes on her bed, that had not been made all day, and sank into a doze. She dreamed that the whole flat was filled up from floor to ceiling with a huge piece of iron, and that if they could only get the iron out they would all be light-hearted and happy. Waking, she realized that it was not the iron but Dymov's illness that was weighing on her. Nature mort, port. She thought, sinking into forgetfulness again. Sport. Kurort, and what of Shrek? Shrek, Trek, Rek. And where are my friends now? Do they know that we are in trouble? Lord, save, spare. Shrek, Trek. And again the iron was there. The time dragged on slowly, though the clock on the lower story struck frequently. And bells were continually ringing as the doctors arrived. The housemaid came in with an empty glass on a tray, and asked, "Shall I make the bed, madam?" and getting no answer, went away. The clock below struck the hour. She dreamed of the rain on the Volga, and again someone came into her bedroom, she thought a stranger. Olga Ivanovna jumped up, and recognized Korostelev. "What time is it?" she asked. "About 3. "Well, what is it?" "What, indeed? I've come to tell you he is passing." He gave a sob, sat down on the bed beside her, and wiped away the tears with his sleeve. She could not grasp it at once, but turned cold all over and began slowly crossing herself. "He is passing," he repeated in a shrill voice, and again he gave a sob. "He is dying because he sacrificed himself. What a loss for science," he said bitterly. "Compare him with all of us. He was a great man, an extraordinary man. What gifts! What hopes we all had of him." Korostelev went on, wringing his hands, "Merciful God, he was a man of science, we shall never look on his like again. Osip Dymov, what have you done, AIE, my God." Korostelev covered his face with both hands in despair, and shook his head. "And his moral force," he went on, seeming to grow more and more exasperated against someone. "Not a man, but a pure, good, loving soul, and clean as crystal. He served science and died for science. And he worked like an ox night and day, no one spared him, and with his youth and his learning he had to take a private practice and work at translations at night to pay for these vile rags." Korostelev looked with hatred at Olga Ivanovna, snatched at the sheet with both hands and angrily tore it, as though it were to blame. He did not spare himself, and others did not spare him. Oh, what's the use of talking? Yes, he was a rare man, said a bass voice in the drawing-room. Olga Ivanovna remembered her whole life with him from the beginning to the end, with all its details, and suddenly she understood that he really was an extraordinary, rare, and, compared with everyone else she knew, a great man. And remembering how her father, now dead, and all the other doctors had behaved to him, she realized that they really had seen in him a future celebrity. The walls, the ceiling, the lamp, and the carpet on the floor, seemed to be winking at her sarcastically, as though they would say, "You were blind. You were blind." With a wail she flung herself out of the bedroom, dashed by some unknown man in the drawing-room, and ran into her husband's study. He was lying motionless on the sofa, covered to the waist with a quilt. His face was fearfully thin and sunken, and was of a grayish-yellow color such as is never seen in the living. Only from the forehead, from the black eyebrows and from the familiar smile, could he be recognized as Dymov. Olga Ivanovna hurriedly felt his chest, his forehead, and his hands. The chest was still warm, but the forehead and hands were unpleasantly cold, and the half-open eyes looked, not at Olga Ivanovna, but at the quilt. "Dymov." She called aloud, "Dymov." She wanted to explain to him that it had been a mistake, that all was not lost, that life might still be beautiful and happy, that he was an extraordinary, rare, great man. And that she would all her life worship him and bow down in homage and holy awe before him. "Dymov," she called him, patting him on the shoulder, unable to believe that he would never wake again. "Dymov. Dymov." In the drawing-room Korostolev was saying to the housemaid. "Why keep asking? Go to the church beadle and inquire where they live. They'll wash the body and lay it out, and do everything that is necessary." A dreary story. From the notebook of an old man. Here is in Russia an emeritus professor Nikolai Stepanovich, a chevalier and privy councillor. He has so many Russian and foreign decorations that when he has occasion to put them on the students nickname him, the Iconstand. His acquaintances are of the most aristocratic. For the last 25 or 30 years, at any rate, there has not been one single distinguished man of learning in Russia with whom he has not been intimately acquainted. There is no one for him to make friends with nowadays. But if we turn to the past, the long list of his famous friends winds up with such names as Pirogov, Kavelin, and the poet Nekrasov, all of whom bestowed upon him a warm and sincere affection. He is a member of all the Russian and of 3 foreign universities. And so on, and so on. All that and a great deal more that might be said makes up what is called my name. That is my name as known to the public. In Russia it is known to every educated man, and abroad it is mentioned in the lecture room with the addition, honored and distinguished. It is one of those fortunate names to abuse which or to take which in vain, in public or in print, is considered a sign of bad taste. And that is as it should be. You see, my name is closely associated with the conception of a highly distinguished man of great gifts and unquestionable usefulness. I have the industry and power of endurance of a camel, and that is important, and I have talent, which is even more important. Moreover, while I am on this subject, I am a well-educated, modest, and honest fellow. I have never poked my nose into literature or politics, I have never sought popularity in polemics with the ignorant, I have never made speeches either at public dinners or at the funerals of my friends. In fact, there is no slur on my learned name, and there is no complaint one can make against it. It is fortunate. The bearer of that name, that is I, see myself as a man of 62, with a bald head, with false teeth, and with an incurable tic douloureux. I am myself as dingy and unsightly as my name is brilliant and splendid. My head and my hands tremble with weakness, my neck, as Turgenev says of one of his heroines, is like the handle of a double bass, my chest is hollow, my shoulders narrow, when I talk or lecture, my mouth turns down at one corner. When I smile, my whole face is covered with aged-looking, deathly wrinkles. There is nothing impressive about my pitiful figure. Only, perhaps, when I have an attack of tic douloureux my face wears a peculiar expression, the sight of which must have roused in everyone the grim and impressive thought, evidently that man will soon die. I still, as in the past, lecture fairly well. I can still, as in the past, hold the attention of my listeners for a couple of hours. My fervor, the literary skill of my exposition, and my humor, almost efface the defects of my voice, though it is harsh, dry, and monotonous as a praying beggar's. I write poorly. That bit of my brain which presides over the faculty of authorship refuses to work. My memory has grown weak. There is a lack of sequence in my ideas, and when I put them on paper it always seems to me that I have lost the instinct for their organic connection. My construction is monotonous, my language is poor and timid. Often I write what I do not mean. I have forgotten the beginning when I am writing the end. Often I forget ordinary words, and I always have to waste a great deal of energy in avoiding superfluous phrases and unnecessary parentheses in my letters, both unmistakable proofs of a decline in mental activity. And it is noteworthy that the simpler the letter the more painful the effort to write it. At a scientific article I feel far more intelligent and at ease than at a letter of congratulation or a minute of proceedings. Another point, I find it easier to write German or English than to write Russian. As regards my present manner of life, I must give a foremost place to the insomnia from which I have suffered of late. If I were asked what constituted the chief and fundamental feature of my existence now, I should answer, insomnia. As in the past, from habit I undress and go to bed exactly at midnight. I fall asleep quickly, but before 2 o'clock I wake up and feel as though I had not slept at all. Sometimes I get out of bed and light a lamp. For an hour or two I walk up and down the room looking at the familiar photographs and pictures. When I am weary of walking about, I sit down to my table. I sit motionless, thinking of nothing, conscious of no inclination. If a book is lying before me, I mechanically move it closer and read it without any interest. In that way not long ago I mechanically read through in one night a whole novel, with the strange title, The Song the Lark Was Singing. Or to occupy my attention I force myself to count to 1,000, or I imagine the face of one of my colleagues and begin trying to remember in what year and under what circumstances he entered the service. I like listening to sounds. 2 rooms away from me my daughter Liza says something rapidly in her sleep, or my wife crosses the drawing room with a candle and invariably drops the matchbox, or a warped cupboard creaks. Or the burner of the lamp suddenly begins to hum, and all these sounds, for some reason, excite me. To lie awake at night means to be at every moment conscious of being abnormal, and so I look forward with impatience to the morning and the day when I have a right to be awake. Many wearisome hours pass before the cock crows in the yard. He is my first bringer of good tidings. As soon as he crows I know that within an hour the porter will wake up below, and, coughing angrily, will go upstairs to fetch something. And then a pale light will begin gradually glimmering at the windows, voices will sound in the street. The day begins for me with the entrance of my wife. She comes in to me in her petticoat, before she has done her hair, but after she has washed, smelling of flower-scented eau de cologne, looking as though she had come in by chance. Every time she says exactly the same thing, "Excuse me, I have just come in for a minute. Have you had a bad night again?" Then she puts out the lamp, sits down near the table, and begins talking. I am no prophet, but I know what she will talk about. Every morning it is exactly the same thing. Usually, after anxious inquiries concerning my health, she suddenly mentions our son who is an officer serving at Warsaw. After the 20th of each month we send him 50 rubles, and that serves as the chief topic of our conversation. Of course it is difficult for us, my wife would sigh, but until he is completely on his own feet it is our duty to help him. The boy is among strangers, his pay is small. However, if you like, next month we won't send him 50, but 40. What do you think? Daily experience might have taught my wife that constantly talking of our expenses does not reduce them, but my wife refuses to learn by experience, and regularly every morning discusses our officer son, and tells me that bread, thank God, is cheaper, while sugar is a halfpenny dearer, with a tone and an air as though she were communicating interesting news. I listen, mechanically assent, and probably because I have had a bad night, strange and inappropriate thoughts intrude themselves upon me. I gaze at my wife and wonder like a child. I ask myself in perplexity, is it possible that this old, very stout, ungainly woman, with her dull expression of petty anxiety and alarm about daily bread, with eyes dimmed by continual brooding over debts and money difficulties, who can talk of nothing but expenses and who smiles at nothing but things getting cheaper, is it possible that this woman is no other than the slender Varia whom I fell in love with so passionately for her fine, clear intelligence, for her pure soul, her beauty, and, as Othello his Desdemona, for her sympathy for my studies? Could that woman be no other than the Varia who had once borne me a son? I look with strained attention into the face of this flabby, spiritless, clumsy old woman, seeking in her my Varia, but of her past self nothing is left but her anxiety over my health and her manner of calling my salary, our salary, and my cap, our cap. It is painful for me to look at her, and, to give her what little comfort I can, I let her say what she likes. And say nothing even when she passes unjust criticisms on other people or pitches into me for not having a private practice or not publishing textbooks. Our conversation always ends in the same way. My wife suddenly remembers with dismay that I have not had my tea. "What am I thinking about, sitting here," she says, getting up. "The samovar has been on the table ever so long, and here I stay gossiping. My goodness! How forgetful I am growing." She goes out quickly, and stops in the doorway to say, "We owe Jaeger 5 months' wages. Did you know it? You mustn't let the servants' wages run on, how many times I have said it. It's much easier to pay 10 rubles a month than 50 rubles every 5 months. As she goes out, she stops to say, "The person I am sorriest for is our Liza. The girl studies at the conservatoire, always mixes with people of good position, and goodness knows how she is dressed. Her fur coat is in such a state she is ashamed to show herself in the street. If she were somebody else's daughter it wouldn't matter, but of course everyone knows that her father is a distinguished professor, a privy councillor. And having reproached me with my rank and reputation, she goes away at last. That is how my day begins. It does not improve as it goes on. As I am drinking my tea, my Liza comes in wearing her fur coat and her cap, with her music in her hand, already quite ready to go to the conservatoire. She is 22. She looks younger, is pretty, and rather like my wife in her young days. She kisses me tenderly on my forehead and on my hand, and says, "Good morning, Papa, are you quite well?" As a child she was very fond of ice cream, and I used often to take her to a confectioner's. Ice cream was for her the type of everything delightful. If she wanted to praise me she would say, "You are as nice as cream, Papa." We used to call one of her little fingers pistachio ice, the next, cream ice, the third raspberry, and so on. Usually when she came in to say good morning to me I used to sit her on my knee, kiss her little fingers, and say, "Creamy ice. Pistachio, lemon." And now, from old habit, I kiss Liza's fingers and mutter, "Pistachio, cream, lemon." But the effect is utterly different. I am cold as ice and I am ashamed. When my daughter comes in to me and touches my forehead with her lips I start as though a bee had stung me on the head, give a forced smile, and turn my face away. Ever since I have been suffering from sleeplessness, a question sticks in my brain like a nail. My daughter often sees me, an old man and a distinguished man, blush painfully at being in debt to my footman. She sees how often anxiety over petty debts forces me to lay aside my work and to walk up and down the room for hours together, thinking. But why is it she never comes to me in secret to whisper in my ear, "Father, here is my watch, here are my bracelets, my earrings, my dresses. Pawn them all, you want money." How is it that, seeing how her mother and I are placed in a false position and do our utmost to hide our poverty from people, she does not give up her expensive pleasure of music lessons? I would not accept her watch nor her bracelets, nor the sacrifice of her lessons, God forbid. That isn't what I want. I think at the same time of my son, the officer at Warsaw. He is a clever, honest, and sober fellow. But that is not enough for me. I think if I had an old father, and if I knew there were moments when he was put to shame by his poverty, I should give up my officer's commission to somebody else, and should go out to earn my living as a workman. Such thoughts about my children poison me. What is the use of them? It is only a narrow-minded or embittered man who can harbor evil thoughts about ordinary people because they are not heroes. But enough of that. At 9:45 I have to go and give a lecture to my dear boys. I dress and walk along the road which I have known for 30 years, and which has its history for me. Here is the big grey house with the chemist's shop. At this point there used to stand a little house, and in it was a beer shop. In that beer shop I thought out my thesis and wrote my first love letter to Varya. I wrote it in pencil, on a page headed, Historia Morbi. Here there is a grocer's shop. At one time it was kept by a little Jew, who sold me cigarettes on credit, then by a fat peasant woman, who liked the students because every one of them has a mother. Now there is a red-haired shopkeeper sitting in it, a very stolid man who drinks tea from a copper teapot. And here are the gloomy gates of the university, which have long needed doing up. I see the bored porter in his sheepskin, the broom, the drifts of snow. On a boy coming fresh from the provinces and imagining that the temple of science must really be a temple, such gates cannot make a healthy impression. Altogether the dilapidated condition of the university buildings, the gloominess of the corridors, the griminess of the walls, the lack of light, the dejected aspect of the steps, the hat stands, and the benches, take a prominent position among predisposing causes in the history of Russian pessimism. Here is our garden. I fancy it has grown neither better nor worse since I was a student. I don't like it. It would be far more sensible if there were tall pines and fine oaks growing here instead of sickly-looking lime trees, yellow acacias, and skimpy pollard lilacs. The student whose state of mind is in the majority of cases created by his surroundings, ought in the place where he is studying to see facing him at every turn nothing but what is lofty, strong and elegant. God preserve him from gaunt trees, broken windows, grey walls, and doors covered with torn American leather. When I go to my own entrance the door is flung wide open, and I am met by my colleague, contemporary, and namesake, the porter Nikolai. As he lets me in he clears his throat and says, "A frost, Your Excellency." Or, if my greatcoat is wet, "Rain, Your Excellency." Then he runs on ahead of me and opens all the doors on my way. In my study he carefully takes off my fur coat, and while doing so manages to tell me some bit of university news. Thanks to the close intimacy existing between all the university porters and beadles, he knows everything that goes on in the 4 faculties, in the office, in the rector's private room, in the library. What does he not know? When in an evil day a rector or dean, for instance, retires, I hear him in conversation with the young porters mention the candidates for the post, explain that such a one would not be confirmed by the minister, that another would himself refuse to accept it, then drop into fantastic details concerning mysterious papers received in the office, secret conversations alleged to have taken place between the minister and the trustee, and so on. With the exception of these details, he almost always turns out to be right. His estimates of the candidates, though original, are very correct, too. If one wants to know in what year someone read his thesis, entered the service, retired, or died, then summon to your assistance the vast memory of that soldier, and he will not only tell you the year, the month and the day, but will furnish you also with the details that accompanied this or that event. Only one who loves can remember like that. He is the guardian of the university traditions. From the porters who were his predecessors he has inherited many legends of university life, has added to that wealth much of his own gained during his time of service, and if you care to hear he will tell you many long and intimate stories. He can tell one about extraordinary sages who knew everything, about remarkable students who did not sleep for weeks, about numerous martyrs and victims of science. With him good triumphs over evil, the weak always vanquishes the strong, the wise man the fool, the humble the proud, the young the old. There is no need to take all these fables and legends for sterling coin. But filter them, and you will have left what is wanted, our fine traditions and the names of real heroes, recognized as such by all. In our society the knowledge of the learned world consists of anecdotes of the extraordinary absent-mindedness of certain old professors, and 2 or 3 witticisms variously ascribed to Gruber, to me, and to Babukin. For the educated public that is not much. If it loved science, learned men, and students, as Nikolai does, its literature would long ago have contained whole epics, records of sayings and doings such as, unfortunately, it cannot boast of now. After telling me a piece of news, Nikolai assumes a severe expression, and conversation about business begins. If any outsider could at such times overhear Nikolai's free use of our terminology, he might perhaps imagine that he was a learned man disguised as a soldier. And, by the way, the rumors of the erudition of the university porters are greatly exaggerated. It is true that Nikolai knows more than 100 Latin words, knows how to put the skeleton together, sometimes prepares the apparatus and amuses the students by some long, learned quotation. But the by no means complicated theory of the circulation of the blood, for instance, is as much a mystery to him now as it was 20 years ago. At the table in my study, bending low over some book or preparation, sits Pyotr Ignatievich, my demonstrator, a modest and industrious but by no means clever man of 35, already bald and corpulent. He works from morning to night, reads a lot, remembers well everything he has read, and in that way he is not a man, but pure gold, in all else he is a cart-horse or, in other words, a learned dullard. The cart-horse characteristics that show his lack of talent are these: his outlook is narrow and sharply limited by his specialty, outside his special branch he is simple as a child. Fancy! What a misfortune! They say Skobelev is dead. Nikolai crosses himself, but Pyotr Ignatievich turns to me and asks, "What Skobelev is that?" Another time, somewhat earlier, I told him that Professor Perov was dead. Good Pyotr Ignatievich asked, "What did he lecture on?" I believe if Paddy had sung in his very ear, if a horde of Chinese had invaded Russia, if there had been an earthquake, he would not have stirred a limb, but screwing up his eye, would have gone on calmly looking through his microscope. What is he to Hecuba or Hecuba to him, in fact? I would give a good deal to see how this dry stick sleeps with his wife at night. Another characteristic is his fanatical faith in the infallibility of science, and, above all, of everything written by the Germans. He believes in himself, in his preparations. Knows the object of life, and knows nothing of the doubts and disappointments that turn the hair of talent gray. He has a slavish reverence for authorities and a complete lack of any desire for independent thought. To change his convictions is difficult, to argue with him impossible. How is one to argue with a man who is firmly persuaded that medicine is the finest of sciences, that doctors are the best of men, and that the traditions of the medical profession are superior to those of any other? Of the evil past of medicine only one tradition has been preserved, the white tie still worn by doctors. For a learned, in fact, for any educated man the only traditions that can exist are those of a university as a whole, with no distinction between medicine, law, etc. But it would be hard for Pyotr Ignatievich to accept these facts, and he is ready to argue with you till the day of judgment. I have a clear picture in my mind of his future. In the course of his life he will prepare many hundreds of chemicals of exceptional purity, he will write a number of dry and very accurate memoranda, will make some dozen conscientious translations, but he won't do anything striking. To do that one must have imagination, inventiveness, the gift of insight, and Pyotr Ignatievich has nothing of the kind. In short, he is not a master in science, but a journeyman. Pyotr Ignatievich, Nikolai, and I, talk in subdued tones. We are not quite ourselves. There is always a peculiar feeling when one hears through the doors a murmur as of the sea from the lecture theatre. In the course of 30 years I have not grown accustomed to this feeling, and I experience it every morning. I nervously button up my coat, ask Nikolai unnecessary questions, lose my temper. It is just as though I were frightened. It is not timidity, though, but something different which I can neither describe nor find a name for. Quite unnecessarily, I look at my watch and say, well, it's time to go in. And we march into the room in the following order: foremost goes Nikolai, with the chemicals and apparatus or with a chart, after him I come, and then the cart-horse follows humbly, with hanging head. Or, when necessary, a dead body is carried in first on a stretcher, followed by Nikolai, and so on. On my entrance the students all stand up, then they sit down, and the sound as of the sea is suddenly hushed. Stillness reigns. I know what I am going to lecture about, but I don't know how I am going to lecture, where I am going to begin or with what I am going to end. I haven't a single sentence ready in my head. But I have only to look round the lecture hall, it is built in the form of an amphitheater, and utter the stereotyped phrase, "Last lecture we stopped at." When sentences spring up from my soul in a long string, and I am carried away by my own eloquence. I speak with irresistible rapidity and passion, and it seems as though there were no force which could check the flow of my words. To lecture well, that is, with profit to the listeners and without boring them, one must have, besides talent, experience and a special knack. One must possess a clear conception of one's own powers, of the audience to which one is lecturing, and of the subject of one's lecture. Moreover, one must be a man who knows what he is doing. One must keep a sharp lookout, and not for 1 second lose sight of what lies before one. A good conductor, interpreting the thought of the composer, does 20 things at once, reads the score, waves his baton, watches the singer, makes a motion sideways, first to the drum then to the wind instruments, and so on. I do just the same when I lecture. Before me 150 faces, all unlike one another, 300 eyes all looking straight into my face. My object is to dominate this many-headed monster. If every moment as I lecture I have a clear vision of the degree of its attention and its power of comprehension, it is in my power. The other foe I have to overcome is in myself. It is the infinite variety of forms, phenomena, laws, and the multitude of ideas of my own and other people's conditioned by them. Every moment I must have the skill to snatch out of that vast mass of material what is most important and necessary, and, as rapidly as my words flow, clothe my thought in a form in which it can be grasped by the monster's intelligence. And may arouse its attention, and at the same time one must keep a sharp lookout that one's thoughts are conveyed, not just as they come, but in a certain order, essential for the correct composition of the picture I wish to sketch. Further, I endeavor to make my diction literary, my definitions brief and precise, my wording, as far as possible, simple and eloquent. Every minute I have to pull myself up and remember that I have only an hour and 40 minutes at my disposal. In short, one has one's work cut out. At one and the same minute one has to play the part of savant and teacher and orator, and it's a bad thing if the orator gets the upper hand of the savant or of the teacher in one, or vice versa. You lecture for a quarter of an hour, for half an hour, when you notice that the students are beginning to look at the ceiling, at Pyotr Ignatievich. One is feeling for his handkerchief, another shifts in his seat, another smiles at his thoughts. That means that their attention is flagging. Something must be done. Taking advantage of the first opportunity, I make some pun. A broad grin comes on to 150 faces, the eyes shine brightly, the sound of the sea is audible for a brief moment. I laugh too. Their attention is refreshed, and I can go on. No kind of sport, no kind of game or diversion, has ever given me such enjoyment as lecturing. Only at lectures have I been able to abandon myself entirely to passion, and have understood that inspiration is not an invention of the poets, but exists in real life. And I imagine Hercules after the most piquant of his exploits felt just such voluptuous exhaustion as I experience after every lecture. That was in old times. Now at lectures I feel nothing but torture. Before half an hour is over I am conscious of an overwhelming weakness in my legs and my shoulders. I sit down in my chair, but I am not accustomed to lecture sitting down. A minute later I get up and go on standing, then sit down again. There is a dryness in my mouth, my voice grows husky, my head begins to go round. To conceal my condition from my audience I continually drink water, cough, often blow my nose as though I were hindered by a cold, make puns inappropriately, and in the end break off earlier than I ought to. But above all I am ashamed. My conscience and my intelligence tell me that the very best thing I could do now would be to deliver a farewell lecture to the boys, to say my last word to them, to bless them, and give up my post to a man younger and stronger than me. But, God, be my judge, I have not manly courage enough to act according to my conscience. Unfortunately, I am not a philosopher and not a theologian. I know perfectly well that I cannot live more than another 6 months. It might be supposed that I ought now to be chiefly concerned with the question of the shadowy life beyond the grave, and the visions that will visit my slumbers in the tomb. But for some reason my soul refuses to recognize these questions, though my mind is fully alive to their importance. Just as 20, 30 years ago, so now, on the threshold of death, I am interested in nothing but science. As I yield up my last breath I shall still believe that science is the most important, the most splendid, the most essential thing in the life of man. That it always has been and will be the highest manifestation of love, and that only by means of it will man conquer himself and nature. This faith is perhaps naive and may rest on false assumptions, but it is not my fault that I believe that and nothing else. I cannot overcome in myself this belief. But that is not the point. I only ask people to be indulgent to my weakness. And to realize that to tear from the lecture theatre and his pupils a man who is more interested in the history of the development of the bone medulla than in the final object of creation would be equivalent to taking him and nailing him up in his coffin without waiting for him to be dead. Sleeplessness and the consequent strain of combating increasing weakness leads to something strange in me. In the middle of my lecture tears suddenly rise in my throat, my eyes begin to smart, and I feel a passionate, hysterical desire to stretch out my hands before me and break into loud lamentation. I want to cry out in a loud voice that I, a famous man, have been sentenced by fate to the death penalty, that within some 6 months another man will be in control here in the lecture theatre. I want to shriek that I am poisoned. New ideas such as I have not known before have poisoned the last days of my life, and are still stinging my brain like mosquitoes. And at that moment my position seems to me so awful that I want all my listeners to be horrified, to leap up from their seats and to rush in panic terror, with desperate screams, to the exit. It is not easy to get through such moments. 2. After my lecture I sit at home and work. I read journals and monographs, or prepare my next lecture. Sometimes I write something. I work with interruptions, as I have from time to see visitors. There is a ring at the bell. It is a colleague come to discuss some business matter with me. He comes into me with his hat and his stick, and, holding out both these objects to me, says, "Only for a minute. Only for a minute. Sit down, collega. Only a couple of words." To begin with, we both try to show each other that we are extraordinarily polite and highly delighted to see each other. I make him sit down in an easy chair, and he makes me sit down. As we do so, we cautiously pat each other on the back, touch each other's buttons, and it looks as though we were feeling each other and afraid of scorching our fingers. Both of us laugh, though we say nothing amusing. When we are seated we bow our heads towards each other and begin talking in subdued voices. However affectionately disposed we may be to one another, we cannot help adorning our conversation with all sorts of Chinese mannerisms, such as you so justly observed, or, I have already had the honor to inform you. We cannot help laughing if one of us makes a joke, however unsuccessfully. When we have finished with business my colleague gets up impulsively and, waving his hat in the direction of my work, begins to say goodbye. Again we paw one another and laugh. I see him into the hall, when I assist my colleague to put on his coat, while he does all he can to decline this high honor. Then when Jaeger opens the door my colleague declares that I shall catch cold, while I make a show of being ready to go even into the street with him. And when at last I go back into my study my face still goes on smiling, I suppose from inertia. A little later another ring at the bell. Somebody comes into the hall, and is a long time coughing and taking off his things. Jaeger announces a student. I tell him to ask him in. A minute later a young man of agreeable appearance comes in. For the last year he and I have been on strained relations. He answers me disgracefully at the examinations, and I mark him 1. Every year I have some 7 such hopefuls whom, to express it in the student slang, I chivy or floor. Those of them who fail in their examination through incapacity or illness usually bear their cross patiently and do not haggle with me. Those who come to the house and haggle with me are always youths of sanguine temperament, broad natures, whose failure at examinations spoils their appetites and hinders them from visiting the opera with their usual regularity. I let the first class off easily, but the second I chivy through a whole year. Sit down, I say to my visitor, what have you to tell me? Excuse me, Professor, for troubling you, he begins, hesitating, and not looking me in the face. I would not have ventured to trouble you if it had not been. I have been up for your examination 5 times, and have been ploughed. I beg you, be so good as to mark me for a pass, because the argument which all the sluggards bring forward on their own behalf is always the same. They have passed well in all their subjects and have only come to grief in mine, and that is the more surprising because they have always been particularly interested in my subject and knew it so well. Their failure has always been entirely owing to some incomprehensible misunderstanding. Excuse me, my friend, I say to the visitor, I cannot mark you for a pass. Go and read up the lectures and come to me again. Then we shall see. A pause. I feel an impulse to torment the student a little for liking beer and the opera better than science, and I say, with a sigh. To my mind, the best thing you can do now is to give up medicine altogether. If, with your abilities, you cannot succeed in passing the examination, it's evident that you have neither the desire or the vocation for a doctor's calling. The sanguine youth's face lengthens. Excuse me, Professor, he laughs, but that would be odd of me, to say the least of it. After studying for 5 years, all at once to give it up. Oh, well. Better to have lost your 5 years than have to spend the rest of your life in doing work you do not care for. But at once I feel sorry for him, and I hasten to add. However, as you think best. And so read a little more and come again. When? The idle youth asks in a hollow voice. When you like. Tomorrow if you like. And in his good-natured eyes I read. I can come all right, but of course you will plough me again, you beast. Of course, I say, you won't know more science for going in for my examination another 15 times, but it is training your character, and you must be thankful for that. Silence follows. I get up and wait for my visitor to go, but he stands and looks towards the window, fingers his beard, and thinks. It grows boring. The sanguine youth's voice is pleasant and mellow, his eyes are clever and ironical, his face is genial, though a little bloated from frequent indulgence in beer and overlong lying on the sofa. He looks as though he could tell me a lot of interesting things about the opera, about his affairs of the heart, and about comrades whom he likes. Unluckily, it is not the thing to discuss these subjects, or else I should have been glad to listen to him. Professor, I give you my word of honor that if you mark me for a pass I'll. As soon as we reach the word of honor, I wave my hands and sit down to the table. The student ponders a minute longer, and says dejectedly. In that case, goodbye. I beg your pardon. Goodbye, my friend. Good luck to you. He goes irresolutely into the hall, slowly puts on his outdoor things, and, going out into the street, probably ponders for some time longer. Unable to think of anything, except "old devil," inwardly addressed to me, he goes into a wretched restaurant to dine and drink beer, and then home to bed. Peace be to thy ashes, honest Twaller. A third ring at the bell. A young doctor, in a pair of new black trousers, gold spectacles, and of course a white tie, walks in. He introduces himself. I beg him to be seated, and ask what I can do for him. Not without emotion, the young devotee of science begins telling me that he has passed his examination as a doctor of medicine, and that he has now only to write his dissertation. He would like to work with me under my guidance, and he would be greatly obliged to me if I would give him a subject for his dissertation. Very glad to be of use to you, colleague, I say, but just let us come to an understanding as to the meaning of a dissertation. That word is taken to mean a composition which is a product of independent creative effort. Is that not so? A work written on another man's subject and under another man's guidance is called something different. The doctor says nothing. I fly into a rage and jump up from my seat. Why is it you all come to me? I cry angrily. Do I keep a shop? I don't deal in subjects. For the 1001th time I ask you all to leave me in peace. Excuse my brutality, but I am quite sick of it. The doctor remains silent, but a faint flush is apparent on his cheekbones. His face expresses a profound reverence for my fame and my learning, but from his eyes I can see he feels a contempt for my voice, my pitiful figure, and my nervous gesticulation. I impress him in my anger as a queer fish. I don't keep a shop, I go on angrily. And it is a strange thing. Why don't you want to be independent? Why have you such a distaste for independence? I say a great deal, but he still remains silent. By degrees I calm down, and of course give in. The doctor gets a subject from me for his theme not worth a halfpenny, writes under my supervision a dissertation of no use to any one, with dignity defends it in a dreary discussion, and receives a degree of no use to him. The rings at the bell may follow one another endlessly, but I will confine my description here to 4 of them. The bell rings for the 4th time, and I hear familiar footsteps, the rustle of a dress, a dear voice. 18 years ago a colleague of mine, an oculist, died leaving a little daughter Katya, a child of 7, and 60,000 rubles. In his will he made me the child's guardian. Till she was 10 years old Katya lived with us as one of the family, then she was sent to a boarding school, and only spent the summer holidays with us. I never had time to look after her education. I only superintended it at leisure moments, and so I can say very little about her childhood. The first thing I remember, and like so much in remembrance, is the extraordinary trustfulness with which she came into our house and let herself be treated by the doctors, a trustfulness which was always shining in her little face. She would sit somewhere out of the way, with her face tied up, invariably watching something with attention. Whether she watched me writing or turning over the pages of a book, or watched my wife bustling about, or the cook scrubbing a potato in the kitchen, or the dog playing, her eyes invariably expressed the same thought, that is, everything that is done in this world is nice and sensible. She was curious, and very fond of talking to me. Sometimes she would sit at the table opposite me, watching my movements and asking questions. It interested her to know what I was reading, what I did at the university, whether I was not afraid of the dead bodies, what I did with my salary. Do the students fight at the university? She would ask. They do, dear. And do you make them go down on their knees? Yes, I do. And she thought it funny that the students fought and I made them go down on their knees, and she laughed. She was a gentle, patient, good child. It happened not infrequently that I saw something taken away from her, saw her punished without reason, or her curiosity repressed. At such times a look of sadness was mixed with the invariable expression of trustfulness on her face, that was all. I did not know how to take her part, only when I saw her sad I had an inclination to draw her to me and to commiserate her like some old nurse, my poor little orphan one. I remember, too, that she was fond of fine clothes and of sprinkling herself with scent. In that respect she was like me. I, too, am fond of pretty clothes and nice scent. I regret that I had not time nor inclination to watch over the rise and development of the passion which took complete possession of Katya when she was 14 or 15. I mean her passionate love for the theatre. When she used to come from boarding school and stay with us for the summer holidays, she talked of nothing with such pleasure and such warmth as of plays and actors. She bored us with her continual talk of the theatre. My wife and children would not listen to her. I was the only one who had not the courage to refuse to attend to her. When she had a longing to share her transports, she used to come into my study and say in an imploring tone, "Nikolai Stepanovich, do let me talk to you about the theater." I pointed to the clock, and said, "I'll give you half an hour, begin." Later on she used to bring with her dozens of portraits of actors and actresses which she worshipped. Then she attempted several times to take part in private theatricals, and the upshot of it all was that when she left school she came to me and announced that she was born to be an actress. I had never shared Katya's inclinations for the theater. To my mind, if a play is good there is no need to trouble the actors in order that it may make the right impression, it is enough to read it. If the play is poor, no acting will make it good. In my youth I often visited the theater, and now my family takes a box twice a year and carries me off for a little distraction. Of course, that is not enough to give me the right to judge of the theater. In my opinion the theater has become no better than it was 30 or 40 years ago. Just as in the past, I can never find a glass of clean water in the corridors or foyers of the theater. Just as in the past, the attendants fine me 20 kopecks for my fur coat, though there is nothing reprehensible in wearing a warm coat in winter. As in the past, for no sort of reason, music is played in the intervals, which adds something new and uncalled for to the impression made by the play. As in the past, men go in the intervals and drink spirits in the buffet. If no progress can be seen in trifles, I should look for it in vain in what is more important. When an actor wrapped from head to foot in stage traditions and conventions tries to recite a simple ordinary speech, to be or not to be, not simply, but invariably with the accompaniment of hissing and convulsive movements all over his body. Or when he tries to convince me at all costs that Chatsky, who talks so much with fools and is so fond of folly, is a very clever man, and that Woe from Wit is not a dull play. The stage gives me the same feeling of conventionality which bored me so much 40 years ago when I was regaled with the classical howling and beating on the breast. And every time I come out of the theater more conservative than I go in. The sentimental and confiding public may be persuaded that the stage, even in its present form, is a school. But anyone who is familiar with a school in its true sense will not be caught with that bait. I cannot say what will happen in 50 or 100 years, but in its actual condition the theater can serve only as an entertainment. But this entertainment is too costly to be frequently enjoyed. It robs the state of thousands of healthy and talented young men and women, who, if they had not devoted themselves to the theater, might have been good doctors, farmers, schoolmistresses, officers. It robs the public of the evening hours, the best time for intellectual work and social intercourse. I say nothing of the waste of money and the moral damage to the spectator when he sees murder, fornication, or false witness unsuitably treated on the stage. Katya was of an entirely different opinion. She assured me that the theater, even in its present condition, was superior to the lecture hall, to books, or to anything in the world. The stage was a power that united in itself all the arts, and actors were missionaries. No art nor science was capable of producing so strong and so certain an effect on the soul of man as the stage, and it was with good reason that an actor of medium quality enjoys greater popularity than the greatest savant or artist. And no sort of public service could provide such enjoyment and gratification as the theater. And one fine day Katya joined a troupe of actors, and went off, I believe to Ufa, taking away with her a good supply of money, a store of rainbow hopes, and the most aristocratic views of her work. Her first letters on the journey were marvelous. I read them, and was simply amazed that those small sheets of paper could contain so much youth, purity of spirit, holy innocence, and at the same time subtle and apt judgments which would have done credit to a fine masculine intellect. It was more like a rapturous paean of praise she sent me than a mere description of the Volga, the country, the towns she visited, her companions, her failures and successes. Every sentence was fragrant with that confiding trustfulness I was accustomed to read in her face, and at the same time there were a great many grammatical mistakes, and there was scarcely any punctuation at all. Before 6 months had passed I received a highly poetical and enthusiastic letter beginning with the words, "I have come to love." This letter was accompanied by a photograph representing a young man with a shaven face, a wide-brimmed hat, and a plaid flung over his shoulder. The letters that followed were as splendid as before, but now commas and stops made their appearance in them, the grammatical mistakes disappeared, and there was a distinctly masculine flavor about them. Katya began writing to me how splendid it would be to build a great theater somewhere on the Volga, on a cooperative system, and to attract to the enterprise the rich merchants and the steamer owners. There would be a great deal of money in it. There would be vast audiences, the actors would play on cooperative terms. Possibly all this was really excellent, but it seemed to me that such schemes could only originate from a man's mind. However that may have been, for a year and a half everything seemed to go well. Katya was in love, believed in her work, and was happy, but then I began to notice in her letters unmistakable signs of falling off. It began with Katya's complaining of her companions. This was the first and most ominous symptom. If a young scientific or literary man begins his career with bitter complaints of scientific and literary men, it is a sure sign that he is worn out and not fit for his work. Katya wrote to me that her companions did not attend the rehearsals and never knew their parts, that one could see in every one of them an utter disrespect for the public in the production of absurd plays, and in their behavior on the stage. That for the benefit of the actors' fund, which they only talked about, actresses of the serious drama demeaned themselves by singing chansonnettes, while tragic actors sang comic songs making fun of deceived husbands and the pregnant condition of unfaithful wives, and so on. In fact, it was amazing that all this had not yet ruined the provincial stage, and that it could still maintain itself on such a rotten and unsubstantial footing. In answer I wrote Katya a long and, I must confess, a very boring letter. Among other things, I wrote to her. I have more than once happened to converse with old actors, very worthy men, who showed a friendly disposition towards me. From my conversations with them I could understand that their work was controlled not so much by their own intelligence and free choice as by fashion and the mood of the public. The best of them had had to play in their day in tragedy, in operetta, in Parisian farces, and in extravaganzas, and they always seemed equally sure that they were on the right path and that they were of use. So, as you see, the cause of the evil must be sought, not in the actors, but, more deeply, in the art itself and in the attitude of the whole of society to it. This letter of mine only irritated Katya. She answered me. You and I are singing parts out of different operas. I wrote to you, not of the worthy men who showed a friendly disposition to you, but of a band of knaves who have nothing worthy about them. They are a horde of savages who have got on the stage simply because no one would have taken them elsewhere, and who call themselves artists simply because they are impudent. There are numbers of dull-witted creatures, drunkards, intriguing schemers and slanderers, but there is not one person of talent among them. I cannot tell you how bitter it is to me that the art I love has fallen into the hands of people I detest. How bitter it is that the best men look on at evil from afar, not caring to come closer, and, instead of intervening, write ponderous commonplaces and utterly useless sermons. And so on, all in the same style. A little time passed, and I got this letter. I have been brutally deceived. I cannot go on living. Dispose of my money as you think best. I loved you as my father and my only friend. Goodbye. It turned out that he, too, belonged to the horde of savages. Later on, from certain hints, I gathered that there had been an attempt at suicide. I believe Katya tried to poison herself. I imagine that she must have been seriously ill afterwards, as the next letter I got was from Yalta, where she had most probably been sent by the doctors. Her last letter contained a request to send her 1,000 rubles to Yalta as quickly as possible, and ended with these words. Excuse the gloominess of this letter, yesterday I buried my child. After spending about a year in the Crimea, she returned home. She had been about 4 years on her travels, and during those 4 years, I must confess, I had played a rather strange and unenviable part in regard to her. When in earlier days she had told me she was going on the stage, and then wrote to me of her love, when she was periodically overcome by extravagance, and I continually had to send her first 1 and then 2,000 rubles. When she wrote to me of her intention of suicide, and then of the death of her baby, every time I lost my head, and all my sympathy for her sufferings found no expression except that, after prolonged reflection, I wrote long. Boring letters which I might just as well not have written. And yet I took a father's place with her and loved her like a daughter. Now Katya is living less than half a mile off. She has taken a flat of 5 rooms, and has installed herself fairly comfortably and in the taste of the day. If anyone were to undertake to describe her surroundings, the most characteristic note in the picture would be indolence. For the indolent body there are soft lounges, soft stools, for indolent feet soft rugs. For indolent eyes faded, dingy, or flat colors, for the indolent soul the walls are hung with a number of cheap fans and trivial pictures, in which the originality of the execution is more conspicuous than the subject. And the room contains a multitude of little tables and shelves filled with utterly useless articles of no value, and shapeless rags in place of curtains. All this, together with the dread of bright colors, of symmetry, and of empty space, bears witness not only to spiritual indolence, but also to a corruption of natural taste. For days together Katya lies on the lounge reading, principally novels and stories. She only goes out of the house once a day, in the afternoon, to see me. I go on working while Katya sits silent not far from me on the sofa, wrapping herself in her shawl, as though she were cold. Either because I find her sympathetic or because I was used to her frequent visits when she was a little girl, her presence does not prevent me from concentrating my attention. From time to time I mechanically ask her some question. She gives very brief replies, or, to rest for a minute, I turn round and watch her as she looks dreamily at some medical journal or review. And at such moments I notice that her face has lost the old look of confiding trustfulness. Her expression now is cold, apathetic, and absent-minded, like that of passengers who had to wait too long for a train. She is dressed, as in old days, simply and beautifully, but carelessly. Her dress and her hair show visible traces of the sofas and rocking chairs in which she spends whole days at a stretch. And she has lost the curiosity she had in old days. She has ceased to ask me questions now, as though she had experienced everything in life and looked for nothing new from it. Towards 4 o'clock there begins to be sounds of movement in the hall and in the drawing-room. Liza has come back from the conservatoire, and has brought some girl friends in with her. We hear them playing on the piano, trying their voices and laughing. In the dining room Jaeger is laying the table, with the clatter of crockery. "Goodbye," said Katya. "I won't go in and see your people today. They must excuse me. I haven't time. Come and see me." While I am seeing her to the door, she looks me up and down grimly, and says with vexation, "You are getting thinner and thinner. Why don't you consult a doctor? I'll call at Sergei Fyodorovich's and ask him to have a look at you." "There's no need, Katya. I can't think where your people's eyes are. They are a nice lot, I must say." She puts on her fur coat abruptly, and as she does so 2 or 3 hairpins drop unnoticed on the floor from her carelessly arranged hair. She is too lazy and in too great a hurry to do her hair up. She carelessly stuffs the falling curls under her hat, and goes away. When I go into the dining room my wife asks me, "Was Katya with you just now? Why didn't she come in to see us? It's really strange." "Mama," Liza says to her reproachfully, "let her alone, if she doesn't want to. We are not going down on our knees to her. It's very neglectful, anyway. To sit for 3 hours in the study without remembering our existence. But of course she must do as she likes." Varya and Liza both hate Katya. This hatred is beyond my comprehension, and probably one would have to be a woman in order to understand it. I am ready to stake my life that of the 150 young men I see every day in the lecture theatre, and of the 100 elderly ones I meet every week. Hardly one could be found capable of understanding their hatred and aversion for Katya's past, that is, for her having been a mother without being a wife, and for her having had an illegitimate child. And at the same time I cannot recall one woman or girl of my acquaintance who would not consciously or unconsciously harbor such feelings. And this is not because woman is purer or more virtuous than man. Why, virtue and purity are not very different from vice if they are not free from evil feeling. I attribute this simply to the backwardness of woman. The mournful feeling of compassion and the pang of conscience experienced by a modern man at the sight of suffering is, to my mind, far greater proof of culture and moral elevation than hatred and aversion. Woman is as tearful and as coarse in her feelings now as she was in the Middle Ages, and to my thinking those who advise that she should be educated like a man are quite right. My wife also dislikes Katia for having been an actress, for ingratitude, for pride, for eccentricity, and for the numerous vices which one woman can always find in another. Besides my wife and daughter and me, there are dining with us 2 or 3 of my daughter's friends and Alexander Adolphovich Necker, her admirer and suitor. He is a fair-haired young man under 30, of medium height, very stout and broad-shouldered, with red whiskers near his ears, and little waxed mustaches which make his plump smooth face look like a toy. He is dressed in a very short reefer jacket, a flowered waistcoat, breeches very full at the top and very narrow at the ankle, with a large check pattern on them, and yellow boots without heels. He has prominent eyes like a crab's, his cravat is like a crab's neck, and I even fancy there is a smell of crab soup about the young man's whole person. He visits us every day, but no one in my family knows anything of his origin nor of the place of his education, nor of his means of livelihood. He neither plays nor sings, but has some connection with music and singing, sells somebody's piano somewhere, is frequently at the conservatoire, is acquainted with all the celebrities, and is a steward at the concerts. He criticizes music with great authority, and I have noticed that people are eager to agree with him. Rich people always have dependents hanging about them, the arts and sciences have the same. I believe there is not an art nor a science in the world free from foreign bodies, after the style of this Mr. Necker. I am not a musician, and possibly I am mistaken in regard to Mr. Necker, of whom, indeed, I know very little. But his air of authority and the dignity with which he takes his stand beside the piano when any one is playing or singing strike me as very suspicious. You may be ever so much of a gentleman and a privy councillor. But if you have a daughter you cannot be secure of immunity from that petty bourgeois atmosphere which is so often brought into your house and into your mood by the attentions of suitors, by matchmaking and marriage. I can never reconcile myself, for instance, to the expression of triumph on my wife's face every time Necker is in our company, nor can I reconcile myself to the bottles of Lafitte, port and sherry which are only brought out on his account, that he may see with his own eyes the liberal and luxurious way in which we live. I cannot tolerate the habit of spasmodic laughter Liza has picked up at the conservatoire, and her way of screwing up her eyes whenever there are men in the room. Above all, I cannot understand why a creature utterly alien to my habits, my studies, my whole manner of life, completely different from the people I like, should come and see me every day, and every day should dine with me. My wife and my servants mysteriously whisper that he is a suitor, but still I don't understand his presence. It rouses in me the same wonder and perplexity as if they were to set a Zulu beside me at the table. And it seems strange to me, too, that my daughter, whom I am used to thinking of as a child, should love that cravat, those eyes, those soft cheeks. In the old days I used to like my dinner, or at least was indifferent about it. Now it excites in me no feeling but weariness and irritation. Ever since I became an excellency, and one of the deans of the faculty my family has for some reason found it necessary to make a complete change in our menu and dining habits. Instead of the simple dishes to which I was accustomed when I was a student and when I was in practice, now they feed me with a puree with little white things like circles floating about in it, and kidneys stewed in Madeira. My rank as a general and my fame have robbed me for ever of cabbage soup and savory pies, and goose with apple sauce, and bream with boiled grain. They have robbed me of our maid-servant Agasha, a chatty and laughter-loving old woman, instead of whom Jaeger, a dull-witted and conceited fellow with a white glove on his right hand, waits at dinner. The intervals between the courses are short, but they seem immensely long because there is nothing to occupy them. There is none of the gaiety of the old days, the spontaneous talk, the jokes, the laughter. There is nothing of mutual affection and the joy which used to animate the children, my wife, and me when in old days we met together at meals. For me, the celebrated man of science, dinner was a time of rest and reunion, and for my wife and children a fete, brief indeed, but bright and joyous, in which they knew that for half an hour I belonged, not to science, not to students, but to them alone. Our real exhilaration from one glass of wine is gone forever, gone is Augusha, gone the bream with boiled grain, gone the uproar that greeted every little startling incident at dinner, such as the cat and dog fighting under the table, or Katia's bandage falling off her face into her soup plate. To describe our dinner nowadays is as uninteresting as to eat it. My wife's face wears a look of triumph and affected dignity, and her habitual expression of anxiety. She looks at our plates and says, "I see you don't care for the joint. Tell me. You don't like it, do you?" And I am obliged to answer, "There is no need for you to trouble, my dear, the meat is very nice." And she will say, "You always stand up for me, Nikolai Stepanovich, and you never tell the truth. Why is Alexander Adolphovich eating so little?" And so on in the same style all through dinner. Liza laughs spasmodically and screws up her eyes. I watch them both, and it is only now at dinner that it becomes absolutely evident to me that the inner life of these two has slipped away out of my ken. I have a feeling as though I had once lived at home with a real wife and children, and that now I am dining with visitors, in the house of a sham wife who is not the real one, and am looking at a Liza who is not the real Liza. A startling change has taken place in both of them. I have missed the long process by which that change was effected, and it is no wonder that I can make nothing of it. Why did that change take place? I don't know. Perhaps the whole trouble is that God has not given my wife and daughter the same strength of character as me. From childhood I have been accustomed to resisting external influences, and have steeled myself pretty thoroughly. Such catastrophes in life as fame, the rank of a general, the transition from comfort to living beyond our means, acquaintance with celebrities, etc., have scarcely affected me, and I have remained intact and unashamed. But on my wife and Liza, who have not been through the same hardening process and are weak, all this has fallen like an avalanche of snow, overwhelming them. Necker and the young ladies talk of fugues, of counterpoint, of singers and pianists, of Bach and Brahms, while my wife, afraid of their suspecting her of ignorance of music, smiles to them sympathetically and mutters, "That's exquisite, really." You don't say so. Necker eats with solid dignity, jests with solid dignity, and condescendingly listens to the remarks of the young ladies. From time to time he is moved to speak in bad French, and then, for some reason or other, he thinks it necessary to address me as "Votre Excellence." And I am glum. Evidently I am a constraint to them and they are a constraint to me. I have never in my earlier days had a close knowledge of class antagonism, but now I am tormented by something of that sort. I am on the lookout for nothing but bad qualities in Necker. I quickly find them, and am fretted at the thought that a man not of my circle is sitting here as my daughter's suitor. His presence has a bad influence on me in other ways, too. As a rule, when I am alone or in the society of people I like, never think of my own achievements, or, if I do recall them, they seem to me as trivial as though I had only completed my studies yesterday. But in the presence of people like Necker my achievements in science seem to be a lofty mountain the top of which vanishes into the clouds, while at its foot Neckers are running about scarcely visible to the naked eye. After dinner I go into my study and there smoke my pipe, the only one in the whole day, the sole relic of my old bad habit of smoking from morning till night. While I am smoking my wife comes in and sits down to talk to me. Just as in the morning, I know beforehand what our conversation is going to be about. "I must talk to you seriously, Nikolai Stepanovich," she begins. "I mean about Liza. Why don't you pay attention to it?" "To what?" "You pretend to notice nothing. But that is not right. We can't shirk responsibility. Necker has intentions in regard to Liza." "What do you say?" "That he is a bad man I can't say, because I don't know him, but that I don't like him I have told you 1,000 times already." "But you can't. She gets up and walks about in excitement. "You can't take up that attitude to a serious step," she says. "When it is a question of our daughter's happiness we must lay aside all personal feeling. I know you do not like him. Very good. If we refuse him now, if we break it all off, how can you be sure that Liza will not have a grievance against us all her life? Suitors are not plentiful nowadays, goodness knows, and it may happen that no other match will turn up. He is very much in love with Liza, and she seems to like him. Of course, he has no settled position, but that can't be helped. Please God, in time he will get one. He is of good family and well off. Where did you learn that? He told us so. His father has a large house in Kharkov and an estate in the neighborhood. In short, Nikolai Stepanovich, you absolutely must go to Kharkov. What for? You will find out all about him there. You know the professors there, they will help you. I would go myself, but I am a woman. I cannot. I am not going to Kharkov, I say morosely. My wife is frightened, and a look of intense suffering comes into her face. For God's sake, Nikolai Stepanovich, she implores me, with tears in her voice, for God's sake, take this burden off me. I am so worried. It is painful for me to look at her. Very well, Varya, I say affectionately, if you wish it, then certainly I will go to Kharkov and do all you want. She presses her handkerchief to her eyes and goes off to her room to cry, and I am left alone. A little later lights are brought in. The armchair and the lampshade cast familiar shadows that have long grown wearisome on the walls and on the floor, and when I look at them I feel as though the night had come and with it my accursed sleeplessness. I lie on my bed, then get up and walk about the room, then lie down again. As a rule it is after dinner, at the approach of evening, that my nervous excitement reaches its highest pitch. For no reason I begin crying and burying my head in the pillow. At such times I am afraid that someone may come in, I am afraid of suddenly dying, I am ashamed of my tears, and altogether there is something insufferable in my soul. I feel that I can no longer bear the sight of my lamp, of my books, of the shadows on the floor. I cannot bear the sound of the voices coming from the drawing room. Some force unseen, uncomprehended, is roughly thrusting me out of my flat. I leap up hurriedly, dress, and cautiously, that my family may not notice, slip out into the street. Where am I to go? The answer to that question has long been ready in my brain. To Katya. 3. As a rule she is lying on the sofa or in a lounge chair reading. Seeing me, she raises her head languidly, sits up, and shakes hands. You are always lying down, I say, after pausing and taking breath. That's not good for you. You ought to occupy yourself with something. What? I say you ought to occupy yourself in some way. With what? A woman can be nothing but a simple workwoman or an actress. Well, if you can't be a workwoman, be an actress. She says nothing. You ought to get married, I say, half in jest. There is no one to marry. There's no reason to either. You can't live like this. Without a husband. Much that matters, I could have as many men as I like if I wanted to. That's ugly, Katya. What is ugly? Why, what you have just said. Noticing that I am hurt and wishing to efface the disagreeable impression, Katya says. Let us go, come this way. She takes me into a very snug little room, and says, pointing to the writing table. Look. I have got that ready for you. You shall work here. Come here every day and bring your work with you. They only hinder you there at home. Will you work here? Will you like to? Not to wound her by refusing, I answer that I will work here, and that I like the room very much. Then we both sit down in the snug little room and begin talking. The warm, snug surroundings and the presence of a sympathetic person does not, as in old days, arouse in me a feeling of pleasure, but an intense impulse to complain and grumble. I feel for some reason that if I lament and complain I shall feel better. Things are in a bad way with me, my dear, very bad. What is it? You see how it is, my dear, the best and holiest right of kings is the right of mercy. And I have always felt myself a king, since I have made unlimited use of that right. I have never judged, I have been indulgent, I have readily forgiven every one, right and left. Where others have protested and expressed indignation, I have only advised and persuaded. All my life it has been my endeavor that my society should not be a burden to my family, to my students, to my colleagues, to my servants. And I know that this attitude to people has had a good influence on all who have chanced to come into contact with me. But now I am not a king. Something is happening to me that is only excusable in a slave. Day and night my brain is haunted by evil thoughts, and feelings such as I never knew before are brooding in my soul. I am full of hatred, and contempt, and indignation, and loathing, and dread. I have become excessively severe, exacting, irritable, ungracious, suspicious. Even things that in old days would have provoked me only to an unnecessary jest and a good-natured laugh now arouse an oppressive feeling in me. My reasoning, too, has undergone a change. In old days I despised money. Now I harbor an evil feeling, not towards money, but towards the rich as though they were to blame. In old days I hated violence and tyranny, but now I hate the men who make use of violence, as though they were alone to blame. And not all of us who do not know how to educate each other. What is the meaning of it? If these new ideas and new feelings have come from a change of convictions, what is that change due to? Can the world have grown worse and I better, or was I blind before and indifferent? If this change is the result of a general decline of physical and intellectual powers, I am ill, you know, and every day I am losing weight. My position is pitiable. It means that my new ideas are morbid and abnormal. I ought to be ashamed of them and think them of no consequence. Illness has nothing to do with it, Katya interrupts me. It's simply that your eyes are opened, that's all. You have seen what in old days, for some reason, you refused to see. To my thinking, what you ought to do first of all, is to break with your family for good, and go away. You are talking nonsense. You don't love them, why should you force your feelings? Can you call them a family? Non-entities. If they died today, no one would notice their absence tomorrow. Katya despises my wife and Liza as much as they hate her. One can hardly talk at this date of people's having a right to despise one another. But if one looks at it from Katya's standpoint and recognizes such a right, one can see she has as much right to despise my wife and Liza as they have to hate her. Non-entities, she goes on. Have you had dinner today? How was it they did not forget to tell you it was ready? How is it they still remember your existence? Katya, I say sternly, I beg you to be silent. You think I enjoy talking about them? I should be glad not to know them at all. Listen, my dear, give it all up and go away. Go abroad. The sooner the better. What nonsense! What about the university? The university, too. What is it to you? There's no sense in it, anyway. You have been lecturing for 30 years, and where are your pupils? Are many of them celebrated scientific men? Count them up. And to multiply the doctors who exploit ignorance and pile up hundreds of thousands for themselves, there is no need to be a good and talented man. You are not wanted. Good heavens! How harsh you are! I cry in horror. How harsh you are! Be quiet or I will go away. I don't know how to answer the harsh things you say. The maid comes in and summons us to tea. At the samovar our conversation, thank God, changes. After having had my grumble out, I have a longing to give way to another weakness of old age, reminiscences. I tell Katya about my past, and to my great astonishment tell her incidents which, till then, I did not suspect of being still preserved in my memory, and she listens to me with tenderness, with pride, holding her breath. I am particularly fond of telling her how I was educated in a seminary and dreamed of going to the university. At times I used to walk about our seminary garden. I would tell her. If from some faraway tavern the wind floated sounds of a song and the squeaking of an accordion, or a sledge with bells dashed by the garden fence, it was quite enough to send a rush of happiness, filling not only my heart, but even my stomach. My legs, my arms. I would listen to the accordion or the bells dying away in the distance and imagine myself a doctor, and paint pictures, one better than another. And here, as you see, my dreams have come true. I have had more than I dared to dream of. For 30 years I have been the favorite professor, I have had splendid comrades, I have enjoyed fame and honor. I have loved, married from passionate love, have had children. In fact, looking back upon it, I see my whole life as a fine composition arranged with talent. Now all that is left to me is not to spoil the end. For that I must die like a man. If death is really a thing to dread, I must meet it as a teacher, a man of science, and a citizen of a Christian country ought to meet it, with courage and untroubled soul. But I am spoiling the end. I am sinking, I fly to you, I beg for help, and you tell me, sink, that is what you ought to do. But here there comes a ring at the front door. Katya and I recognize it, and say, it must be Mikhail Fyodorovitch. And a minute later my colleague, the philologist Mikhail Fyodorovitch, a tall, well-built man of 50, clean-shaven, with thick grey hair and black eyebrows, walks in. He is a good-natured man and an excellent comrade. He comes of a fortunate and talented old noble family which has played a prominent part in the history of literature and enlightenment. He is himself intelligent, talented, and very highly educated, but has his oddities. To a certain extent we are all odd and all queer fish, but in his oddities there is something exceptional, apt to cause anxiety among his acquaintances. I know a good many people for whom his oddities completely obscure his good qualities. Coming into us, he slowly takes off his gloves and says in his velvety bass, "Good evening. Are you having tea? That's just right. It's diabolically cold." Then he sits down to the table, takes a glass, and at once begins talking. What is most characteristic in his manner of talking is the continually jesting tone, a sort of mixture of philosophy and drollery as in Shakespeare's Gravediggers. He is always talking about serious things, but he never speaks seriously. His judgments are always harsh and railing, but, thanks to his soft, even, jesting tone, the harshness and abuse do not jar upon the ear, and one soon grows used to them. Every evening he brings with him 5 or 6 anecdotes from the university, and he usually begins with them when he sits down to table. "Oh, Lord," he sighs, twitching his black eyebrows ironically. "What comic people there are in the world." "Well?" asks Katya. "As I was coming from my lecture this morning I met that old idiot N. on the stairs. He was going along as usual, sticking out his chin like a horse, looking for someone to listen to his grumblings at his migraine, at his wife, and his students who won't attend his lectures. Oh, I thought, he has seen me, I am done for now. It is all up. And so on in the same style. Or he will begin like this. I was yesterday at our friend Z.'s public lecture. I wonder how it is our alma mater, don't speak of it after dark, dare display in public such noodles and patent dullards as that Z. Why, he is a European fool. Upon my word, you could not find another like him all over Europe. He lectures, can you imagine, as though he were sucking a sugar stick, sue, he is in a nervous funk, he can hardly decipher his own manuscript. His poor little thoughts crawl along like a bishop on a bicycle, and, what's worse, you can never make out what he is trying to say. The deadly dullness is awful, the very flies expire. It can only be compared with the boredom in the assembly hall at the yearly meeting when the traditional address is read, damn it. And at once an abrupt transition. 3 years ago, Nikolai Stepanovich here will remember it, I had to deliver that address. It was hot, stifling, my uniform cut me under the arms, it was deadly. I read for half an hour, for an hour and a half, for 2 hours. Come, I thought, thank God, there are only 10 pages left. And at the end there were 4 pages that there was no need to read, and I reckoned to leave them out. So there are only 6 really, I thought, that is, only 6 pages left to read. But, only fancy, I chanced to glance before me, and, sitting in the front row, side by side, were a general with a ribbon on his breast and a bishop. The poor beggars were numb with boredom, they were staring with their eyes wide open to keep awake, and yet they were trying to put on an expression of attention and to pretend that they understood what I was saying and liked it. Well, I thought, since you like it you shall have it. I'll pay you out, so I just gave them those 4 pages too. As is usual with ironical people, when he talks nothing in his face smiles but his eyes and eyebrows. At such times there is no trace of hatred or spite in his eyes, but a great deal of humor, and that peculiar fox-like slyness which is only to be noticed in very observant people. Since I am speaking about his eyes, I notice another peculiarity in them. When he takes a glass from Katya, or listens to her speaking, or looks after her as she goes out of the room for a moment, I notice in his eyes something gentle, beseeching, pure. The maid-servant takes away the samovar and puts on the table a large piece of cheese, some fruit, and a bottle of Crimean champagne, a rather poor wine of which Katya had grown fond in the Crimea. Mikhail Fyodorovitch takes 2 packs of cards off the whatnot and begins to play patience. According to him, some varieties of patience require great concentration and attention, yet while he lays out the cards he does not leave off distracting his attention with talk. Katya watches his cards attentively, and more by gesture than by words helps him in his play. She drinks no more than a couple of wine-glasses of wine the whole evening. I drink 4 glasses, and the rest of the bottle falls to the share of Mikhail Fyodorovitch, who can drink a great deal and never get drunk. Over our patience we settle various questions, principally of the higher order, and what we care for most of all, that is, science and learning, is more roughly handled than anything. Science, thank God, has outlived its day, says Mikhail Fyodorovitch emphatically. Its song is sung. Yes, indeed. Mankind begins to feel impelled to replace it by something different. It has grown on the soil of superstition, been nourished by superstition, and is now just as much the quintessence of superstition as its defunct grandams, alchemy, metaphysics, and philosophy. And, after all, what has it given to mankind? Why, the difference between the learned Europeans and the Chinese who have no science is trifling, purely external. The Chinese know nothing of science, but what have they lost thereby? Flies know nothing of science, either, I observe, but what of that? There is no need to be angry, Nikolai Stepanovich. I only say this here between ourselves. I am more careful than you think, and I am not going to say this in public, God forbid. The superstition exists in the multitude that the arts and sciences are superior to agriculture, commerce, superior to handicrafts. Our sect is maintained by that superstition, and it is not for you and me to destroy it. God forbid. After patience the younger generation comes in for addressing too. Our audiences have degenerated, sighs Mikhail Fyodorovitch. Not to speak of ideals and all the rest of it, if only they were capable of work and rational thought. In fact, it's a case of, I look with mournful eyes on the young men of today. Yes, they have degenerated horribly, Katya agrees. Tell me, have you had one man of distinction among them for the last 5 or 10 years? I don't know how it is with the other professors, but I can't remember any among mine. I have seen in my day many of your students and young scientific men and many actors. Well, I have never once been so fortunate as to meet, I won't say a hero or a man of talent, but even an interesting man. It's all the same grey mediocrity, puffed up with self-conceit. All this talk of degeneration always affects me as though I had accidentally overheard offensive talk about my own daughter. It offends me that these charges are wholesale, and rest on such worn-out commonplaces, on such wordy vaporings as degeneration, absence of ideals, or on references to the splendors of the past. Every accusation, even if it is uttered in ladies' society, ought to be formulated with all possible definiteness, or it is not an accusation, but idle disparagement, unworthy of decent people. I am an old man, I have been lecturing for 30 years, but I notice neither degeneration nor lack of ideals, and I don't find that the present is worse than the past. My porter Nikolai, whose experience of this subject has its value, says that the students of today are neither better nor worse than those of the past. If I were asked what I don't like in my pupils of today, I should answer the question, not straight off and not at length, but with sufficient definiteness. I know their failings, and so have no need to resort to vague generalities. I don't like their smoking, using spirituous beverages, marrying late, and often being so irresponsible and careless that they will let one of their number be starving in their midst while they neglect to pay their subscriptions to the Students' Aid Society. They don't know modern languages, and they don't express themselves correctly in Russian. No longer ago than yesterday my colleague, the professor of hygiene, complained to me that he had to give twice as many lectures, because the students had a very poor knowledge of physics and were utterly ignorant of meteorology. They are readily carried away by the influence of the last new writers, even when they are not first-rate, but they take absolutely no interest in classics such as Shakespeare, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, or Pascal. And this inability to distinguish the great from the small betrays their ignorance of practical life more than anything. All difficult questions that have more or less a social character, for instance the migration question, they settle by studying monographs on the subject, but not by way of scientific investigation or experiment. Though that method is at their disposal and is more in keeping with their calling. They gladly become ward surgeons, assistants, demonstrators, external teachers, and are ready to fill such posts until they are 40, though independence, a sense of freedom and personal initiative, are no less necessary in science than, for instance, in art or commerce. I have pupils and listeners, but no successors and helpers, and so I love them and am touched by them, but am not proud of them. And so on, and so on. Such shortcomings, however numerous they may be, can only give rise to a pessimistic or fault-finding temper in a faint-hearted and timid man. All these failings have a casual, transitory character, and are completely dependent on conditions of life. In some 10 years they will have disappeared or given place to other fresh defects, which are all inevitable and will in their turn alarm the faint-hearted. The student's sins often vex me, but that vexation is nothing in comparison with the joy I have been experiencing now for the last 30 years when I talk to my pupils, lecture to them, watch their relations, and compare them with people not of their circle. Mikhail Fyodorovich speaks evil of everything. Katya listens, and neither of them notices into what depths the apparently innocent diversion of finding fault with their neighbors is gradually drawing them. They are not conscious how by degrees simple talk passes into malicious mockery and jeering, and how they are both beginning to drop into the habits and methods of slander. Killing types one meets with, says Mikhail Fyodorovich. I went yesterday to our friend Yegor Petrovich's, and there I found a studious gentleman, one of your medicals in his 3rd year, I believe. Such a face! In the Dobrolyubov style, the imprint of profound thought on his brow, we got into talk. Such doings, young man, said I, I've read, said I, that some German, I've forgotten his name, has created from the human brain a new kind of alkaloid, idiotine. What do you think? He believed it, and there was positively an expression of respect on his face, as though to say, see what we fellows can do. And the other day I went to the theatre. I took my seat. In the next row directly in front of me were sitting 2 men, one of U.S. fellows and apparently a law student, the other a shaggy-looking figure, a medical student. The latter was as drunk as a cobbler. He did not look at the stage at all. He was dozing with his nose on his shirt front. But as soon as an actor begins loudly reciting a monologue, or simply raises his voice, our friend starts, pokes his neighbor in the ribs, and asks, what is he saying? Is it elevating? Yes, answers one of our fellows. Bravo, roars the medical student. Elevating. Bravo. He had gone to the theatre, you see, the drunken blockhead, not for the sake of art, the play, but for elevation. He wanted noble sentiments. Katya listens and laughs. She has a strange laugh, she catches her breath in rhythmically regular gasps, very much as though she were playing the accordion, and nothing in her face is laughing but her nostrils. I grow depressed and don't know what to say. Beside myself, I fire up, leap up from my seat, and cry. Do leave off. Why are you sitting here like two toads, poisoning the air with your breath? Give over. And without waiting for them to finish their gossip, I prepare to go home. And, indeed, it is high time, it is past 10. I will stay a little longer, says Mikhail Fyodorovitch. Will you allow me, Ekaterina Vladimirovna? I will, answers Katya. Bene. In that case, have up another little bottle. They both accompany me with candles to the hall, and while I put on my fur coat, Mikhail Fyodorovitch says. You have grown dreadfully thin and older looking, Nikolai Stepanovitch. What's the matter with you? Are you ill? Yes, I am not very well. And you are not doing anything for it. Katya puts in grimly. Why don't you? You can't go on like that. God helps those who help themselves, my dear fellow. Remember me to your wife and daughter, and make my apologies for not having been to see them. In a day or two, before I go abroad, I shall come to say goodbye. I shall be sure to. I am going away next week. I come away from Katya, irritated and alarmed by what has been said about my being ill, and dissatisfied with myself. I ask myself whether I really ought not to consult one of my colleagues. And at once I imagine how my colleague, after listening to me, would walk away to the window without speaking, would think a moment, then would turn round to me and, trying to prevent my reading the truth in his face, would say in a careless tone, so far I see nothing serious, but at the same time, Kollega, I advise you to lay aside your work. And that would deprive me of my last hope. Who is without hope? Now that I am diagnosing my illness and prescribing for myself, from time to time I hope that I am deceived by my own illness, that I am mistaken in regard to the albumin and the sugar I find, and in regard to my heart. And in regard to the swellings I have twice noticed in the mornings. When with the fervor of the hypochondriac I look through the textbooks of therapeutics and take a different medicine every day, I keep fancying that I shall hit upon something comforting. All that is petty. Whether the sky is covered with clouds or the moon and the stars are shining, I turn my eyes towards it every evening and think that death is taking me soon. One would think that my thoughts at such times ought to be deep as the sky, brilliant, striking. But no. I think about myself, about my wife, about Liza, Necker, the students, people in general. My thoughts are evil, petty, I am insincere with myself, and at such times my theory of life may be expressed in the words the celebrated Arakcheev said in one of his intimate letters, nothing good can exist in the world without evil. And there is more evil than good. That is, everything is disgusting, there is nothing to live for, and the 62 years I have already lived must be reckoned as wasted. I catch myself in these thoughts, and try to persuade myself that they are accidental, temporary, and not deeply rooted in me, but at once I think. If so, what drives me every evening to those two toads? And I vow to myself that I will never go to Katya's again, though I know I shall go next evening. Ringing the bell at the door and going upstairs, I feel that I have no family now and no desire to bring it back again. It is clear that the new Arakcheev thoughts are not casual, temporary visitors, but have possession of my whole being. With my conscience ill at ease, dejected, languid, hardly able to move my limbs, feeling as though tons were added to my weight, I get into bed and quickly drop asleep. And then, insomnia. 4. Summer comes on and life is changed. One fine morning Liza comes in to me and says in a jesting tone, "Come, Your Excellency. We are ready." My Excellency is conducted into the street, and seated in a cab. As I go along, having nothing to do, I read the signboards from right to left. The word tractor reads, Ritkart, that would just suit some baron's family, Baroness Ritkart. Farther on I drive through fields, by the graveyard, which makes absolutely no impression on me, though I shall soon lie in it. Then I drive by forests and again by fields. There is nothing of interest. After 2 hours of driving, my Excellency is conducted into the lower story of a summer villa and installed in a small, very cheerful little room with light blue hangings. At night there is sleeplessness as before, but in the morning I do not put a good face upon it and listen to my wife, but lie in bed. I do not sleep, but lie in the drowsy, half-conscious condition in which you know you are not asleep, but dreaming. At midday I get up and from habit sit down at my table, but I do not work now. I amuse myself with French books in yellow covers, sent me by Katia. Of course, it would be more patriotic to read Russian authors, but I must confess I cherish no particular liking for them. With the exception of 2 or 3 of the older writers, all our literature of today strikes me as not being literature, but a special sort of home industry, which exists simply in order to be encouraged. Though people do not readily make use of its products. The very best of these home products cannot be called remarkable and cannot be sincerely praised without qualification. I must say the same of all the literary novelties I have read during the last 10 or 15 years. Not one of them is remarkable, and not one of them can be praised without a but. Cleverness, a good tone, but no talent, talent, a good tone, but no cleverness, or talent, cleverness, but not a good tone. I don't say the French books have talent, cleverness, and a good tone. They don't satisfy me either. But they are not so tedious as the Russian, and it is not unusual to find in them the chief element of artistic creation, the feeling of personal freedom which is lacking in the Russian authors. I don't remember one new book in which the author does not try from the first page to entangle himself in all sorts of conditions and contracts with his conscience. One is afraid to speak of the naked body. Another ties himself up hand and foot in psychological analysis. A third must have a warm attitude to man, a fourth purposely scrawls whole descriptions of nature that he may not be suspected of writing with a purpose. One is bent upon being middle class in his work, another must be a nobleman, and so on. There is intentionalness, circumspection, and self-will, but they have neither the independence nor the manliness to write as they like, and therefore there is no creativeness. All this applies to what is called belles lettres. As for serious treatises in Russian on sociology, for instance, on art, and so on, I do not read them simply from timidity. In my childhood and early youth I had for some reason a terror of doorkeepers and attendants at the theatre, and that terror has remained with me to this day. I am afraid of them even now. It is said that we are only afraid of what we do not understand. And, indeed, it is very difficult to understand why doorkeepers and theatre attendants are so dignified, haughty, and majestically rude. I feel exactly the same terror when I read serious articles. Their extraordinary dignity, their bantering lordly tone, their familiar manner to foreign authors, their ability to split straws with dignity, all that is beyond my understanding. It is intimidating and utterly unlike the quiet, gentlemanly tone to which I am accustomed when I read the works of our medical and scientific writers. It oppresses me to read not only the articles written by serious Russians, but even works translated or edited by them. The pretentious, edifying tone of the preface. The redundancy of remarks made by the translator, which prevent me from concentrating my attention. The question marks and sic in parenthesis scattered all over the book or article by the liberal translator, are to my mind an outrage on the author and on my independence as a reader. Once I was summoned as an expert to a circuit court. In an interval one of my fellow experts drew my attention to the rudeness of the public prosecutor to the defendants, among whom there were 2 ladies of good education. I believe I did not exaggerate at all when I told him that the prosecutor's manner was no ruder than that of the authors of serious articles to one another. Their manners are, indeed, so rude that I cannot speak of them without distaste. They treat one another and the writers they criticize either with superfluous respect, at the sacrifice of their own dignity, or, on the contrary, with far more ruthlessness than I have shown in my notes and my thoughts in regard to my future son-in-law Necker. Accusations of irrationality, of evil intentions, and, indeed, of every sort of crime, form an habitual ornament of serious articles. And that, as young medical men are fond of saying in their monographs, is the ultima ratio. Such ways must infallibly have an effect on the morals of the younger generation of writers. And so I am not at all surprised that in the new works with which our literature has been enriched during the last 10 or 15 years the heroes drink too much vodka and the heroines are not overchaste. I read French books, and I look out of the window which is open, I can see the spikes of my garden fence, 2 or 3 scraggy trees, and beyond the fence the road, the fields, and beyond them a broad stretch of pine wood. Often I admire a boy and girl, both flaxen-headed and ragged, who clamber on the fence and laugh at my baldness. In their shining little eyes I read, go up, thou bald head. They are almost the only people who care nothing for my celebrity or my rank. Visitors do not come to me every day now. I will only mention the visits of Nikolai and Pyotr Ignatievich. Nikolai usually comes to me on holidays, with some pretext of business, though really to see me. He arrives very much exhilarated, a thing which never occurs to him in the winter. What have you to tell me? I ask, going out to him in the hall. Your Excellency, he says, pressing his hand to his heart and looking at me with the ecstasy of a lover, Your Excellency. God be my witness. Strike me dead on the spot. Gaudimus egitur Juventus. And he greedily kisses me on the shoulder, on the sleeve, and on the buttons. Is everything going well? I ask him. Your Excellency. So help me God. He persists in groveling before me for no sort of reason, and soon bores me, so I send him away to the kitchen, where they give him dinner. Pyotr Ignatievich comes to see me on holidays, too, with the special object of seeing me and sharing his thoughts with me. He usually sits down near my table, modest, neat, and reasonable, and does not venture to cross his legs or put his elbows on the table. All the time, in a soft, even, little voice, in rounded bookish phrases, he tells me various, to his mind, very interesting and piquant items of news which he has read in the magazines and journals. They are all alike and may be reduced to this type: a Frenchman has made a discovery, someone else, a German, has denounced him, proving that the discovery was made in 1870 by some American. While a third person, also a German, trumps them both by proving they both had made fools of themselves, mistaking bubbles of air for dark pigment under the microscope. Even when he wants to amuse me, Pyotr Ignatievich tells me things in the same lengthy, circumstantial manner as though he were defending a thesis, enumerating in detail the literary sources from which he is deriving his narrative. Doing his utmost to be accurate as to the date and number of the journals and the name of every one concerned, invariably mentioning it in full, Jean-Jacques Petit, never simply Petit. Sometimes he stays to dinner with us, and then during the whole of dinner time he goes on telling me the same sort of piquant anecdotes, reducing every one at table to a state of dejected boredom. If Necker and Liza begin talking before him of fugues and counterpoint, Brahms and Bach, he drops his eyes modestly, and is overcome with embarrassment. He is ashamed that such trivial subjects should be discussed before such serious people as him and me. In my present state of mind 5 minutes of him is enough to sicken me as though I had been seeing and hearing him for an eternity. I hate the poor fellow. His soft, smooth voice and bookish language exhaust me, and his stories stupefy me. He cherishes the best of feelings for me, and talks to me simply in order to give me pleasure, and I repay him by looking at him as though I wanted to hypnotize him, and think, go, go, go. But he is not amenable to thought suggestion, and sits on and on and on. While he is with me I can never shake off the thought, it's possible when I die he will be appointed to succeed me, and my poor lecture hall presents itself to me as an oasis in which the spring is dried up. And I am ungracious, silent, and surly with Pyotr Ignatievich, as though he were to blame for such thoughts, and not I myself. When he begins, as usual, praising up the German savants, instead of making fun of him good-humoredly, as I used to do, I mutter sullenly. Asses, you're Germans. That is like the late Professor Nikita Krulov, who once, when he was bathing with Pirogov at Revel and vexed at the waters being very cold, burst out with, "Scoundrels, these Germans." I behave badly with Pyotr Ignatievich, and only when he is going away, and from the window I catch a glimpse of his grey hat behind the garden fence, I want to call out and say, "Forgive me, my dear fellow." Dinner is even drearier than in the winter. Necker, whom now I hate and despise, dines with us almost every day. I used to endure his presence in silence, now I aim biting remarks at him which make my wife and daughter blush. Carried away by evil feeling, I often say things that are simply stupid, and I don't know why I say them. So on one occasion it happened that I stared a long time at Necker, and, apropos of nothing, I fired off. An eagle may perchance swoop down below a cock. But never will the fowl soar upwards to the clouds. And the most vexatious thing is that the foul Necker shows himself much cleverer than the eagle professor. Knowing that my wife and daughter are on his side, he takes up the line of meeting my jibes with condescending silence, as though to say, "The old chap is in his dotage, what's the use of talking to him?" Or he makes fun of me good-naturedly. It is wonderful how petty a man may become. I am capable of dreaming all dinner time of how Necker will turn out to be an adventurer, how my wife and Liza will come to see their mistake. And how I will taunt them, and such absurd thoughts at the time when I am standing with one foot in the grave. There are now, too, misunderstandings of which in the old days I had no idea except from hearsay. Though I am ashamed of it, I will describe one that occurred the other day after dinner. I was sitting in my room smoking a pipe. My wife came in as usual, sat down, and began saying what a good thing it would be for me to go to Kharkov now while it is warm and I have free time, and there find out what sort of person our Necker is. Very good, I will go, I assented. My wife, pleased with me, got up and was going to the door, but turned back and said, "By the way, I have another favor to ask of you. I know you will be angry, but it is my duty to warn you. Forgive my saying it, Nikolai Stepanovich, but all our neighbors and acquaintances have begun talking about your being so often at Katia's. She is clever and well educated, I don't deny that her company may be agreeable. But at your age and with your social position it seems strange that you should find pleasure in her society. Besides, she has such a reputation that—" All the blood suddenly rushed to my brain, my eyes flashed fire, I leaped up and, clutching at my head and stamping my feet, shouted in a voice unlike my own. "Let me alone! Let me alone! Let me alone!" Probably my face was terrible, my voice was strange, for my wife suddenly turned pale and began shrieking aloud in a despairing voice that was utterly unlike her own. Liza, Necker, then Jaeger, came running in at our shouts. "Let me alone!" I cried, "Let me alone! Go away!" My legs turned numb as though they had ceased to exist, I felt myself falling into someone's arms, for a little while I still heard weeping, then sank into a swoon which lasted 2 or 3 hours. Now about Katia. She comes to see me every day towards evening, and of course neither the neighbors nor our acquaintances can avoid noticing it. She comes in for a minute and carries me off for a drive with her. She has her own horse and a new chaise bought this summer. Altogether she lives in an expensive style, she has taken a big detached villa with a large garden, and has taken all her town retinue with her, 2 maids, a coachman. I often ask her, "Katia, what will you live on when you have spent your father's money?" "Then we shall see," she answers. That money, my dear, deserves to be treated more seriously. It was earned by a good man, by honest labor. You have told me that already. I know it. At first we drive through the open country, then through the pine wood which is visible from my window. Nature seems to me as beautiful as it always has been, though some evil spirit whispers to me that these pines and fir trees, birds, and white clouds on the sky, will not notice my absence when in 3 or 4 months I am dead. Katia loves driving, and she is pleased that it is fine weather and that I am sitting beside her. She is in good spirits and does not say harsh things. "You are a very good man, Nikolai Stepanovich," she says. "You are a rare specimen, and there isn't an actor who would understand how to play you. Me or Mikhail Fyodorovich, for instance, any poor actor could do, but not you. And I envy you horribly. Do you know what I stand for?" "What?" She ponders for a minute, and then asks me. Nikolai Stepanovich, I am a negative phenomenon. Yes. Yes, I answer. What am I to do? What answer was I to make her? It is easy to say, work, or, give your possessions to the poor, or, know yourself, and because it is so easy to say that, I don't know what to answer. My colleagues when they teach therapeutics advise, the individual study of each separate case. One has but to obey this advice to gain the conviction that the methods recommended in the textbooks as the best and as providing a safe basis for treatment turn out to be quite unsuitable in individual cases. It is just the same in moral ailments. But I must make some answer, and I say. You have too much free time, my dear, you absolutely must take up some occupation. After all, why shouldn't you be an actress again if it is your vocation? I cannot. Your tone and manner suggest that you are a victim. I don't like that, my dear, it is your own fault. Remember, you began with falling out with people and methods, but you have done nothing to make either better. You did not struggle with evil, but were cast down by it, and you are not the victim of the struggle, but of your own impotence. Well, of course you were young and inexperienced then, now it may all be different. Yes, really, go on the stage. You will work, you will serve a sacred art. Don't pretend, Nikolai Stepanovich, Katya interrupts me. Let us make a compact once for all, we will talk about actors, actresses, and authors, but we will let art alone. You are a splendid and rare person, but you don't know enough about art sincerely to think it sacred. You have no instinct or feeling for art. You have been hard at work all your life, and have not had time to acquire that feeling. Altogether. I don't like talk about art, she goes on nervously. I don't like it. And, my goodness, how they have vulgarized it. Who has vulgarized it? They have vulgarized it by drunkenness, the newspapers by their familiar attitude, clever people by philosophy. Philosophy has nothing to do with it. Yes, it has. If anyone philosophizes about it, it shows he does not understand it. To avoid bitterness I hasten to change the subject, and then sit a long time silent. Only when we are driving out of the wood and turning towards Katya's villa I go back to my former question, and say. You have still not answered me, why you don't want to go on the stage. Nikolai Stepanovich, this is cruel. She cries, and suddenly flushes all over. You want me to tell you the truth aloud? Very well, if you like it. I have no talent. No talent and a great deal of vanity. So there. After making this confession she turns her face away from me, and to hide the trembling of her hands tugs violently at the reins. As we are driving towards her villa we see Mikhail Fyodorovich walking near the gate, impatiently awaiting us. That Mikhail Fyodorovich again, says Katya with vexation. Do rid me of him, please. I am sick and tired of him, bother him. Mikhail Fyodorovich ought to have gone abroad long ago, but he puts off going from week to week. Of late there have been certain changes in him. He looks, as it were, sunken, has taken to drinking until he is tipsy, a thing which never used to happen to him, and his black eyebrows are beginning to turn grey. When our chaise stops at the gate he does not conceal his joy and his impatience. He fussily helps me and Katya out, hurriedly asks questions, laughs, rubs his hands, and that gentle, imploring, pure expression, which I used to notice only in his eyes, is now suffused all over his face. He is glad and at the same time he is ashamed of his gladness, ashamed of his habit of spending every evening with Katya. And he thinks it necessary to explain his visit by some obvious absurdity such as, I was driving by, and I thought I would just look in for a minute. We all three go indoors. First we drink tea, then the familiar packs of cards, the big piece of cheese, the fruit, and the bottle of Crimean champagne are put upon the table. The subjects of our conversation are not new, they are just the same as in the winter. We fall foul of the university, the students, and literature and the theatre, the air grows thick and stifling with evil speaking, and poisoned by the breath, not of two toads as in the winter, but of three. Besides the velvety baritone laugh and the giggle like the gasp of a concertina, the maid who waits upon us hears an unpleasant cracked he, like the chuckle of a general in a vaudeville. There are terrible nights with thunder, lightning, rain, and wind, such as are called among the people sparrow nights. There has been one such night in my personal life. I woke up after midnight and leaped suddenly out of bed. It seemed to me for some reason that I was just immediately going to die. Why did it seem so? I had no sensation in my body that suggested my immediate death, but my soul was oppressed with terror, as though I had suddenly seen a vast menacing glow of fire. I rapidly struck a light, drank some water straight out of the decanter, then hurried to the open window. The weather outside was magnificent. There was a smell of hay and some other very sweet scent. I could see the spikes of the fence, the gaunt, drowsy trees by the window, the road, the dark streak of woodland. There was a serene, very bright moon in the sky and not a single cloud, perfect stillness, not one leaf stirring. I felt that everything was looking at me and waiting for me to die. It was uncanny. I closed the window and ran to my bed. I felt for my pulse, and not finding it in my wrist, tried to find it in my temple, then in my chin, and again in my wrist, and everything I touched was cold and clammy with sweat. My breathing came more and more rapidly, my body was shivering, all my inside was in commotion. I had a sensation on my face and on my bald head as though they were covered with spiders' webs. What should I do? Call my family? No. It would be no use. I could not imagine what my wife and Liza would do when they came in to me. I hid my head under the pillow, closed my eyes, and waited and waited. My spine was cold. It seemed to be drawn inwards, and I felt as though death were coming upon me stealthily from behind. Qui vi. I heard a sudden shriek in the night's stillness, and did not know where it was, in my breast or in the street. Qui vi. My God, how terrible! I would have drunk some more water, but by then it was fearful to open my eyes and I was afraid to raise my head. I was possessed by unaccountable animal terror, and I cannot understand why I was so frightened. Was it that I wanted to live, or that some new unknown pain was in store for me? Upstairs, overhead, someone moaned or laughed. I listened. Soon afterwards there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Someone came hurriedly down, then went up again. A minute later there was a sound of steps downstairs again. Someone stopped near my door and listened. Who is there? I cried. The door opened. I boldly opened my eyes, and saw my wife. Her face was pale and her eyes were tear-stained. You are not asleep, Nikolai Stepanovich, she asked. What is it? For God's sake, go up and have a look at Liza. There is something the matter with her. Very good, with pleasure, I muttered, greatly relieved at not being alone. Very good, this minute. I followed my wife, heard what she said to me, and was too agitated to understand a word. Patches of light from her candle danced about the stairs, our long shadows trembled. My feet caught in the skirts of my dressing gown, I gasped for breath, and felt as though something were pursuing me and trying to catch me from behind. I shall die on the spot, here on the staircase, I thought. On the spot. But we passed the staircase, the dark corridor with the Italian windows, and went into Liza's room. She was sitting on the bed in her nightdress, with her bare feet hanging down, and she was moaning. Oh, my God! Oh, my God, she was muttering, screwing up her eyes at our candle. I can't bear it. Liza, my child, I said, what is it? Seeing me, she began crying out, and flung herself on my neck. My kind papa. She sobbed, my dear, good papa, my darling, my pet, I don't know what is the matter with me. I am miserable. She hugged me, kissed me, and babbled fond words I used to hear from her when she was a child. Calm yourself, my child. God be with you, I said. There is no need to cry. I am miserable, too. I tried to tuck her in. My wife gave her water, and we awkwardly stumbled by her bedside, my shoulder jostled against her shoulder, and meanwhile I was thinking how we used to give our children their bath together. Help her. Help her, my wife implored me. Do something. What could I do? I could do nothing. There was some load on the girl's heart, but I did not understand, I knew nothing about it, and could only mutter. It's nothing, it will pass. Sleep, sleep. To make things worse, there was a sudden sound of dogs howling, at first subdued and uncertain, then loud, 2 dogs howling together. I had never attached significance to such omens as the howling of dogs or the shrieking of owls, but on that occasion it sent a pang to my heart, and I hastened to explain the howl to myself. It's nonsense, I thought, the influence of one organism on another. The intensely strained condition of my nerves has infected my wife, Liza, the dog, that is all. Such infection explains presentiments, forebodings. When a little later I went back to my room to write a prescription for Liza, I no longer thought I should die at once, but only had such a weight, such a feeling of oppression in my soul that I felt actually sorry that I had not died on the spot. For a long time I stood motionless in the middle of the room, pondering what to prescribe for Liza. But the moans overhead ceased, and I decided to prescribe nothing, and yet I went on standing there. There was a death-like stillness, such a stillness, as some author has expressed it, it rang in one's ears. Time passed slowly, the streaks of moonlight on the windowsill did not shift their position, but seemed as though frozen. It was still some time before dawn. But the gate in the fence creaked, someone stole in and, breaking a twig from one of those scraggy trees, cautiously tapped on the window with it. Nikolai Stepanovitch, I heard a whisper. Nikolai Stepanovitch. I opened the window, and fancied I was dreaming. Under the window, huddled against the wall, stood a woman in a black dress, with the moonlight bright upon her, looking at me with great eyes. Her face was pale, stern, and weird-looking in the moonlight, like marble, her chin was quivering. It is I, she said, I. Katya. In the moonlight all women's eyes look big and black, all people look taller and paler, and that was probably why I had not recognized her for the first minute. What is it? Forgive me, she said. I suddenly felt unbearably miserable. I couldn't stand it, so came here. There was a light in your window and I ventured to knock. I beg your pardon. Ah. If you knew how miserable I am. What are you doing just now? Nothing. I can't sleep. I had a feeling that there was something wrong, but that is nonsense. Her brows were lifted, her eyes shone with tears, and her whole face was lighted up with the familiar look of trustfulness which I had not seen for so long. Nikolai Stepanovitch, she said imploringly, stretching out both hands to me, my precious friend, I beg you, I implore you. If you don't despise my affection and respect for you, consent to what I ask of you. What is it? Take my money from me. Come. What an idea. What do I want with your money? You'll go away somewhere for your health. You ought to go for your health. Will you take it? Yes. Nikolai Stepanovitch darling, yes. She looked greedily into my face and repeated, yes, you will take it? No, my dear, I won't take it, I said. Thank you. She turned her back upon me and bowed her head. Probably I refused her in a tone which made further conversation about money impossible. Go home to bed, I said. We will see each other tomorrow. So you don't consider me your friend? She asked dejectedly. I don't say that. But your money would be no use to me now. I beg your pardon. She said, dropping her voice a whole octave. I understand you, to be indebted to a person like me, a retired actress. But, goodbye. And she went away so quickly that I had not time even to say goodbye. 6. I am in Kharkov.